Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The huge city was covered in smoke. Lightning pierced the sky. There was an explosion, because one day, out of nowhere, a giant crack appeared. A blue aura came out of it, and quickly spread throughout the world, causing people to stop and look at it in confusion. The boy enthusiastically pointed towards the force that people called mana. His math grabbed her hands and looked at the blue sky in surprise. The flowers of this force were reflected in the pupils of the delighted child, and less solution, especially sensitive to mom, received a special ability from her influence. Such people began to be called awakened. After that, the storm at mom ended, leaving the city alone. But the crack in the sky remained, and after some time, when people got used to the existence of the awakened, the storm mana passed through the whole world. People stood just a portal surrounded by a military man. The portal began to change its color to scarlet. The military man nervously looked around. And for how long, the portal was summoned, a red glow appeared. A terrible monster came out into the light, and the portal began to be called a gate. The monster had 2 heads, intertwined with each other by muscles. He was enormous in height, condescendingly looking at the military below. People screamed in fear and began to run away from the portal as far as possible. A crush and panic began when people pushed each other. The man stood in front of the portal, casually putting his hand in his pocket. He came closer to the monster that appeared, as if he was not afraid of it. The enemy raised his mace to attack. The man looked at him with interest, and from that moment on, the world went through a cataclysm. The protagonist looked at the destroyed ice and thought that everything would change when he became awakened. He ran along the icy corridor, thinking that he did not want to work tirelessly anymore. Droplets of input appeared on his face when he looked back. A huge ice monster was chasing a guy while he was thinking about how he hadn't even thought about being worshipped by everyone. He remembered a comrade who had been carried away by ice needles. Memories of a girl who had also been killed flashed through his mind. He couldn't get rid of the thought of another comrade's head being pierced. He thought that he simply didn't want to be beaten or robbed. The last memory was of a guy chained to an ice wall. The protagonist waved his hand, calling Anna. A weapon appeared in his hand and he swung to attack. The protagonist threw the dagger forward. The weapon hit the monster's icy chest. It pierced its armor, knocking out a shard. This surprised the guy greatly, since he didn't want to use violence. The enraged monster rushed at him to attack. The floor shook from the enemy's blow. The guy covered himself with his hands to avoid the dinner shards. The ground beneath his feet began to crack. An aura seemed to emerge from every crack. His body seemed to be enveloped in water, and he began to fall, thinking that he just wanted to have someone he could call a friend. The protagonist continued to fall and think that even this was too big a dream. And finally, a splash was heard on the water and ripples began to form. The guy continued to drown, thinking that he was a useless D-rank. Her body became slower and slower, and the water became darker as he thought about how he was ridiculed every time he introduced himself as a hunter. Finally, his figure was hard to see through the thickness of the water. Until the water completely swallowed him, he thought about how he knew that one day he would die like this. Suddenly, the power began to curl into a sphere, and the guy began to think about how he knew about his end, but he still did not want to die. The monster's eyes glowed with a cold light. He fell to the ground like a tired dog. The protagonist looked at the enemy, expecting to see at least some emotion. The protagonist walked along the bottom, and mana emanated from his body. He appeared on the surface with his head down. At that moment, the monster rose to his full enormous height and swung his fists. Blue light flashed in the guy's eyes, and he thought that he did not want to die so helpless. At that moment, a huge number of ephemeral weapons pierced the enemy's body. Cracks appeared on his ice, and the protagonist thought that if he could become stronger than everyone, even a support, his life could turn out completely differently. The huge monster, drawn by swords, fell to the ground. A huge piece of ice appeared in front of the protagonist. The enemy's eyes were still glowing, although he began to look like a huge pile of stones. The previously used weapon was destroyed, and the guy was tired and looked at the enemy. Suddenly, all the weapons again took their original, whole form, and the protagonist clenched his fists. The system reported that the guy had opened a stream and he had fulfilled all the conditions to become a player. The young man's eyes seemed to be covered with bars, and the system greeted him as a player. His legs quickly covered the distance. The guy ran as fast as he could. Sighing, he thought with annoyance that he was late on an important day. The girl, happy, said that he was there. The guy sitting next to her noted that the newbie was late, just like he himself was on the first day, and the girl, putting her hands on her hips, said that he was always late. Jong Sung, smoothing his hair, apologized to Jimin and Dowon. The guy stood up and told him not to be scared, because he was joking, and he was not that late, then called him to go with them, and the girl offered to go here and clarified that Hyunwoo and Toan were already at their destination. The newbie followed them and thought that everything was bad, because 3 months had already passed since he joined the guild, and this was his first dungeon, and he was late. There were gates in front of them. The hero looked carefully into their darkness and ordered himself to get ready, because this was the first dungeon he was going to as a support. The darkness was beckoning, and the newbie needed to prove his usefulness. Blue crystals were visible in the haze. Up close, they resembled ice flows. A guy with a bandage on his face attracted the newbie's attention, and he turned around. He was asked if this was his first raid, and the other man's eyes expressed interest. Jong Sung, grabbing the strap of his backpack, confirmed that this was his first time as a support, although he had helped in dungeons before, to which Toyan said that he needed to explain something then. Then, presenting a schematic training, he said that supports, unlike fighters, cannot fight, so you need to pay attention to where you are. If you get too close, there is a chance of getting into a fight, and if you stand too far, they will not be able to protect him. He thought about a possible monster, after which he concluded that the point is to be at an optimal distance. Toyan looked closely at the interlocutor and continued, since he is a creator, he just needs to keep his distance, and create daggers when the assassin gives a signal, and for reliability ask the newbie again, though, that it will be easy for him. Jong Sun hesitantly agreed. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his face. Then the newbie, turning half-turned, asked again, is it really so, and no other weapon is needed, but did not have time to finish the phrase. At this time, Toyan stopped and began to answer him that it is so, only he needs an additional weapon. This is a simple dungeon, the first, let him not overdo it. Suddenly, one of the group members interrupted their conversation. He stood with a staff in one hand and seemed to be feeling the space with the other, then said that he felt mana and clarified that there was a monster here. It was the mage Hyunwoo. The group stopped. An order was given for everyone to prepare for battle and hold the line. The assassin, turning his head to the mage, asked for clarification, to which he replied that there were 3 small auras and 1 large one, then added that the latter was large enough for the boss. Toyan thought that this was strange, because the boss usually did not appear here, then decisively said that he would take on the boss himself, and let the team deal with the rest. The guild leader turned to the newcomer, and asked how long it would take to create a dagger if he hurried. Jong Sung hesitatingly said that about 20 seconds if he tried, but it would not last even a minute. The hunter slightly pulled the bandage from his mouth and, smiling slightly, told his interlocutor to start creating, and in 40 seconds he would finish with him. Then the monsters became visible, 3 blue and 1 purple. They moved on 4 legs and slightly resembled dinosaurs, but they were crystal lizards, as the notification said, danger level D, grow on mana stones, and their appearance and abilities change. The guild tank announced the beginning of his actions, raising his shield, and the melee fighter agreed with him, stretching her fingers. Dowan's eyes even shone when the guy rushed to attack. He quickly ran forward. Then he raised his shield over his head and rammed the monsters, scattering them in different directions. Jimin, following his example, also rushed to attack. She raised her hand, clenching her fist. She hit the monster hard on the head. Then she flew to the side. The monster was struck, and Jimin landed successfully. 2 lizards rushed in the other direction. The hunters thought that they were recovering faster than expected and, turning to the team, shouted for one of the members to be careful, as they were running towards him. The guild tank, placing his shield on the ground, asked how the magic was going. Hyunwoo, creating a fire circle, said that his work was almost ready. The mage was extremely focused and even screamed from the tension. Fire volleys rained down from his circle. The shield protected both of them, increasing in size, and the fire engulfed the monsters. The mage happily concluded that everything was ready, and Dowan, pleased with their teamwork, suggested that they hurry to help the others. Jong Song, watching the battle, thought that this was an excellent attack order and the guild was fighting well, when his thoughts were interrupted by the guild leader, asking what was wrong with the weapon. He, looking at his hand, said hesitantly that it was ready, mentally scolding himself for being distracted and ordering himself to concentrate. The boy watched his work closely. When the dagger was finally ready, he squeezed it tightly in his hand. Then he ran forward, attracting the attention of Toyun. He glanced at the main character. The man caught the dagger that Jong Song threw to him, rushing to attack. As he ran, the dagger was enveloped in a purple haze. Toyun transformed it into a shadow weapon. He found himself right next to the mouth of the purple lizard. In an instant, the monster was defeated, and the guild leader rushed to help the others. The lizard fell, losing crystals. Its head seemed huge, compared to the body of the retreating winner. The dagger in his hands evaporated before his eyes. The team members approached each other. Dowan asked if everything was okay. Jimin answered first that she was fine. Jong Sung looked at them and thought that they were cooler than he imagined. Each one was great, but their teamwork was beyond praise and concluded that they could become the best when they achieved more. He saw the team members in a golden glow. Then he looked at his hand, with which he made a dagger, and bitterly thought that compared to them, he could only create 1 dagger. The protagonist concluded that he did not help in any way, reproaching himself for also being distracted. Jong Sung clenched his hand into a fist and asked himself if he deserved to be with them, when he heard praise behind him. It was Toyang. Pulling the bandage from his mouth, he asked if his assistant was hurt. The newcomer answered that no, thanks to the guild leader, adding, with a nervous smile, that he was not that useful. Toyang indignantly asked him what he was talking about, because thanks to his skill, he saved a lot of money. A picture of a hunter's skill absorbing a weapon came into his head, and Jong Sung pointed this out to him and continued, saying that he couldn't afford it even if he bought the cheapest one. He put his hand on his interlocutor's shoulder and concluded that this was exactly why he was looking for a creator and suggested that a weapon with mana was needed to activate the skill. But Jong Sung was still pleased with the level of work and looked at him, smiling slightly, then added that he would look forward to the next one, asking him not to abandon them. Jong Sung, flattered by the praise, smiled and, thanking him, promised to try harder. Do-won came up and suggested collecting loot. He wanted to say something else, but an earthquake began, to which Jong Sung and Toan took a stance so as not to fall off their feet. The others looked in one direction in horror. Jimin asked again if it was an earthquake, and the mage suggested that the cave could collapse because they killed the boss. Jong Sung, stuttering, pointed his finger at one point. It seemed as if the wall was falling. The mage, lost in thought, began to feel the space. He, turning to everyone, assumed that this was a path and that it was connected to something. Toan thoughtfully repeated after him, folding his arms across his chest. The members of his team shouted in delight, asking again if this was a path. What could it be if not a path to a secret treasure? Do-won's eyes sparkled and drooling began to flow. He encouraged everyone to go forward. Jimin supported his aspirations, but Hyunwoo stopped them, saying that they could not just go. Toan clarified whether he felt something, to which the mage, feeling the tension, replied that he did not. Then Toan concluded that he did not think that everything would collapse here and that they would quickly return, and the team joyfully shouted that the guild leader had given permission, which meant they were going. The mage sighed and doubtfully said that since this was the situation, then he was going too. Toan turned around and called Jong Sung to join them, who agreed. And the whole team went for the treasure. The monster, seemingly made of crystals, roared menacingly. He chased Jong Sung, who was frantically trying to understand how this situation could have happened. The newcomer realized with horror that everyone was dead except him and rushed forward faster. Images of the killed team members appeared before his eyes, first Do-won. Then Jimin. The hero thought that there shouldn't be such monsters in a D-rank dungeon. Then Hyunwoo was killed. Jong Sung was surprised that his magic didn't recognize the monster, because he had never heard of such a thing. Then, after the magician, Toan died. Jong Sung looked back, not slowing down. The conclusion was disappointing, because the monster was following him. The creature almost caught up with the protagonist. He suddenly struck. Jong Sung flew back and fell, badly injured, blood gushing from his mouth. He tried to get up, forcing himself to get up. The monster was catching up with him. The guy thought that he couldn't die like this, and quickly tried to forge at least some kind of weapon. Then, when the dagger was ready, he rushed into the attack, screaming. The dagger flew at the monster, but it easily parried it. And getting even more furious, he rushed towards Jong Sung. The monster stopped. He dealt a crushing blow, hitting the ground. The newbie fell into the water. The protagonist sank deeper and deeper. And going to the bottom, he thought that this is what it's like for a D-rank support who can't even use such basic effects as healing, to find a guild that needed him. Then he remembered his team outside of battle, and bitterly thought that they all abandoned him, regretting that he was of little use to them. He closed his eyes and sadly concluded that it would be better not to become awakened, and this is his unrealistic dream. Suddenly a notification appeared that he had discovered a stream, then a new one that he had fulfilled all the conditions to become a player. Jong Sung's eyes widened in surprise. A bright light surrounded him. The hero was confused, and the notification greeted the new player. A new reward was available to him, and the notification offered to take a look at it. Jong Sung was dumbfounded. The protagonist let out air and bubbles came out of his mouth. The guy cursed, not understanding what was happening. He finally decided that he didn't care, and pressed the button, agreeing with the offer. The notification window disappeared. His feet felt support, and he was able to climb up as if on steps. The monster stood in front of him again, and the notification said that he, as a gunsmith, received memories of his previous life, and the guy stood surrounded by a blue haze. The monster and the guy seemed to be moving. The notification said that the distribution of rewards was over. A blue light lit up in Jong Sung's eyes. He struck the monster with many swords. It fell, defeated. The guy grabbed his head in confusion. He mentally asked himself what it was. He saw incomprehensible memories. Suddenly he flinched. The monster rushed to attack with renewed vigor. But he met resistance. His huge paw did not reach the target. The player was able to cover himself with a shield. The guy was surprised that he did not receive damage, because the golem-like monster had incredible vitality. It was difficult to hold the shield. Jong Sung sighed. The shield broke. The hero reasoned that if his memories were true, then even though it was a golem-like monster, its tactics and weak points would be the same. He looked at the enemy and thought that he had no weak points. Receiving damage, he can recover, At this time the guy's eyes turned blue and reflected the net. He reproduced it, deciding that damage should be inflicted from different sides at the same time. He clearly imagined his plan in which it was necessary to create a net with an equal radius of removal, using the skill user as the central point. The protagonist stood calmly in front of the attacking monster, reasoning that whoever gets caught in the net will move as the user commands. Jong Song clenched his hand into a fist. Before his eyes, one of the swords began to move towards the target. The others followed. A flash of light illuminated the space. The hero saw the enemy's clawed paws. The monster itself was broken into fragments. The guy's legs were near the creature's head. The eyes went out and Jong Song exhaled. The player thought that the world of the network was just an auxiliary skill that helped to create items faster, but the skill's efficiency increases, and in addition, it can be used for an independent attack. At that moment a notification came that the boss was defeated. The player did not expect to see the system window and asked if he could view information about the monster or the dungeon. A purple cloud of energy formed in front of his face. The guy asked in surprise what it was, so the notification clarified the situation. It was a passive magic absorption skill that was activated. The player took the purple ball in his palm. Not understanding, he asked what it was. Looking at his palm, he decided to see what happened, and it was a memory from his past life. He didn't understand what the word previous meant, but he was sure it was him. A guy in a suit was standing in the middle of the street, and Jong Sung knew that it was him in the future, where the whole world had fallen. Things too terrible to mention happened, and he inherited the memories of it. But even if it was the future, it might not be the future of the world the player was in now. The guy touched the screen, thinking that too many things didn't add up, and he didn't even have a status window in his past life. It slowly dawned on him that he had actually become a player. Player is a term used for the chosen ones who had awakened, based on the hero's memories. Players don't exist this time, and about 2 years later, a small number of awakened ones were chosen to become players. Among them was the assassin Toan. A blue screen appeared that only the chosen ones could see. In the future, this mysterious thing was called a system, which sounded like a joke and was enough to shock the awakened ones. Not only was the system given to the players, but also the players received various rewards, such as strength and skills different from what they had before. The system and rewards appeared out of nowhere. They were used by the players and caused them to grow rapidly compared to other awakened ones. Thanks to the guild leader, who was also a chosen one, the Dawn Guild he was a member of was able to become a first-class guild. He had no direct connection to this, but it motivated him to grow, to boldly remain in the developing guild. He constantly made efforts to develop his skills. In the system window, you can see the learned skills and experience. When the awakened first heard about the system, he thought it was convenient, so it was in fact, and Jong Sung returned to reality and thought that if his skills and experience were transferred from his past life, this skill used on the golem's corpse was one that was not in his past life, because it is a passive skill for absorbing magic. The hero has not heard of any player having such a skill. Are the rewards really only given to him? He thought further. Since it collects energy from contaminated mana, he has an idea on how to obtain this magic. But the guy interrupted himself, deciding to think about it later. Jong Sung looked to the side. There was the bloody body of Toan. The player decided that he should deal with his body. The setting sun illuminated the headquarters of the Hunter Association. The two watched the third one through the blinds. The girl asked the boss if it was okay to let that guy go home, because it was weird that a small guild was clearing an unidentified dungeon and got into an accident. 4 out of 5 died, and the only survivor was a D-rank support. At that time, Jansu was walking down the street towards home. The boss replied that it would not be unusual if he escaped while the others were fighting, but that was not the case, because he delivered their bodies to the association. The girl objected that the gate had already disappeared and there was no more evidence to be found. The girl looked him straight in the face and asked what he thought. She thought something was wrong. Did he think that a D-rank support killed a hunter? The guy hit the girl on the head with a folder and told her to come to her senses, because this was not a civil matter. And he continued that she knew herself. Even if something strange happened, it was impossible to find out what happened in the dungeon. You can only collect evidence as it appears. The girl, holding her head, tried to object, and the guy mockingly said that she had no guesses, because this happens quite often. He turned away and raised the folder up and continued that hunters do not report the gates they find and disappear there without a trace, because if they report to the association, they will hold an auction, they will all be paid, but instead they risk their lives and secretly go there. His fingers squeezed the folder tighter, and he added that it is almost impossible for a small guild to win at the auction. The guy was at the door when he ordered the girl to call this guy for additional investigation or something like that, and he left. She accepted the order and said goodbye. The boss walked down the corridor. On the folder he read the name Jong Song. He thought that he had said this before, but this was not a normal situation, and although it was a normal situation, he could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. The boy remembered the interrogation, where the suspect was acting too calmly. He kept remembering that the boy witnessed the incident, having almost no experience in the dungeons. His panic would be more logical. They'd probably miss something, but he explained everything clearly. Maybe this is just such a person, he met similar ones. And yet the boss thought that something was wrong, and was unable to understand what exactly. He was upset. Then he exhaled and decided that there was no need to worry about it. Jong-sung walked down the street. He decided out loud that he needed to check everything. He looked at the phone screen, thinking that there was something wrong from all sides. He asked again if this was an unidentified gate. He tried to remember, and a picture appeared in his head that all the members saw the application form for the gate, but he did not remember the dungeon itself. There was definitely a stamp on the form, but if they were registered as unidentified, then someone had impersonated the association and deceived the Dawn Guild. Or the association itself was involved, but what worried him most was that this could happen not only to the Dawn Guild. As the investigator said, people disappearing in unidentified gates had already become a problem. And although he did not know the whole story, all the news from different guilds had the same theme. They all had players like the guild leader Toyan. His image appeared in the hero's head, and even young talents who would become heroes in the future. The guy stopped, realizing that someone wanted to wipe these heroes off the face of the earth. Jong-sung decided that now he must carefully hide his abilities. After all, he was the only survivor in an unsolved case, and if he behaved suspiciously, he would be under attack. The player returned to his world and thought that he had about 2 years to prepare before the first player choice, which meant that he needed to activate all the skills and develop them. The protagonist opened the system window, deciding that it was necessary to find a way to develop quickly, without attracting attention. He carefully examined the menu, looking for a useful skill. The protagonist flipped through the windows. Finally, he found what he needed. A year later, blows were heard over the forest. They were also heard among the trees. One of the hunters was fighting a monster. The blade of his weapon cracked, and before the hero's eyes, it flew apart. The monster attacked. The hunter flew to the side, but he managed to land successfully. The guy was under an unpleasant impression of the battle. The monster rushed to attack again. Despair was visible in the hunter's eyes. He screamed and still managed to dodge the blow, finding himself at the feet of his team members and sighing heavily. The monster was approaching them. It was a D-level danger Null Lord, a high-ranking Null with resistance to magic. The hunter held out his sword, shaking, but asked what a Null Lord was doing in an E-rank dungeon, and continued covered in cold sweat, that even D-rank said that he was difficult to fight. The monster rushed to attack. They were saved by a tank. He covered everyone with a shield. His arms were very tense and could hardly withstand the attack. The guy screamed that they would not last that long, and ordered them to do whatever they wanted, but to inflict at least some damage. The death god of low-ranking hunters, the Null Lord is called so not only for his physical abilities. One of the hunters looked at what was happening in despair. Since monsters at this rank are vulnerable to magic, any hunting team relies on it, and then the hunter looked at the mage. The girl was shaking, because the Null Lord did not succumb to this logic, and the hunters, confident in low-level magic, were scared for the first time. The price of such impudence and negligence is usually the complete destruction of the team. At this time, the tank could still hold the monster with his shield. The hunter frantically thought that they only had one fighter who dealt physical damage, but he was bad at hand-to-hand combat, and the weapon was completely broken. There was nothing else to fight with, as they would order him to attack. The guy grabbed his head, thinking that if he had only known that this would happen, he would not have been greedy and would have gathered as many people as possible, and could not have thought that his desire to use as few people as possible and hire a mage would come back to haunt him. Suddenly, the hunter's attention was distracted from the battle. He saw a man with a pick in the distance, and it was an assistant, a man who did not participate in battles, did not have much recognition, the so-called errand boy of the team. The hunter thought to himself that they had an assistant, they could die, and he was busy with something unknown. The thought was interrupted. The guy saw something unusual. The assistant had created a weapon. Or rather, was in the process. The hunter looked, not believing his eyes, asking himself again, did that guy really have the ability to create? High quality cannot be expected here, but still, he decided to take advantage of the chance. And he called out to that guy. The assistant turned around. The hunter ran up to him, and asked him again if he was the creator, and if he could make swords. Jong-sun answered positively. Then the hunter asked him to make a strong sword. The guy snapped, apologizing that he was just an assistant, not a support. The hunter, angry, shouted that it was not the time to say that, didn't he see that everyone was going to die now? And added that if they couldn't handle the boss, then he would die too. Jong-sun sighed, and agreed, setting a condition, at this time connecting the two parts of the hunter's sword. He held the sword in his hands, and the assistant continued that when they cleared the dungeon, everyone should forget about his ability, and when dividing the loot, he wanted to get it as for the work of a support, and if the team agreed, then he would help. The hunter was angry. He shouted that for someone who could not become a creator and works as an assistant, the quality is quite. He stumbled, switching to another aspect. Does he really think that a dungeon can be cleared with only one weapon, and asked why he was so stubborn, and asking about the meaning of the phrase to forget about his ability. Jong-sung repeated the word only, smiling slightly. It amused him. And the tank was still holding back the monster. The assistant continued that a good weapon is a necessary element for clearing the dungeon, and he gives a guarantee. At these words, the hunter looked at the sword. Jong-sung continued that as long as they have this element, they can clear the dungeon. The sun was shining brightly over the building of the Mass Murder Guild, one of the 3 largest guilds in Korea. Heels clicked on the tiles. A girl's shadow appeared on the wall. She knocked on the door. From the other side, permission to enter was heard. The girl announced that the head of the association had sent a request for cooperation. The boss, sitting in a chair, asked again, was it about the errors in the dungeon ranks? The girl answered with agreement, that at first glance it was a normal request for cooperation, but it seemed that the head was ready to pay as much as they said. The boss thoughtfully put his hand to his chin, asked again, clarifying that they had no choice. He glanced at the news about the appearance and clearing of another dungeon, concluding that there was hardly another awakened one capable of entering the forcibly closed gate. The boss stopped his gaze on one of the guys. His face seemed familiar to him. He remembered that a dungeon with an A-rank error appeared in Sekodan a couple of weeks ago. He was sent to this area, so he ended up at the scene. The boss remembered the guy and that another one approached him, in a beige trench coat. The boss was sure that he had definitely seen the guy and from the data identified him as an assistant. Even when new ones appear, the chances of errors in the dungeon are still small, and errors in rank when there are survivors can be counted on the fingers of one hand. In the memories of the boss, the guys seemed to pass by each other, lingering nearby for a while. This assistant was a member of a team that had survivors twice already, and this cannot be a coincidence. The boss stared at one point. The girl said that it seems that recently more and more dungeons with an error in rank have appeared. For example, a D-rank dungeon a couple of days ago, which became a B-rank dungeon and the entire team was instantly destroyed. The boss, meanwhile, sat in the same thoughtfulness. Finally, he turned to the employee and suggested that the Hunters Association must have a lot of problems. The girl replied that many criticize the association. After all, it is their job to analyze, predict and announce the ranks of dungeons. The boss introduced their superior and thought that this guy in the association must be suffering. And again he thought deeply, closing his eyes. Then he abruptly turned his chair to the table and said that since those who have the encroachment skill are getting more and more, he suggested that they introduce an additional committee and observe the situation. He folded his hands and placed them on his knees, continuing by asking how things were going regarding what he asked to study. The subordinate, slightly lowering her head, said that she searched everywhere, but did not find a single weaponsmith of A rank or higher, but received a B rank weapon from a Japanese blacksmith, asking if the boss wanted to check it. He replied that she knew that any weapon below A rank would be destroyed when he used the skill, and did not last long. He stood up from his chair, agreeing that not many weaponsmiths were supports. He decided to lean on the table with both hands and asked to search again, otherwise he would ruin all his weapons, but the girl agreed. There was a knock on the door. The assistant was surprised. A young man looked in, turning to Taeyong. He said that something happened. The boss went to meet him, asking what exactly. The guy continued that an urgent message was received from the association. He checked the location. It was a D-rank dungeon, where their newbies went as a free attack team. The boss, standing in front of him, clarified what rank the dungeon was now. The subordinate replied that it was S. The boss sighed and passed him, saying that they cannot lose newbies, and the situation seemed emergency. He decided to go there personally. The sun was shining brightly outside. The gates to the dungeon were painted red. There were many onlookers and correspondents around. Someone shouted, announcing the arrival of the Guild of Mass Murder. Everyone turned to look at them. Taeyong and his assistants were walking along the road. He was asked to comment on the ongoing errors in the dungeon ranks, asked if it was true that the Hunters Association had sent them a proposal for cooperation, and the assumption that he came in person because his guild members were inside. The girl in a formal suit and glasses, whom he approached, thanked him for his personal presence. He asked about the situation. The girl reported that the attack team that entered had 6 hunters, 2 supports and 1 assistant. All of them were stronger than necessary. But the numbers did not matter, because now the dungeon had changed its rank to C. The boss clarified how long ago they entered. The girl answered that about 2 hours ago. Taeyong thoughtfully repeated this and assured that although he did not know how many of them were still alive, he would do everything in his power, to which the girl in glasses thanked him, bowing slightly. Taeyong stood in front of the entrance to the dungeon with a huge suitcase in his hands, and next to him was his assistant. He threw the suitcase on the ground, and extended his hand to the girl. She opened her bag and looked for something. And finally she found it, and a purple light poured out of the bag. She took out a samurai sword. The girl was a B-rank support. Hisu was the secretary of the Guild of Mass Murders and at the same time had the skill of creating spaces in closed places. The boss, without looking back, took the sword from her hands. In his hands, it became fiery. Taeyong cut the space with it. It was the skill of encroachment. A crack formed. His skill allows him to destroy any wall in the form of a barrier. Pieces broke off from the blade of his weapon. Hissa asked him to be careful. He answered positively and ran forward, and finally came out into another space. His feet were on the tiles. He was inside some building. Teen looked around, assessing the space, temperature and humidity, considering the disgusting smell, indicated a reptile. His gaze fell on the floor. It was clean, which meant that the monster was intelligent. The guy concluded that given the rank of the dungeon, the answer is simple. It was a lizard man, and quite an old one. He saw the corpse of one of them. This is a monster of danger level D, and it is quite long-lived in tribal groups. Looking at the corpses, one can assume the size of the group and their combat power, as well as the level of the injured party, determined in the preliminary calculation. Teen quickly ran past them. The guy stopped, thinking about the worst, and stood in confusion. When he arrived at the place where the team was, he saw something he could not expect at all. The monster opened its mouth and attacked. But one of the hunters repelled its attack. The girl fired arrows at the enemies. One of the monsters was wounded. Taeyong mentally decided that the team was winning. He watched the fight from the side. And he assessed the situation. Judging by the team's movements, the lizard men were much stronger, but Taeyong could not understand what the team's advantage was then. The boss was surprised. The monster knocked the weapon out of the hunter's hands. The guy was terrified and was preparing to accept death. The lizard man swung to strike. Taeyong ran to help, thinking that it was not too late. And the monster's blow met resistance. The blade of his sword met resistance. The monster was confused, and the hunter was saved. Taeyong continued to run to help, not understanding what happened. He turned around, looking for the source of the hunter's salvation, thinking that it was magic, then discarding this assumption, realizing that this weapon was made in the air. He looked closely, asking himself who the master was. Jong-sung stood a little further away, creating a weapon. He felt someone else's gaze on him. The guys stood opposite each other. Their eyes met. The battle with the reptiles continued. The awakened ones activated their mana, keep counting. Jong-sung began to move his finger, counting to 9. Suddenly, something behind him caught his attention. He pointed his finger at Taeyong, who was the 10th player. The man heard that the main characters clearly remembered that there were 9, so he frowned and asked what he was doing. At that moment, one of the awakened ones tightened his grip on the shaft of his weapon. One of the monsters dealt him a blow that pushed him back several meters. The awakened one fell and hit his back painfully. The enemy hung over him, attacking with his huge sword. Taeyong perked up, watching this scene. Jong-sung threw the pickaxe over his shoulder and watched the mana flows. Taeyong lifted himself off the ground, and the enemy responded. The main character watched this action and thought that he did not expect Taeyong to personally come to the rescue. Well, she looked at the cat, but she also thought about the fact that the man was carrying a weapon with him that he did not even use. Suddenly, the streams of power ruffled his hair. The weapons crossed, and fire immediately flared up. Rings of fire immediately lit up around the opponents. Taeyong ordered the awakened to retreat, waving his hand. One of the guys threw her partner over her shoulders to take him away from the battle, thanking the leader. Taeyong and the reptile continued to strike each other. The man's katana was blazing with fire. Each blow was accompanied by a spark. Tachyon attacked, striking several times at once. Finally, the reptile was defeated, fell to the floor. The man's katana was dirty and green liquid, and he himself thought that he was not even fighting at full speed yet, and this was a B-rank weapon, but it was simply too weak. Suddenly, something caught his attention, and he frowned. Another monster ran out of the arch and attacked him. The creature hit the ground, which immediately burst into flames. Taeyong covered himself with his hands, protecting himself from the streams of power. The mana was so strong that he was carried back several meters. Jong-sung approached Taeyong, leaning on his pickaxe, and called out to him. He looked closely at the man and asked if this happened every time he used the skill. While the other awakened were trying to fight the reptile, the protagonist explained that this was a huge wear and tear, to which Taeyong angrily asked if the protagonist was asking for it. Suddenly, blue crystals lit up around the man. These crystals immediately transformed into a new katana. A blue glow emanated from the protagonist's hand when he suggested taking a new weapon. Taeyong studied the katana given to him in surprise when he heard that he should not spoil the poor weapon, and he thought about the fact that the guy created it with one swing. He looked at the gunsmith with interest, considering him not simple, but very skillful. The guy was holding the pickaxe on his shoulder in a relaxed manner, and Taeyong couldn't understand why he was working as an assistant, since he had heard that low-rank supports sometimes went into the dungeon as assistants. Jong-sung reached out to his dirty skating and said that he had one condition. He took away the weapon and said that after clearing it and exiting the dungeon, he must forget about it and its skills. Taeyong touched the new weapon and asked if he could forget it just because the guy wanted it so much. As soon as he touched the new weapon, it began to crumble into thin air. Jong-sung sadly looked away and said that if this doesn't happen, then let him go and chop everyone with his high-class weapon. The man exhaled heavily, feeling sorry for the varnish, and thought that his weapon would be destroyed as soon as he used a skill on it, and he thought that a couple more wouldn't hurt. He looked to the side where I was awake and fighting the lizard and promised to forget. Jong Sung grinned. I suggest that he go and win. Taeyong rushed into battle. The lizard attacked with the fury of a monster. Taeyong rushed at her with all his might. The new cat was blazing with fire. They crossed blades again, and the space exploded with mana. And the lizard screamed and roared, encouraging itself to attack. The monster's sudden weapon broke. Taeyong frowned, surprised to think that he only wanted to reflect the attack, but his weapon shattered. We looked at the new weapon with interest and realized that the control was noticeably better than usual, and this weapon was much stronger. He glanced sideways at the protagonist, who continued to chop crystals, and began to think that he was a gunsmith, the ability to create weapons, at least B rank. At that moment, another lizard attacked him. He parried the attack, his eyes flashing with light. Taeyong pierced the monster with his katana and thought about testing what this weapon was capable of, if he could strengthen his mana. At that moment, the space exploded, filling everything with smoke. Taeyong grabbed the shoulder of the lizard. He struck at the chest, and in an instant, Oka was behind his opponent. The man attacked from behind, aiming his katana. The monster roared in pain when the sharp blade hit his back. Green liquid splashed out of the creature's mouth. Taeyong stood over the defeated enemy, holding his cat in the air. He frowned when he looked at the weapon, thinking that there were no scratches on it, which meant he needed at least the guild leader. At that moment, the awakened ones ran up to him and started shouting that they survived only thanks to him. Taeyong started walking towards them and said that it seemed to him that no one was seriously hurt, and that made him happy. At that moment, Jong Sung was filling his backpack with stones when she heard that the awakened ones thought that with their weapons they couldn't even fight, but they held out thanks to this guy. Taeyong frowned and looked at the protagonist. The rest of the awakened ones smiled, glad that everything ended well. The protagonist continued to zip up his backpack when he heard a question about his name. Without looking up from what he was doing, he asked why he needed to know the name of some assistant. Taeyong leaned over and said that they should at least know each other by name, and then introduced himself. The protagonist turned to him, grabbing the backpack. He straightened up and introduced himself too. The guy looked at the rest of the awakened ones and promised to insert care mana stones, to which they agreed. Taeyong grabbed the protagonist by the shoulder and asked him to wait, then offered to go with him to the boss room. After the man took the backpack from him, the protagonist said that he was just an assistant. Taeyong turned to the protagonist and said that there was already a bug in this dungeon. If they do not defeat the boss, then no one will be able to get out, be it an assistant or a support, to which Jong Sung said that they can defeat the boss themselves. Taeyong looked at the destroyed weapon and said that from what Jong Sung saw, no weapon can cope with his skills, no matter how capable he is it not meaningless if he destroys the weapon he created? The protagonist sighed and replied that his weapon cannot break. Already walking into the dungeon, the man turned around and said that it is the protagonist who thinks so, and they are in a dungeon with a bug, and the creatures living here are unusual lizard men. He looked at the arch leading to the dungeon, said that if the boss was the same, then extra caution would not hurt. Jong Song exhaled heavily and tiredly looked after Taeyong. He dropped his backpacks and agreed. The guy followed Taeyong, saying that he just needed to go with him. The iron cage was swaying, suspended from the ceiling. The whole room was in cobwebs and fog. It was lit only by torches in which fire was burning. Both men stopped, amazed by the scene. The red ears on his head moved, hearing an extraneous sound. In front of them sat the Lord of the Lizards, whose danger level was with a plus. The protagonist nervously swallowed when he heard that it was better to ignore the existing danger levels and information on them. Taeyong smiled with satisfaction and suggested putting an end to this as soon as possible. The man waved his sword, calling for fire, and said that if they were contained, the weapon could fall apart, but what the protagonist, putting his hands in his pocket, said that he had already mentioned that the weapon would not fall apart. Taeyong looked at the new opponent and heard that if he does not believe it, you should check. The enemy's ears twitched again. The lizard lord appeared and sent his lizard at the enemies, which growled with anger. Its tongue even fell out from the desire to fight. The lord got angry. He pulled out a weapon, preparing for battle. His pet dog rushed into battle with burning eyes. He moved towards Jong Sun and Taeyong. The latter had already drawn his sword and was ready to attack. The lizard's eyes blazed scarlet. The monster began to beat its tail with anger. The creature opened its mouth and growled with anger even more ferociously. Taeyong stopped and drew his weapon. With the help of its tail, the lizard created a stream of energy that threw the guy back a couple of meters, although he tried to protect himself and stay in place. Taeyong prepared to jump, standing on his toes. He rushed upward. The lizard lord also hurried to intervene in the fight, flying towards his enemy. Their blades met in the air, the man was serious, and the lizard lord smiled. They were thrown in different directions. The monster's claws closed on the harness. The lizard lord took the belt and saddled his pet with a burning mouth. The lizard released a stream of fire. A wall appeared in front of Taeyong, which he did not expect. It was a shield that was able to protect the guy from the fire that was everywhere. It was controlled by Jong Sung, who was standing nearby. The flames had already stopped, the beast continued to roar and Taeyong was thrown back. He found himself next to the main character, and immediately asked if he was a gunsmith, to which Jong-sung explained that a shield can also be a weapon, had Taeyong never been hit by a weapon. Preparing for a new attack, Taeyong said that when they get out of here, he will need to ask Shin Jong-sung about many things. A moment and the guy was already running, and Jong-sung stood further away and watched. The Lizard Lord also rushed to attack. He released a weapon that was rapidly approaching the guy. Taeyong's sword was burning, ready to attack, but the Lizard Lord's weapon was encircled by a sword. It was chained. The enemy pulled the chains towards himself, continuing to smile evilly. His pet was preparing to meet the guy flying towards them. Jong-sung put his hand forward and declared that they were wasting their time. It was time to fight. A new weapon appeared in Taeyong's hand, who grinned and asked if the guy had asked him to test it. The sword formed completely, and Taeyong heard in the distance that what he had said was only said about horses. Meanwhile, the fight continued, and the guy fought back as best he could. Green liquid was already spraying out of the lizard. The Lizard Lord shouted the name of his animal and got angry. Taeyong threw the sword at the enemy, but he managed to dodge and the weapon flew past. They stood facing each other, both fierce. Taeyong kicked the boss back a few meters. The Lizard Lord landed not far from the carcass of his dead pet. Taeyong was already making a new attack in a jump, raising his sword. His weapon burst into flames. The boss was surprised. The blow in the body of the Lizard Lord was thrown back by the stream of fire. His body was damaged, and he was left without an arm. Suddenly, he noticed a man standing in the distance. Taking the weapon tighter in his hand, he rushed towards Jong-sung. Pulling the pole back, the creature ran to strike. Already near the neck, his weapon stopped. The monster did not understand what was happening, and his body began to tremble slightly. Jong-sung's eyes lit up with a blue flame. He asked the boss who he was pointing the weapon at. At this time, behind the Lizard Lord, a fire was burning and an angry Taeyong was coming out of it. The monster bared his teeth, as he was defeated. In the city, reporters were standing in front of the portal that appeared. Suddenly, the gate began to move. People were waiting for the opening and when the dungeon would be cleared. Taeyong and his comrades came out of the portal. The reporters immediately pounced on them, asking a lot of questions. What was in the dungeon? What happened to the boss? Hisu only asked if the guild leader Taeyong was injured, to which he answered the girl that he was fine. The residents thanked the man for saving them with smiles on their faces. Jong-sung, holding a backpack in his hands, did not pay attention to the praise of the guild leader. He received money in advance, so he decided to just leave. The guy looked at his former comrades for the last time. He walked away, and none of the people noticed his absence. One of the reporters pointed a microphone at the man and turned to Taeyong, asking how he managed to clear the dungeon so quickly. It must have been very easy for him. The guild leader answered with a smile that he was not alone there, and then turned around. Turning around, he did not see the guy he was looking for in the crowd, and the reporter was wondering that the whole team was defending themselves, and Taeyong had dealt with everything alone. Looking at the broken weapons, the team members confirmed the reporter's words, saying that everything was broken and that if it weren't for the guild leader, they would have been destroyed long ago. Taeyong turned around and shook the team member out of anger, not understanding what he was talking about. Because you have to thank the one who gave you the weapon for it. The guy didn't understand who the guild leader meant. Moving closer, Taeyong said that he meant the support who was there as an assistant, a gunsmith. The guy in front of him still didn't understand what they were talking about. Turning to the other team members, the guy asked if that assistant had such abilities. Taeyong asked if no one had seen him create weapons, but everyone was surprised, hearing this information for the first time. Looking at the backpack standing on the ground, the team members argued about what kind of weapon the support had, and remembered that he had collected all the mana stones. Taeyong didn't listen to them. He was in his memories and thoughts, remembering that that guy had created weapons for everyone, but they had forgotten about it. These very moments and Jiang Khan's words flashed before his eyes, asking him to forget everything related to his ability. Taeyong perked up in surprise since perhaps this was a fee, as he could use a skill of A rank or higher. The guild leader was pulled out of his thoughts by a call. Behind him stood Hissa and a healthy guy. Taeyong threw a suitcase into his hands. He abruptly rushed away, ignoring the screams. Hissa and the man looked after him in surprise. Taeyong rushed through people without looking back. Looking around, he wondered where that guy had gone. Had he really left? The man stopped. Jong-sung stood by the wall. Taeyong froze, watching the city. He looked around. Hisu and the man caught up with him, asking what was wrong. The guild leader turned to them and said that he needed to find someone right now. He closed his eyes and smiled. At this moment, the protagonist walked further down the street. Hisu's voice rang out in the guild, saying that she had located Jong-sung. The girl stood in front of her leader, saying that the guy had entered the D-rank dungeon near Songpagu around 1 p.m. with a group of 5. Taeyong leaned back in his chair and said that it was a good job, since Songpagu was not far from here, when the girl said that she wanted to ask something. She inhaled excitedly and said that Jong-sung was only a D-rank creator, so why was the leader interested in him? To this the man only looked at the phone and asked if the girl really thought so, and to herself thought that of course this guy would be a D-rank creator, otherwise it would be difficult to think of anything else. He began to scroll through his indicators and think about his status, in the past, and all the information that hinted that he was really a D-rank. Suddenly Taeyong was attracted by the registration number in the guy's data and thought that his fee refutes everything, and the system reported that rank A as payment for creating an item can subordinate the request lender. The essence and obligation of the request depends on the user's qualification. The man looked out the window and thought that the payment qualification was very high, and he had never met anyone who used it like that, and the ability to get rich is used to hide your identity. Taeyong squinted and thought that such a gunsmith could easily gain a level. He leaned over his tablet and began to think that he would find out everything when they met again. He clenched his hand into a fist, thinking about what he felt then, something he had never felt before. The man remembered how he clutched the hilt of the sword. He remembered himself in battle and thought that he could fight with all his strength then, without worrying about the weapon breaking. Taeyong thought about his acquaintance, the blacksmith, and that he had met many blacksmiths who were considered the greatest. Then he took the forged man and the sword in his hands and waited. He remembered himself, engulfed in the fire of the brazier. The blacksmith looked at him with interest, scratching his beard. Taeyong swung his new weapon. The sword, still engulfed in flames, cut through the air. A huge fiery strip pierced the space. The man frowned. He touched the ball, broken by his own strength. There were several more swords like this on the blacksmith's table. The forge master grabbed his hair in panic that his weapon was broken. Taeyong left the forge without buying anything, since one of the swords didn't live up to his expectations. He left the confused blacksmith behind, thinking about how the ability to create is limited to the type of normal weapons. The man thought about several types of weapons and how Jong Sung created something that was significantly beyond the limitations of the ability and types, as if there were no restrictions. He remembered that blade that his own fire couldn't destroy, thought about how with the protagonist's ability, it was possible, and this is something he didn't use because he didn't have the right weapon. Taeyong leaned on the table tiredly, thinking about how the time it takes for a 5-man team to clear a D-rank dungeon is usually about 4 hours, and they had about an hour left, so he asked Hiso out loud if there was anything else left on the schedule for today. The girl turned to the director who was leaving the office and reminded him that he had a meeting with the head of the Henmei Guild at 7, to which he replied that he wanted to make sure that he wouldn't miss him. The gate opened. Blood was oozing out of the goblin's body, as he had been wounded by several weapons at once. The warrior stood with his sword at the ready, when his opponent fell to the ground. He looked at his defeated enemy in surprise and thought that this couldn't be, as this sword couldn't have been made by an assistant. He looked at his shattered weapon, thinking that if such a large amount of mana could destroy a boss's weapon, it must be an S-rank or B-rank ability. Jong Sung let out a heavy sigh as one of the team members thought that when his new weapon fell apart, he thought that they were finished, but to think that an assistant had such an ability. The protagonist looked at the sword he had just created, and heard that it was simply amazing. The chained Vlad and warrior said with a smile that he had never seen such a high-quality sword. He turned to the assistant and thanked him from the bottom of his heart, holding his new weapon in his hands. The girl holding the staff heard that if this assistant was not in any kind of sleeve, and he should be taken to them, and she thought it was a good idea. Jong Sung looked at them with interest when he heard that his new comrades thought that he was ashamed to be an assistant. He narrowed his eyes when he heard that this guy had an eye for such things. He looked at his new comrades chatting with interest and thought that he had used more mana than he had intended, and to think that this team was suffering so much, even though it wasn't even a glitch dungeon. He looked at the crystals sticking out of the walls and muttered that if he had his mother back then, it would have been different. Suddenly, the space was covered with a grid of the system. The guy thought that in the dungeon he felt an incredible amount of mana that he had never felt before. He remembered the ice monster and how after defeating the golem, when he spent it all, it didn't appear anymore. The protagonist clenched his fist. Jong Sung looked at his palm, embraced by mana, thought that what he felt now was nothing more than the mana of an awakened Drang, but it was reassuring that there were no problems with creating weapons. He materialized a pickaxe and muttered that who would have thought that memories could help so much. He thought about the 2 different weapons and how the basic skill of the creator is creation, which helps in creating special items, and although the skill is very intuitive, the quality is proportional to the amount of mana used. There is one way to increase the efficiency of the skill, but it is not known yet. The main characters thought about a simple ball and the level of understanding, since the higher the level of understanding of the item being created, the better the quality. Jong Sung imagined the diagram of the ball creation and thought that the best thing about this skill is that as the quality increases, the efficiency of mana also increases, so when using the same amount of magic and creating the same item, depending on the level of understanding, there will be a significant difference in quality. He remembered how much he trained when he learned about this hidden feature, because studying materials, training a support, and going to the workshop for weapon creation classes were what he got more than he expected. Jong Sung swung his pickaxe and knocked out the crystals. The bright light blinded for a moment, The protagonist thought that he did not know how much better he had become, but compared to the amount of mana used, this quality was not just an addition. The protagonist picked up the knocked out stone and thought that this was still not enough, since it was difficult to use both creations and a fee at the same time. He thought about the decorations that could be sold at a high price using these crystals, his equipment, on which mana depended, which was also expensive, so now there was no way to get it. The guy began to put the crystals in his backpack, thinking that he could at least buy a mana potion, and this is the only mass-produced item that affects mana. He opened the system window, realizing that he needed to order a couple of potions, but the assistant's salary would still be difficult, and however, no one would take a pre-rank support, so he still had no choice. The protagonist reassured himself that he had a good result, after which a system window opened, where it was written a mana absorption skills. The guy pressed something, telling himself that there was very little left to achieve the goal of absorbing mana, about 20%. He turned off the system and thought that a couple of dungeons would not be enough, since one significant dungeon is just over 1% of mana, and this is too low efficiency, so there was only one way left for him, namely, to go to the dungeon with an error. He remembered how he cast a spell on the Lizard King and thought that this was the only way to absorb a lot of mana at once, since there, compared to other dungeons, several times more mana was absorbed, and this was exactly the place he needed. He remembered the unexpected guest in that dungeon and thought that the thing is that the error is difficult to predict before entering the dungeon, and the past dungeon with an error would have been difficult to pass if not for that person. Jong Sung grabbed his backpacks and headed towards the exit, muttering then that he needed to guess the dungeon with at least a C-rank boss and prepare himself, since the only way to grow as awakened children of rank is to know the reward for absorbing mana. He walked out of the gate, listening to everyone do well. The dungeon comrades began to say goodbye to each other, promising to meet again. He looked at everyone, walking away from the gate thinking about how he erased their memories. Suddenly, someone called out to the guys, and his eyes widened in surprise. Jong Sung turned around. Taeyong was walking towards him. The man approached him with a smile and asked if he remembered him. The main characters remained silent, realizing that his ability did not work on this man. He nervously scratched his neck and asked if he should check if he said he did not remember. Taeyong shook her head, handing over the business card. Jong Sung took the card and asked what business they were calling him about. Looking at the card, he heard that the man needed to talk to him about something. The card only had the name of the guild when the protagonist heard the request for a minute. The protagonist thought about the famous players and how the mass murder guild was one of the best in Korea. He was still staring at the card, thinking that he couldn't join such a big guild yet, so he should find an excuse and leave. He turned away from the man and said that he didn't have time, as he was rushing to an important meeting. Suddenly, a heavy hand fell on his shoulder, and Taeyong said that his interlocutor would not regret this conversation. The man waved his hand and said that he would not take up much of his time, and that they would pay for dinner. The protagonist turned to him with interest and said that the position of the guild leader must free up a lot of time for him if he spends it on a D-rank support, but he smirked and said that you could say that too. Jong Sung looked tiredly at the interlocutor and thought that he didn't really like it, but she needed to check how well the payment worked for him. He passed by Taeyong, agreeing to dinner and saying that it should be quick. The guild leader smirked contentedly. Hisu watched the two guys who were already walking in the other direction. The rays of sunset slid across the house. The trio were sitting at a richly laid table. The hero took the chopsticks without interest, about to say something. Taeyong looked at him with folded arms. The guy asked what business the head of the mass murder guild had with a support like him. He doubted that he came to him just to chat. The man frowned and reminded that he was a berserker, and because of his incredible strength he needed a weapon that could withstand such a load. He remembered how he chose a weapon and said that the most important thing in the work of a berserker is to find a supplier of a suitable weapon. He visited many places in search of it. He walked around the country and beyond, starting with a blacksmith who was called the best in his field. The old man filled a katana for him with energy. If there was even the slightest opportunity, he would order a weapon. Time and money would not matter. Taeyong took the weapon in his hands and put his energy into it, but every sword he had. The man looked forward carefully. The tip cracked. The weapon could not withstand his abilities. The berserker closed his eyes in understanding. He looked away and said that in his case there was only one exception. He remembered the hero. He handed him the sword. He was the one they were talking about. Jong Sung ate slowly and thought that one thing was clear. The fee had absolutely no effect on the warrior. He didn't think that the berserker had a skill to cancel. It was very careless of him. He leaned on the table and told himself that he needed to be more careful when using his skill on high-ranking hunters. The man picked up a glass and said that he would say everything directly. Hissa looked at her partner in surprise. He asked if the guy wanted to join his guild. The girl looked closely at her friend. He already knew that Jong Sung was not a member of any guild. He promised that if he joined his guild, he would get only the best. Taeyong looked at his interlocutor and said that they would pay 10 billion won for joining, and would also pay separately for operating costs and dividends. He proposed a contract for a year, and with each renewal, the fee would increase by 10%. The hero nodded silently and apologized for interrupting the leader. He stood up and said that he was not planning on joining the guild now and would have to refuse. A smile appeared on Jiangsun's face. He said that if that was all, then he should go. He thanked for the food. Taeyong remained sitting and kept calling out to the guy who was leaving. Hissa looked at the door with excitement and asked why the guild leader made such an offer. Berserker frowned. The secretary said that he could not do such a thing without a reason. The man opened his mouth, turning to the lady. His hand tightened its grip on the glass. He said that if she had experienced what he had then, she would not have said such a thing. The reflection looked sadly at its owner. He said that it had been a long time since he had not felt the scream of the weapon. A battle flashed in his head. With such a weapon it seemed that he could handle everything. The weapon held. Taeyong took a sip and thought. It was not only because of this feeling. He asked how much did that high-ranking weapon cost that he destroyed in 1 year? A drop of sweat ran down the girl's face. She realized that the guild leader spends truly astronomical amounts on weapons. Despite the fact that it breaks, unable to withstand the load, if the weapon is not above a certain rank, it will not allow the guild leader to use his abilities. The secretary opened her mouth and said that if it were possible, then such a fee for concluding a contract is really negligible. The guild leader looked thoughtfully into the glass. The lady said that for now the problem is that no one is capable of this, considering those who are called the best. The berserker twisted his mouth and said that the hero could definitely do it. Hissa shuddered. Taeyong smiled widely and said that no matter what the hero asked, he wanted to recruit him at any cost. The orange sky stood above the city. Jiangsun walked along the streets and sighed. He could not even think that the day would come when he would refuse a top guild. The building of the Guild of Mass Murder appeared in his head. He understood that this would help him a lot, but it was too early. Jiangsun put his hands in his pocket. He understood that he just needed to be patient, because he knew that Taeyong would definitely find him again. After some time in the dungeon, dead goblins lay on the floor. One of the hunters was torn to pieces in front of his partner. The guy was breathing heavily, holding his sword forward. He asked who was in front of him. The stranger plunged a huge sword into the victim's body and said that it was quite significant, because at such moments people usually howl and beg to be saved before losing consciousness. The blue-haired hunter smiled and asked if the one who would become a hero was really another person. The guy looked at the stranger in fear and asked if he really wanted to kill them and take the trophies. But he replied that everything was not so boring, but he did not want to tell anything. His hand squeezed the hilt of the sword. It seemed to him that telling something to someone who was about to die would be a waste of energy, but he would tell him if he defeated him. The man smiled menacingly and called him to him as soon as possible if he did not want to die. The guy was all twisted. He realized that he was not an ordinary opponent. He would die at a distance. Slightly bending over, he ran forward, intending to exchange his arm or leg for victory. Swing. The blue-haired man cheerfully blocks the blow. The young man screams at the top of his lungs. He throws many blows forward. The enemy's gaze becomes serious. A moment later, the knocked-out sword flies away at great speed. The young hunter watches it with fear. Swing. Suddenly, the boy is on his knees, and the villain throws the sword over his shoulder. He kicks the boy into the air. He crashes into the wall. His eyes roll back and his body trembles with pain. The unknown man slowly walks towards him, dragging the sword. He volunteered because this was the first hero's destruction in a year. But who would have thought that he would be just a small fry? A shadow fell on his frightened face. The man said that the courage that was needed for this was worthy of praise. The boy began to call for help. The killer with a sly smile raised the sword behind his head and promised to deal with the young hunter. Swing and blood flies in all directions. Dead goblins lie nearby. The killer looked at the corpses with disgust. He thought that for the first time in a long time he would have to fight. He jabbed the sword into the dead man's stomach and said that this could not even be considered a warm-up. He looked closely at the mutilated face and asked why it expressed injustice. He took out his phone and asked not to worry. He would report that he fought the boss and died a hero. There was a flash. The man licked his lips and said that this was a common thing in a dungeon with a rank error. The psycho stood for a while and admired his work. The blue-haired man bared his fang and moaned contentedly, studying the photo. His finger was scrolling through the collection of photos to which he dedicated his entire life. Suddenly, the unknown man bent over. He twisted his mouth and said that he hated feeling the vile energy. He demanded that the person present hide the energy, or not hide. The doors to the hall swung open and the one the warrior called the priestess entered. The girl covered in purple energy smiled, apologized and said that she was just in a hurry, because there were valuable components here. The man took out his sword and noticed that there were only idiots here. The lady calmly walked past while her friend grumbled. She turned around menacingly and asked if he really wanted to go against the will of the executioner. The killer turned away. The girl exhaled. He called her too sensitive and asked her to clean up. The hunter walked forward and in a gloomy tone asked not to forget about the promise. He introduced a group of hunters and said that she would send an S-rank hunter to him, and he was hanging around with her only for that. The priestess created a portal in the form of a star and said that because of this damned consciousness or something, he needed to kill them. he could not use his power to the fullest. The girl smiled, interrupted him and asked not to worry, because she would soon contact him. Blood gushed from the cracks. The question arose, who would it be this time? A demonic paw appeared from the ground. The priestess smiled enthusiastically and gasped. Her child in the form of a monster crawled out of the ground. At this time, a crowd gathered in front of the portal. Jong-sung looked ahead in surprise. Taeyum, with a mask on his face, adjusted his cap and asked if the hero was really here. The men stopped opposite each other. The guy smiled and asked what the leader was doing here. He looked at him closely and noticed that he had good eyesight, since he recognized him right away. He pointed to the case behind his back and said that he only knew one person who carried a weapon like that, so what was he doing here? Taeyum looked up and replied that he was going to the gate. Jong-sung asked in surprise why such a low-ranking gate. He replied that the guild member who was supposed to go suddenly fell ill and so he would be in his place. The team turned around and hurried the rest. Berserker nodded to the gunsmith and suggested that they go. The hero knew that he would find him again, but did not think so quickly. He followed, looked to the side and began to make adjustments to his plan. The hunters found themselves in a dark, high cave. The players were walking around a small area and looking around. Taeyum glanced at the gunsmith. Jong-sung turned to him and was asked why he didn't join his guild. The guy calmly looked at him and said that he had already given an answer. He moved forward and said that he did not want to talk about it anymore. The guy stopped. He was asked if he heard about the gate auction that was held this morning in Chuncheon. He looked ahead and saw a couple discussing that the Hyun guild won it. The girl replied that her friend was there. She heard that they named such a high price that no one even tried. Jong-sung pulled on the strap of his backpack and thought about what he heard. Did the guild really find something in the C-rank gate? He shuddered. The berserker asked, "Is the youth interested in buying a gate?" He calmly looked ahead and said that if he joined their guild, he would be able to easily buy a special gate above rank B, since there are privileges that only famous guilds can enjoy. For Awakened, the guild name is very important. People will envy or admire, and you will not only receive work, but also an incomparable income and rewards compared to other Awakened. In addition, along with the acquired rights, you can put forward many demands. For example, you can get an entrance ticket to a special gate at an auction, a great influence not only on talent, but also on the dynamics of relationships and politics. Thanks to this structure, the rare treasures that can be obtained in such places are naturally captured by large guilds. Taeyum spread his hands and said that you need to have a goal that you strive for as an awakened one, whatever it is. With mass murders this goal will be easier to achieve. He still does not understand the reason for the refusal, but the hero rudely replied that it is none of their business. He turned and said that he understands why they are doing this, because no one has ever refused an offer to join a guild of mass murder. Taeyum flinched. The gunsmith offered to clarify. He stated that he will never join any guild. The weapon master walked forward, leaving the warrior behind. The guild leader looked down and thought that because of the injury received after the destruction of the Dawn Guild, which he read about in the report, it could be the whole reason. He looked at the guy's back and decided whatever it was, he cannot give up. The squad moved through the darkness of the caves. Taeyum adjusted his cap and turned towards the sound. One of the players was removing cobwebs from his hair. The mage raised his glowing staff so that everyone could see the large growths of web. The knight stepped forward and announced that this was where the monster territory began. He decided to clarify everything because everyone around him, as he thought, were newbies. He pointed to the vaults of the cave and said that everyone had read the intelligence. A legion spider appears here. He imagined a bunch of spider eyes in the darkness and said that the difficulty level of each creature is low, but the peculiarity is that they live in groups and according to the results of intelligence there are about 50 of them, and this is not much. Taeyum sat down during the story and began to take out his weapon, while the leader of the group said that the spiders have paralytic poison in their fangs, so the hunters should not let themselves be bitten. Berserker took out his katana, looked into the darkness, and said that they will appear now. He told everyone to come closer. Jong-sung smiled and asked not to worry about the assistant and prepare for battle. The man straightened up and said that all combat units must protect supports and assistants. This is a rule that all hunters must follow regardless of ability and situation. The weapon master glared at his interlocutor, but ahead, they shouted about the approach of creatures. The magician raised his staff to the ceiling. The spider's claw dug into the stone. One by one, they began to crawl out of small passages and cracks. One of the warriors began to tremble and began to try to calm himself. The spider slowly approached him. The guy said that they would definitely win if they did as they were taught. The system showed a description of the legion spider. The guy with the sword screamed, and the monsters rushed to attack. The man turned sharply. The newbie hacked his first spider. He gritted his teeth and ran forward. Another blow, his weapon allowed him to cut the creature in two. The monsters began to crawl onto the huge shield covered in mana. The shielder and the mage fired a beam of energy through the shield. The girl held the staff in front of her. Everything around sparkled with lightning. Her discharges hit a bunch of monsters, hitting and stunning all the enemies. Taeyum watched their battle and noticed that all this was not bad for AD rank. He decided that there was no need to worry about them. Zhang Song looked forward in surprise, from which the berserker turned back again. A huge number of eyes lit up in the dark passage ahead. The creatures rushed at their prey. The guild leader stood in a fighting stance. His katana was covered in fire. The blow of flame turned the cave into a furnace. On the ground there was only ash and chitinous scraps with puddles of evaporating poison. The berserker swung his katana and moved forward. He noted that the survivability of these spiders is quite low compared to other monsters. He only needs to release a little chi from the sword and he does not even need to use the blade. The fiery whirlwind devoured the insects. Taeyong hoped that this way he would be able to finish the raid without losing his weapon. The man turned around in fear. Someone called for help. A group of young hunters were surrounded by spiders. The shield man raised his shield and cursed. Having counted at least several hundred spiders, he began to complain about those who went on reconnaissance. The guy raised his sword higher and said that this time it would be difficult. The magician informed everyone that he was running out of mana. Energy flashes of battle sparkled in the far corner of the hall. The berserker ran forward and ordered the gunsmith to follow him, but he calmly went the other way and ordered to help others until he finished here and came himself. The head of the guild turned in surprise and was indignant. The support calmly walked into the thick of the spider nest. He screamed and told the guy to lie down. He understood that if he did not use the sword chi, the gunsmith would suffer. Zhang Song slowly closed his eyes. He had everything under control. When he opened them, the pupils began to glow blue. Many glowing lines formed a grid in the cave space. One of the beams pierced the belly of the creature. The eyes of the guild leader opened wide. The spider's head fell to his feet. The hero thought that of all the weapons that he could create so far, the sword would be the best quality. He raised his fingers and told himself that it would be more effective to create several swords and dump them all, but with the current amount of mana, this is impossible. A blue plate appeared in the air. A finger traced the air. Zhang Song decided that this was the best thing to do. Flash. A glowing arc appeared around the guy's head. The gunsmith looked to the side, and at the command of the finger, light poured where it pointed. The last of the strips sharpened. It was approaching the spider. The monster pierced through. The light began to wriggle like a snake and kill everyone around. The entire cave was gradually covered with a bright, deadly net. The finger jerked up. Zhang Song looked ahead sullenly. He was all ablaze with blue light. The ball of glowing threads left no one around him. Taeyong looked at the simple assistant in horror. He looked at him with a slight smile, while the corpses of the animals fell to the ground. The glowing sword pierced the wounded spider. The man looked at him in surprise, noting that he had just seen an area attack. The sword began to evaporate. In less than 10 seconds of battle, the hero dealt with all the spiders. He looked at the simple-minded boy who used materialization in battle. Taeyong decided that Zhang Song was, first of all, a very talented support, capable of fighting. The hero pointed towards the hunters and asked, "Isn't the guild leader coming to help them?" The berserker turned around in fear. Hordes of spiders were already pressing on the unfortunate trio. The situation was not the best. The man covered himself in fire, and said that they would talk normally when it was all over. He turned to the master of weapons, who wanted to say something else. He pointed to the corpses behind him and ordered him to sort it all out. The hunters would not think that the assistant did it anyway. Taeyong pulled off his mask and thought. His foot rested on a stone. He was preparing to dash. The fireman ran forward. Minutes later, charred bodies of monsters remained on the ground. The hunters began to thank him for saving them. The man smiled and said that he was a little surprised. At first it seemed to him that he looked familiar. The head of the guild looked at him. The shield man did not expect that he would ever be able to meet him. The warrior apologized for not telling the truth, because he wanted to quietly explore the dungeon. The girl mage was amazed by the apology. Taeyong spread his hands. The mage's cheeks blushed. She said that watching him fight the spiders was very cool. She hoped that she would be able to take a photo with him one day. Then the scouts returned and the girl irritably squeezed her staff. Zhang Sun and the hunter walked towards them with filled backpacks. There were side resources. The guy smiled and noticed that there were no more monsters here. He illuminated the passage formed after the collapse with a lamp and suggested moving on. The shield man nodded tiredly and said that they were no longer able to continue the cleanup. He was sorry to do so, but he suggested ending it here. The man folded his arms across his chest and said that the number of legion spiders they encountered and the geography of the dungeon were completely different from the intelligence report. Dungeons exist behind the gates. Separate from the human world, dungeons are an area with strange creatures and geographical features that they will not encounter on Earth. The scout watched the portal from afar. At this point the concept of dungeons and Awakened was not fully defined, so for those who had just recently awakened, the most important thing was information about dungeons. Few Awakened could adapt to a dungeon if they had not encountered one before, which meant defeat and, in the worst case, death. The scout jumped from the tree at a tremendous speed, Awakened with the ability to detect and hide their tracks united and began to collect intelligence on the dungeon. His feet barely touched the ground. The hunter looked at the back of his prey. The rank of the dungeon increased greatly after such reconnaissance. The man took out a book and a pen. People like him were called scouts. The shield man looked to the side and said that the accuracy of intelligence usually exceeded 98%, and it was unlikely that this was just a mistake. The possibility that this was the same dungeon with an error in rank could not be ruled out. The young hunter looked at him in confusion. Sweat began to flow down his face. He looked at the guild leader and, since he was with them, suggested continuing. The team leader raised his hands. He understood that the people wanted to continue clearing, but the guild leader's help was not enough, because if they were not careful, everyone could be in danger. The guy raised his hand in fear and said that he really wanted to clear this dungeon because he had personal reasons. Was there really no way? The commander lowered his eyes and asked, what could be more important than life? The young couple shuddered. The man said that if they went into the room with the boss there would be no way back, and he also did not want to leave. But first they needed to go out and report the situation. The shield man shuddered. Taeyong said that he agreed with them. He looked at everyone and explained that even if he came here to study everything, he was still a member of the team, and if it was possible to come to some conclusion by going through with the team, then he saw no reason to retreat. He looked at the assistant, and added that if he wanted to study everything, he needed to get to the boss room. The gunsmith turned and nodded briefly. The shield man bowed and said that in that case he trusted them with it. He looked nervously at the guild leader and wanted to hand over the role of commander to him, but the latter asked him not to worry. He smiled and asked to continue leading. The tank adjusted his strap and suggested that in that case they should go. Everyone followed him. The team slowly went deeper into the new passage. A few minutes later they found themselves in front of large doors. The commander turned to the squad and assumed that they had arrived at the boss room, so he would give the final instructions. He looked at the others and said that the boss of this dungeon was the Spider Queen, who had rank D+. Cocoons with victims hung from the ceiling. A huge creature was crawling between them. Its belly hung over the floor. The commander reported that its overall combat abilities were quite low, and she is considered a fairly simple boss, mainly giving birth to legion spiders. The man rested against the door and explained that this was the initial information, but they did not know what kind of creature was behind this door. The hunter began to push and ordered him to help. A strip of light fell into the dark room. The girl stepped forward and lit her staff. Taeyong looked around warily. He did not feel any special signs. His eyes slowly studied the space. He did not feel anything at all. The squad took a fighting stance. Cold light drew a huge face of the boss from the darkness. The young hunter looked at the leader and asked if this was the queen they were told about. The staff began to generate an electric field. The girl said that she would attack first. A huge electric net flew forward. The boss room instantly charged with energy. Everything trembled and began to fall. The huntress made a joyful gesture with her hand and smiled. Suddenly, her eyes opened wide. There were still sparks in the air, but nothing else had changed. The shield man shuddered, realizing that the boss was already dead. He had never heard of anything like that. The man turned to the others and decided to suggest that they leave. Suddenly, everyone was pierced by terrible fear. Pupils trembled, sweat ran like a river. Someone stepped on the remains of the boss. A female silhouette with a spider head screamed piercingly. A huge Arachne appeared from the darkness. She smiled a faint smile. The young couple trembled and dropped their weapons. The creature tried to hit them with a claw. A flash of warm light. Fire flared up under the belly of a huge woman. The berserker got into a fighting stance. He could not even imagine that a B-rank monster would appear here. He understood that if you do not know how to handle a sword, you will not leave even a scratch on her. His hand was shaking and the sword was already cracking at the seams. He decided that he needed to inflict as much damage as possible in one swing. A fiery whirlwind engulfed the monster. After another swing, the sword split into pieces. Arachne decided to attack him at that moment. Because of the broken sword, Taeyong could not inflict a fatal blow on her. The earth trembled. The spider's claw hit the beam of light. Weapons began to appear in front of the guild leader. Jong Song entered the creation mode and told the young hunters to stall for time. The boss only smiled, instinctively anticipating an interesting fight. The creator stretched out his palm forward. His body was shaking, he writhed in pain. His fingers curled, his body spent all his mana. His left hand took out a vial of liquid. It was still incredible that he was able to hold out for so long with his amount of mana. Jong Song drank another mana potion, which he could only drink once a day. The empty bottle fell to the ground. The hero reminded himself that if he drank more, he would become addicted. He wiped his mouth, covered himself in mana and said that the effect was very good. Taeyong looked tensely at the approaching monster. He understood that he was late with the attack. Suddenly, he noticed an energy form in front of him. He looked at Jong Song, who was going to make him a suitable weapon. The assistant nodded briefly to him. Arachne was a B-rank boss. If not for the mistake, there should only be a C-rank boss called the Spider Queen. The hunters looked at the creature in fear. Their last hope was the guild leader, because it would be difficult for them to deal with this boss. The queen's corpse lay in the darkness, already forgotten by everyone. As soon as the danger level exceeds B, the level itself changes. A swing of claws. A flash of fire. The berserker manages to repel the attack with the remains of the sword. The giant furry only smiles. The man continues to fight her furiously. Jong Sung stared at him and thought that the pure combat power of the leader exceeded 5 A-rank fighters, and regarding the ability of Arachne. He sighed and decided that he could not rely only on Taeyun. He ordered everyone to stand up. The hunters looked at him in fear. The hero ordered them to be ready to fight, because the monster changed its target. The shield man jumped off the ground and asked who the hero was. Everyone stood up and looked at him. The young hunter asked why such a talented awakened one went to work as an assistant. Jong Sung looked at them with a cold blue gaze. Legion spiders appeared on the battlefield. The hero said that they first needed to sort out something. He pointed his hand at them. Weapons began to appear in front of the hunters. The guy ordered them to choose. A new staff and a new shield appeared in front of the mage. Jong Sung ordered them to clear the dungeon by fighting the spiders. The gunsmith looked ahead gloomily and suggested that they run away and wait outside until everything was decided here as an alternative. He smiled and extended his hand. After all, he was sure that the team would make the right choice. The very first swing cut off part of the spider's body. The young hunter confidently dealt with the hordes of creatures. He looked at the enemies in surprise and noted an incredible feeling. His hand confidently squeezed the handle. He had never held such a weapon in his hands. The fighter made a cross swing and killed everyone. Parts of the insects' bodies flew in all directions. The guy felt like he was cutting paper. Was it really always so easy to kill monsters? He heard the crackle of lightning and turned back. The girl delightedly released her most powerful charges. She raised the staff above herself. Her eyes flashed blue and an endless flash of electricity was heard. The entire battlefield was pierced by tongues of deadly magic. The commander looked out from behind the shield and noticed that not only the weapon had changed, but also the power of their skills had increased several times. The creatures were flying apart. The question arose, how good were their weapons? That allowed them to do such things? The man exhaled steam. Jong Sun looked around seriously. Creating a new weapon, the commander asked himself, who was he? Green slime was dripping from the tip of the sword. Taeyun, all beaten, was forced to retreat again. He looked tiredly at the boss. He got everything he expected from him. It was difficult for him to buy time. Some of the boss's teeth were knocked out, which made the smile even more difficult. The beaten creature bent over and screamed at the man who was stopping it from killing everyone. The remains of the katana were covered in fire again. The berserker decided that he needed to end everything here as quickly as possible. The flames illuminated Arachne's mutilated face. A new wall of flame flared up. The monster tried to reflect all attacks and counterattack. A beam of fire cut through her side. The severed limb fell to the ground. The guild leader looked at the sword. It was still partially intact, better than he imagined. The man noticed new spiders out of the corner of his eye. The hunters looked around. They did not understand where all these spiders came from and where they were going now. The guild leader turned and ordered everyone to retreat back. He realized that the creature had been hiding its spiders until the right moment. The warrior looked at the giant woman and said to himself that the situation was getting more complicated, because Arachne activated her main ability. The spiders began to crawl onto the fallen mother. The boss sacrificed them for the sake of her restoration. 3 pairs of eyes flashed maliciously again. The woman dug her paw into the stones. A shadow hung over the exhausted hunter. The spider stretched out quite a bit, and thousands of pairs of eyes illuminated her silhouette from behind. The katana passed through itself. The warrior needed to increase his combat power to finish everything in one fell swoop. He turned back and noticed that his team was better than he imagined. Jong Sung smiled, because he told the guild leader the same thing. A projection appeared in his hand. He said that although he created this sword from the remains of mana, he did not think that the man would destroy the sword he created. His foot dug into the floor. Taeyun looked at the new sword in surprise. The guy asked to take it. The gunsmith smiled and said that this is not a one-handed sword, unlike those he used before, but this is the strongest weapon he can create at the moment. Taeyun grabbed the handle. He felt all this at that moment. Everything was covered in fiery chi. The man decided that with this weapon he could defeat them all in one blow. Red-hot cracks ran from the blade of the sword along the floor of the cave. The berserker smiled. He wasn't very familiar with two-handed swords, but he thought this sword suited him. He pulled the blade out of the ground, and it burst into flames. Fiery fury flared up on the blade. An explosion was heard. The guild leader's eyes were filled with flames. He gritted his teeth and swung. Arachne looked at her impending demise in fear. A stream of fire rushed towards her and her offspring. The creature's face was covered in searing flames. The skin melted, and the entrails and green mucus immediately evaporated. Jong Sung carefully watched the results of his creation. He knew that explosion was a basic berserker skill. The monster began to melt before his eyes. The hero assumed that this was the first time Taeyun used it. The berserker froze in front of the defeated enemy. He glanced at the weapon that had entered his hand. Liberated and angry, he looked forward with red eyes. The reeds swelled on the manly face. A huge flow of mana began to pass through this warrior. The body was burning with fire. The remains of insect blood evaporated from the sword. Taeyong exhaled wet steam. He realized that this was very dangerous, because if he had not released all his power, then one could doubt his sanity. His hands suddenly trembled. This happened to him only the second time after his awakening. He was able to use his skill normally. The man turned back and nodded. He was wrong. The assistant shook himself, and the guild leader thought that he was not an ordinary awakened, because when they find out about his ability, the whole world will focus on him. Sweat flowed down the face of the thoughtful warrior. The remains of Arachne slowly smoldered, filling the cave with light. Jong Song nodded questioningly at the leader. Energy began to flow from the corpse. Its amount was incredible. It cannot even be compared with other bosses from the dungeon with an error. The hero stepped forward and called someone. He turned to the others and asked what everyone felt from this corpse. Taeyong looked at him seriously and said that they got rid of the remains, so she will not come back to life. The hero came closer and thought that even a high-ranking hunter does not feel this mana. The system activated the mana absorption skill. Purple streams began to be absorbed by chakras. The system opened the absorption statistics. It reported that the hero received a new skill and showed a description of the creation of a demonic weapon. Scary images appeared in his head, a weapon of the demon world. The guy could not even imagine what it would be like. He did not even remember any descriptions of demons. Do people know about them? Jong Song thoughtfully rubbed his chin. He was sorry that the reward was not related to mana. He checked the statistics and thought that thanks to Arachne he had already received half of the required amount. The window closed. It seemed that the rewards did not end there. The gunsmith glanced at the berserker, who was confusedly stretching his hand towards him, wanting to call out. The man extended his hand. He needed to say something. Jong Song looked at him warily. The guild leader immediately said that he wanted to apologize. Taeyong bowed. Despite the hero's refusal, he still continued to ask him to join the guild, and it was impolite, even though he was the guild leader. The berserker closed his eyes. He wanted to apologize. He really felt sorry. Jong Song gestured for the man not to bow and asked why he was suddenly doing this. Someone approached them. The commander looked at them in fear. He did not understand what he was seeing in front of him. The head of the World Guild was bowing his head to some D-rank assistant. Sweat was pouring down his head. The man understood that judging by the hero's abilities, he was definitely not an ordinary person. He must be a hidden talent of the Mass Murder Guild. He turned around in fear. The young couple happily returned to them and reported that they had searched everything and there was nothing left in this dungeon. The girl assumed that Arachne had previously absorbed all the monsters in this dungeon. The weapons in their hands began to evaporate. The young hunter asked in amazement, "Wasn't it amazing? You could cut monsters and not waste energy at all." The mage looked at the gunsmith in confusion and said that she had never heard of a master who could make such a weapon. Was he really from a guild of mass murder? The commander immediately rushed at them to hug and distract them from the scene that he had seen. The couple looked at their boss in confusion. While he continued to drag them aside, everyone wanted to go and show their words of gratitude. The shield man waved his arms like a madman and suggested that they quickly leave this disgusting place. He behaved like a psycho. The man cast a careful cold glance back. Despite the fact that this assistant's connection with the Guild of Mass Murder is obvious, it is better for them to leave, because if they interfere with the affairs of a large guild, there will be no end of trouble later. Jong Sung looked at the leader with embarrassment. While the hunter thought about what kind of emergency this was, it was so easy to hide his strength. It was not like the large guilds that attach special importance to safety. The hero sighed, nodded and agreed to talk. Taeyong looked up in surprise. Even though the gunsmith used a fee, in his opinion, the guild leader should not bow his head to someone unknown. Jong Sung folded his hands. The berserker promised that their guild would not bother him anymore, and of course, he too. He straightened up and extended his hand, saying that this statement did not mean that they had surrendered, because this was his first opportunity. The weapon master thoughtfully looked at the outstretched hand. Taeyong smiled. He was sure that their conditions would please the young master. After a while in the guild building, Hisu and Jong Sung sat opposite each other. The girl was glad to meet him again. She folded her hands on her legs and introduced herself as the head secretary. Today she was responsible for concluding the contract and was at the master's service. Jong Sung smiled politely and thanked her for such an attitude. He said that the head of the guild promised that he would contact him immediately. The girl looked closely at the guy. He did not expect that everything would happen this morning. She explained that the head of the guild told her to prepare everything as soon as possible. The gunsmith looked around the room and noticed that they had gone quite far. Hisu explained that this was a special reception room for the Mass Murder Guild. 2 guards stood at the iron door outside. The secretary assured that she was worried about confidentiality. She put the contract on the table and asked him to read it. She explained that it was a contract on the terms that the guild leader had told him in the dungeon. Jong Sung took the paper and began to study it. Hisu added that it would take time, but the hero could change the contents of the contract, so she asked him not to be shy about speaking. The gunsmith smiled contentedly. Now that everything was organized, it felt more real. The hero put the contract back on the table. There were no questions and he was ready to continue. Before that, in the dungeon, Taeyong pointed at the guy and said that he was talking about unofficial support, although this was speculation, but he vaguely understood why the hero did not want to join the guild. Jong Sung trembled all over after he said that for a number of reasons, he needed to hide his identity, and if he was right then his offer could help. The leader clarified that they could secretly provide the guy with all the necessary materials, equipment, ingredients for the right to the gate. None of this was important. Jong Sun looked at the berserker in surprise. He said that for the sake of formality it would be necessary to sign a contract, and everything else would be delivered secretly. The guy asked, "Why such kindness suddenly?" Taeyong smiled and said that the hero would have to complete tasks that would be trusted to him personally. Such was the leader's condition. The gunsmith grinned. The man clarified that he would not force him, because if he did not like the task, he could refuse it. The guy answered that if he did not help them, but only received their support. The man looked at him intently and said that the essence of the contract. First of all, to create a connection between the guild of mass murder and him, and not to let him join other guilds. Accepting support is nothing more than a sign of his loyalty. He turned, getting ready to finish. Someone entered the cave. The reconnaissance squad looked at the two men with fear. The guild master turned around and explained that it was time for them to go, and he would listen to his answer outside. Berserker walked forward and hoped that the answer would be positive, but he left the guy the right not to respond to this offer. Taeyong turned around with a smile and answered that for him, his ability was better than that. Jong Sung took out a pen. According to his plan, he wanted to make a lasting impression on the guild master and continue his relationship with the guild without joining it. He left a signature, understanding that it would still be useful for him. The gunsmith looked at Hisa and asked when he could start receiving support. The girl took the documents and said that from now on, the master only needs to let him know if he needs anything. She put the case on the table and said that the guild master had prepared a gift for him as a keepsake for the conclusion of the contract. Jong Sung took the box in his hands in surprise. Hisa explained that the boss had found something useful in Arachne's room. There was a purple light inside the box. The guy looked inside carefully. He put everything in his backpack and thanked her. He handed over a tablet with a list of materials he needed at the moment. Hisa suddenly studied them, the hero asked. When can he get them? She looked ahead intently, explained that it was a lot, and so he would have to wait a week. The guy stood up. The secretary said that maybe she was meddling in something that wasn't her business, but it seemed to her that these materials didn't look very useful. The guy explained that he wasn't going to use them. He smiled and explained that he wanted to sell them to someone. So the guy left the guild. The lobby of the building, there weren't too many people. Jong Sung walked forward, peering at his phone. He looked at the time and thought that she should have arrived by now. An embarrassed girl was walking through the crowd towards him. The gunsmith looked at her and saw that she had arrived. A-rank hunter Chia stared at the floor with a tense expression. But in reality, in one of the dungeons, powerful beams burned through the forest. Monsters died one after another. Huge holes remained in their bodies. Orcs fell to the ground like pieces of a construction set. Chia, in her true form, only adjusted her hair after shooting a bow, for which she began to be called the goddess of the bow. The blonde smiled contentedly and casually. Chia walked forward, lowering her head. The hunter approached the counter with informants. The girl apologized, to which the employees raised their heads. Looking away, the lady said that she wanted to request a training pass to the gate. At the same second, the awakened one extended her ID across the table. Closing her eyes, the administrator exclaimed that an A-rank hunter had approached them, after which she asked whether she should be given a C-rank gate. Putting her finger to her cheek, the girl asked for a D-rank. The receptionist raised her eyebrows in confusion and asked her again, and her colleague thought about it. Looking at the laptop screen, the guy thought about how she had recently been classified as an A-rank, but even taking this into account, she had almost no experience, because she had only entered the gate a couple of times. Pressing his fingers on the keyboard, the young man remembered that he had seen how awakened of a lower rank gave up everything, but not A-rank. Chia signed the documents, and the administrator thought about the fact that he did not know why, but she would soon be demoted. The huntress held a pen in her hands, and it was said that the first rank of an awakened is based on an unconditional amount of mana. A bright aura was breaking through a crack in the sky, and someone said that when the blue energy poured through the cracks, mana hit all the people, but each absorbed a different amount of it. The boy gritted his teeth, and it was said that the more mana the body could store, the better abilities one could have, so the association began to sort out how much mana each had. People's silhouettes were surrounded by different amounts of magical aura, and it turned out that those who could absorb more than a certain amount were called awakened, and then they began to divide them into ranks depending on the amount of mana. The knight struck the goblin, and it became clear that the rank was not fixed, because even if the rank was low, you could go on dungeon raids, and if you gained fame in the association, you could increase your level, but the opposite could also happen. Chia handed the documents forward and said that she had filled them out. People were chatting in the middle of the office, and the administrator offered to help the girl with the application, after which she clarified whether she had a partner, to which she received a negative answer. Running her finger over a piece of paper, the receptionist explained that in this case she would be added to the list of partners, because according to the rules, you need to go on raids in groups of 2 or more people. The employee said that there were no requests for D-rank gates yet, so she would have to wait a little, to which the huntress opened her mouth. Smiling, the awakened one asked if it was possible to go alone. Raising her head, the administrator explained that this was possible, but only if there was permission for solo entry. But considering that the girl was registering, she did not have it. The receptionist explained that for this you need to pass a test, and asked if she wanted to which she closed her eyes and asked her to wait. Opening her mouth, the employee remembered that she had something to tell her. The administrator said that in a month she would have a rank update, to which she gritted her teeth. A fighting fighter appeared, and the receptionist noted that Chia must have seen the message. But to confirm her A rank, she needed to have experience in clearing dungeons of C rank and above. The employee stared at the folder with documents, and his colleague added that she could also pass the A rank trial. The huntress lowered her head, when suddenly she was told that they thought she would be more suitable for the trial, and would most likely receive a message about the trial soon. Jongxian held the phone in his hands, and the receptionist remarked that she hoped that everything would work out for the girl, to which she thanked her. Taking a step forward, the awakened one thought about how difficult it was to even request a training gate. Gripping the smartphone with her fingers, Chia realized that she should have made the request online, because coming to such a crowded place was crazy. Biting her lips, the girl thought about the fact that she decided to come here because she thought she would not be demoted, and then asked herself to gather her strength. Sitting on the floor, Chia thought about how this was a D-rank gate, so this wouldn't happen again if she took her time. A notification about an incoming message appeared on her phone screen. Adjusting her glasses with her fingers, the huntress remembered that she was told that she would have to wait, but the invitation had already arrived, and it indicated D-rank, as expected. Raising her eyebrows, the awakened one realized that she was going to go alone anyway, so it didn't matter, and she should quickly agree. The fighters gathered in front of a huge magical portal. The girl lowered the corners of her lips, realizing that she hadn't dressed like this for a long time, and it was unusual for her. A guy's shoulder appeared, who clarified whether it was true that this girl was Chia's hunter. Smiling, Jongsung introduced himself as an assistant and said that he hoped they would get along. Bowing, Chia exclaimed that it was nice to meet her. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist apologized for being late and offered to go, to which she cried out that she had made a request, and the protagonist thought that she was a ranger-class hunter who had originally received an A rank. The girl raised her hand, and the creator remembered that after she constantly failed the tests, she became one of those who were demoted to C rank. A huntress appeared in beautiful professional clothes, and the guy thought that under such conditions, she managed to get the title of goddess archer because after becoming a player, she discovered a talent in herself. Grinning, the young man realized that he knew what kind, and this is a talent that can be discovered in yourself, even if you are not a player. Approaching the magic portal, the protagonist decided that today he wanted to awaken it in her. A green valley was visible. The goblin grinned viciously. A group of monsters moved forward. Chia peeked out from behind the bushes. The huntress bit her lips, not understanding if they had left. Lowering her head, the ranger wondered if they were really monsters, and realized that it was a good thing she had decided to buy this item. The bracelet on her awakened hand appeared, and she mentally said that this was equipment that could sense the mana of monsters. Turning around, the girl apologized and admitted that she was going to go alone. The protagonist put his hands on his legs, while his partner asked if he minded if she killed them herself. The huntress said that she would give him all the things and compensate him, to which he closed his eyes and agreed, and then noted that she did not have to worry. Raising his head, the manufacturer said that if she needed help, she should let him know about it, because at the very least he could create arrows. Getting up from the ground, the ranger loudly thanked her ally. Chia pulled the bowstring. Closing her lips, the huntress asked herself not to worry. The ranger knew she had to shoot now when a bright beam of energy suddenly shot through. The projectile was approaching the muscular back of the monster. Suddenly, the goblin bared his teeth. A magical stream of magic pierced his head. The enraged monster pulled the bowstring. The orc tightly gripped the weapon with his fingers. A moment later, a magical arrow threw the monsters in different directions. Folding his arms, Zhang Song thought that he had not seen Chia fight before she became a player, and her pure destructive power was much higher than that of an A rank. A bright beam of light rushed between the monsters, and the protagonist realized that it was pointless if you do not know how to aim. Taking an arrow from her quiver, the huntress thought that 1 out of 3 arrows that hit was a record, and she could kill at least 4 more. Lowering her eyebrows, the ranger realized that she would finish it all with 2 shots. Suddenly, the awakened one opened her mouth. The goblin brought the forge to his mouth. The girl, her eyes widening, was surprised at what she saw. The crowd of monsters began to advance. The goddess archer pulled the bowstring of her weapon. An alarm sign appeared on Chia's bracelet. Looking around, the huntress noticed that she was surrounded. Raising her eyebrows, the ranger did not understand where she should shoot, forward or backward, and what to do. The monsters began to attack her from behind. A powerful beam of light approached the ground. Bright magic swords appeared in front of the goblins. Smiling, Jongsong said that he needed the girl's help. Opening her mouth wide, the awakened one shouted that the protagonist told her that he was the creator of D rank, to which he replied that this was exactly so. The magic weapons began to disappear, when suddenly the protagonist noted that it would not last long, so her help was needed. Lowering her chin, the girl did not understand what to do. Pointing his finger forward, the manufacturer explained that she needed to shoot in that direction, using all her remaining strength. The huntress agreed, drawing her bow and thinking that she didn't know what her partner was planning. A huge beam of energy shot through the forest. Chia, clutching the weapon tightly, exclaimed that she had fired, and then asked what else was needed. The evil goblins were closing in on the awakened ones, and the guy explained that the huntress had cleared the way with her shot, and now they needed to run. With her mouth wide open, the girl didn't understand what was happening. The ranger raised her hand to her chin. The entrance to the cave was visible ahead of the heroes. The protagonist closed his lips. Leaning over, Chia muttered that they had survived. Raising her eyebrows, the huntress didn't understand where they were or if they had broken away from the goblins. Turning around, the goddess archer realized that she had a feeling that they simply could no longer reach them. The monster's leg appeared. The evil monsters bared their teeth, when suddenly the girl asked if there was anything here. The ranger's eyes widened, thinking that so much had happened that she couldn't even comprehend. The protagonist was shining a flashlight on the way, and his partner couldn't understand why he was so calm. The huntress closed her eyes, realizing that they needed to get out of here quickly, when suddenly she said that she was finishing for today and would pay him the compensation she had talked about. Gritting her teeth, the guy said that they couldn't leave yet. The undead clenched their jaws, and the young man explained that they were worried, so they would be around for a while, so it was dangerous to leave now. Turning off the flashlight, Jongsong assumed that they had dropped a flare while running, and then explained that therefore they had no choice but to wait for the goblins to leave. With her mouth slightly open, Chia asked him again and asked when they could leave then. Turning his head towards the huntress, the protagonist said that it could take half a day, but depending on the situation, it could take longer. The ranger lowered her chin in alarm. Clutching her head, the girl loudly asked if it would take half a day. The goddess archer muttered that they were finished, while the creator scratched his neck and thought about lying to her. The monsters scattered into the bushes, and the guy mentally said that they would leave in about 30 minutes, because their concentration was not that good. Grinning, the young man thought that the reason was a stretch, but at the moment it seemed that his partner would believe anything. White fog flew under the stone ceiling. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that the thing was that he needed to force his ally to go with him to the cave. Chia ran away and screamed that she was scared, to which the protagonist decided that he doubted that she would agree. Suddenly, the huntress came up behind her and loudly apologized. Gritting her teeth, the ranger said that it was all because of her, and everything would have been fine if she knew how to fight. The manufacturer folded his arms, while the goddess archer said that everything would have worked out if she had gone alone in the first place, and admitted that she was very sorry. With her fingers tightly gripping the bow, the girl realized that she had caused trouble again, and that she was acting like this even in a D-rank dungeon, and how dare someone like her. Chia closed her eyes, realizing that she shouldn't have come here. Suddenly, Jongsung raised his hand. Snapping his fingers, the protagonist remarked that if she was sorry, he could fulfill one request of his, and asked her to pull herself together. Raising her eyebrows, the ranger asked him again, to which he remarked that they had plenty of time. Turning his head, the protagonist asked why they didn't talk in that case. Bright crystals appeared. The heroes were lighting the way with a flashlight. Lowering her head, the ranger clarified whether her partner really needed help. Gritting her teeth, the goddess archer said that she was an A rank, but she did not have much experience in dungeons, after which she added that she did not even understand what he wanted to say about an elite monster for no reason. Looking away, the creator noted that his ally had already said that she was in the training gate for the first time, so now it was clear that she did not know, because this was not very common information. Taking a step forward, the guy explained that instead of a boss in the dungeon, there was an elite monster of a lower rank that lived in this cave. Bright stalactites were visible, and the young man noted that for personal reasons he needed to defeat this monster, but until now he had been refused, so he could not even fight it. The protagonist noted that Chia was the first to accept him and his assistant class into the team, to which she opened her mouth in surprise. The huntress dropped her hands and remained silent, then wondered if it was so strange. Suddenly, the ranger bit her lips. Bright magical dust was flying under the awakened one's feet. Gritting her teeth, the goddess archer said that she would help him if he did not mind. Remembering how a crowd of evil goblins ran away from her, the girl thought that it would be right to help, because thanks to him she managed to escape. Clenching her fists, Chia thought about how she knew how painful it was when they did not take her into the team. The huntress began to think about what would happen if she could help him, when suddenly the bracelet on her hand vibrated. The huge monster took a step forward. Jongsong raised the flashlight in his hand. The big guy with the mace walked forward, and the protagonist realized that this was an elite monster. Pulling the bowstring, the ranger asked her partner to step back, and she thought that even if the goblin was an elite, it was still a D-rank monster. The arrow was enveloped in magical flows, and the girl realized that if she hit it even once, she would kill it. Suddenly, a bright energy beam rushed forward. The monster's eyes bulged, and the goddess archer noticed that everything worked. A moment later, the arrow shattered near the goblin's chest. The huntress opened her mouth in alarm. A ditch appeared in the ground, and the ranger did not understand whether the elite monster had reflected it. Clutching the weapon tightly in her hand, the girl realized that she had made a mistake, because she needed to shoot with all her might. Suddenly, the goddess archer looked away. Raising her eyebrows, Chia thought about why now, and decided that she needed to shoot. The huntress's face was covered in beads of sweat. The huge monster pulled his hand with the mace back. The ranger opened her mouth in confusion. The main character grabbed his partner by the clothes. The protagonist threw the girl back and moved to attack. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred in front of her face. The elite monster put a weapon with spikes in front of itself. Raising her hand, the girl called out to her ally. Suddenly, someone loudly asked what the archer was doing, and whether this was a joke for her, to which she clenched her teeth in fear. The girl put her hand on her side and exclaimed that she didn't even know how to shoot properly, and when she fired, it hit her side, and then added that she almost died because of her, and asked how this would be compensated. Chia asked to wait and explained that even though she had missed, she hadn't let anyone in her direction, to which she smiled and asked if the huntress was asking for forgiveness, but looking for an excuse, and if she thought that if she had an A rank, then the whole world was at her feet, and asked to wait, because she would show her who she had messed with. The entrance to the room appeared, and someone asked for forgiveness and explained that even though Chia was an A rank, she didn't think she could join the team. The huntress folded her hands in front of her, and people around her asked if this was an unlucky A rank, and said that they heard that she almost killed someone in the dungeon, although she couldn't kill even a weak monster. The ranger stood alone in the middle of the room, and everyone around her did not understand what she was doing with her talent, and if she was like this, then why was she still a hunter? Raising her eyebrows, the girl thought about how she needed to give up all this, because even Zhong Song almost got hurt because of her. The goddess archer remembered how the elite goblin swung his hand at her. A bright energy flow rushed through the air. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist declared that acting was not for him. The huge monster reflected the magic attack with a mace. The partner did not understand how the protagonist did it, to which he extended a finger forward and shouted that he knew that it sounded meaningless, but asked to listen carefully, because if Chia calmed down and just did what she was told, then they would definitely be able to win. Biting his lips, the creator thought that he had prepared everything, and in an emergency it would be possible to activate it without any problems, so all that was left was to buy time. Magic rings appeared around the goblin's body, and the boy cried out that he needed to look at him more carefully, and he could see something, and then shoot with all his might, while he himself would block the monster. Gritting her teeth, the huntress did not understand what this feeling was, as if her senses had become heightened. Lowering her hand, the ranger thought about how uncomfortable she was. Her eyes widened, the girl realized what she was seeing. Squeezing the bow tightly with her fingers, the goddess hunter realized that she could clearly see where she needed to aim. Bright magic enveloped the huntress's hands. Closing her eyes, the ranger thought about the fact that she had one arrow. Suddenly, the girl's pupils sparkled. Releasing the arrow, the goddess archer realized that everything would be over. A huge stream of magic moved forward. The huge monster's eyes bulged in confusion. Gritting his teeth, Zhong Song thought that fortunately he seemed to have activated everything correctly, but for some reason the activation conditions were very strict. The goblin's mace bent under the influence of the magic beam. A bright golden mark appeared on the wall. Smiling, the protagonist thought that this was quite useful. Chia raised her head. A huge black funnel appeared inside the cave. The hand of the elite monster began to fall to the floor. A large hole formed in the body of the huge monster. A moment later, the evil goblin fell to the ground. The huntress wiped her chin with her hand. The ranger lowered her eyebrows, and her partner said that it would be unusual. Taking a step forward, the protagonist explained that it felt like all the feelings were merging. Raising his hand, the manufacturer noted that although the method was a little dangerous, in order to awaken it, you need to awaken the feelings. Frowning, the girl asked who he was and why she thought he had foreseen everything and in what sense awakened. Smirking, the assistant asked not to hurry, because they had a lot of time. Lowering her hands, the goddess archer told her partner not to change the subject and answer. Suddenly, Chia's pupils noticeably enlarged. At the same second, the huntress grabbed her face with her hand. Particles of magical dust flew under the ceiling in the cave. The guy took a step forward. The young man opened his mouth and was indignant at what was happening. Carrying an ally on his back, the manufacturer said that making comrades is very difficult. The ranger closed her eyes, when suddenly the awakened one clarified whether it was true that at least one issue had been resolved. A lush tree was visible, and someone was heard asking for forgiveness. The girl lowered her head and admitted that she did not know why she behaved like that, and there was a feeling as if she was not herself at all. Jong Sung raised his hand as Chia said she couldn't believe she had shown such disrespect to the man who had saved her twice, then apologized for suspecting him and for suddenly passing out. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that everything was really fine. The protagonist explained that no one was hurt, and they had defeated all the monsters, so they needed to get ready since it had been half an hour, to which she put her head in her hands and agreed. Extending her palm forward, the creator asked if the huntress could give him the pendant he had given her before entering the cave. Putting her hand in her pocket, the ranger asked for a second. Placing the crystal on her partner's palm, the girl exclaimed that here it was. Lowering the corners of her lips, the assistant noticed that its color had changed, so it had definitely been used. The entity's eyes glowed brightly, and the protagonist explained that meteorite perception was a rare item that could only be obtained in an A-rank dungeon called the Burning Harpy's Refuge. The archer drew the bowstring, and the protagonist explained that the item's ability, heightened senses, would automatically activate when the conditions were met. The arrow approached the man's forehead, and the creator noted that the owner's senses rarely became heightened. A magic crystal hung on the awakened one's neck, and the guy explained that at that time, a person's capabilities would increase. The guy's eyes glowed brightly, and the young man stated that abstract feelings could then be used. Lowering his chin, Jong Sung thanked Chia and said that he was returning the magic crystal, and he thought that the problem was in the difficult conditions, so the owner's emotions should be at their peak. The huntress gritted her teeth, and the protagonist explained that for people like her, the best way to activate is intense fear, so he made her feel incredibly scared, and although it seemed difficult, he managed to awaken her. A counter in a store was visible, and the protagonist noted that even with such a high price, there were very few of them on the market, which is why he abandoned this idea. Remembering how Hissa handed him the box with the stone, the manufacturer remembered that he thought that he would find it in 2 days, and thanks to it, everything became easier, but this was only the beginning. Chia appeared in 2 images, and the guy explained that the huntress simply felt how she awakened with the help of the item, and she needed more practice to reach her original level. With the corners of his mouth lowered, the young man asked the ranger to listen carefully, and then stated that her primary task was to make sure that the concentration was exclusively on monsters. The bow transformed from small to large, and the protagonist explained that to do this, you first need to change the weapon, after which he added that the goddess archer is strong enough, so she can change the short bow to a long one and shoot from afar. Raising his hand, the protagonist noted that the girl will deal with fewer monsters, and will be less afraid of them, and then muttered that it is obvious. The creator remembered that there is one more thing, when suddenly Chia's eyes widened. The huntress thanked her partner, to which he clenched his jaw. Lowering the corners of his lips, the guy asked what he was thanked for, to which the huntress replied that simply for everything, and for the pendant. Lowering her head, the ranger admitted that when she thought she was dying and helpless, she felt something from him. Remembering how she pulled the bowstring, the goddess archer explained that everything around her seemed to freeze, as if she could do anything. The girl's eyes lit up, and she said that she saw where she should aim. The target was aimed at an elite goblin, and the huntress reported that the target was right on the monsters. Touching her fingers to each other, the ranger admitted that although she was an A rank, in terms of character and everything else, she was no higher than D, after which she added that in trying to change this, her disappointment only grew. Chia's weapon was enveloped in streams of energy, and the huntress explained that it felt like she had grown a lot in the short time they had known each other, and then added that she was also capable and could do anything, and for the first time she got carried away. Raising her hand, the ranger noted that she talked too much. Smiling, Jong Song said that it would be difficult alone, and decided to give her his number so that she could call if necessary. The goddess archer asked him if it was true, her eyes wide, and then thanked him, exclaiming that she would leave him her number. The protagonist looked away and thought about it. A message from Taeyong appeared on the phone screen, telling him to contact him urgently, to which the protagonist wondered what kind of emergency it was. Standing in the middle of the forest, the creator decided that he would contact him when he got out. The tall building of the Hunters Association headquarters appeared. Holding the smartphone in his hand, the guy thanked his interlocutor. The head of the guild opened his mouth and said that he would call back after the meeting. Smiling, the assistant noted that he would help if he could, because last time he was given a useful thing. Closing his eyes, the berserker noted that it was good that it was useful to him, and then thanked him for agreeing to help. The hunter lowered his hand with the phone down. The awakened one stood in front of the panoramic window. Suddenly, Taeyong turned his head to the side. The door to the room swung open. Hisu closed her eyes and said that the association president had returned, so they could leave. A moment later, the room was empty. The employees of the Mass Murder Guild were walking down the hallway. The secretary's eyes widened in alarm. The assistant folded her hands in front of her and remarked that this was a very unusual situation, since they usually sent an official document. The subspace opener said that no one could think that the association president would call him, when suddenly the guild leader lowered his chin. The girl explained that he sent rather complicated orders through documents, but he was called personally, to which he turned back a little. A huge magic portal appeared, and Hiso assumed that the S-rank gate had appeared again. Gritting his teeth, the mass murder guild leader replied that everything was fine, since Jong-sung had agreed to help. Introducing himself with a fire blade, the berserker said that if he fought like before, there would be no danger. Grinning, the hunter thought that contacting the protagonist was the right decision. Raising her eyebrows, the secretary mentally said that she thought the boss was in a better mood than after the Arachne dungeon, and it was probably because of the creator. The protagonist handed the documents forward, and the subspace discoverer thought about how the guy had been acting strange since then, and she didn't understand if he had unlimited support, although no one could have thought that the guild master would make such a surprising offer. Taeyong's silhouette was engulfed in streams of fire, and the girl decided that although he was a berserker, which made it difficult to control his emotions, the guild master was the most calculating and sensible of all. Remembering the boss's smile, the assistant wondered if Jong-sung was more capable than he seemed, although a D-rank could never create a weapon that the guild master would not like. Grabbing her bag, Hiso realized that her boss rarely invited him, so she needed to find out everything herself. An assistant in a suit stood in front of the entrance to the office. Lowering his head, the man admitted that he was glad to see him and asked if Taeyong had come alone. Opening his mouth, the head of the mass murder guild asked him again and asked if anyone else was supposed to come. Putting his hand out to the side, the subordinate said that from what he had heard, 2 guild heads were supposed to come, and if he was alone, he could wait. Lowering his eyebrows, Taeyong asked if he could find out who the second guild head was. Smiling, the assistant noted that he was there. A guy appeared behind the heroes. The young man shouted the berserker's name, to which he and his secretary turned around. Raising his hand, the awakened one said that he had heard that they had been very active lately. The hunter looked away. Frowning, Hiso realized that this was the only person bringing out the head. The boy closed his eyes and exclaimed that he didn't expect to see them here. Taeyong lowered the corners of his lips in disappointment. The young man smiled and asked who it was. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the hunter asked if it was the leader of the idiotic murder guild. Pursing his lips, the berserker thought that a Hyuk was annoying him. Raising his eyebrows, the boy noted that he had capable guild members, so he needed to improve, after which he clarified whether it would be correct to say that it was not the idiotic murder guild, but the problem was their boss. Pushing the interlocutor away with his palm, the boss said that he was too busy to respond to his absurd provocations. Putting his fingers to his mouth, Hyuk noted that he must be busy choosing low-ranking dungeons. The boy asked if he wanted to be consoled by the newbies in the low-rank gates, when suddenly Hisu gritted her teeth and asked what they were talking about. Putting her hands on her hips, the boy explained that although there were cases of dungeons with rank errors, they entered with the purpose of clearing, not saving, to which she asked him again. Turning his head, Taeyong asked the secretary not to answer, to which she cried out indignantly. Turning around, the head of the mass murder guild said that they were coming, so they needed to open the door, to which the assistant exclaimed that he understood everything. Suddenly, the doors to the office swung open. The subordinate said that the heads of the mass murder guilds and Shinwa had arrived, to which the president folded his arms and noted that he heard them arguing in there. Smirking, Keelman said that nothing had changed. The buildings in the city were visible. The man asked if the girl wanted some tea, to which she replied that everything was fine while sitting by the door. Frowning, the head of the Hunters Association said that he had an urgent task for their guilds, then added that 3 days ago, an undefined gate appeared and disappeared on the outskirts. Lowering his chin, Taeyong asked if it was a gate with an error. The man turned his head from side to side and explained that, as he said, they were undefined, so it was difficult to even measure their mana level. With his mouth wide open, Yahayan loudly asked him again. Lowering the corners of his lips, the berserker thought that it was strange that they could not even be assessed. A magical aura hung in the air, and the guy explained that usually the rank of a gate is determined by 2 things, one of which is a special tool that measures the amount of mana in the gate itself. A radio and the silhouette of a monster appeared, and the young man explained that therefore, usually the rank of a gate is equal to the rank of the monsters behind it. The awakened touched the wood with his fingers, and the hunter added that the second step was to correlate the intelligence data sent by the association. Sitting at the table, the director noted that as far as they knew, dungeons with an error in rank appeared when the amount of mana increased sharply, and this was different from the situation where measurements could not even be taken, to which Taeyong clarified whether the man had tried sending scouts. A team of awakened appeared, and the head of the association replied that he had done so several times. Frowning, Kalman noticed that no one had returned. Shards of broken glass in the blood were visible, which reflected the silhouettes of the scouts. Hyuk was shaking his leg from bottom to top. Throwing his hands behind his head, the hunter asked how they could not tell him about this when they did not know the rank of the dungeon and did not have any information, and whether they were trying to shift the blame. The monster's hand was enveloped in magical currents, and Keelman explained that they didn't know how long the curtain of the unknown rank gate would be maintained, so if they left things as they were in a situation like this, it wouldn't be surprising if monsters started coming out. The monster bared its teeth viciously, and the head of the Hunters Association said that this had happened before, and every time it was pure hell. With his mouth slightly open, the director admitted that he knew it was impudent anyway, but as he said, this was an emergency, so he wouldn't accept refusal this time. The guild leaders sat on their chairs while their boss said that he wanted the Mass Murder Guild and Shinwa to team up and clear the unknown gate. 3 awakened ones showed up, and the man said that he originally wanted to send another Hayama guild, but due to a sudden overseas business trip, they wouldn't be able to join them, even though it was a serious enough situation to call 3 major organizations. Stretching his hands forward, Keelman explained that he was giving them 2 days to prepare, as well as funding and the best reward, and added that if they needed anything, they would help with everything they could. Taeyong put his fingers to his mouth and remained silent. Raising his palm, the berserker asked if the team should only consist of guild members. Lowering his head, the association leader said that it did not matter, since the existence of this gate sowed chaos and panic in society, so he only allowed a small number of reliable people. The leader of the Mass Murder Guild smirked. Lowering his eyebrows, the hunter said that he understood everything. The Shinwa Guild building towered towards the sky. Ahyuk abruptly began to take off his jacket. The staff greeted the leader, to which he threw his clothes back in order to create a team of guild members who were A rank and above, and to choose those who were available in the next 2 days. Raising his head, the guy thought that Taeyong had a secret move, and he didn't understand what kind of smile it was that he didn't like. Gritting his teeth, the young man realized that it really annoyed him, and then decided to take the opportunity to trample him. Opening his eyes, he asked to include her in the team, to which they asked the boss again. The boss ordered to call Yuran, to which the employees opened their mouths in alarm and exclaimed that she was not helping their guild, and given her character, she would definitely refuse. Walking away, Ahyuk shouted that his subordinates should do everything in their power to ensure that this girl was sitting in front of him, and if she was not there, then they should prepare to change their field of activity forever, to which they cried out that they understood everything. Guild Master Shinwa thought with an evil grin that it would be better this way, since Yuran was no longer helping anyone, so he would take the opportunity to hire her, and declared that he would show the enemy that even a large guild is not the same as a large guild. 2 days later, a magic portal appeared. The boys smiled contentedly. Jae-hee lowered his eyebrows and asked what time it was, adding that they were still not there. Turning around, Myunggun replied that there were 5 minutes left, and that was always the case with the Shinwa Guild, because they arrived exactly on time. Sighing heavily, the guy said that this is why he doesn't like pompous assholes, because they have absolutely no manners. Squinting, the shooter asked if they would learn anything if he shot them in the head. The deputy head of the Mass Murder Guild, hitting his partner on the back of the head, objected that he should watch what he said. Clutching his head, the hunter said that the deputy head was strong as a beast. The awakened one, looking down, asked his teammate again. Jong Song, watching the guys, told the head that the members of his guild were on excellent terms, to which he explained that although it seemed so, they were very reliable in battle. Taeyong looked to the side and thanked the protagonist for agreeing, as he thought he would refuse. The protagonist smiled slightly and said that he had already said that he had used the item he had given him, so he also had pride. The D-rank creator dropped his hands and muttered that this was not the only reason, and the system reported a hidden quest. 5 days ago, a system window with a hidden quest that only a small number of players received suddenly appeared in front of Jong-sung. The protagonist's eyes widened and he thought that the player selection had not yet begun, but he had already received the hidden quest, and therefore he saw no reason to refuse. Many weapons appeared, and the protagonist thought that although they had very high difficulty levels, if he cleared them, he would receive incredible rewards, and some even awaken new abilities. Clenching his fists, the guy added that he could not have imagined that this would be that dungeon. Berserker frowned and apologized in advance for the bastard's rudeness. Myunggun was seen holding the gunslinger by his clothes, and at the same time, the D-rank producer responded that he was a bit early. The boys looked ahead, and it was heard that they had a lot of work. Ahyuk, smiling widely, exclaimed that he thought the Mass Murder Guild had a lot of time. The wizard clenched his jaw and added that they were walking through low-rank gates, so it was no wonder they had a lot of free time. Hunter, with his mouth slightly open, asked Jae-hee not to answer them, but to ignore them. Suddenly, the boys started calling them bastards, after which the deputy leader of the Mass Murder Guild covered his face with his hand and retorted that he had already said that they should ignore them. Looking up, Jong-sung muttered that the Mass Murder Guild and the Shinwa Guild were still on bad terms, and it wasn't just the emotional battle between the guilds, but also the media arguing over who was the strongest. Ahyuk narrowed his eyes sharply. Sticking out his tongue, the sorcerer asked what this was and if this was their advantage. Looking at the protagonist, the awakened one asked if it was him, since he acted like he had something, and also asked to look at his clothes, asking if he was going on vacation. Lowering his head, the hunter said that they had gone too far. Ahyuk's eyes widened and asked if clearing the dungeon was a joke for them and if they wanted to be carried out. The protagonist calmly bit his lips. The girl smiled and said that the guild leader was angry again, then added that he should stop, because they also had a new member. Yuran, narrowing her eyes, objected that they said that they had little time. The huntress opened her mouth and said that she did not think that they had time to argue, and therefore they needed to hurry. Jae-hee, opening his jaw in surprise, asked if it was Yuran and what kind of team this was. The sorcerer was warming up his fingers, and it was heard that Yuran was the strongest elemental master in Korea, who could use all 6 elements. Taeyong, looking ahead, was asked if the team was that stellar. The shooter, keeping his hands on his hips, exclaimed that it would be easy, and he would be happy to do all of this. Jong-sung, turning away, thought that it would not be easy, because in his past life, clearing this dungeon had failed. While imagining the red portal, the protagonist muttered that out of the 8 team members, only Taeyong survived the last round, mainly due to his infiltration skill. An article from Hyuk appeared, and the protagonist added that after that, the gates suddenly disappeared, and it was an unprecedented case of 7 high-ranking Awakened being declared missing. Noticing the portal, the guy said to himself that the association was working hard to find something, but there was no information about the dungeon, and there was no guarantee that they would succeed this time. After a while, a dark room was visible. Suddenly, a doll in the form of a girl appeared. The wizard swung his fist sharply, and it was heard that it was insanely simple. The D-rank creator, with his eyes bulging, wondered why everything was so simple. A magical portal was visible. Jae-hee, standing in a wide room, exclaimed that this was a cool mansion, to which he was asked to be quiet. The hunter turned around abruptly. Suddenly the doors slammed shut. The awakened one, grabbing the handles of the gate, said that it wouldn't open and offered to break it down by force. A moment later, the guys started to break down the door on the count of 3. Ayak, opening his mouth, noticed that it hadn't even moved from its place, after which he asked everyone to step aside. Suddenly, the guy looked back in surprise. A second later, dolls appeared behind him. The sorcerer, pushing them hard, asked what it was. It seemed like the young man swung his fist hard. The girl, her eyes bulging, told her leader about the skill, and he replied that everything was fine, and also clarified why he would use it for such trifles. The huntress sharply raised her eyebrows and warned Ayak. The monsters began to revive. The awakened one, putting his elbows in front of him, said that this was the ability to revive. Clenching his fist, the guy exclaimed that at least this level was needed to see his skill. One of the monsters widened its eyes. The sorcerer's pupils suddenly turned white. A moment later, the head of the Shinwa guild dealt a devastating blow to the opponents. The guys quickly fired their pistols. The fighter swung his spear furiously. Jong-sung, smiling slightly, asked Yuran if she was going to fight, and at the same time received a counter question if he was going to which he replied that he was an assistant manufacturer. Lowering her eyebrows, the girl said that she did not want to try for such a team. Suddenly, a bright flame appeared. A powerful flame swirled around the swordsman, and it was heard that she was interested in the fact that the strongest awakened Korea would be here. The bodies of the monsters quickly burned. The guy menacingly bit his lips, and Yuran said that at first glance they were quite ordinary, and they could not even kill one. The huntress, looking down, said that if she had known that this would happen, she would have refused. The protagonist, looking at the crowd of evil spirits, thought that it was strange, because the infected mana of these monsters is not in its usual form. Noticing the purple rays, the protagonist wondered if these were threads. A second later, the creator raised his head. Jong-sun saw the magic item, after which he realized that all the mana was connecting with it. Bright threads appeared, and the protagonist wondered whether he should destroy it, but did not want to show his skills. With his eyes bulging, the protagonist decided that everything would be fine, and if anything, he would use the board. Suddenly, a block of ice appeared in front of Yuran. The D-rank manufacturer, looking at the girl, asked why not shoot there if she had enough mana to use it on insects. The huntress, raising a finger, clarified that hadn't she already said so. Powerful lightning struck the insect, and Yuran explained that she only kills those she wants. The creator thoughtfully raised his eyebrows. Jong-sun, lowering his hand, realized that there was no need to check, and also said that it must be that she was afraid of insects. The girl, crossing her elbows, answered negatively, and asked to stop talking to her, because it irritated her, after which the protagonist apologized, and added that he was not imposing himself. A magical emblem of a spider was visible, and the protagonist said that there was also an insect there. A moment later, the huntress frowned angrily and said that it irritated her. The magic seal began to disappear quickly. Suddenly, a powerful flame swirled above the guys. A second later, the dolls stopped abruptly. Hyuk, striking with his fist, wondered why Yuran was using his skills there. The guy noticed how the monsters fell to the ground. Taking the monster by the head, the sorcerer exclaimed in surprise that they were no longer moving. The head of the Shinwa guild, opening his mouth, said that he finally warmed up. It was seen that the unusual boards had broken into several pieces. Jong-sung, crouching down, realized that this was their source of rebirth, and if he hadn't seen the contaminated mana, he wouldn't have found it. The doll's head flew off to the side, and the protagonist wondered if that was why the cleanup had failed in his past life. Taeyong, raising the corners of his lips, said that everyone was here, but since they didn't know anything for sure, they needed to search the entire first floor. Myunggun, looking back, replied that he understood everything, after which he ordered everyone to follow him. A moment later, dolls were visible in front of the boys. Hyuk, with his mouth wide open, shouted that he was the first. The wizard sharply hit the monsters with his elbow. The protagonist, stretching out his finger, wondered if the contaminated mana was gathering in this cabinet, and also asked Jae-hee to shoot where he was pointing. Suddenly, the unusual boards broke into several pieces. The hunter, leaving the room, exclaimed that they died instantly, but nothing special, and the creator of the D rank explained that they went through all the rooms like this, and quickly cleared the first floor. Taeyong, holding a large sword in his hand, said that they went around the entire first floor, and therefore they need to go up, to which Hyuk objected that he knew and asked them to stop acting like he was the leader. The berserker abruptly turned his head away. Myunggun clenched his jaw in bewilderment, and one could hear how he and Jae-hee were called to come over. The wizard bared his teeth and wondered if he was ignoring him, then muttered that it was annoying and would trample his pride. The boy turned his gaze to the side in surprise. Raising his hand, the young man noticed that it seemed to hurt for a second, and at the same time, he wondered if he had overdone it. Jong-sung was peeking out from under the stairs, and the girl shouted that she would go with the leader. The protagonist, shuffling his feet, wondered what was bothering him, because according to Taeyong, there was nothing special here. Approaching the door, the protagonist decided that he needed to check the room himself. There was a thick haze inside the room. The manufacturer noticed magic threads in front of him. Jong-sung squeezed his fingers, realizing that it was contaminated mana. Suddenly, the ceiling began to shake. Hyuk, lowering his eyebrows, exclaimed that he did not have time to use the skill. The guys quickly defended themselves from the attacks. The leader of the mass murder guild was seen swinging his sword. Berserker, with his mouth slightly open, asked if everything was okay, and also thought that it was an invisible high-ranking monster. Myunggun, clenching his fists, replied that it was okay, and Jae-hee added that he was fine too, but he did not see the guy who was with the leader. An unusual force was approaching the huntresses. Taeyong, through the sweat on his face, muttered that he did not notice, and then wondered where Jong-sung had disappeared to. A moment later, dark energy was absorbed into the protagonist's palm. The protagonist, turning his head, thought that the battle was getting tougher, and had already absorbed the mana, and therefore he needed to quickly catch up. A thick smoke was visible in front of the D-rank creator. Jong-sung abruptly stopped with his feet, and then silently asked himself what was there, and whether it was an enemy. A second later, a human head appeared from the darkness. The protagonist, through the sweat on his face, was perplexed. Looking at the little girl, the protagonist was very surprised and wondered what such a small child was doing in such a dungeon. The child's eyes widened happily. The girl, climbing the stairs, asked the guy if he was a hunter. Stopping, the child exclaimed that he should quickly run after her. The child quickly ran away from the D-rank manufacturer. Jongseon, stretching out his palm, asked to wait a second, and then asked how she knew that he was a hunter. Looking back, the girl answered that her sister upstairs told her that a hunter would come to save her, and if that happened, that they should leave together. The protagonist, raising his eyebrows, heard the question that if he had come all this way, then there must be a hunter who came to save her sister, and at the same second asked again about his sister. As they descended, the child asked if he knew her. Turning her head, the child said that she was sure he was talking about her. The girl sat on the floor, and the protagonist exclaimed that the person she was talking about was here. Raising the corners of his lips, the guy thought that for some reason she had received psychological trauma. The lady turned her gaze to the side, hearing that he was sent by the Hunters Association. The young man clenched his fists, and at that time they asked him if they really sent him. The creator, looking forward, explained that it was true, and also knew that it could be chaotic, but let him tell what happened. Closing her eyes, the girl thanked him. Opening her mouth wide, the stranger began to tell what happened. Introducing the guys standing near the portal, the lady said that she was the fourth of the scouts of this dungeon, and the first three did not return, and therefore she was ordered to explore the dungeon. Recalling the monsters, the girl added that as soon as she entered, dolls ran at her from all sides. In the past, the huntress tried to open the door, and she said that she was caught off guard, and so she tried to run out the gate, but for some reason the door closed and did not open, and therefore she was trapped. Jong-sung, biting his lips, realized that this was the same situation as before. Looking at the interlocutor, the protagonist asked if she knew what happened to the other scouts, to which she replied that she called them from the entrance to check. The guys appeared, surrounded by a magical aura, and the lady added that something seemed strange, as if they were unconscious. Extending her palm, the awakened one said that they suddenly tried to attack her, and therefore ran away, and in the end she met this girl, although she fell into a trap, and she helped her a lot. The child, looking at the hunters, exclaimed that the girl played with her a lot. The protagonist, wide-eyed, asked her name. The child, raising her eyebrows, said her name. A dark room was visible, and it was heard that then it was necessary to go together, because it was dangerous to stay here alone. The girl, looking ahead, said that she thought it was much more dangerous outside. Suddenly, it seemed like Taeyong was fiercely fighting off attacks. A boot appeared in front of the guy. Berserker, squinting, noticed that stealth was gradually disappearing. Looking at the enemy with a sword, the head of the Guild of Mass Murder wondered if these were human-type monsters. Suddenly, a card fell to the floor. Looking at the scout's ID, Taeyong thought that this was definitely it, and the face was the same as in the documents of the missing scout that the president of the association gave him. Jae-hee, opening his mouth wide, turned to the head of the guild. Myunggun sharply clenched his jaw. The boy, holding his weapon in front of him, tried to defend himself. Quickly repelling the attacks, the berserker ordered not to attack the enemy, because they were the missing scouts. The young man, standing still, thought that stealth was a skill that could not be used for several minutes after its effect ended, and there was a risk of greatly reducing speed, and therefore he could not simply kill them. Taeyong looked forward sharply, hearing screams. Ihyuk, in an unusual aura, exclaimed that he was sure that this was a monster that could use stealth, after which he asked if they were scouts. Squeezing his fingers, the sorcerer said that their speed had decreased. A magical hand appeared above the missing hunters, and the head of the Shinwa guild said that he would kill them in one fell swoop. The young man suddenly rushed from the spot. A moment later, a crowd of monsters fell to the ground. Suddenly, a scar appeared on the guy's nose. Ihyuk opened his jaw in bewilderment. Smoke was coming out of the barrel of the gun. Ji opened his mouth and asked if he was crazy, explaining that they weren't monsters, but people they needed to save, and so there had to be a way to return them to their previous state. The wizard lowered his hands and said that when someone tried to kill them, there were two choices, namely to kill or be killed. The guy's back was visible, and he added that no matter who showed hostility towards him, everyone would kill, and the shooter was no exception. Suddenly, the monsters' bodies began to recover. The young man was sharply attacked, and he said that if Jae-hee tried to stop him again, he should just know that he would kill him first. The member of the Mass Murder Guild, lowering his eyebrows, called Ihyuk a bastard. Taeyong, raising the corners of his lips, ordered him to stop, after which he said that he hoped that the head of the Shinwa Guild would listen to him. The boy, his eyes wide, said that people were blind, and so he would show them, and at the same time the girl asked him to block the attacks. The sorcerer bit his lips sharply, hearing that this was not a request, but a deal, and he would give him the reward for the raid and all the funding for the Shinwa Guild, and he also thought that these conditions were enough. There were traces of running on the floor. The young man, raising his hand, explained just in case that if they angered him, he would kill them right away. Berserker, turning his gaze to the side, thanked him, and realized that he had bought a little time. Taeyong turned around sharply, hearing how he was addressed. Jae-hee, his eyes wide, apologized to the commander. The leader, through sweat on his face, said that he would bear responsibility later, but for now let him concentrate. Monsters parried in the air, and the awakened one said that first they needed to figure out how to save them. A monster appeared, with purple threads coming out of it, and the girl asked Jong-sun if he had also seen dolls outside, adding that it was very scary among them. Smiling slightly, the child said that he didn't know exactly how, but they were entangled in purple threads, and they wouldn't die until they were gotten rid of, but would simply constantly attack, but the threads were very strong, and therefore difficult to break. The child looked at the protagonist, and asked how they were, and if they were really scared. The protagonist raised his palm and asked if that meant the dolls could return to their normal form, since he wanted to bring back his colleagues who had become dolls. Suddenly, severed body parts appeared, and the girl replied that she had heard that he had to stop the device attached to the doll's body as soon as he broke the thread, but if he tried to forcefully get rid of the threads, the bodies would explode. The child's eyes widened and she asked if it had helped him. The D-rank creator bit his lips and thought that she had answered even the difficult question accurately, and in a friendly manner. Jong-sung opened his mouth and wondered if he could ask another question. It was clear that the boys were fiercely defending themselves from the attacks of the missing scouts, and it was also heard that they would die 20 seconds after using stealth. Jae-hee, holding pistols in his hands, was perplexed. Yuran turned her gaze after being asked to block their movements with ice or something else. The girl, holding out a finger, objected that he should not cross the line. Suddenly, Ike opened his jaw and said the number 10. The member of the Guild of Mass Murders bulged his eyes in surprise. The huntress lowered her eyebrows menacingly. It seemed as if a powerful force surrounded the sorcerer's body. The guy loudly kicked his foot. A moment later, the young man swung his fist, and the countdown ended. Ike clenched his fingers tightly. Through the sweat on his face, the sorcerer wondered if the skill had been cancelled, and realized that the past pain had returned. The dark ceiling of the room was visible, and it was audible that he had stopped his abilities in time. The protagonist, smiling, said that they barely managed to save them. The girl happily raised her eyebrows. The protagonist, opening his mouth, said that he would now figure it out himself. A tall statue appeared in the distance, and the creator was asked where he went. Jong Sung, holding out his palm, explained that he needed to check something, and nothing special, so he shouldn't worry, after which Taeyong said that it was good that nothing happened, but this was a dungeon, so he should try not to be willful. Jae-hee thoughtfully turned his gaze to the side. The bodies of the missing scouts began to disappear. The member of the mass murder guild, looking ahead, turned to the leader and reported that the scouts were starting to use stealth again. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy was heard. Berserker, opening his mouth wide, shouted that no one should move. Magic rays surrounded the boys. Awakened through the sweat on his face, did not understand why it passed by him. The walls of the dark room were visible. The protagonist, noticing the magic lines, muttered that thanks to the threads of infected mana, he could see their outlines. A moment later, Taeyong held his sword out in front of him. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that he saw the doll's weak points, and therefore he would mark them, and asked the team to aim precisely at them so as not to damage the main body. The berserker, lowering his eyebrows, answered positively. Noticing the unusual aura, the hunter wondered what he meant by the blue fragments by the marks. Suddenly, the guy looked to the side. A second later, the young man hit the enemy with the hilt of the sword. Holding the weapon tightly, Taeyong realized that it worked, and could not think that it was possible to aim at them like that. It was heard that their weak point was the device in the center, and let everyone hit there, after which the awakened one stuck the spear into the enemy. The small ball began to crack. The missing scout suddenly opened his jaw. Ihyuk, opening his mouth wide, asked why they were suddenly breaking. Guild Master Shinwa added that they had never broken before, so he didn't understand anything, and Jong Sung smiled contentedly. Blue fragments were circling in the air, and someone asked what they were. The wizard narrowed his eyes in confusion. Looking ahead, Taeyong asked if he could find out what the protagonist was checking on the first floor. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and replied that he would tell. Introducing the lost girl, the D-rank creator explained that it was nothing special, because he was exploring the dungeon alone and accidentally found a surviving scout, and she was not in the best condition, and therefore did not go with them, but he learned from her about what was happening and found the scout's weak points. Berserker, raising the corners of his lips, asked about the girl. The child's eyes bulged joyfully, and Jong Sung said that she helped him find the scout. The protagonist added that he thought her parents were stuck here, and Hyuk leaned down to the child and said that it was suspicious. Raising his eyebrows, Jae-hee asked the sorcerer what was suspicious, since she was a child. The guy extended his finger and asked again if he had said something wrong, since how could an ordinary girl be here? An unusual aura swirled around Elizabeth, and the awakened one explained that these gates were carefully guarded, and it might seem that she was simply ignored, but the association was constantly monitoring them, and no one could enter here. Taeyong, with his mouth slightly open, replied that he understood him, but it was wrong to judge so hastily. Guild Master Shinwa, frowning menacingly, asked if he was right that the berserker was simply obsessed with finding flaws in his words, and added that he was there because he had given in, and also asked if he should kill all the members of his guild. The ear of the awakened one seemed to appear. Looking forward, the boy objected that he did not like pointless arguments, but he thought that it was necessary to teach him harmonious clearing. Jae-hee, holding a gun in his hand, noted that he was acting as if he was above them, and suggested that they take advantage of this opportunity, and the girl said that it was true, that they were acting as if they were above them. The huntress, smiling, asked why he did not stop his guild master instead of talking nonsense, to which the member of the mass murder guild clarified if she meant that his guild master would lose. The dark energy in the room parried, and the awakened one replied that she should go and stop him, after which the young man asked her to leave and asked if they could take theirs away from here when he lost consciousness. A moment later, magic skills appeared above the guys, and their disagreement could be heard. Jong Sung narrowed his eyes in confusion. Clenching his jaw, the protagonist wondered what was happening and why the emotions had intensified. Elizabeth, grinning evilly, said that she had only slightly brought them to emotions, and they were arguing like that, and added that it was a pity. Closing her eyes, the girl said that thanks to the protagonist, she was able to use the brainwashing skill on strangers, and she needed to get closer without unnecessary suspicion. The child was seen hugging the toy, and the D-rank manufacturer muttered that at first he thought she was definitely a baby monster, but he couldn't figure out when he started thinking of her as a normal child, and whether he was brainwashed when they first met. Baring his teeth, Jong Sung realized that he was too late, and then decided that he had to stop this before they were all brainwashed. A second later, the protagonist loudly slammed his foot on the floor. Suddenly, a dark force swirled in front of him. Magic threads bound the protagonist's body. It seemed like Elizabeth was controlling the boys with magic lines, and the boy said that by this time, the threads of contaminated mana had wrapped not only him, but everyone else as well, and also wondered if they were all brainwashed. Squinting, the boy couldn't imagine that she was using contaminated mana to control not only the body but also the mind, and therefore did not understand her lie. The creator clenched his fists sharply. Lowering his hands, Jong Sung explained that however, she had chosen the wrong enemy, and the system reported that the passive skill of mana absorption had been activated. A moment later, the magic lines began to break. Ihyuk, with his mouth wide open, asked what had happened. The girl, grinning evilly, noted that he could absorb contaminated mana. The protagonist, jumping back, shouted that this girl was an enemy, and let everyone attack her. It was visible how the child raised the corners of his lips, and at the same time she called out for her mom and dad. A team of awakened ones appeared from afar. Suddenly, bright rays hit the ground. Elizabeth, closing her eyes, exclaimed that they were offending her. The child's parents suddenly appeared, and she asked to punish the children. The hunter, menacingly lowering his eyebrows, clarified what was wrong with them, after which he said that he would kill them all in one fell swoop. The girl, snapping her fingers, said that it was time for him to show himself. The dark walls of the room were visible. A moment later, the Shinwa guild master powerfully struck forward with his hand. Suddenly, traces of blood appeared on his body. Taeyong, opening his jaw, asked what he was doing. A second later, an unusual aura swirled around the sorcerer. His mouth was pulled by magical threads. Streams of magic enveloped the head of the awakened one, and at the same time, Elizabeth praised her brother for his good work. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist wondered if this was why he felt the contaminated mana from Ihyuk's hand. A light-colored boy appeared above the Shinwa guild master, and his sister said that he liked to hide behind modest ones, and also asked if no one noticed. The child, squinting, shouted that it was fun when they had to fight their teammate, and asked what would happen, since their comrade had become a doll. The berserker, swinging his sword, exclaimed that he would quickly grab it and asked for help. Jae-hee, smiling, answered positively. A moment later, the sorcerer began to cover himself with his elbows. A bright aura was shining around him, and the member of the Guild of Mass Murder clarified what it was. The girl answered that it was a skill that was activated when the guild leader felt that his life was in danger, and for some time he was invulnerable and could not be distracted, and this state could last for several hours, and at the same time, Lewis was moving his fingers. It was heard that now one could not fight, and Elizabeth, closing her eyes, said that her brother was useless. The hunters menacingly lowered their eyebrows and said that they needed to deal with these three. An evil spirit appeared behind the girl, and she decided to quickly end it. Jong Sung bit his lips angrily. Looking at the child's parents, the protagonist thought that even from the energy, one could tell that these dolls were different from the ones before, because they were all at the level of a difficult dungeon boss. Frowning, the protagonist muttered that it was too dangerous to ignore these two guardians and move on, and therefore it was safer to face them face to face. A dark aura was visible on the monsters, and the boy thought that he had a bad feeling about this. Elizabeth's eyes widened, and at the same time, the D-rank creator whispered that maybe he was just imagining things, but for some reason it didn't look like a simple control type. Myunggun suddenly opened his mouth when he heard someone address him. Jae-hee looked to the side seriously. Jong Sung turned around and asked the guys to take the female doll because he would take care of the male doll, and also added that everyone should concentrate all their efforts on her and finish quickly. The member of the Mass Murder Guild raised his guns and answered positively. Suddenly, the monster rushed from its place. The protagonist's body was engulfed in flames. One of the dolls opened its mouth. There were magical threads on Lewis's fingers. The protagonist, biting his lips, thought that this was the ability to turn opponents into dolls and control them, and then wondered if it wasn't a mistake if it conflicted with Ihyuk's impenetrable life force. Looking ahead, the guy thought that it must be a skill that turns hunters into dolls, and no matter how he looked at it, something was wrong. Imagining the magic lines pulling the sorcerer's mouth, the D-rank creator realized that the transformation into the Ihyuk doll happened instantly, even after he absorbed all the contaminated mana. It was visible how the youth clenched his fists. In the past, the magic threads bound Jiangsun's body, and he muttered that this meant that before he used mana absorption, when everyone including him were entangled in the threads of contaminated mana, Elizabeth had the opportunity to turn them into dolls. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows and added that she did not do so. A moment later, Jae-hee fired his pistols. Numerous bullets rushed towards the monster. The projectiles hit the magic shield. The girl smiled contentedly. The protagonist, looking forward, wondered if this was all just to play with them, but then why did she reveal herself? Remembering the scout sitting on the floor, the boy thought that not only did she lead him to the lost scout, but she also told him about the weak points of those who had already become dolls. A broken circle appeared. Imagining a happy Elizabeth, the young man muttered that after gaining his trust, she immediately showed her true nature, which made everything meaningless, and it was strange no matter how you look at it, because even someone who liked internal conflicts would not do this. Biting his lips, the D-rank manufacturer added that it was as if she was forced to fight. A second later, a doll in the form of a man appeared. Suddenly, an unusual aura swirled around his hand. Ting swung his sword sharply. Berserker, frowning, noticed the incredible duration. A moment later, a bright flame appeared. The fire surrounded the body of the head of the Guild of Mass Murder, and he thought that he could put his power into the weapon that Jong Sung created for him and control it better. Suddenly, Jae-hee reached for his holster. Gripping the clip with his teeth, the boy thought that unfortunately, they have to use it in situations like this. Myunggun quickly turned around, hearing how he was told that this would definitely be enough. The shooter aiming used the skill enchanted bullet. An unexpectedly bright beam pierced the monster's body through. The young man smiled contentedly. A wide hole appeared in the monster's chest. From the powerful blow, the doll's head fell down. The monster was visible, divided into several parts. Taeyong lowered his sword. Berserker, sighing heavily, said to himself that everything had become more difficult than he expected, but he was surprised that they only used physical attacks and nothing more. Turning his gaze to the side, the awakened one realized that she was left alone. Noticing the girl on the stairs, the head of the mass murder guild thought that he was worried about psychic attacks, but for some reason he, a berserker, was able to withstand them. The hunter, putting his weapon on his shoulder, asked everyone to get ready, because until he gives any other instructions, they should beware of psychic attacks and stay put. Elizabeth, with her mouth slightly open, called out to her parents. The man's body was burning brightly. The woman was lying on the floor unconscious, and the girls said that they were all destroyed. A moment later, Taeyong abruptly rushed from his place. The child was hugging his toy. Suddenly, the child grinned evilly. A second later, the berserker cut off the monster's head, and it muttered that it was perfect. The small toy fell to the ground. Jae-hee, shaking his head, exclaimed that they were worried in vain, and they did not expect anything else from the head of the guild. Yuran crossed her elbows and said that Elizabeth acted as if something scary was about to happen, but it turned out to be very boring. Jong-sung, his eyes wide, thought that it would be better if it ended like this, and that his premonition was wrong. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. A pool of blood was visible. Taeyong sighed heavily and whispered that even if it was a monster, the corpse of a child was not a pleasant sight. The berserker began to turn back. Suddenly, the awakened one stopped in place. The next second, Myunggun clenched his jaw in bewilderment. Jae-hee raised the corners of his lips in confusion. Sweat ran down Yuran's face, and it was said that the hunters froze not because of magic or a psychic attack. Suddenly, red slime appeared, and the protagonist said that it was because there was something in the dungeon that they had never encountered before. The D-rank creator raised his eyebrows and said that it was expected. A second later, the hidden boss vampire elder appeared, and the system wrote down the main objective, reward, and sub-objective. Elizabeth's legs were visible, and she said that she had been waiting for the people who would destroy her mom and dad all this time. Introducing her parents, the girl said that not only did they betray her and force her to live forever with her power, but they were also ungrateful rats who put her in this useless body. Raising her hands, the vampire exclaimed that she was finally alive, after which she asked how much time had passed, and explained that she hated them so much that she had to spend time in this weak form. The two hunters turned around abruptly, hearing how they were addressed. Yuran, with sweat on her face, said that the guys should not stand still, but prepare, and also added that she understood that their guild leader was quite talented. Taeyong held tightly to the handle of the blade, and the huntress explained that he definitely couldn't handle such a monster alone. Touching her cheek with her finger, Elizabeth called the awakened ones cute rats. The girl's eyes widened in bewilderment. It was visible how Myunggun bit his lips. Jae-hee opened her mouth wide. The vampire, having released unusual energy, decided to feast for the first time in a long time, after which she used the skill of draining the essence. Red drops suddenly appeared. The whole team began to cough up blood, saying that this was nonsense. Yuran, raising her eyebrows, knew that high-ranking undead masterfully used absorption magic, but at a distance and on such a large number of people, she was able to suppress them without observing any conditions and without spending time on preparation. Suddenly, a powerful burst of flame was heard, and the girl wondered what kind of monster it was. The monster abruptly raised its gaze. Blood was flowing from Taeyong's eye, and the opponent exclaimed that he was very strong. Touching the sharp sword, Elizabeth said that even in such a state he could cause her problems, and if he could use all his strength, the outcome would be different. Breaking the weapon, the vampire added that this would not happen now. A moment later, a magical beam hit the berserker in the stomach. The guy flew sharply to the side. The young man put his palm on his chest, and suddenly a question was heard, how many percent it was. Taeyong, raising his head, clarified in what sense, after which he received the answer that the berserker's explosion has power. Jong-sung, with his mouth slightly open, explained that since the body would not be able to withstand it if he was always at 100%, he heard that he was applying his strength depending on the situation, and also added that he was still new to the explosion skill, so he did not know much about it. Recalling the tall monster, the protagonist said that the last time the berserker killed the monster, the power was less than half of the maximum, and so it seemed to her that he had used less than half this time too. The head of the mass murder guild, looking away, replied that even if that was the case, the strongest sword he had made had broken, and in his current state, he was not sure that he would be able to demonstrate the power that he had never shown before. Taeyong said that he would buy some time, and at the same moment, the protagonist, raising the corners of his lips, said that he wanted to monopolize his abilities. Raising his palm, the D-rank creator explained that this was naturally a ridiculous favor. Berserker looked down and wondered if this energy was mana, and Jong Sung continued that he felt like it would be permanently connected to him from now on. The protagonist turned away and said that he therefore thought it would be better to show each other their progress, after which the system reported the creation of demonic armor, and also wrote that 100 stored contaminated mana had been consumed, and a search for a suitable weapon began in the demon world. Elizabeth lowered her eyebrows in confusion. Suddenly, the demonic sword Leviathan appeared in front of the hunter, and the artificial intelligence explained that the creation was complete. The protagonist smiled slightly and exclaimed that Taeyong should take it, since it was his turn now. Taeyong frowned and opened his mouth, realizing that something had changed in the sword. The weapon was burning while the man thought that he would have easily taken it if it were a sword with many abilities, but it seemed that something was different. He reached out his hands to the blade and thought that this weapon was created by the protagonist. Suddenly, a blinding flash appeared in front of the leader of the mass murder guild. Jong Sung covered one eye. Elizabeth frowned and guessed that it must be a special ability of the fire element, which seemed quite powerful. Jong Sung turned around when the vampire said that the synergy of contaminated mana and flames was quite good. She then smirked and raised her hands. Black wings appeared behind her, emitting purple energy. The support stumbled when the opponent used a skill in a large area. He looked down and realized that it was an absorption and blocking ability. Elizabeth smiled, and the boy thought that although the absorption power was not as strong as before, it was quite a versatile skill. A man was lying on the floor while the vampire said that the distribution of mana and basic metabolism would gradually be paralyzed. The hand rested on the floor, and the enemy added that everything would melt. The young man opened his mouth and trembled, and Elizabeth said that everything would melt, down to the bones. She stood on the stairs, adding that after a while the pain would not be so bad. Taeyong frowned, holding a sword in his hand. The monster arched her eyebrows, not understanding how the guy could still move even after activating the bloodbath territory. There were bloody traces on the guild leader's face, and the woman realized that his body was moving thanks to the sword's ability. Then she raised her hand up and said that now she would destroy the dolls. Taeyong stepped in a pool of blood. He jumped forward. Elizabeth's hands emitted a purple aura. She used blood magic. Suddenly, huge red hands appeared from the floor. A colored fog was visible around the vampire's body. A huge hand rushed towards the man. He held the weapon tightly. Then a powerful stream of scarlet flame appeared. The woman covered her mouth in shock. The red hand served as a shield for her. Taeyong swung the sword, which created fire around it. The protagonist placed his hand on his chest and said that he was truly amazed. The guild leader cut the magical limb with a blade. Suddenly, blood gushed out of the vampire's mouth. Yellow sparks were visible in the room. The system reported that the main goal was achieved. Elizabeth was lying on the floor, her mouth wide open. The young man picked up the black artifact, looking down. The unusual object emitted a blue glow. It was a reward. Jong Sung looked to the side and hoped that it was somehow related to recovery or magical activity. Taeyong held a magical weapon in his hand. The system reported that next time he could simply materialize it. The protagonist put his hand in his pocket and wondered if the weapon search standard would be completely random. The man opened his mouth in shock when the sword disappeared from his hands. He turned around when the support warned him not to get up because he was unable to walk. The boy looked down and added that the leader was badly hurt, having wasted such a level of power. There were fallen fighters on the floor, and he concluded that no one was in danger of life now. The vampire opened her eyes. When Jong Sung approached her, she called him brother and congratulated him. The boy raised his eyebrows and thought that the woman was in critical condition. He did not understand why there was a notification of a successful cleansing if she was still alive. He asked how Elizabeth was connected to this dungeon. There were broken mannequins on the floor, and the boy said that he felt the same mana from the enemy as from them, and they tried to protect her. The vampire opened her bloody mouth and replied that they tried to protect her because she was a valuable source of power that fed them. She remembered herself in her youth, when she indulged their whims. Elizabeth stood in front of a huge monster. She wouldn't normally do this, but she saved the rats that were about to fall into the water. In the middle of the forest stood a family. The father stood in front. The vampire turned around. If it ended like that, it would just be a strange story. The woman went forward. She bowed to the monster, who thought these rats were strange. The defeated one looked away and said that it was the first time she heard an invitation from a person as thanks for saving her. She remembered the big white palace and concluded that this is how she was caught. The mother of the family looked at the vampire with a smile, holding a blue ball in her hand. The father pointed his hand at the huge mannequins. The woman did not know what was the turning point. Elizabeth watched as a little boy played with a doll. Soon she became part of their family. She smiled. It was short-lived, but she was happy. The mannequin was tied with threads. Soon she understood why these rats accepted her into their family. The mannequin turned out to be Elizabeth herself. Three dark figures looked down at her. She gave them a chance to betray her and control her because she became infinitely soft and weak. There were dolls on the bloody floor. This is how the vampire was trapped in this body and sealed most of her abilities, so that she could only provide them with the necessary contaminated mana for protection. The guy looked down and asked what she was protecting them from. The woman frowned and said that she did not know, and asked if Jong Sung looked around before entering the mansion. An endless desert was visible through the window. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The monster said that this was not a real desert, only a barrier and space created to protect this place. The support sweated when she said that this family wanted to protect themselves from the monsters on the other side of the rift. Blood flowed from the woman's mouth, and she realized from his reaction that this world also had a rift. A red hole was visible in the air. She said that their worlds went through the same thing. A monster with sharp teeth emerged from the rift. Jong Sung knelt down and asked how Elizabeth's world had dealt with the gate disaster and how many years had passed since the last rift. She looked at him and said that she had not seen it in person. She introduced the doll in the closet and said that after she was trapped in this body, she had gone through a dark time where she could not move, and during that time, her world had fallen and the manor was isolated. The lock opened. The vampire had recently been able to move again. The doll's green eyes widened. A system screen appeared in front of her, telling her to repel 100 intruders. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock. The woman's fingers began to break off, and she said that she could not answer all of his questions. She closed her eyes and said that death was not bad either. The youth frowned when he saw Elizabeth's body begin to disintegrate. He grabbed the artifact. Then he opened the lid and blue fire appeared around. The support smirked. The woman opened one eye. The protagonist grabbed her by the neck. A golden stripe appeared on her skin, and she asked what he did. The vampire's body glowed and the guy said that he had a personal interest. All her wounds healed. The system reported that the monster would now obey the player as a familiar. Jong Sung smiled and said that it was the first time he saw a player as a familiar. He closed his eyes as a bright light appeared in front of him. Then he covered his nose as fog rose around him. The contract was concluded. The protagonist looked forward in surprise. Looking down, he said that he was a little surprised that Elizabeth had changed her form. The black cat screamed loudly. The guy looked at her and noticed that even the necklace had changed in size. Elizabeth looked at her paw and trembled in horror. A purple light flashed, and she took her previous form. The woman grabbed the golden necklace and asked how dare the support make her a familiar. She frowned, calling it humiliation. The guy looked down and said that she could not refuse it. She turned back into a cat. The protagonist picked her up and she tried to scratch him. Elizabeth's eyes were red. Jong Sung asked if those people really deceived her. He put her down on the ground and she screamed that she had already told him everything. She looked up when the boy said that according to the familiar, they stole her powers for their own survival. Looking away, he asked if there was any point in living like this. The mother's body was lying on the floor, and the young man noted that this family did not seem so refined. The child was tugging at the purple strings, and the protagonist added that they were more like programmed dolls than living beings. Elizabeth gritted her teeth and said that there was nothing strange about it, because people's psyches adapt to their physical bodies, and they end up in this state because they are forcibly using contaminated mana, and their thinking atrophies. The support turned away and said that he did not expect her to sympathize with them. Turning around, he added that most people would not continue living like this. He walked over to the body of the father of the family. Looking away, he thought about the fact that this man had changed bodies. Suddenly, Jong Sung's eyes widened. The cat was watching him, thinking about his words. While the protagonist stood in front of the huge doll, the familiar thought about what the point of saying such things now was. The boy opened his mouth and said he wanted to check something. He took out a pink ball and summoned Elizabeth. The cat jumped towards him, thinking that she was being forced to even a simple order. She hung in the air in front of him, and the boy said that it was called an essence crystal, which is usually used for spells of the class related to black magic and saves some mana and soul. He remembered the conversation between his mother and Elizabeth, and said that they implanted something similar into a doll to give it a soul. The cat wrinkled her nose, asking what the support was talking about. Suddenly, she saw something in the glass ball. She turned around, finding herself in a familiar estate. A family was sitting at the table, and the mother said that over the past few days, she had seen several thousand visions, but the result was always the same. A rift was visible in the air. She added that the collision of two worlds would be so frequent that it would be impossible to control. She closed her eyes and said that even if they tried to delay it, in 5 years it would be too late to prepare for it. Elizabeth walked forward and thought it was a vision based on her father's memories. The man furrowed his brows, asking what about a way that at least their family could survive. The mother lowered her head and said that with the help of the vampire, they could at least fence off the land around the estate, but then there would be problems. There was a forest around the estate. She said that if their world was destroyed, their home would be lost between two dimensions forever, unless someone from another world found them. The father put his fist on the table when his wife said that it could take even longer than a few hundred years, and they would just slowly wait for death. He covered his face with his hand, and the child said that Elizabeth was none of their business. The mother looked at her son, stunned. He said with tears in his eyes that she was not like them, and they could at least save her. The parents looked in horror at the boy who said that their family was alive only because of the vampire. They went into the room where she was tied up. She raised her head and said that she trusted them. The three looked at her pitifully and apologized to her. There was a doll in the closet. The boy held the ball in his hand, asking if they would remain conscious after transferring themselves into the bodies of dolls. All three held the ball in their hands. The man said that they would be able to retain their sanity for a while. He frowned and added that it would gradually fade, and in 2,000 years they would not even remember who they were. There was a red sky above the estate. The father concluded that they would still remain dolls. The wolf gritted his teeth. The man said that even if their dimension was isolated, it was unknown what dangers would threaten them. The predators surrounded the giant. This time they decided to protect Elizabeth from dangers until someone from another world took her. The protagonist looked at the pink ball. He pressed his finger on the system screen. Drops of liquid fell to the floor. The vampire was kneeling and crying, not understanding why they did not tell her the truth. Jong Sung opened his mouth and replied that then they would have met their end together, because she would have chosen to be with them until the very end. She turned around when he told her to get up. Because they did not have much time, the system reported the release of the familiar's abilities. The boy stood with his back to her, saying that this was not a full recovery, but he did not pay so much for her to cry here. As tears flowed down the woman's cheeks, he said that she should draw conclusions. In the distance lay broken dolls. The support said that they protected her. The boy controlled the strings. The guy said that the vampire should help them calm down. She frowned and screamed that she could not do such a thing. Jong Sung turned around and shouted at her not to be pathetic and that they could have just lived their last days happily, but they decided to do otherwise. Looking at Elizabeth sitting, he said that they had locked themselves in their lives for the sake of her future, which they weren't even sure was real. He frowned and added that the least the vampire should do was thank them for their loyalty. Elizabeth lowered her head when the protagonist said that this was her minimum duty. She stood up from her knees. Tears flowed from her red eyes. She looked at the faces of her family. Then Elizabeth imagined herself surrounded by them, where everyone was smiling happily. She frowned. Suddenly, an explosion thundered. The woman looked to the side. The system reported that the goal of "find out the truth about Elizabeth" was achieved. She looked down. The dungeon was cleared 100%. The rewards were received. There were many people standing near the portal. Taeyong was helping his comrade to walk. Another warrior was injured. The protagonist stood by the rift, saying that he had been there longer than he thought. He looked down and said that it was not for him to say such things. Elizabeth stood next to him, saying that this world was nothing compared to her world, and even the mana was weak. They walked forward, and the cat said that she would try to live a wonderful life here, because it was her duty. At night, the full moon shone in the sky. Yuran crossed her arms over her chest, saying that she could not quit drinking for this very reason, and was indignant that today was just a disgusting day. The girl looked up at the sky and asked what that rat was doing here. Someone was standing at the bar in her house. The woman asked if he had come to ruin everything completely. The chandelier on the ceiling lit up. A man with sharp fangs asked his friend not to be so rude. The man raised his hand and explained that he was just waiting for his colleague and decided to pour himself some wine, suffering from the long wait. Raising her shining hand, the huntress asked him not to talk nonsense, and said that even a lifetime would not be enough to pay for the open bottle. Placing his hands on the table, the scoundrel said that he came to her on personal business, and explained that she was rumored to have gone to an invaluable dungeon. Grinning, he explained that he was very interested in such places and guessed that it must have been fun there. There was a glass of wine on the table. The intruder leaned forward and was surprised that such a tall and proud queen would pitifully lose consciousness in the middle of a cleansing and not remember anything. Yuran opened her mouth wide and said that she had seen the results of what happened with her own eyes and that the situation had changed dramatically in a strange way. In the memory, Taeyong finished off the boss with a blow from the burning sword that the support gave him. The girl said that it was an unprecedented amount of power, even considering the berserker explosion. The man clenched his trembling hand into a fist. The scoundrel smiled slyly and said that S ranks can be so different, which means he is definitely worth hunting. The woman lowered the corners of her lips, expressing doubt about this, and explained that they should focus primarily on the support. The guest looked up and asked what this meant. Putting her hand to her chin, the huntress reported that this man only knows how to create weapons, and stated that the weapon withstood Taeyong's full power. The man straightened up and decided that it would be good for them to have someone nearby who could create a good sword. Squinting slyly, he reminded her that it was just a tool and explained that without someone to hold the handle, the weapon itself was useless. The scoundrel headed for the exit and said that their abilities were on opposite sides of the sword and the purity of battle, and everything else was simply impure. Yuran looked away and warned him that if they started hunting Taeyun, this impurity would be the main reason for his defeat. The guest waved his hand and explained that he was now interested in the D-rank support that the queen was obsessed with. Adjusting his hair, the man said that he could kill them both and said goodbye to his friend. A few days later, clouds floated across the sky. The protagonist was lying in his bed. Squinting, Jong Sung realized that he had slept for several days in a row, but his condition had still not returned to normal, and assumed that this was not due to the creation of a demonic weapon, but to the skill of absorbing Elizabeth. The sun's rays illuminated the room. The guy decided to ask if there was any way to get rid of the side effects of her skill. The young man looked around and wondered where she had gone. The creator looked out the window and sighed heavily. Getting out of bed, the support decided that he could summon her by force at any time, and assumed that she was very interested in this new world. The schoolgirl sat down next to the cat. The hunter hoped that his familiar would not behave too strangely. There was a mischievous treasure chest on the table. The protagonist approached it, and was surprised that he had a chance to see it in real life. Jong Sung squinted and remembered that this was a random reward that players often encountered. The guy imagined the open chest and realized that although a random item fell out of the chest, it was not 100% random. The child held an unknown artifact in his hand. The young man thought that the item in the naughty chest was limited to what the owner needed, but this mechanism was missing some parts. The man took a powerful blow. The reward could be a sharp, heavy sword that could only attack and could not block blows. A wave of energy ricocheted off the shield, which could withstand any blow without recoil, but reflected it to someone else. Looking down, the creator decided that regardless of the big drawbacks, the trouble with these items is that they can be used, and remembered that there were many cases where people tried to use items, but in the end, blood was spilled. The support imagined a mana scale next to him, and realized that he needed something that could restore or increase it by a certain amount. The hunter opened the chest and realized that the type of item that could be there was determined in advance. A bright light illuminated his face. The protagonist thought that the most important thing is what kind of weakness he will have. Light burst out from the window of his room. By morning, the blue haze had not yet dissipated. In Jong Sung's hand appeared the ring Gluttony of the Traitor, which allows him to use the skill Mana Leak. The guy raised one eyebrow in surprise. The system suggested that the Mana Leak function is proportional to the amount of positive attitude of the target towards the owner. The young man threw the ring on the table and said that it was very annoying. The cat jumped onto the balcony. Putting his hand to his head, the creator thought that Mana Leak itself was not a bad skill, and wondered what the condition with a positive attitude meant. The support looked down when Elizabeth said that she did not know why he was angry. The beast licked its paw and said that a guest was waiting for them outside. The hunter looked out the window. A limousine was parked in front of his house. Someone came out of it. Straightening his jacket, Ayuk asked where Taeyun was allowing his support to live and was indignant at the fact that the leader of the mass murder guild was acting with feigned generosity. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw him. The man stood in front of the building. The leader of Shinwa looked up and decided that this man was worthy of being hired personally. In the memory, a protective barrier surrounded him. The sorcerer felt what happened then, even without what Yuran told him later. Jong Sung handed Taeyun a burning sword. The player gritted his teeth and thought about how the energy that came out of him was enough to destroy the barrier and reach him instantly. Looking up and imagining the guy, Ayuk decided that he didn't know why he was a D rank, but he definitely had the potential for an A rank, and assumed that the leader of the mass murder guild hired him for a reason. A smirk appeared on his face, and the young man asked how he had gotten his address. The support put his hand in his pocket and stated that there was no way to do it legally. The man raised his hand and asked if it was that important, and explained that most people were impressed in cases like this because they found out that the best guilds were looking for them. The Shinwa leader extended his hand to his comrade and suggested that he had impressed him as well. The creator passed by and replied that he hadn't come out to say hello, but that he needed to renew his assistant's work permit today. The hunter froze in place when the wizard promised to give him a reward that would be 3 times better than the one Taeyun had offered. The player extended his hand and said that he knew he should look at him differently after what he had done in the dungeon. The protagonist looked back, and Ayuk explained that he treated people with such incredible skills accordingly, and promised to create conditions for him that would be unmatched by anything else. Jong Sung raised his eyebrows and was amazed at his self-confidence, but it did not change his answer. The guy closed his eyes and said that his guild could not give him anything, just like Taeyun's guild. The man was indignant that he, like Yuran, was pretending to be unapproachable. The girl looked back and said that everything was fine. The head of Shinwa asked if they really thought his guild was weak. The wizard clenched his fist and offered to check if they really had nothing to give. The young man silently left. The player promised to make them both start begging him for work. People were walking along the streets of the city. Looking at his phone, the support remembered that he had planned to do this earlier, but the association claims that getting there by public transport is quite problematic. Suddenly, someone bumped into him. The creator looked back and apologized. The man in the cap and hood looked back, but said nothing. The hunter turned away and realized that he had not fully recovered yet. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. Jong-sung turned around and thought that this couldn't be happening. The mysterious man was not among the passers-by. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that Dojin could not be alive. Cars passed by him. The man looked back and said the name of his old acquaintance. White clouds floated above the city. The military surrounded the portal and set up a cordon. The warrior put his hammer on his shoulder and offered to set off if his comrades had finished their preparations. The ranger followed the archer. In the gates of rank C and above, even high-ranking hunters can suffer or die from one mistake, so everyone should be aware that when it comes to safety, nothing is superfluous. The girl smiled and explained that she was worried about going to the gate of rank C for the first time. The young man looked ahead and explained that their tank was a veteran, so if they listened to him, there would be no particular problems. The guys headed towards the portal. The woman called her ally very experienced. Dojin looked at them with glowing eyes. The heroes approached the gate. The man thought that his old acquaintance specialized in creating weapons, but he did not have much practical experience. A squad from the Divan Guild, which belonged to his brother, appeared in the memory. In the past, when they were sitting at the table, the player asked why his brother was aiming for the D-rank gate, because he should aim higher. Toyin frowned and explained that there were a lot of resources in the D-rank dungeon and that you can get incredible benefits from them, so all the big guilds often use them. The hunter narrowed his eyes and said that these gates for big guilds are nothing more than pocket money. Holding chopsticks in his hands, the assassin reminded that their guild was brand new, so they could afford a lot if they got even half of what they expected. Various dishes were on the table. The guild leader talked about strengthening the weapons of the most diligent members or conducting training on exclusive equipment. Dojin looked up. His brother asked him to wait a little. Toin smiled widely and said that soon the whole world would know about the Dawn Guild, but that did not happen. The man put the phone to his ear. Then the incredible news from the association reached him. The player put his hands on the table and said that his brother was a recognized B-rank veteran and that he could not be killed in such a dungeon. The association employee looked down and explained that it was not a normal gate but an unappraised gate, and added that the subsequent investigation showed that it was a high-risk location. The hunter widened his eyes in shock and asked what that meant. At that moment he felt that his brother's death was not a simple accident. Toyun held the documents obtained through the official auction. Dujin decided that his brother would not lie to him. The association employee looked up and asked if the head of Dawn had said anything. The man wondered who was running that auction and realized that something was wrong. The player answered negatively with his lips down and thought that something had happened that was beyond common sense. The hunter frowned sternly. The employee reported that his brother's body would be delivered in 2 days after the investigation was completed, and called it lucky that they had found his remains at all. Dojin's mouth dropped open as the association member explained that there was one lone survivor who was the reason they were able to retrieve all the bodies. The protagonist walked down the street. The staff member said he didn't know the exact circumstances and decided that he was just lucky. The guys stood in a row in front of the gate. Tank smirked and said that they would finish the cleanup without any serious injuries if possible. The heroes entered the portal. Standing at the end of the line, the man thought about how all the B-rank hunters including Toyun had died and wondered how a D-rank rookie could just get lucky. The player's eyes widened and he decided that he had to find out the truth no matter what it took if this person was actually involved in his brother's death. The man in black stepped forward. When someone approached him, the agent asked him to stop and explained that these people were taking part in the cleanup of the gate. Handing him a permit, the scoundrel introduced himself as a member of the team and said that he was just a little late. The guard looked at the document carefully. The hunter asked who would come to the gate in full gear if they had nothing to do with it. A smirk appeared on his face when the agent allowed him to enter. The man in black looked up and asked if everything was okay. The player replied that he was just glad he could enter. He entered the cordoned-off area and decided that otherwise they would all have died. The villain looked at the portal and remembered that the victim was called Dojin. The man smiled confidently and wanted to see the abilities of the hero candidate. There was fog in the long corridor of the castle. Skeletons and abandoned swords lay on the floor. In front of the tank sat a headless duke. Holding a hammer in his hands, the warrior was surprised that they managed to defeat this monster. The hunter widened his eyes and decided that this could not be true, since this was just a C-rank dungeon. There was a gaping hole in the monster's chest. The player thought that this was more like a high-level B-rank dungeon, and realized that it could be very dangerous if he had to hide his abilities until the last minute. Placing his hammer on his shoulder, the defender stated that they won thanks to him, and was surprised that such a talented person was among them. Dojin looked back and denied this, saying that he had only done half the job. The wounded members of the party were resting by the wall. The man frowned in displeasure. In his hands were daggers. Some time ago, the duke, who had been decapitated, was holding a sword and a book. The tank was sitting on the ground in front of his broken hammer. The assassin picked up the blades and thought that it would be much easier if he had his usual equipment. The hunter's mouth opened in surprise when someone said that he needed a new weapon. The protagonist extended his hand and said that he could make new blades if he forgot about his abilities after leaving the dungeon. The player frowned and realized that the new weapon had more strength, weight, and cutting power. Dojin squeezed the dagger's handle and wondered if this person who could create something like this in an instant was a D-ranker. Jongsung looked back when he was called out. The man approached him and asked who he was. The guy looked at him and asked when they had met. The hood hid the assassin's face. The young man reminded him that he did not know his name and had never told him his name. Taking off his mask, the hunter decided to rephrase the question and asked if he and Toin knew each other. The player took off his hood and called him his older brother, who was the head of the Dawn Guild. Dojin frowned menacingly and explained that he wanted to know what happened to him a year ago. The creator shuddered tensely. Traces of many sword swings appeared in the air. The man looked away in fear. He took the entire attack on himself. The recoil pushed him back. Holding his blades in front of him, the assassin wondered if there was another monster left. The stranger came out of the hallway and said that this was quite an unexpected development. A dead member of the squad was lying on the ground. The villain was surprised that a rising star whose best days were yet to come was able to withstand his blow. A dead girl was lying in the hallway. The mercenary explained that no one else could do it. A giant shield appeared on the battlefield. The villain could not believe that someone else managed to survive. The protagonist frowned tensely. The hunter threw the dagger forward and concluded that this man was insanely strong. The berserker smiled widely and asked them not to be so scared and to relax. Jongsung raised his hand and dispelled the shield. The stranger grinned and asked if this was the impurity. The boy frowned and asked what it meant. The warrior explained that he needed it to defeat Taeyong, and added that it did not mean that he would be lucky to stay alive. The player put the daggers in front of him and wondered if they knew each other. The villain raised the burning sword and said that if there was something in it, then the hunt would be more fun. Dojin took a defensive stance. The berserker struck a powerful blow. Sparks flashed. Frowning, the man felt an incredible force and realized that if he was knocked down by one of his attacks, it would be over with a simple defense. The villain cut the air with his sword. The assassin began to run and thought about how he needed to avoid his attacks at all costs and find a loophole. The hunter ran forward, dodging the swings of the sword. The stranger smirked and concluded that the second opponent was simply useless, since this fight could not even be called 2-on-1. The protagonist stood to the side. Jongsung lowered the corners of his lips and agreed with the enemy. The warrior's eyes widened in fear, his body shook. A purple thread wrapped around his hand. It tied his sword. Elizabeth stood to the side. The heroes confidently frowned and declared that it was 3 against 1. Drops of blood fell to the floor. The system reported that the summoning of the familiar would be forcibly terminated in 10 seconds due to lack of mana. The guy pressed his hand to his chest and realized that what he received in a dangerous place was not enough for long. The villain gritted his teeth in displeasure. The shadows encircling his body began to disappear. The girl sternly frowned. The young man realized that this time was more than enough to put an end to this furious battle. The berserker cut the air with his sword. The woman used the fog skill and disappeared into thin air. The villain frowned tensely when he learned that ordinary physical attacks did not work on her. Introducing the man with the flaming sword, the vampire explained that there was a slight difference in level between them and suggested that it was all about the weapon. The familiar smirked and remarked that it seemed like a farewell. Dojin pounced on the enemy from behind. At the same moment, the stranger turned around and cut the air with his sword. The man approached him closely. The blade of a dagger flashed in his hand. The assassin struck the enemy's hand. Blood spurted. When the summoning was complete, Elizabeth disappeared, saying that it was not bad, although the ending was a little crumpled. The wounded warrior raised his sword in front of him. Putting knives in front of him, the player wanted to mortally wound him, but there was a huge difference in their basic skills, and he realized that in such a state, he should have a chance. The hunter frowned and called on the enemy to drop his weapon and surrender, because, given his deeds, the outcome would be the same. The villain clenched his teeth in horror. The berserker dropped his sword, which usually meant submission. Dojin shuddered tensely and realized that he had other intentions. The berserker grabbed his severed hand. Thanks to magic, the wound instantly healed. The protagonist squinted and wondered if it was contaminated mana. A cloud of dark energy flared up in the villain's hands. The man jumped forward and swung his dagger. The assassin dealt a crushing blow, causing a bright glow. The player realized that the enemy had managed to use a teleportation magic circle. Jongsung approached him and explained that it was just an escape item. The guy wiped his chin and added that if it was an attack or debuff item, they definitely wouldn't have been able to leave here unharmed. The hunter looked back and asked what it all meant. The young man promised to tell him everything. The creator looked down and said that he had the right to know what happened a year ago with the Divan Guild and his older brother. A group of people came out of the portal. The association staff were carrying corpses on stretchers. The heroes watched from the side. Dojin frowned sadly and said that he felt unwell and explained that they had to lie and say that their team was killed by monsters in the dungeon. The support looked sternly ahead and said that they had no other choice and reported that the security staff thought that there were 7 of them because after they entered the gate, a late member of the team showed up. The man frowned and said that it couldn't be. In the past, the stranger handed the guard a document. This certificate was a good enough forgery to fool everyone. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips and assumed that this was actually a pass. In the past, Doan showed the certificate to a friend. A year ago the same thing happened, as an unappraised dungeon was openly put up for auction. Presenting the access card and the proof of the deal, Jongsong said that he did not know their goals, but this was not something a small group could do, and added that if the association was caught, any organization would disappear. The assassin frowned tensely. The boy explained that there was someone so influential involved that even if he was caught, nothing would change, and assumed that his friend also understood that they were not dealing with ordinary people. The young man raised his eyebrows and said that the association lied to him and the other families of the guild members for this very reason, because there might be someone among them who was not able to accept everything as it was. The player closed his eyes and realized that if they officially reported everything to the association, other people might get hurt. Pointing his finger at his comrade, the hunter said that there was no point in him being the creator of a D rank and asked why he was hiding it. Lowering his head, the support explained that before what happened a year ago, his abilities were useless and stated that he was even ashamed to call himself a D rank. The protagonist recalled how he fell into the pit and said that he awakened a new ability when he was on the verge of death, and thanks to this, he was the only survivor. Dojin watched him closely. Jongsung suggested that this sounded unrealistic and even suspicious, and stated that he would not believe it either if he were in his place. The guy closed his eyes and added that he planned to tell the world and the families of the victims everything when the main culprit and the secret behind it were revealed, but that did not justify the fact that he hid the truth. Bowing, the young man apologized and promised to find those responsible for the deaths of the Dawn Guild members and Toyun in particular. The man pursed his lips and was silent for a while. The assassin lowered the corners of his lips and asked what that meant. Turning around, the player asked his comrade not to pretend that this matter concerned only him, and stated that he could not answer a single question for himself, excluding the fact that he was to blame for everything that had happened. The hunter looked back and concluded that he was no different from him now. The association employees carried the stretcher to the car. Dojin was indignant that he had seen everything with his own eyes, but he must remain silent in front of those who had the right to know this. Standing a few meters from his ally, the man said that he would not stop until those responsible for his brother's death paid for it, and promised to catch them at all costs. The creator frowned sadly. The assassin stated that until then his life was in the hands of his comrade. The player frowned sternly and explained that from now on they could only rely on each other. In the forest there was an abandoned warehouse. A burning magic circle appeared on the floor. A black silhouette appeared in its light. The stranger fell to the floor, cursing his enemies. The warrior trembled with anger and promised to kill them. Approaching him, the priestess said that she did not know to whom her ally was saying this after he had shamefully lost and fled, and asked if it was not a pitiful sight. The girl put her finger to her cheek and wished for him to return dead or at least hopeless, since in that case he could be sacrificed. The villain stood up and grinned viciously. The woman smiled and asked him not to behave like that, because the boss still expected a lot from him. A dark cloud of energy flew up to the berserker. It was flesh with teeth and eyes. The villain asked what it was. The sorceress closed her eyes and asked him to eat it, because this baby would become his new hand. The stranger stepped back, asked his ally not to bother him, and said that he was not going to eat some unknown creature. The priestess smirked and explained that they did not have a very trusting relationship, but in such circumstances there was no choice. The warrior angrily clenched his teeth. The girl asked if he would be able to handle a sword with one hand. The villain took the clod of flesh in his hand. The woman narrowed her eyes and said that her ally had the right to do what he thought was right. The berserker put the monster in his mouth and chewed it. Suddenly, the villain's eyes widened. The warehouse was dusty. A loud scream was heard. Crossing her arms over her chest, the sorceress was surprised that they were much better suited to each other than she expected, and said that it should have taken a whole night. A new hand grew in place of the severed one. The priestess explained that this was the primary form and that after some time of use it would automatically determine a more suitable form. The girl smiled widely and asked her friend to tell her if he didn't like something, because this creature was like a child to her. The stranger bared his teeth fiercely and promised to kill all his enemies. In the memory, Dojin approached him closely. The villain frowned menacingly and remembered the protagonist's gaze. The bright sun was shining over the airport. People gathered in the building. The girl sitting on the bench assumed that some celebrity had arrived, judging by the number of reporters. The man explained that it was not a celebrity, but a hunter from the Hyunmi Guild. Raising her eyebrows, the girl said that she had heard of them and asked why they were at the airport if it was a guild from their country. Holding a phone in his hands, her friend replied that they were invited to the United Kingdom, and assumed that there must have been a very complex and dangerous gate there. The woman with the microphone shouted that they were already here. Haina adjusted her hair. The journalist asked her how she felt after clearing the city at dawn, and said that he knew that her guild received a lot of money from the British government. Raising her hands, the assistant explained that they would not give any interviews, and promised to answer all questions later, at the official press conference. Cars drove along the road. Sitting in the passenger seat, the secretary said that they were done for today, and the day after tomorrow there would be a group interview with representatives of the Sanha Guild. The girl's mouth opened in surprise when her colleague reported that traces of the executor appeared 2 days ago. The hunter turned her head and asked where they had been. The woman replied that they were found in a dungeon with an error in Bupyeong. A stranger walked down the street with a sword over his shoulder. According to witnesses and security testimony, someone appeared later than the others, and his features matched those in the reports about the executor. Holding a tablet, the assistant added that there were only 2 survivors, one of whom was a B-rank assassin and a D-rank support. The player narrowed her eyes and asked how people of that rank could survive an encounter with the executor. The secretary looked at the tablet and said that she did not know. Dojin was talking to a security representative, and so far both survivors claimed that their teammates' deaths were an accident that could happen during any hunt. Haina scratched her chin and thought about the possible explanations for this, deciding that these people could be on the executor's side or that they were being threatened. The girl lowered the corners of her lips and said that she needed to meet with both of them because she was interested in what they could tell her. Clouds floated above the houses. Sitting at the laptop, the protagonist thought about how he could not find information anywhere among the users of the Great Sword in the archives of the Hunter Association. In the memory, the stranger entered the dungeon. Jong Sung concluded that he was definitely an unofficial hunter and that he usually had a different appearance, which meant that he was related to the destruction incident that occurred in the dungeon with a rank error. The boy looked down and decided that the existence of the dungeons with a rank error itself could be the work of the organization that the villain belonged to. The sun's rays illuminated the mansion. The young man remembered that even in that situation, their team could have been destroyed. A Hyuk hit the enemy hard. The creator realized that judging by the abilities and potential, everyone there could become heroes in the future, and if they were eliminated, it would be a great loss to the world of the future. The support closed the laptop and realized that the fact that they continued to fake the dungeon rank and send out assassins hinted at the possibility that assassins were working outside the dungeons as well. The protagonist looked up and concluded that there was danger everywhere now. The phone on the table rang. Elizabeth was sleeping on the table. Jong Sung shuddered when he heard the voice on the other side of the phone. It was evening, and there was a huge skyscraper outside. The lights were on in a clean and tidy apartment. Yuran was sitting at the bar. Smiling, the girl said that she expected a neater appearance when she set the meeting place, and asked if she was expecting too much. The boy put his hand in his pocket, and replied that he had never been to such a place, and stated that he had become increasingly distrustful lately. The boy frowned and explained that his address and phone number were not in the association's public database. The woman leaned on her hand and asked if Ayak had come to see him. The man smiled awkwardly, and the player called him unjustifiably confident. Running her finger across the table, the huntress asked her guest not to worry about it, and said that she had invited him out of personal interest, so they needed a drink. Throwing a stern look at her, the creator stated that this was not a conversation that could be carried on freely over drinks, and wanted to get straight to the point if she had nothing else to say. Yuran turned to him and reminded him that she did not remember what happened at the end of the last dungeon, as she had lost consciousness. Elizabeth smiled slyly. The girl asked how her friend managed to defeat the boss, and said that even Taeyun, judging by his condition, did not have a chance. Closing his eyes, the support asked her to clarify this with the head of Shinwa and explained that he did not have combat skills and could not influence the situation when she was unconscious. The woman smirked. The protagonist said that he simply used his remaining energy to create a sword, and did not know anything else. The bartender wiped glasses. The player asked what the guest wanted to tell her. The heroes silently looked at each other. Holding a glass in her hand, the hunter called it absurd that some man with a great sword walks around the area and kills people. Yuran slyly knitted her eyebrows and suggested that she could become the next victim of this scoundrel. Raising her hand, Jong Sung explained that the fact that she had entered the dungeon with a mistaken rank meant that the villain was hunting her, adding that his ally was the only person who did not belong to any guild. Frowning, the girl decided that it sounded plausible that the enemies would first target someone who did not have protection from the organization, and asked if her comrade was not forgetting something very important. The woman stood up and reminded him that there were other people without a guild besides her. The player turned to the guest and said that there was also a D-rank support who was much inferior to her in strength. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. The huntress asked if his words were true, he himself was not in danger. The huntress narrowed her eyes and said that she could protect him. The young man turned away and replied that he had already said everything and that it was time for him to go. The creator frowned and asked his ally to take his words seriously, because her life was at stake. After that, the support silently headed for the exit. Yuran immediately picked up the phone. With a stern frown, the girl reported that her guest had just left and asked her ally to do everything possible, because this was his chance to repay the debt. A call from Arad appeared on the screen. The woman smiled and decided to watch what would happen next. The protagonist was walking down the street. Suddenly, Jong Sung stopped and shuddered when someone said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The stranger stepped forward and said that he didn't expect that he would be walking alone at night just a couple of days after what happened. The executor grinned maliciously and asked if his victim was really that stupid. The man narrowed his eyes and warned that screaming and running away was useless. A dark dome appeared over the city. The warrior assumed that his target did not notice that he was already trapped. The priestess stood on the roof of the building. The berserker called her very talented and explained that as long as the barrier exists, no one will know what is happening in it. The guy lowered the corners of his lips and said that this is not bad. The villain opened his mouth in surprise when the young man noted that this barrier does not just block the entrance, but is based on the principle that creates a virtual space that imitates reality. Fog fell on the street. The creator said that he was a little worried about not feeling anyone's presence and thought that the villain killed everyone who lived here. The support took a step forward and concluded that despite the enemy's abilities, their organization has a certain level of insight. The executor asked what they were talking about. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and said that he expected the villain to hunt him and that it could happen today. Jong Sung remembered his conversation with Yuran at the bar and how she called him the perfect prey for hunting. The man clenched his teeth in irritation. The warrior pulled out a sword from behind his back. He swung it and asked how a man who was incapable of anything on his own dared to talk nonstop and pretend to be good-natured. A bright blue light illuminated the boy. An explosion of energy was heard on the battlefield. The berserker frowned angrily. A giant two-handed sword appeared in front of the young man. The villain opened his mouth in surprise and realized that most of those who had learned to fight would have been dead long ago. The sword dissipated into thin air. The creator remembered his fight with the golem and said that this was the first time this year that he could fight an enemy one-on-one and not worry about bystanders. The villain held out his weapon in front of him. The support said that his enemy was not entirely wrong when he said that he was incapable of anything on his own. Raising his hand, the protagonist invited him to check it out for himself and used the network world skill. Light particles flew in the air. The car door opened. Heine came out. There were no lights in the windows of the houses. The girl did not see any signs or traces of the gate, but she felt the contaminated mana. The woman narrowed her eyes suspiciously. The nun spread her arms. The saint class was above average among the supports. Its representatives usually used both normal mana and special divine power. The novice brought her hand to the dark energy. Divine power was considered the opposite of contaminated mana, so some saint classes cannot see it, but feel it. The assistant approached the boss and asked if they should report this to the association, because contaminated mana in the middle of a residential area is not normal. The huntress lowered the corners of her lips and refused to do so. Holding the staff in her hands, the player asked her subordinate to report everything to the association if she did not return or contact her in half an hour. Her hand was enveloped in light energy. The saint walked forward. The secretary tilted her head and wondered if the guild leader could sense anything. Suddenly, the woman opened her mouth in shock. Heine stuck her hand through the wall of the house. The girl passed through the illusory barrier. The assistant trembled with fear when she lost sight of her. She leaned forward and realized that not only did she not see her boss, but she did not feel her presence either. The secretary gritted her teeth and hoped that nothing would happen to her. Several explosions were heard in the street. The sword flew forward. The executor parried it with a powerful blow. Suddenly, the man looked to the side. A spear flashed past him. The warrior frowned menacingly and cursed. Something fell from the sky behind him. The berserker was outraged that his opponent was using tricks that did not even work. The villain looked back and saw a grenade. At the same moment, the shell exploded. Usually such a weapon was used by the armed forces to fight monsters. An explosion was heard in front of the protagonist. Blue energy enveloped him. The priestess watched what was happening from the roof. Frowning, the woman remembered how she thought about how good their enemy was, since even the empress bowed her head to him, and concluded that this man could definitely cause them trouble. Imagining a sword and a spear, the sorceress decided that there was nothing admirable about the functions of the weapons he creates, and assumed that they are created with an emphasis on physical durability. The blades soared into the air next to the owner. The mage noted that whoever uses them is not just throwing them at the target. The executor parried another attack. The priestess realized that the speed, angle, power and targeting were so good that even her ally had a hard time. The woman remembered how the grenade appeared behind his back and concluded that the enemy was able to create not only melee weapons, and could use them at the right time in the right place. The sorceress looked down and realized that this was not just a good creator, because using skills would be impossible if he did not have experience in a real fight with someone at the veteran level. The protagonist kept his hand raised. The mage wondered how such a monster could still remain in the shadows. White smoke enveloped the man. Jong Sung sternly knitted his eyebrows and explained that mana grenades are not very effective against monsters above rank C. But with humans it is different because their strength and stance are completely different. The warrior leaned on his sword. The boy said that he had never experienced something like this. The berserker angrily gritted his teeth when the young man offered him to surrender. The creator said that he did it out of politeness. The scoundrel sharply turned his head. Several swords were pointed at him. They were hanging in the air right above his head. The support clenched his fist tightly. A powerful explosion of energy was heard in the street. The protagonist covered his eyes with his hand. Suddenly, he looked ahead tensely. The enemy was standing in front of him. The great sword fell to the ground. The villain's hand increased in size. The priestess raised her hand and said that she would not do this if she could. The woman smirked and decided that she should help her colleague who was in danger. She narrowed her eyes slyly and thought that she needed to gather more information to prevent this. The executor's hand turned into a sharp blade. Jong Sung summoned the great sword and was surprised that his severed hand was restored and turned into this under the influence of the contaminated mana. The guy narrowed his eyes and sent the weapon forward. The blade approached the enemy. With one blow, the man cut it in half. Light particles enveloped the young man. The summoned shield blocked the shockwave. The creator raised his hand in front of him and opened his mouth in surprise. The sorceress crossed her arms over her chest and concluded that it would not be easy for him, because creating a powerful weapon alone would not be enough. The mage raised one eyebrow and assumed that he hardly had anything else. The support took something out of his pants pocket. In the memory, Hissa picked up the bag and said that it was a gift to remember the contract with the guild leader. The girl handed her comrade a box and said that she knew that he was looking for useful items from the lands of Arachne. The surprised protagonist opened the box. Inside was the bloodstone of Arachne, which contained her last screams. Jong Sung looked down. The system prompted that with its help, he could become the same class as the one who dealt the final blow to Arachne for 1 minute. The guy began to breathe heavily. The notification said that after the set time, the user would lose 99% of his remaining stamina. The young man took the stone in his hand and realized that he had never thought that he would use it. The villain frowned furiously. The creator raised his hand. The executor opened his mouth wide and screamed. The support froze in place. Suddenly, the protagonist raised his hand to the side. The man came close to him. The warrior delivered a powerful chopping blow. The system reported that within a minute, the user's class and rank would be equal to Taeyung's. The villain angrily clenched his teeth. His blade slammed into the two-handed sword. Holding it in front of him like a shield, Jong Sung understood what it was like to be a combat class. The guy, engulfed in fire, suggested starting the second round and activated the explosion skill. The priestess opened her mouth in amazement and thought that this could not be. The young man lowered the burning sword. The girl narrowed her eyes and began to guess what had just happened. The woman remembered the enemy taking something out of his pocket and realized that it was a temporary class change through the bloodstone, so he temporarily gained additional physical strength and energy. The creator held a broadsword in his hand. The sorceress wondered why the contaminated mana was emanating from him. Imagining a dark silhouette, the mage decided that the enemy could not gain power from him, and wondered how an ordinary hunter could use contaminated mana. The support frowned and remembered that after the raid on the estate, he had no contaminated mana left. The bloodstone sparkled in his hands. The absorption skill did not miss the opportunity to absorb its energy. The protagonist swallowed the stone and received 100 units of contaminated mana. The executor rushed to attack. A wave of dark energy appeared in Jong Sung's hand. The system began to search for a suitable demonic weapon. The guy swung his sword. The man raised his hand in front of him to protect himself from the fire. At that moment, the young man approached him. The blade collided with the fiery blade. A strong blow threw the warrior back. The berserker tensely clenched his teeth. He managed to stay on his feet. His transformed hand trembled. The villain's eyes widened in horror. The creator jumped into the air and dashed forward. A fiery explosion was heard on the battlefield. The support appeared right in front of the enemy. The protagonist swung his sword. His eyes lit up. The villain parried his blows with the last of his strength. Putting a hand to his chin, the priestess wondered what was happening to his skills and ability to move, and noticed that their opponent seemed to have long been able to handle a sword. Her questions were absolutely justified. The bloodstone of Arachne was enveloped in dark energy. This artifact had the ability to change classes, but did not grant the owner experience and skills. Jong Sung stood with his back to his double. In his past life he was not a combat class, so it would be logical if he had no combat experience. In the past, Taeyung swung Leviathan. Compared to him, Fragarak was a step lower in terms of destructive power. The swords were shrouded in magic. Unlike the fire blade, the demonic sword had special abilities. The guy sternly knitted his eyebrows and felt as if his body was being controlled by someone else, although his feelings and consciousness were clear. The young man squeezed the hilt of the sword and realized that the very thought of battle made it clear that he was driven by the weapon itself. The executor tensely clenched his teeth. Usually demonic swords subjugate the owner to their will. The creator delivered a chopping blow. Only at this moment Fragarak had the best compatibility with him. The man blocked the blow with his hand. The warrior squinted menacingly. A white haze appeared in the place where his enemy stood. The support was behind the enemy. The berserker turned around in fear. The protagonist left a deep cut on his back. Tongues of fire rose high above the houses. The wounded villain fell to the ground. Jong Sung lowered his weapon and looked away. The guy's eyes widened in shock. Fragarak fell to the ground. The young man frowned tensely and realized that the Bloodstone's duration had ended. The creator looked forward and noticed that his enemy had risen to his feet. The trembling villain raised the blade in front of him. Looking at him from under his brows, the support concluded that the next blow could be fatal, judging by his condition. The executor jumped up and ran forward. The protagonist raised his hand, shrouded in aura. Suddenly, his face was illuminated by a bright light. The man clenched his teeth in fear. A wave of divine energy fell on him. Jong Sung covered his eyes with his hand and realized something. Haina came up to him from behind. The guy looked back when she called out to him. Raising her staff, the girl realized that in such a situation it would be a little awkward for them to talk, and asked the young man not to move and just wait. Golden fetters bound the warrior. The woman explained that she needed to make sure that they would not let him go. The berserker's white eyes widened in horror. The veil fell from them, and his consciousness cleared. The creator opened his mouth wide and tried to catch his breath. The saint looked at the enemy with disdain. The villain asked what was going on here. The villain opened his mouth furiously and asked his ally to do something. The priestess lowered the corners of her lips and concluded that she had no other choice. The head of the executor was chained in a guillotine. The protagonist squinted in confusion. The hunter raised his eyebrows in amazement. The man looked up in confusion. The sharp blade fell down. The heroes silently watched what was happening. The severed head fell to the ground. As the woman came down from the roof, she said she hadn't expected it to turn out like this, adding that she knew the pathetic man could get hurt. The warrior was bleeding from his mouth, and the sorceress said he was useless until the very end. The mage took hold of his finger and realized that at least she had managed to get rid of the useless part. The player raised her staff in front of her and ordered her to kneel down and put her hands behind her head. The villainess tore off her nail and asked what she was going to do. Haina clenched her teeth in anger. A stream of divine energy fell to the ground. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when the priestess said that she would have died already if such an attack had hit her. The woman summoned a protective barrier around herself and her comrade, so they were not affected. The saint raised her eyebrows and wondered if there was anyone else here. The sorceress took the gem in her hand and explained that she had simply responded to the executor's request, but was not going to waste energy on a fight. A magic circle appeared under her feet. The mage said that she would make it more pompous next time. After that, the villains evaporated into thin air. The huntress concluded that it was a teleportation spell. Suddenly the protagonist lost consciousness. Jong Sun fell to the ground. The player looked at him, puzzled. After a while, the guy opened his eyes. Lamps were burning above him. The young man stared at them silently. The next moment, the creator jumped up from the couch. In front of him was a clean and tidy apartment. The support assumed that someone had transported him here while he was unconscious, and wondered how much time had passed. Looking down, the hunter felt surprisingly close to the peak and thought that he was so tired that he must have slept for a whole week. His hands were tied with divine ropes. Haina entered the room and said that she was not entirely sure of his physical condition. Holding a mug in her hands, the girl asked him to tell her if he was uncomfortable. Turning his head, the protagonist replied that he was fine and thanked the savior for her help and for the way she treated him. The woman put the mug on the table and asked the guest to answer a few questions as honestly as possible. The saint smiled and asked what her friend was doing there with those people. Steam came from the hot coffee. The player promised to answer all his questions later. Jongxian sat on the edge of the sofa and noticed that she knew his name. The guy frowned and began his story. He did not need to know the interlocutor at all to understand who it was. In front of him sat a well-known S-rank hunter, the head of the Hyanma Guild. The youth took a sip and thought that this in itself was a problem because in the memories of past lives, Hyanma was not one of the three guilds. Ihyuk gave Ting an obscene gesture. The idea of the three great guilds itself was lost, so it was a battle between the Mass Murder Guild and Shinwa. The yin-yang sign lit up. At the same time there was an organization called Soul Link, but they were one step behind rather than equal opponents. The creator imagined the faces of the guild leaders and thought that in this life, Hyanma could easily match her competitors. Sitting at the laptop, the support studied how she managed to rise so high because the difference between the two worlds was too great. Hain frowned and asked if he was just returning home when they attacked. Holding a cup of coffee, the protagonist was surprised that she managed to advance from C rank to S rank and replied that he was not with them. Jongsung removed his hands from the cup and remembered that in his past life, this girl was only a support who stopped at rank B. The guy looked at her and thought about how he did not know her personally, but their paths crossed a couple of times while the guilds were cooperating. The young man imagined her image from his past life and realized that she was not weak, but she exuded tenderness. The woman crossed her arms over her chest in displeasure. Looking away, the creator realized that he did not know how much her abilities and personality had changed, and decided that he should be grateful to her for the fact that Hyunma had risen so high. In his memory, the saint pointed her staff at the executor. The support thought that he had every right to suspect that she was cooperating with the hero hunters, but for some reason decided to save him. The player lowered the corners of her lips and asked if they knew the executor. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he could not answer this question and wanted her to explain everything. Jong-sung frowned and concluded that his savior wanted to catch the villains personally, since she did not report him to the association and arrange this interrogation. Haina smirked and asked why he decided to ask her about this. Raising his bound hands, the guy reminded her that he could not use magic and said that he could be killed at any moment. The girl sternly knitted her eyebrows and replied that she was not going to harm him. The young man said that he could not trust her. Looking up, the creator confirmed that she saved him and explained that this was not enough for him to tell her everything he knew. In the past, a guillotine appeared in front of the executor. The support said that they saw everything with their own eyes, and suggested that the ruthless killers of his comrades sensed that something had gone wrong. The protagonist pointed at the savior and said that everything could have been set up from the beginning in order to eliminate that executor and interrogate him. Jong-seon remembered how the woman approached him from behind, and asked how she managed to break through the barrier that, according to the villain, no one can pass through. Raising his hands, the guy said that she should understand that his suspicions are not just paranoia, and asked her to prove that the villains have nothing to do with her if she wants answers to her questions. The heroes looked at each other in silence for a while. Leaning back in her chair, the saint was outraged by the fact that she was considered a conspirator, and decided to tell a little about herself. The boy raised his eyebrows when he heard that she had a more talented and capable younger sister named Ji-yeon. Imagining a girl with fire in her hand, the creator realized that there could be no coincidence, and concluded that she was talking about the Fire Lotus, who in her past life was one of those called heroes. The player looked down and told her that many guilds coveted her talent and offered to join them, but she refused all their offers. 2 years ago, the excited girl returned home with documents in her hands. Then Haina was sitting at the table. Her sister explained that if everything worked out, they would be able to open their own guild. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. It turned out that they won the gate at an auction. Ji-yeon put the document on the table. It was a trap that took the lives of everyone who entered it. The protagonist frowned and assumed that it must have been a gate with an indefinite rank. The woman crossed her arms and asked how he knew that, and confirmed it by saying that it was a very dangerous dungeon. The saint grabbed her shoulders and said that if it was a simple dungeon, her sister would be able to get out of there. But then a strange man appeared. The heroes were standing on a cliff. The fighters looked ahead in fear. The executor put his sword on his shoulder and said that they should at least treat the party members who came before them with respect. The mage summoned fire and said that she would not let him do whatever he wanted. The man narrowed his eyes and was amazed at her audacity. The warrior grabbed his sword. At this time, the huntress was standing behind her sister. A powerful blow through her back. The berserker smirked and suggested that they first get rid of the small change so that the real fight could begin. The player fell down the cliff. The healer's mouth opened wide. This was the last time she saw her sister alive. Ji-yeon held out her hand to save her. Haina looked up. The setting sun was shining above her. The girl fell to the ground and miraculously survived. The sun's rays illuminated the forest through the treetops. The woman rose to her feet. Suddenly, her eyes widened. A sorceress was lying on the cliff. The saint ran straight to her. The huntress took her dead sister's hand. Tears ran down her cheeks. Sitting with the mage in her arms, the player made a decision to do everything in her power to become stronger. The protagonist watched her closely. Haina explained that she honed her skills and eventually joined the Hyunma Guild, where she rose to this position. The girl looked down and told her that a few years ago, her abilities were terrible, but at that moment, on the verge of death, something awakened in her. The woman remembered how she fell to the ground and stated that the only reason she survived was because of the skill that had awakened within her. The saint raised her hand and stated that the healing ability that allowed her to return from the dead had given her status and wealth, but it had not brought her any closer to her goal. Jong-seon frowned sadly and realized that they were very similar. The huntress said that she wanted to deal with the executor who killed Ji-yeon and the organization behind it all. The boy remembered how he ran from the golem, and realized that all he was capable of was watching his comrades die. The young man lowered the corners of his lips and concluded that it would not be entirely right to interrogate him after such a story. The creator rose to his feet and decided that it was his turn. At night, the moonlight illuminated the building. The support told him what had happened to him. Extending his hand to his savior, the protagonist thanked her and asked for forgiveness for being so rude. Shaking his hand, Hain replied that she would be on guard too if she were him, and suggested that he join Hyunma so that they could become comrades and work together. Kyung burst into the room and shouted that he would not allow this to happen no matter what. The heroes stared at him in surprise. For a while, the boys simply stared at each other in silence. The man frowned and began to breathe heavily. Jong-sung's mouth fell open in surprise. wondering where he came from. A bead of sweat rolled down the guild leader's cheek. The girl closed her eyes and asked how her friend managed to get here so quickly. The woman looked away and told him that they were graduates of the training center, and that they were assigned to the same group, so her comrade helped her in many ways. The sun was shining above the academy. Before becoming hunters, awakened ones underwent mandatory training in a special center, where they learned the basics of using their skills and mana control. Berserker frowned sternly. The saint explained that now, after graduation, they began to see each other more often, because Hyunmu and the Mass Murder Guild have been cooperating for a long time. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. The huntress added that during the last incident, the executor was seen, so she began to look for the only survivor. Holding the player in her hands, she found out that the Mass Murder Guild had its own plans for him. In the chat, Haina asked if her ally knew the creator, but Taeyong replied that he had never heard of him. The girl smiled and thought that it was a little unexpected to hear something like that, but this was not the first time her friend lied. The young man fell to the ground. The woman assumed that her comrade was very interested in him, so she contacted him in advance. The saint tucked her hair behind her ear and invited her colleague into her office, deciding that if the guild was spying on his every move, there could be a serious misunderstanding between them. Putting his hand to his head, the man replied that he was not spying on anyone and asked him to explain what was going on here. The huntress lowered the corners of her lips and reminded him of how she had told him about the conspiracy. Back then, the heroes were sitting in the conference room, and the player asked them for cooperation. Haina crossed her arms over her chest and explained that a certain force was targeting the hunters for some reason, so they needed to be found. The guys sitting at the table did not believe her. The girl said that she understood why Hyuk reacted that way to her words, but was surprised that her ally also asked for more evidence. The creator frowned tensely and realized that the three guild leaders already had information about this. The woman decided that it was reasonable that he needed more details and said that she called him here for this very reason. Narrowing her eyes, the saint told about how she interfered with this unspecified force that attacked her guest yesterday, and stated that he was the confirmation of her words and the main witness. The berserker turned to the protagonist and asked if her words were true. The answer was affirmative. Jong Sung closed his eyes and explained that those people attacked him during the previous dungeon clearing and last night. Taeyong raised his hand and asked why he didn't tell him anything. The guy asked if it wasn't obvious. The huntress sat down in a chair and reminded him that her friend reacted the same way every time, saying that it was difficult to verify. The player leaned on her hand and said that besides the fact that he wouldn't believe him, the association might label him as a freak, and explained that it was too risky, and that they weren't close enough. The man's mouth dropped open in shock when Haina said that it was obvious that they had interacted often before, since the Mass Murder Guild had never captured the creator. The girl raised her eyebrows and said that she wanted to hear a response to her previous offer to join her guild. The executor stood in front of the corpses of people. The head of Hyunmu had solved countless missing persons cases over the past 2 years, which she believed to be the work of his gang. The woman clasped her hands and explained how she had realized a rather simple and obvious rule after she began investigating. Hyuk stood with his back to Taeyong. In the case of guilds that had high stats, there were no incidents involving gates with errors or unrated gates. The support player flexed his hand and suggested that it wasn't the size of the guilds, and doubted that people who had influence even on the association system cared, so it was their density. The saint smiled and confirmed it. The hunter introduced many people and explained that in the case of guilds that simply had many members, the frequency of missing people was much higher compared to missing people who weren't part of the guild. Sitting at the table, the player added that the facts of missing people were often hidden for the sake of reputation, and that was why it was quite an easy target for them. The protagonist looked down and asked if there really weren't any other targets besides these cases. The answer was affirmative. The man looked down. Haina stated that the guilds that had no missing people had healthy organizational power with a high-ranking person at the head. People had joined hands. Places with strong power, even those that did not have low results, cared about each other very much, so in such places, no one would turn a blind eye to the suspicious disappearance of one of their comrades. Bright particles were flying in front of the building. The girl reported that she had been keeping an eye on the others quite openly, but they avoided her because she was acting on behalf of the Hyunmu Guild. Looking away, the woman remembered that even Hyuk with his difficult character cared about his people, so he was able to lead the Shinwa Guild. Raising her eyebrows, the saint doubted that they would always continue in this spirit and resort to this as a last resort, but even with this, her comrades could be confident in their safety. The berserker crossed his arms and agreed with her words. The hunter closed her eyes. The player stated that it was not necessary to be in Hyunmu for that. Putting his hand on his chest, Taeyong reminded him that his guild was a step higher when it came to combat power, and said that it would be better for Jong Sung to join a mass murder guild to ensure his safety. Turning away, Haina suggested that they forget about it, and noticed that her friend did not seem like himself at all. The man's brows were tense when the girl asked if he was offended by the boy not telling him about the executor, and asked what they were talking about. Looking up, the woman asked how her comrade would explain his joining to the rest of the guild, who had high combat power, and explained that it was stupid to go to war with a dangerous organization just for support. The saint narrowed her eyes and said that it was not something she decided on so impulsively, and the boy thanked her for inviting him to join Hyunma. The creator closed his eyes and clarified that he still had no intention of joining any guilds. The huntress looked at him in surprise and asked if he thought it would limit him in any way, and explained that he would simply be considered an official member of the guild, and that it was for his own safety. The support lowered the corners of his lips and stated that he did not need their security. The hero's eyes widened in shock when the protagonist said that he would be bait. Looking back, Jong Sung reminded them that their turn would come a little later, and explained that even if Hyunwoo ensured his safety, it did not mean that the enemies would stop. The boy imagined himself next to other people and stated that the villains would simply target someone else. A shadow loomed over the table. The young man asked what his allies thought about focusing on him, and explained that it would make the enemies pay more attention to him and that other people would be safe. Berserker spread his arms and asked if he really wanted to take all the risks on himself. The creator said that they didn't have to think that way. Holding a mug of coffee, the support explained that the Hyunma Guild had failed to catch these villains for 2 years, and now they had little evidence to expect the people from the association to cooperate with them. Hyuna narrowed her eyes tensely. The protagonist said that as long as they had bait, they would be able to predict their next move. Yoom-sung smiled and added that they could even catch the enemies if there was another attack, and stated that they would be able to gather evidence that would force the organization to act and tell the world about their existence. The girl frowned and asked if he really wanted to handle this alone. The boy put the mug on his palm and said that it couldn't be that the heads of 2 great guilds were inactive and didn't help him in any way. The heroes stared at him silently. The boy explained that they didn't know when the enemy would appear, and decided that they would immediately come running if they were called for help. Squinting, the woman realized that her ally was going to lead them in this alliance, and assumed that her colleague understood that she could not refuse. The creator smiled and said that everything was entirely in their hands. At night, lights were on in the windows of the houses. Light particles were floating in the building. A hooded man stood in front of a panoramic window. The priestess knelt before him and said that she had come to report on the work of the executor. The stranger looked back and asked if that creator had really finished him off. Closing her eyes, the sorceress denied this and explained that although the support had strong skills, Hyuna had intervened in the battle, so they could no longer use the executor. The berserker's head was cut off. The mage said that she got rid of it because she thought there was a danger of information leakage. The stranger narrowed his eyes menacingly. The girl stated that she thought it would be better to court him and use him, despite his impulsiveness and intractability. A smile appeared on her face when the boss asked her to prove that it was not a mistake on her part. The villain turned away and ordered her to use the hermit to fill the void left by the executor. Looking out the window, the villain explained that he trusted her abilities and that this hunt was very important, so she must perform her tasks flawlessly. The woman's eyes widened when the stranger asked her to do this. The priestess put her hand to her chest and promised to do her best. Turning around, the stranger asked if there were any other special features in that creator, and recalled that the executor only deals with those who are interesting to him. The sorceress looked up and replied that, contrary to the information from the association, this is not an ordinary support. The mage recalled how the protagonist created the weapon and said that its ability was at least A rank. The berserker blocked the blow with his sword. The girl told her that her colleague was at a disadvantage because of it. Standing in front of her, the villain realized that it was all about the fundamental difference in support classes and combat classes, which he managed to overcome. The woman looked down and added that this man was also able to use contaminated mana. The villain shuddered tensely when he heard this. The priestess put her hand to her chest. Her boss deduced that the enemy's method was slightly different from those he was familiar with. The man, shrouded in a dark aura, asked his subordinate to tell him everything that happened again, in as much detail as possible. A few days later, clouds floated above the skyscrapers. Dojin put the phone to his ear and said that he came early just in case and arranged to have a snack with Taeyun. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips and stated that he understood everything. Sitting at the table, Jong Song asked his friend to eat at an expensive place, because the guild leader would definitely not spare money for it. The man closed his eyes and explained that he did not know if he would be able to eat at all, because of his nerves. There was a sign on the building that said overkill. The assassin said that he understood that this was a normal cooperation that was needed to resist those killers, and added that he could not help but worry, since this was one of the best guilds. The guy looked down and said that with his abilities, he had nothing to worry about at all. The hunter replied that he was very pleased to hear that. The dining room was empty. The young man asked his friend to call if he needed anything. The creator hung up and lowered the phone. Looking at the screen, the support concluded that his friend would now be safe, and thought that he was talented enough that his joining one of the 3 greatest guilds would not arouse suspicion. In the memories, the player swung the daggers. The protagonist realized that he also had room to grow, and called him an uncut diamond. A bright light illuminated the faces of people. In the guild of mass murder, anyone can become his mentor, including Taeyun, so it will be more useful in terms of developing abilities. Taking a sip, Jong-sung thought that he did not know what these people needed at the moment, and decided to be bait until the enemies began to act. Haina was standing by the window. A few days ago, the girl spread her arms and asked if he really did not do anything. The guy looked down and explained that he was going to continue acting as a normal support, as if he did not tell others about his true strength. The man frowned and suggested that the enemies would think that he and Dojin had a connection with the guild since they disappeared together. The woman agreed with him and suggested that they come up with another way. She raised her eyebrows in surprise when the protagonist assumed they were wrong and asked what they were talking about. Standing in front of her, Jong-sung explained that his ability being revealed was the biggest variable for them, so they would do everything in their power to get rid of him. Looking down, the boy suggested that if they didn't hear from him for a couple of weeks, they would definitely want to see for themselves, and said that the enemies would be waiting for him to be alone. Berserker gave him a stern look and asked if they would just wait for that moment. The boy denied it, and promised to deal with everything himself. The creator raised his hand and said that these scoundrels were used to hiding and would suspect them until the last moment, and then they would wait until everything calmed down and attack with all their might. The heroes looked at him carefully. The support said that it would be their turn then. Taeyong looked away when Hain agreed with her ally. Holding the chest in her hands, the girl said that they also needed to prepare. Currently, standing by the window, the woman concluded that he was definitely hiding something. Looking at the photo with her sister, the saint decided that it did not matter if she had the opportunity to avenge her sister. Sitting in front of the laptop, the protagonist thought about how he never told her about his past life because he still had not managed to properly sort out his memories. A message from Chia appeared in the chat. Jong-sung realized that he accidentally received a unique class and became a target when he was on the enemy's radar on suspicion of working with Taeyong. The door of the cafe opened. The guy decided that his ally did not need to know more for now. The girl waved her hand at her friend. The young man looked up and remembered that she wore glasses outside the dungeons. The woman smiled happily. It was the future goddess Archer who cleared the dungeon with the creator last time. The ranger drew her bowstring. The heroes became close enough after her awakening to stay in touch with each other. The support took the laptop and decided that there was no problem in checking in on her even when they were not communicating. The player was enveloped in a bright energy. After awakening the ability, she began to try so hard that it began to border on recklessness. There were crosses marked on the map. Chia cleared countless dungeons without knowing fatigue. An article about her appeared on the forum. People called her a rising star. Sitting at the table, the protagonist said that he read the article about her. Looking away, the girl explained that she could not even imagine that it would be something so large-scale when she gave the interview, and stated that it was all thanks to him. Jong-sung closed the laptop and replied that it would have happened without his participation. The guys looked around when someone approached them. Sion folded his hands in front of him. The archer introduced him. The boy raised his eyebrows and asked if this was her partner. Presenting the bow and staff, the boy remembered how he had given her some advice about the advantages of classes that can attack at long range, and told her that they can act alone. The archer ran forward. For this they need to be able to find safe places and have agility. But the ranger was just learning this, so this fighting style does not suit her. So she needs a partner who fights in close combat. The choice fell on a person with daggers, and not a tank, because she needed a person with high agility. The monster raised his hands furiously. Such a partner could attract the attention of enemies and guarantee the safety of ranged fighters. The archer pulled the bowstring. He had the opportunity to attack without worrying about the safety of his comrades. Dojin and Chia stood with their backs to each other, the creator deciding that his friend would be the perfect match if not for the issue of his safety. Extending his hand, the support introduced himself, and said it was nice to meet you. Sion bowed and replied in a shaky voice that it was a pleasure to meet you. They shook hands. Looking down, the protagonist noticed that his hands were sweaty and wondered if he was socially awkward. Bright lights illuminated the bar. Sitting at a table with friends, Chia talked about how she started using a longbow and had to relearn how to use it, starting with drawing the string and finishing with aiming, but she got it after just a few tries. The girl looked away and explained that she was worried that no one would want to be her partner in a two-man hunt, but it turned out that the boy was looking for a ranged fighter. The assassin looked down, and the woman said that their teamwork was not perfect yet, but was getting better every day. Jongseon looked up and noticed that her partner was not making eye contact at all. The archer looked at him when the boy asked what favor they wanted to ask him for. The ranger raised an eyebrow and said that she wanted to ask him officially, so it was not exactly a favor. The boy's mouth dropped open when Chia said that she was thinking about joining a guild. Sitting across from her friend, the girl explained that she had not yet decided which guild to join, but wanted to get a certificate from the islands of the endless sky. There were pieces of earth floating in the air. Many hunters had successfully cleared this dungeon, and this was a special case where the gate did not close, but developed. There was a portal in the dense forest. The same portal appeared above the lake. After defeating all the monsters in the dungeon, new one-way gates appeared on each island. The government employee put his hand to his head. The Hunter Association, which was having a lot of trouble with the islands of the endless sky, came up with a practical use for it. Clouds were floating above the center. Instead of trying to close the gate, they built a facility with several levels of security protocols. The portal lit up in the room. This dungeon became a place to test the abilities of the hunters of the association. Holding a mug of coffee, Chia said that since this was a test of abilities, they would get more accurate results if they went there themselves, but it turned out that there was a limit to the composition of the team. 3 people appeared, ranged and melee fighters and a support. This was the minimum requirement to enter the islands of the endless sky. The girl offered her comrade to take the empty seat. The young man looked at her in amazement and decided that, like in the case of Dojin, joining the guild would give her more opportunities to train. The woman turned to her partner. The creator remembered that he did not offer her to join the guild because of the memories from her past life, in which she was a loner even after awakening. The archer adjusted her hair. She had a cold, relaxed and confident character that was not suitable for teamwork. The support covered her mouth with his hand and realized that his girlfriend had changed a lot since she wanted to join the guild. The ranger said that she would accept his refusal if this request embarrassed him. The protagonist removed his hand and explained that he was thinking about something else. Chia smiled happily when Jong-sung agreed to go with them. People gathered in front of the gate. Some decided to go over the rules before entering. June pointed to her hand and explained that these bracelets were entrance tickets to the islands and a guarantee of safety. The guys stood in a spacious hall. The guard explained that they would be transferred to the desired island, where they would need to pass the exam, and asked them not to take off the bracelets so that in case of an emergency, help would come to them. Putting her hand to her chest, the instructor introduced herself as a former A-rank support who had the skills of barrier and rescue, and promised to help the visitors if something happened to them. The heroes looked at her carefully. The girl added that this required their cooperation and communication, so if problems arose during the test, they should immediately let her know about it. The guy looked back. Cyan was clutching the hilt of a sword in his hands. The young man narrowed his eyes and noticed that it was clear from him that he was a complete newbie. The blade in his hands began to shine. The creator realized that he had never seen such a form of sword, which, judging by its appearance, was intended to pierce the enemy. Jian looked back and suggested heading to the gate. The guys went towards the portal. A flying island was hovering in the sky. The heroes came out of the portal and found themselves on it. Looking at the hunters, the guard said that in 5 minutes the first wave would begin, and in each wave a certain number of monsters would appear. Frowning, the instructor explained that in order to clear the dungeon, they must defeat all the monsters in each wave, and the number of killed enemies would be entered into the database in real time. Chia raised her eyebrows and asked what the maximum number of waves was. The girl raised her hand and answered that there were only 100, but that was when this place was a simple dungeon. Now there were a maximum of 73 waves in the test. Jae-hee, Hein, and Tian prepared for battle. They were the ones who held the record. Frowning, the protagonist was surprised that they were only able to reach the 73rd wave, and assumed that it was more difficult than he thought. Having summoned a teleportation magic circle, the woman said that she would watch them from another location, and promised to intervene if she thought that the guys could no longer continue the test, or if they themselves announced it. Gremlins jumped out of the forest. June disappeared into the magic circle. Dozens of red eyes peered out from behind the trees. The heroes raised their weapons and prepared for battle. The monsters bared their teeth angrily. Jong-sung frowned tensely and realized that for his girlfriend, this was not even a warm-up. The guy turned around and asked what kind of bloodlust this was. Enveloped in ominous energy, Cyan swung his sword. Drops of blood were dripping from the tip of the spear. Cyan stepped on the monster's body as the 4th wave of orcs passed. The hunter smiled widely and thought about how he felt an incredible thirst for blood, and that he had felt something similar before. The awakened in armor turned his head, and the protagonist said that when the players suddenly began to awaken, there were others among those who cleared the dungeon and simply hunted monsters. The man's face hid in the shadows, and the protagonist said that it was a secret guild that hunted players' empty fantasy. The guy smiled evilly, and the creator noted that it was a crazy organization of killers, about which there was no information, either who the leader was, nor what their goals were. The youths attacked the hunter, and the assistant recalled that they had existed for a long time, killing defenseless players in groups. Jong-sung stood with his hands down and thought about how he had even encountered them a couple of times before. The players who realized that the end of the world was coming created the Great Alliance. With his head down, the protagonist said that he had long wanted to ask why they were doing this. Grinning, the killer clarified whether the protagonist had received the task. The creator raised his eyebrows and asked the interlocutor again. The villain explained that this was a hidden quest to hunt other players, to which the assistant's eyes bulged. Grabbing the bandit by the clothes, the protagonist loudly asked what kind of rewards they received for killing other players. The villain laughed, and the protagonist dropped his jaw and asked him again. Smiling widely, the killer wished him luck in surviving. A reflection of the system window appeared in the guy's eyes, and he declared that this was the end, when suddenly a notification appeared stating that the hidden task had failed, and the player would be punished for failing to complete it. A moment later, an explosion occurred near the guy's body. At that moment, the boy's eyes widened. Jong-sung pursed his lips and thought that he should know everything this time. Raising his eyebrows, Chia asked if her partner was a little surprised, since Cyan had an unconventional fighting style, to which he confirmed her words. Putting his hand on his side, the protagonist noted that the huntress said that they were in a team, and it was already the 5th wave, but only that guy was fighting, to which she replied that it was all because of his class ability. Closing her eyes, the ranger explained that her partner was a berserker, so his character changed during the fight, after which she added that he did not like it when people interfered. Lowering his eyebrows, the creator did not understand whether this boy was an assassin. The awakened one moved forward while striking, and the protagonist thought about the fact that he had fast movements and a fighting style that was based on piercing, so all this greatly distinguishes him from most berserkers. The vicious monster approached the hunter from behind. Sahyun closed his lips. The white wolf fell to the ground in front of him. Chia released the bowstring, and the protagonist decided that this guy ignored attacks from blind spots and focused on attacking. The creator stated that he was more suited to one-on-one battles than group monster hunting, to which the goddess archer closed her eyes and asked if this was true. The manufacturer opened his bright eyes. The blood-stained berserker lowered his hands, and Jong-sung suggested that he was suited to fight people. Bowing, the guy loudly apologized and exclaimed that he was still a low rank, so he could not always control his emotions, and was very sensitive to when someone interfered, to which the protagonist noted that he was shy again, and the girl cried out that everything was fine, and it was not his fault. Rays of sunlight broke through the crowns of the trees. Raising her hand, the huntress said that after the 5th wave there would be a 30-second break between waves, so she would explain it now. Pointing a finger at her partner, the ranger noted that, as the protagonist had seen, his fighting style had flaws in terms of hitting blind spots. Raising her eyebrows, the huntress explained that that was why she went as far away as possible and dealt with those whom the killer had missed, or who had fallen into his blind spot, to which Jong-sung clarified what he should do in that case. Putting a finger up, Chia remembered his weapon creation skill, to which he noted that it would not last long. Closing her eyes, the huntress said that there was nothing to worry about, and that he just needed to watch the berserker and use his ability in case of danger, to which he agreed. Jumping up, the ranger offered to take on the job, when suddenly the protagonist thought that she seemed suspiciously excited. During the 6th wave of direwolves, Cyan pounced on the monsters from above. The goddess archer shot at the 7th wave of lizardmen. The protagonist closed his eyes as the 8th wave of skeletons passed. During the 9th wave of orcs, the vicious monster bared its teeth. The killer swung his arms from side to side. The berserker lowered his head and remained silent. Rubbing her chin with her hand, the huntress exclaimed that they had already reached the 10th wave, and thought that now there would be an elite monster. Looking away, the creator thought that his stamina was running out faster than he thought, and there was little mana left, so if he did not distribute it between waves, he would soon use it all up. The assistant closed his bright eyes and thought that Chia was fine, but her partner was tired because he had fought alone at first. The huntress stretched her back with her hands. The blood-stained assassin leaned over. The protagonist realized with the corners of his lips down that they lacked professionalism and experience, and this was not the best team play. Gritting her teeth, the ranger exclaimed that the enemies were coming. The huge trolls were moving towards the awakened, which surprised them greatly. Turning her head, the goddess archer asked if everything was okay, and why 2 trolls were only on the 10th wave, to which the protagonist noted that this was somehow strange. Clenching his jaw, Jong-sung thought that the difficulty had increased, but the girl could take off their heads without even giving them a chance to recover. Looking away, the protagonist realized that the question was whether Cyan could handle 2 at the same time. The huge goblin slammed his fist into the ground. The assassin gritted his teeth from the terrible roar of the monster. Suddenly, the berserker jumped up and screamed. Putting his fingers to his chin, the protagonist decided that, as he thought, he could not withstand their blows and tried to dodge. Pulling the bowstring, Chia shouted that her partner was in danger, and that at least one needed to be distracted, to which the protagonist asked her again and asked him to wait. A bright beam of energy rushed through the air. Clenching her fist, the huntress screamed that she had hit. The monster's flesh began to tear. Spreading her arms out to the sides, the ranger did not understand what was happening and thought that she should have thought about this first. The creator exclaimed that he would gain some time, because trolls can restore limbs, so next time he should shoot at the head, to which the girl opened her mouth and agreed. The guy closed his lips and used the creation skill, after which he decided that he needed to save up some mana to create a better weapon. Bright magical spheres from the world of the network ability appeared in the air, and the young man thought about what he was throwing. The evil monster's legs were wrapped in glowing threads. Cyan gripped the sword tightly in his hands. Turning around, the protagonist shouted for the archer goddess to shoot and aim for the head, to which she agreed. Looking away, the girl noticed a troll. The monster pounced on the awakened one, and they screamed that the monster was rushing towards them. Spreading his fingers, the protagonist did not understand whether the troll, who only had instincts, was running to help his comrade. Forming magic between his palms, the manufacturer thought about the strange complexity, and whether he should kill him. Suddenly, a girl appeared in front of his face. The huntress touched the ground with her palm. A magical shield formed in front of the heroes. Turning around, Jun shouted that she was blocking and moving them to the lobby, so they needed to evacuate. The evil goblin bared his teeth, and the guardian of the Endless Sky Islands exclaimed that these bastards should not have appeared on this wave, and something happened to the portals. The awakened one cried out that the portal outside opened and monsters began to come out, so this place can now be classified as a dungeon with a rank error, to which Chia widened her eyes and asked her again, and then wondered if the Endless Sky Islands had become a dungeon with a rank error. Jong Sung lowered the corners of his lips, mentally saying that he did not feel any polluted mana, when suddenly the ranger cried out that he needed to wait, because there was a member of her team who needed to be saved. Turning her head, the huntress declared that she would save him and told them to leave, then used the rescue skill to immediately move the targets to the previously designated location, and it can be used at the same time as another one. The protagonist's eyes widened as an announcement was suddenly heard from the Endless Sky Islands security department that portals had appeared outside of some locations on the Endless Sky Islands, and they were dealing with it. With her fist outstretched, Jun begged the Awakened to evacuate the building, promising to save their comrade, when suddenly a message sounded that the administration was asking all hunters and civilians to evacuate once again. With his jaw dropped, the protagonist suggested that Chia leave, to which she agreed. The guy stood by the screens and said that this was an announcement from the security department of the Endless Sky Islands. With his eyes bulging, the young man said that portals had appeared outside of some locations, and his beaten partner muttered that they were sorting things out. The priestess smirked and said that it was very unexpected for her to see a familiar face here, after which she added that she came for another, but who would have thought that the same assistant would be here too? Turning her head, the villainess asked if the executor was happy to see him, and then noted that they had more scores to settle with him. After a pause, the girl said that if it weren't for work, her assistant would be able to see her, when suddenly someone raised a finger and asked her to be quiet and keep quiet. A guy in glasses appeared, who asked what would happen if she broke the rule like that. The priestess answered with the corners of her mouth down that she didn't care. Running out of the magic portal, the guardian of the Endless Islands called Cyan and asked if he was here. Suddenly, the girl frowned and asked what had happened here in such a short time if the trolls had disappeared. A moment later, the huntress came across a young man covered in blood. Leaning over, the awakened one asked if everything was okay, to which he quietly called the guardian. Pointing his finger at the system screen, the berserker asked if she could see it too. Standing in front of the table, Hisu reported that they had been contacted by the association, to which the guild leaders asked her again and the clarifier, what was it this time? Lowering her eyebrows, the secretary said that apparently the commotion was due to the fact that a gate had appeared outside the designated areas on the islands of the Endless Sky, and the squad that had signed a contract with the association was going to go there, but was requesting support in case of an emergency. Taeyong raised his hand and noted that this sometimes happened there, so there should be a security squad, to which the assistant said that this time the situation was a little different. The opener of the subspace reported that the connection with the management office of the islands of the Endless Sky had suddenly been interrupted and the evacuees themselves had contacted, to which the hunter lowered his eyebrows and asked her again. The girl folded her hands in front of herself and asked if she should gather a support squad, to which she was asked to wait a minute. Taeyong lowered the corners of his lips, remembering that Jong Sung had said that he was going there today. The screen showed the boys' correspondence, and the leader of the mass murder guild noticed that he had found the message he needed. Holding the smartphone in his hand, the berserker mentally said that in this case, the protagonist would not want anything to be done without his knowledge. The leader asked if Myunggun and Jihi were here, to which Hisu widened her eyes and replied that they were not there, since they had left with the deputy. The berserker asked who could go immediately, to which the secretary raised her eyebrows and said that 1 A-rank hunter, 5 B-rank hunters, and 3 C-rank hunters. Putting his fingers to his chin, the hunter thought about how this was not enough, but he could not go himself so as not to disrupt the protagonist's plans. Raising his finger, the awakened one asked if the information had been reported to the Shinwa guildmaster, to which the assistant replied that she had heard that he had been contacted, but they needed any help as soon as possible. Standing up from his chair, Taeyong ordered that in that case, they should gather a support team and tell the Shinwa guild to start, to which Hisu apologized and asked why it wouldn't be better to ask the Hayami guild. Lowering his eyebrows, the mass murder guild master explained that they wouldn't be able to do that either, so let Shinwa work and they could just report the situation to him, to which the assistant said that she understood everything. The guy held the steering wheel and asked what all the fuss was about, to which the girl asked what else they needed. The young man replied that it was nothing special and that they would simply be monitoring the dungeon maintenance squad to write a report, to which the woman raised her eyebrows in alarm and asked if they needed help, since they were both awakened. The guy grinned and asked his partner again, noting that they were ordinary people who were not registered as hunters, and that he had never met a monster and did not know how to fight. The young man asked his partner to wait, and asked if she had a staff with her, to which she widened her eyes and asked him again. There was a magic staff lying on the car seats, and the awakened man said that Soil had never fought in squads before and would only get in their way, to which she exclaimed that they needed to defend themselves somehow. Holding the weapon out in front of her, the girl then suggested getting rid of the stun gun, to which the partner asked where she got it from. A bead of sweat appeared on the young man's face. The lady was pulling the trigger, and her ally decided that it was time to leave it for now. Shinte extended his hand forward and exclaimed that the head of the service squad was in front of him. Smiling, Danja said that it was nice to meet him, and Soil greeted him and introduced herself as the manager of the service squad, when suddenly they were told that they were brave. The head of the army squad closed his eyes and exclaimed that he had a daughter their age who got married and moved to America, but they reminded him of her, and then laughed. The head of the service squad turned his head from side to side and said that they had contacted the 3 largest guilds, but it seemed that no one had come, to which the interlocutor apologized and clarified whether they had called other guilds, although it was a simple check. The boy lowered his hands and explained that they had invited them in case of an emergency since they didn't know what was inside, to which the man remarked that they shouldn't have gone that far, after which he noted that this wasn't the first time something strange had happened on the Endless Sky Islands, but it was probably something minor. Standing in front of the elegant building, Danju reported that this time they had been disconnected from the Endless Sky Islands office. The inspector was filling out paperwork, and Shin said that some of them had reported that there had been a rank error, when suddenly they apologized to him and asked if this shouldn't be checked and reported to the association. Raising his eyebrows, the head of the service squad explained that that was why it was strange that the association hadn't shown up yet, and then noted that someone had used the association's certification. Danju added that according to the report, some people hadn't been able to evacuate through the gate, although they should have already left, to which Shin scratched his head and remained silent. Throwing the axe over his shoulder, the head of the army squad decided to do the following, and suggested going on reconnaissance for now, because if people were missing, then they needed to find them first, to which he was asked again. Smiling, the man exclaimed that if anything happened, they would be able to go out. Pointing a finger at himself, the fighter said that since these 3 guilds did not know how to work as a team, then even if they had A ranks there, they would only get in the way, and the skeleton guild would be enough to deal with a couple of monsters. Putting his hand on his side, Shin clarified whether his subordinates agreed, to which they cried out that they agreed. Putting his palm to his head, Danju said that something was wrong here, and Soil asked why they were doing this. Watching the man leave, the head of the service squad explained that they did not want to lose hope, because medium-sized guilds agreed to do as much as they can during the contract, to which the deputy clarified if they were not permanent employees. Turning his gaze to the side, the guy noted that they were probably veterans, because they held their weapons in a special way, to which the girl agreed. A guy in a military uniform appeared, and the young man said that firearms that usually did not require mana did not work on monsters behind the gate, but it was ineffective to put mana into each projectile. The man spread his fingers, and the service squad member noted that the skeleton guild insisted on using firearms thanks to an exclusive enchanter, so they used military skills, to which the assistant asked how her boss knew so much. Knocking his fist on Soil's head, Danju said that she should also remember all this, to which she cried out in pain. The head of the service squad explained that it was not necessary to remember all the hunters, but at least the guilds and hunters that they often had to deal with, to which the deputy scratched her forehead and agreed with him. The guy bit his lips. Putting his hand in his pocket, the young man asked to make sure that they did not take anything, to which she apologized and clarified what he meant. Gritting his teeth, the awakened one explained that the guild leader had been forcibly removed from illegal hunter activities while serving in the army, and then added that after becoming an official hunter, he had been caught illegally clearing dungeons several times. Shinte waved his hand, and the girl exclaimed that she understood and that she would watch. Jong Song turned his head. The protagonist closed his eyes and remained silent. Someone looked down at the heroes and asked them to look at this, and said that she knew this would happen. The priestess lowered the corners of her mouth, and noted that they could have not tracked them down, and simply killed them quietly. A piece of meat appeared on a fork, and someone could be heard asking how many times she had been told this, and whether she thought it was easy to quietly kill everyone in a public place. The young man lowered his head and declared that he was an outsider helping her, after which he asked her not to call him when she was going to kill people. The villainess's face was not visible in the shadows, and the assistant noted that he was not a dog like her, and did not like killing. The guy clenched his jaws. Smiling, the young man said that he was the same as the executor. Waving her hand, the priestess asked him to keep in mind what would happen as soon as he stopped helping to implement her boss's plan. Leaning her palm on the table, the villainess continued that the assistant would end up in the same state as the executor if he spoke with his filthy mouth, to which he said that he understood and surrendered. Turning away, the priestess said that if he understood, he should already lure these bastards, to which he clarified whether she was threatening, and then immediately asked, although he told her that he was not going to help her kill. The villainess spread her fingers. Grabbing the guy by the clothes, the girl assumed that now they were on equal terms, but she still needed more mana for her child to close the gate. The young man lowered the corners of his lips, and the lady noted that if he did not want to die, he should do as he was told, and right now. Raising a finger, the assistant said that he had one condition. Danju opened his mouth in alarm and did not understand what was happening. Lowering his eyebrows, Shin said that this was the security department and asked to look at him. Turning his head, the head of the army squad explained that they did not know what was inside, so they would search other places for now, to which the awakened one noted that this sounded good. Holding an axe in his hand, the man asked why the guy took out his phone. The young man lowered his jaw and explained that he was just writing down for the record, and there was no signal here, so he needed to write down what was inside. The fighter grinned. Frowning, the warrior suggested that the chief begin the search, to which he thanked him. Someone could be heard asking how many people needed to be saved, to which the head of the service squad clenched his fist and replied that there was 1 guard, 5 members of the security department, and 1 C-rank hunter who was there for certification. Shinte turned his head and asked where the guard and hunter were last seen, to which Danju replied that the guard was last seen entering the inner room of the gate to save the hunter who was taking the exam. The head of the army squad raised his radio and asked if they had arrived at the security department, to which they replied that they were going up to the 3rd floor. Xiao, clutching her magic staff, said that she had heard that the guards of the Endless Sky Islands were retired hunters, and assumed that she was hiding somewhere, to which her superior replied that it was possible, but he had heard that she was an A-rank assistant. The head of the service squad explained that this is why he can easily deal with most monsters, when suddenly the man's eyes bulged and did not understand what it was. Entering the room, the girl screamed loudly. The fighter dropped his jaw and asked if these were the missing ones. There was a bloody hand on the ground, and the guy noted that judging by the fact that they were wearing a guard and security uniform, apparently yes. Lowering his head, Shin said that this was the head of the guild and asked if they checked the security department. He was told that they searched the department, when suddenly the man's face became covered in beads of sweat. The head of the army squad ordered 2 fighters to protect the support staff and follow him, because they were heading to the security department, to which they clenched their fists and accepted the order. Pointing his finger forward, the retired hunter ordered the others to guard the rear, because the enemy is not a monster. But someone took the radio of those they were supposed to find, to which they agreed. Soil raised her eyebrows in alarm, not understanding what was going on, and the warrior explained that it was strange, and although the voice was the same, they didn't talk on the radio like that. The man said that he didn't know why, but something that could use the radio was trying to deceive them, to which Danju opened his mouth in fear and asked who it could be. Lowering his eyebrows, the head of the skeleton guild exclaimed that no one knew, but there was definitely something else here. Looking up, Shin said that there was something besides them. Suddenly, a powerful stream of energy fell to the ground, causing everyone to start screaming loudly. The soldiers called out to the head of the guild and asked if he was okay, to which he gritted his teeth and didn't understand what was happening. A huge monster appeared in front of his face. The girl, raising her hands, was glad that they had finally arrived, and the hunter objected that she wasn't even driving. The awakened one, closing her eyes, explained that she had no license, and was a driver without a license, who was protected by the people, to which the guy said that she had found something to be proud of. The guys were walking towards a tall structure, and at the same time the huntress said that she had not seen the island of the Endless Sky for a long time, because during her last certification she had reached the 47th wave, after which the young man said that it was very little. Lowering her eyebrows, the girl said that she had only just received an A rank, and then she simply did not have time to pass the certification. The player, stretching out his finger, asked the awakened one how much he had passed, to which he replied that it was more than her, and Jong-sun wondered who it was. The guys sharply turned their heads, hearing how they were addressed. The main character, smiling slightly, clarified whether they had met in the dungeon. The guy, with his hands on his hips, asked if he was an assistant of the Mass Murder Guild, and on what issue. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist thought about how to explain it to him. Suddenly, the man opened his mouth wide, asking what they were doing. Shint, fighting the monster, asked everyone to shoot. A moment later, the warriors fired many bullets from machine guns. The shells hit the monster. Drops of blood were visible. The cartridges hit the body of the evil spirit. It seemed like the bullets flew to the legs of the monster. The soldier, looking forward, told the leader that the enemy was leaving. The soldier, frowning menacingly, said that they needed to come here. Turning around, the guy asked where he had gone. Suddenly, the leader of the squad extended his finger and warned of danger from behind. A second later, a monster appeared from the ground. The monster quickly shredded the fighter's body. The man clenched his jaw in bewilderment. Suddenly, the executor jumped high and called Shint a bastard. The assassin swung his weapon powerfully. The soldier held his shield in surprise. The squad leader turned his gaze to the side. A moment later, the veteran raised a huge axe. The man's cleaver was burning with blue flame. The fighter quickly swung, and the system reported the elemental enchantment skill Glacier. A second later, a huge block of ice appeared in front of Shint. The guy, looking forward, said that he had no head. The squad leader, turning his head, explained that therefore nothing could be entrusted to the executor, because he could not even kill these little ones. The priestess, smiling slightly, said that nevertheless she had collected enough mana. The veteran, opening his mouth, told the chief that he would give him one of his people, and therefore let him choose, after which the young man clarified about him. The fighter turned around and said he didn't know what was going on, but 2 of his men had already died, and it wasn't a monster attack, but a deliberate attack. The boys' eyes widened in fear when they heard that they should go and call for help before they all died. The military team frowned menacingly. Suddenly, Shinte, through the sweat on his face, shouted that this couldn't be happening. The priestess was visible in front of the man, and at the same time, he said that they had closed the gate. Suddenly, the island of the endless sky appeared and someone was heard saying that they were here a second ago. The awakened one folded his arms and asked if Jong Song wanted to go back now, although he had gone out because there was a problem there suddenly, but then thought about it, to which he answered in the affirmative. Raising an eyebrow, the hunter asked if that was all. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that it would be more surprising if he was convinced. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought that he himself was not sure if he was thinking sanely. Looking at the system screen, the creator realized that anomalies were happening on the islands of the endless sky, but he did not receive any task and did not feel any infected mana. Closing his lips, the assistant decided that he still felt uneasy, as if something serious was happening there. Chia dropped her jaw and exclaimed that their comrade who was with them had not come out yet, when suddenly the producer thought that there was that killer too, and then exclaimed that they did not need anything else, and simply asked to search the place where their squad was. Closing his eyes, the awakened one noted that the Shinwa guild should have handled this matter. Suddenly, someone put a hand on the hunter's shoulder and called out to him, to which he responded. The girls smiled and offered to go together, since they already knew each other, and suffered together then, to which her partner noted that the leader might scold her again. The guild member said that she didn't care, and what difference did it make to her, he wouldn't stab her, to which the awakened one put his hands on his side and noted that with his character, he could do that, and Jong Sung did not understand what kind of person this Ahyuk was. Scratching his head, the hunter offered them to go if they insisted, to which they thanked him. Jun Hyung smiled and noted that last time they hadn't even gotten to know each other properly because of the guild leaders, and Haran exclaimed that she was pleased to meet him. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and said that he wasn't a member of any guild, and Chia said that she was also a free hunter. The exhausted assistant put his hands on his legs and asked if these people were members of the Shinwa guild, after which he cried out that there were problems. The employee of the Endless Sky Island said that the island gates were getting smaller, to which the protagonist widened his eyes and asked him again. The priestess's silhouette was enveloped in magical streams. Having launched the monster into an attack, the villainess asked if they should now clean up their new home. Shin swung his axe and said that he didn't know what kind of bastards they were, but they shouldn't have underestimated them like that. A moment later, the skeleton guild leader struck the mythical monster. It seemed like someone was clutching a gun in their hand. Powerful shots flew straight at the enemy. The enemy tried to dodge the bullets. At that very second, the huge monster began to advance towards the fighter. The man used an elemental flame enchantment to wrap his fingers around the bomb. The army squad leader opened his mouth wide and asked everyone to close their eyes. A bright flash of fire erupted between the awakened and the monster. The maintenance squad leader turned his head and it was said that he remembered something for a second. Streams of red magic enveloped the system that supported the Endless Sky Islands. The monster absorbed the energy with its mouth, and it was said that even an unidentified monster would not be able to completely get rid of the gate until the system ran out of power. The eyes of the dark entity lit up brightly, and it was unclear, in that case, wouldn't the gate, even if it was small, be able to return even if the sorcerer was unconscious? Bright energy flows enveloped the system unit, and it turned out that Danju was right. Nothing was visible inside the magic gate, and it was said that for a moment they took on their original appearance. The heroes jumped through the magic passage, and it turned out that some did not miss this moment. Putting her hand on her side, the priestess was perplexed. The awakened began to approach her. Jong-sun closed his lips. Suddenly, the girl clenched her teeth in fear. The protagonist sent a stream of powerful energy straight at the enemy. At the same second, the priestess flew back. Putting his palm in front of him, the protagonist thought that his body moved subconsciously, and they would have been hit if he had hesitated. Lowering his eyebrows, the creator realized that it was better this way, and since it came to that, he needed to figure out his own capabilities. Raising his hand, the boy ordered the villainess to tell him what she had planned here. Smirking, the girl mockingly said that she was very scared. Frowning, the priestess asked if he would kill her if he did not tell. Lowering his gaze, the young man answered that he would do it if necessary. The protagonist's palm was enveloped in streams of magic, and suddenly someone was heard shouting that first people, then actions, and finally memories. The stranger looked out from behind the fence, and cried out that this was the first rule, and the spearman was in his field of vision. Leaning down, the boy exclaimed that the second rule was that they were listening to him now, and then thought that the priestess hadn't told him that he would have to reveal himself even though he was a citizen with an ID, and if he was caught here, he would become a criminal, so this was the last time he would help her. Looking at the hunters from the high balcony, the boy shouted the third rule, and they would forget everything that happened here, while using the hidden skill of the Hermit's rule, which applies to one target within sight. The spear hit the ground, and it turned out that for a while, the target would not be able to be changed and multiple targets would be selected. Junhyung, opening his mouth wide, exclaimed that he understood everything. Putting his hand to his face, the stranger realized that he had bewitched the wrong person, and that he was finished because of this. Heron looked at her partner with her arms folded. 2 hours ago, Cyan was standing behind the troll. The monster turned its head from side to side, and the berserker did not understand whether they had all left, although he heard them talking about the gate, but they were so far away that almost nothing could be heard. Lowering the corners of his lips, the killer decided that he could hide for now, but soon the goblin would remember him and set off in pursuit. Suddenly, the hunter's eyes widened in fear. The evil monster bared its teeth and began to growl. A magic sphere appeared, and the awakened one did not understand what was happening, because he thought that the islands of the endless sky only had one-way gates. Standing in front of the system screen, the guy wondered if these were the gates the Guardian had spoken of. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man thought about the trolls that had disappeared as if someone had sent them. Suddenly, Cyan held his sword out in front of him. Turning his head, the berserker did not understand what was happening, when suddenly the system reported that a hidden task had been activated, which would be accepted automatically in 5 seconds. Squinting, the killer thought about the fact that they were not in the game, and where the task acceptance button had come from, after which he did not understand whether he was hallucinating or not. Suddenly, Ji-yoon ran up from behind and asked if the hunter was okay. Pointing his finger at the system window, the awakened one asked if she could see it too, to which she asked what they were talking about. With his eyes wide open, the guy began to tell what was in front of him. Lowering his chin, the young man saw a system message that the hidden task Empty Fantasy had been activated, and the main goal was to kill the guard, which surprised him greatly. Alarmed, her mouth slightly open, the girl did not understand what was happening and where the trolls had gone. Turning their heads, the heroes thought that someone else was here. The priestess smiled and noted that they had warned her many times, and then asked why they had not left yet. Ji-yoon held out her hand and began to talk about who it was. The guard's eyes showed the face of the villain. A moment later, she sent a powerful stream of energy at the hunters. Raising her eyebrows, the priestess was surprised that they had set up a protective barrier so quickly. The girl fell to her knees, and the villain told her that she could not yet see the infected mana, but she was capable enough. Gritting her teeth, the awakened one thought that if she had not reacted, she would have died, and she did not understand who it was. Smiling, the witch sighed heavily. A bright magical flash erupted, and the villain noted that the berserker must have already seen the infected mana. The priestess didn't understand why it was so early, since he hadn't even managed to wake up yet, and was probably performing an empty fantasy, to which the killer frowned and asked her again. Opening her mouth wide, the guard shouted that Cyan needed to get ready, since she needed to get out of here, and then used the rescue skill. Teleportation beams appeared in front of the witch's face. She smirked and noted that it was a useful skill. Standing in front of the portal, the guy began to speak. Grabbing the young man's hand, the savior asked him to listen carefully. Lowering her eyebrows, Ji-yoon said that she didn't know what this woman used, but it was at least an A rank. Raising her head, the guardian of the Endless Sky Islands said that she knew almost all the certified hunters, but not this one. Suddenly, blood splashed out of the girl's body. Looking down, she didn't understand what was happening, when suddenly someone called her loudly. Cyan opened his mouth wide and sighed heavily. Gritting his teeth, the berserker was indignant. The executor swung the sharp weapon. Leaning down, the killer exhaled heavily again. At that very moment, the tip of the monster's limb appeared near his face. Bright magic surrounded the silhouettes of the awakened, and the system reported that the atonement skill had been used, which can be used when the user's life is in danger. The guard asked the boy to listen carefully, to which he raised his eyebrows in alarm and asked her again. Holding his stomach, Ji-yoon explained that when he left, he should immediately report to the association that there was an unregistered awakened here who was killing people. Dropping his jaw, the young man asked what would happen to her. The girl replied that she was fine and would hold out for now, to which Cyan, disappearing in the beams of teleportation, did not understand whether she was covering the wound with a barrier. Frowning, the berserker agreed and exclaimed that he would return. Behind the portal, the girl waved her palm at him. The guardian closed her fingers, when suddenly someone's voice was heard. Taking a step forward, the priestess noted that this must be her anchor skill, and it was an enviable ability. Standing in front of the villainess, Ji-yoon muttered that she was similar to an awakening, but she had never met her, after which she asked what she was trying to achieve, to which she replied that she needed a base, and it seemed that here on the Islands of the Endless, there would be an ideal place for it. The witch noted that the huntress was just lucky, to which she smirked and clarified whether she really thought so. The boy held the stone fragments in his hand, and the awakened one said that she had been lucky so far. Smiling, the priestess suggested that they stop talking, and then added that she felt sorry for her skills, but her child wanted to eat. The guardian, her eyes wide open, did not understand what it was, when suddenly the villainess wished her death. On the shelf stood a frame with a photo of the bride and groom. Lowering his chin, Cyan wondered if this place was the guardian's home. Standing near the table, the berserker exclaimed that he needed to contact the Hunters Association. Turning his head, the killer noticed the system screen, which said that the hidden quest empty fantasy had failed and a punishment had been assigned. Cyan, lowering his head, asked if it was an illusion. The boy looked at the screen in surprise. The berserker, his eyes wide open, noticed the system message that everyone thought so at first. Suddenly, the boy was pushed to the side. The killer's body suddenly became covered in bloody spots. The man without eyes, baring his teeth, said that he should do a better job next time, and the artificial intelligence wrote that otherwise it would kill him. 2 hours later, Junhyun was seen holding his weapon tightly. The girls, holding their heads, shouted that they needed to dodge. Jong Sung, lowering his hands, wondered if they were using skills, because he had the impression that he was simply waving a spear. The protagonist looked away and thought that the priestess had disappeared while they were distracted, and when they entered, the gate had shrunk again. Biting his lips, the protagonist muttered that things were bad and that Junhyun needed to be detained first, and at the same time, screams were heard. Shintae frowned menacingly, and the system reported the elemental enchantment skill Glacier. The hunter looked away in confusion. It seemed like the awakened were fiercely fighting each other. A powerful aura circled around the guy's hand. Suddenly, the young man found himself under the ice, and the artificial intelligence wrote about an ice prison. The archer, through the sweat on her face, explained that she was not in the guild, but she needed to find someone, to which the wind clarified whether they were from the best guilds. The leader of the army squad looked down sadly. Holding the axe tightly, the man asked to first help him deal with the bastards, because they control the monster that suppresses the gate, and at the same second the girl asked again about the monster. The guy, opening his mouth wide, asked what now, adding that the executor and his bastard are useless, and even the spearman was caught, and also so he will end up in prison. The priestess, baring her teeth, exclaimed that if he chattered she would take his mana, and therefore let him shut up. The witch, looking ahead, added that he was a strange assistant, and asked why he suddenly came back. It was heard that he needed to be gotten rid of, and even if it meant spending all the gates that she had collected for the trials, and suddenly Jong Song, with his mouth slightly open, was very surprised. A dark portal appeared ahead, and the protagonist did not understand what was happening. Portals appeared in the room. Shintae and the other hunters frowned, being surprised. The protagonist stood calmly. The fact that there were many gates did not frighten him. Infected mana flowed out of the portals in front of him. Jong Song frowned. Until now this was only a theory, but all the dungeons with a rank error were the work of those people. Urim scratched the back of his head, asking if it would be worse if he knew about everything. The priestess answered, saying that she could collect as many ingredients for the trial as needed. If they managed to get the islands of the endless sky, they would just need more time. Urim narrowed his eyes and asked if she understood that they didn't have much time. The priestess frowned, saying that without the islands, they wouldn't have a chance. She closed her eyes and said that there was a year left until awakening. She suddenly opened her eyes. The girl turned around and said that this simply couldn't be happening. Suddenly, a system panel appeared in front of her, informing her that a multidimensional error had been detected, and that the system was urgently activating. The priestess's eyes trembled, and she wasn't the only one surprised by the sudden awakening. The protagonist's mouth fell open in shock, the awakening of the players, as Jong Sung remembered it was supposed to happen in 10 months, and only a select few would be able to do it. Many people looked at the system windows in confusion. Heron poked at the system panel, surprised. She was scared when another system panel appeared. The protagonist gritted his teeth when the system gave him the task of protecting the islands. Someone pointed to the side, telling everyone to look there. Goblins burst out of the portals. The goblins landed on the floor. A moment later, the monsters rushed forward. The red-haired girl looked at Danju and asked what they should do now. Suddenly, Jong Song waved his hand, telling them to follow him. The men with shields, running away, told them to be careful. The monsters ran after the people. Suddenly, one girl jumped over the crowd. She landed right in front of the monsters. Heron chuckled. She didn't know what it was, but it would retreat if they could handle the waves of monsters. Using the giant's shield, the girl created shields in front of her. The ice that bound the corpse began to crack. The monsters, crashing into the shields, began to go around them. Shintae, pointing at the monsters, ordered them to go in the opposite direction and block the way. The protagonist released mana, telling them to wait. He extended his hand, using the creation skill. Multiple shields formed in the air. This created a narrow passage between the two shield barriers. Shintae, surprised, said that he didn't expect that he could create something incredible. Meanwhile, Chia ran towards the protagonist. Jong Sung, wiping his sweat, said that now they will only have a narrow passage. Haran, seeing this, waved his hand. Shintae looked at the corpse of a soldier behind. The man turned around, hearing a scream. Haran, pointing to the eyes to the side, said that they are short of people. If he is a close combat fighter, he should try to bring him to his senses. The girl ran forward, saying that this guy is the best in large battles. The man, scratching his chin, said that this spearman, unexpectedly for them, specializes in large-scale battles. The monsters rushed forward with a scream. The warriors stood in the narrow passage. Chia released mana. She had the perfect moment to use the skill. A moment later she fired her bow. The arrows pierced the monsters' bodies. The goblins were not afraid and continued to run forward. Xiao, who was standing behind, said that professional hunters were on a completely different level in terms of teamwork. Dongju agreed, saying that it was difficult for ordinary people like them to help them. Shintae, smiling, said that they did not need to do anything. The man turned his head and called out to Dongju. Holding out a machine gun, he asked the boy if he served. Urim stuck his head out from behind cover, asking what it was. The shield on the left was a high-level item, and a wall of shields on the right could not be created by one person. The priestess, touching the wound, said that this bastard who wanted to deal with the executor. Urim was surprised by her words. The girl, approaching him, said that Jong Sung had such an ability. The boy narrowed his eyes, saying that he also had the ability to control contaminated mana. Looking at the girl, he asked what she would do now. The priestess, crossing her arms over her chest, asked what she needed to do something with. Soon, a second wave of monsters appeared from the portals. It included zombies, skeletons and ghouls. Urim's face grimaced when the priestess said that when the system was activated, it was too late to do anything with the gate. Her child opened the gate, but she could no longer control it. Hearing her words, the guy then suggested letting the group go, because their goal was not them, but the islands. The lady frowned, saying that she did not like this option, but it could work. Soil handed the phone to her friend. Taking a closer look at the glowing gadget, the priestess said that if they did not do anything useless, she would let them go. A crowd of undead rushed at the adventurers. Chia barely pulled the bowstring. She was running out of mana. At this rate she would soon run out of steam. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that she wasn't sure she had properly controlled her mana when she fought the trolls. Haran ran to her friend, saying that she would help her. Chia, surprised, said that she was the only ranged fighter. The huntress ran past everyone, saying that she was wrong about that. Then she clapped her hands. She charged straight at the crowd of monsters, clapping her hands. Chia, approaching the shields, tried to understand what this huntress was doing. Her eyes widened when she realized the sound had become louder, but Haran herself stopped clapping. Haran slid across the floor. She clenched her fist, gathering the sound in it. A wave of shock rushed towards the undead. This blow, after superimposing the vibrations of the sought-after environment, created an explosive attack. The bodies of the monsters were thrown into the air. Some even had their limbs severed. The archer froze in shock and said that this was much stronger than her attacks. Haran put her hands on her hips after a successful attack. The protagonist, approaching the archer, told her to rest if she was tired. Chia frowned and said that she didn't mean that. Sion might still be there, and they were just defending themselves. Jong Sung responded by saying that there was a chance that he had already left. The guard had gone to save him, so the chance was high. Dongju opened his mouth in shock when he heard the guy's words. Everyone looked at him when the guy said that the guard was here. Pointing to the gate, he said that they found her body there. Chia was dumbfounded after hearing that. The protagonist, being calm, asked if there were any other bodies. Dongju, standing next to the archer, said that they found 3 bodies from the security department. Most likely the person they were looking for was also dead. The archer, tilting her head, said to wait. Pointing to the floor, she asked if there was another person here. The cat was walking along the wall. She turned her head when she heard the guy ask the killer if he even knew what he was doing. The man holding the knife asked him if he really didn't understand. Gritting his teeth, he asked where the money he had lent him was. Didn't he remember how many times he had told him it was for his mother's medical bills? Opening his lips, the boy answered, saying it just happened. Holding his wound, the frightened debtor said he could threaten as much as he wanted. He didn't have the money anyway, and he would go to jail, and his mother's treatment would be interrupted. A shadow fell on the killer's face as he told him not to worry, because his mother had died yesterday. Gripping the knife tighter, the killer said he was going to kill him anyway. He just wanted to see if he could hide. Elizabeth stretched and yawned. She thought the world was quieter, but apparently there were more incidents happening here all of a sudden. She opened her eyes and glanced to the side. A little boy was walking down the street. Elizabeth began to shake her head, looking at the killer, then at the boy. The cat sighed. Jumping down, she decided that it would be good for her to exercise from time to time. At this time, Dongju was shaking his head, looking for Soil. Shintae grabbed his head, saying that he was distracted and forgot. Turning to the protagonist, the man said that this was all done by that monster. He uses gates and portals. Jong Sung remembered how the priestess disappeared into the portal. The guy thought his subconscious was in the darkness. Chia, holding out his hand, suggested that they split up and look for her, as well as Sehen. The girl shuddered in shock when Jong-sung asked her if they really had to look for Sehen. Raising his hand, he said that there was a high probability that Sehen had already gotten out, in which case they would only waste their time looking for him. The archer objected, saying that he might not have gotten out. After all, no one had come out after them. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that the guardian told him that she had a skill designed for rescue. The islands of the endless sky are an isolated space, and there have been cases of their instability. Jong-sung, after thinking, said that it was reasonable to assume that the guardian had a skill that allows you to move people from the islands in an emergency. Chia, throwing up her hands, said that this is just an assumption and there is no evidence. Jong-sung understood that he said this because he himself saw it in his past life, but he could not say this because no one would believe him. His past self was now dead. The archer, lowering her hands, said that she thought he was here to find Sehen. The protagonist, pointing to the portal, said that this was originally his goal, but plans changed. Pointing to the small gate, he said that they were stuck on the islands. If they cannot open the gate, their situation will only get worse with each passing minute. Summoning the system panel, the boy said that even if this quest really existed, they still had no choice but to survive all the waves. Soon, the third wave arrived. Orcs, lizard men, gnolls and goblins burst out of the portals. Clenching his fists, the boy said that this was a battle against time. They couldn't waste a minute when they didn't know what would happen in the last wave. Jong-sung released his mana when the archer said that he thought very efficiently. The girl, also clenching her fists, said that he was evaluating human life without even checking anything first. Was it because they didn't know each other well that he himself could die? Remembering how the boy led her by the hand, she said that it upset her. Jong-sung froze with his mouth open. He remembered how, looking at his hands, he heard the girl tell him that she didn't know that he would do such a thing. Chia, standing in front of him, said that she was very sorry. The guy's eyes widened. He grabbed his head, not understanding what kind of memories they were. He saw them for the first time. Shinte, approaching the couple, told them to stop arguing, because they were just wasting time. Frowning, the man said that now they need to save soil. Suddenly, the portal behind him expanded. Shinte and Dongju were surprised and tensed up when they saw the portal. The protagonist turned around when he was called. Urim, standing on the balcony, said that if they wanted to save their friend, then they need to come here. While Urim held the phone in his hand, the priestess asked if there was anything. Sitting on a chair, he said that he stopped the recording and erased everything. Besides, there was no difference. The girl standing next to him said that it was good, otherwise she thought what would happen if he was filmed. Poking at the system panel, she said that if the video remained and they decided to analyze it, they would have problems, and they already had problems because the system was activated. Looking at Urim, the priestess asked if he asked what the task was. He answered, saying that the reward was an exit, as they expected. Soil froze in horror. She realized that she was no longer needed. Crying, the girl began to beg not to kill her, because she did not see their faces. The guy, lowering the phone, suggested using this girl somehow. Taking off the mask, he said that it seemed to him that she wanted to kill that support. The priestess grinned, saying that he could do as he wanted. The guy put on the mask. He also wanted to settle something with the protagonist. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood in front of the portal. Danju, approaching him, said that it looked more like a trap. Shinte frowned and said that there was no other way to save her. Turning around, the man told Chia that they couldn't waste time. She and Dongju had nothing to worry about. At this time, Haran was fighting alone on the battlefield. She needed help. Soon the fourth wave came. This time there were also archers among the monsters. Chia, approaching Jong-sung, asked him not to go, because it was all because of her. The guy, releasing mana, said that she was not to blame for anything, but mentally he noted that he did not expect this. The guy, turning his head, turned to Shinte. He handed him 2 swords, asking him to take them. The man objected, saying that he already had weapons. Shinte frowned when the protagonist asked him to throw the swords into the portal in a minute. Approaching the portal, the guy asked the warrior if he could promise him one last thing. When the guy came out of the portal, the priestess was surprised by his arrival. The protagonist parted his lips and asked her what she wanted. Smiling wickedly, the priestess said that one awkward move on his part, and they would smash her head in. Raising her hand, the girl said that she wasn't going to just kill him, so he needed to stand still. Urim extended his finger, voicing the first rule. Junhyung was trapped in ice. Chia and Shinte turned around as the spearman screamed, demanding to be released. The man remembered the protagonist handing him the sword. He frowned sharply. Shinte raised his swords to throw. A moment later, he threw the swords. At this time, Urim, who was sitting opposite the protagonist, said that the third rule was that he would tell them everything he remembered. Jong-sung used the skill and found himself in the world of the network. Remembering Chia's face, he realized that thanks to her, he understood what this was. The swords flew forward. The protagonist, remembering the girl near Chia, compared her to Urim. The girl's eyes widened when the guy said her name. She immediately asked how he knew her name. At that moment, 2 swords almost reached the ceiling. 2 huge cuts appeared on the floor, frightening everyone. Seoyeol and the monster began to fall. The protagonist, smiling, told Urim that he did not know how he was related to the priestess, but it was not enough if he wanted to catch him. A flask with a potion appeared in the air. The protagonist thoughtfully rubbed his chin. The priestess, having formed a barrier around herself, said that she tried to cope with him, leaving her limbs unharmed. She extended her hand and said that she only needed to examine his head. The priestess chuckled and said that she had forgotten something, she could just chop off his head. A huge monster appeared behind Jong-sung. The monster's hand reached for the guy's head. The protagonist managed to create a shield and block the blow. The guy ducked as the monster swung its hand. The shield fragments flew in all directions. Jong-sung swung his sword. Something rushed towards him from the side. The protagonist barely managed to dodge the priestess's scythe. The monster's paw immediately rushed towards his back. Jong-sung, looking at the floor, realized that there was an enemy behind him. The sword rushed forward. In a second, the sword cut off the monster's arms. Jong-sung landed painfully on the floor. His eyes widened in shock. The huge hammer fell to the ground. 2 minutes ago, Shintae almost freed Junhyung. The spearman looked at the shield wall and asked if that support had really made it. He gaped in amazement and said that he couldn't believe that a support was capable of such a thing. Heron waved his hand and looked at his comrade, telling him to pick his jaw up off the floor and start helping. Monsters began to crawl out of the portals. Chia gaped in surprise when she saw the monsters. This time, an ogre mage and 20 trolls burst out of the portals. Heron approached the archer and asked if she was familiar with that monster. She replied that she was not. Pulling the bowstring, the archer mentally said that there were many enemies, but now she knew how to deal with them. The arrow flew forward, separating the bodies from the heads of the monsters. The troll's corpse fell to the floor. Chia fired another arrow. It rushed towards the monster at great speed. The troll ducked, dodging the arrow. He grabbed a pile of bones. A moment later, he threw the bones at the people. The man with the shield immediately stood in front of the archer. Heron became worried, seeing how the man began to fall backwards. She poked her head out from behind cover and asked where the trolls got such intelligence. That's when the huntress froze, noticing the unusual monster. The ogre mage roared, activating his skill. Heron ran to Chia, telling her to lie down. The ogre mage's body was cut into 2 parts. All the trolls, horrified, began to look at each other. Shintae and Junhyung frowned, trying to understand what was going on. The man, looking at the spearman, said that they needed to go help Jong-sung. At this time, Heron helped her friend get up. They all looked at the hammer that flew out of the barrier. The events take us to the protagonist. He, blocking the hammer with his shield, said that it was all nonsense. Jong-sung drank the bottle of potion. He wiped his chin, realizing that this was already the second bottle. The priestess standing in front of him said that his strength was impressive, because she put almost all her mana into the attack. Dispelling the shield, Jong-sung said that he found it hard to believe. The girl smiled, asking why he was revealing all his abilities but not attacking. The guy stared at his opponent in silence. While the mana twisted around his body, he thought about the plan. A chest was recently placed in front of him. Inside the chest were items that would help him carry out the plan. It was the ring of the twins and the stone. Jong-sung, sitting in front of Haina, said that he had already said that he must. The girl, frowning, said that she knew it. Then she asked if he had changed the plan, in which he was going to initially not show himself to them. She would believe him, of course, but the arbiter has an ally. Jong-sung raised his head. He realized what this meant. Haina glanced at the assistant and said that this ring could only teleport one, but that would be enough. Now the ring was on the protagonist's hand. Jong-sung put his hand in his pocket, mentally saying that if he called Taeying now, they would be able to detain the priestess. But that would still not be enough. The opponents stood silently opposite each other, not moving from their place. Poking her cheek with her finger, the priestess said that it would be very difficult to detain him, and the hermit had disappeared somewhere. He was no use. Urim himself was hiding away from the battle. The protagonist parted his lips, asking what she wanted. The ice around the executor's body trembled. A moment later, he tore the ice apart. Junhyung turned sharply, hearing the noise. With one blow, the monster slammed him into the wall. Shia and Heron turned and saw the spearman. A huge 4-armed monster stood in front of the group. The priestess stepped forward and asked the boy if he could handle her, the executor, and the gate by himself. The girl raised an eyebrow when Jong-sung said she had misunderstood. He turned his head to look at her and said that she was the one who should be worried. The boy stepped forward and said that he wanted to confirm her abilities because he thought he knew someone like her. The priestess narrowed her eyes and asked if he really thought that he could politely explain everything to her and she would show him her abilities. The wall of shields began to dissipate when the boy responded, saying that something was wrong, but if she wanted to live, she would have to use everything she could do. The protagonist opened his mouth and froze when the girl asked him why she needed to use all her abilities. After summoning the monster, she said that she didn't care what methods she used. The girl froze with her mouth open when the boy asked her if that was all. Frowning, he asked if that was all she wanted to say. A large number of arrows appeared right above the girl. The boss's mouth fell open as he told the priestess that she only had one task. The girl dropped to one knee, saying that she was listening to instructions. The guy, standing half-turned, said to find out to what extent this creator can use contaminated mana. Then Les rubbed his chin. Raising his hand, he said that finding a shelter should be a priority. Frowning, Les said that they would find out about his abilities after activating the system. Looking at the girl behind him, he said that until then, she should focus on finding an isolated gate. Now the priestess frowned, mentally saying that she thought that this could be an opportunity to find out everything about him. Looking at the arrows above her, she tried to understand why the enemy did not use contaminated mana. The protagonist himself remembered some things from his past life. Chia and Urim were completely different from how he remembered them, although their abilities were the same. A huge hammer rushed towards the protagonist. The protagonist, recalling all the moments of the past, tried to understand why the priestess's techniques were so familiar to him. His fingers twitched when he decided to suppress the enemy. Frowning, the protagonist decided to kill her. So he silently stared at the priestess in front of him. She swung her scythe. Suddenly, her body trembled. Lightning flew out of the protagonist's hand. He stood with his arm outstretched, using the link skill. Lightning struck the creature behind the priestess. The monster swung its stump of an arm, trying to kill Soil. The spear pierced the monster's arm. The huge spear entered the elbow and came out of the hand. Many spears rushed downwards. Suddenly, the spear in the monster's hand vibrated. The protagonist did not stop, bringing down spears on the enemy. The priestess looked at the place where the spears hit in surprise. Jong Sung himself narrowed his eyes. The girl, gritting her teeth, swung her scythe. Her blow was blocked by a spear that fell from above. The protagonist rushed at her, telling her that she needed to think ahead. The blade was an inch from the girl's face. At that moment, two wings burst out of her body, throwing the guy back. The entire room was flooded with bright light. The monsters covered their faces with their hands from the bright light. The shield bearers raised their swords even higher. Heron clenched her fists, standing against the monster. The headless body jerked. Waves of mana spread out from its mistress in all directions. Soon the girl stepped forward, her skill activated at the most dangerous moment. Looking at her hands, she said that she did not want to. The protagonist, standing in front of her, realized that judging by the way she recoiled, she did not do it on purpose, so this was a great opportunity to kill her. The headless monster was running straight at the protagonist. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Jong Sung's eyes widened, surprised, not understanding what happened. The guy opened his mouth in shock. The mana beam flew past the priestess. After that, the beam pierced the headless body of the monster. Les, leaving the portal, told the priestess that he was in a hurry, and who would have thought that she would use something unprepared. The girl awkwardly turned away and looked at the protagonist. Jong Sung froze in horror, realizing who was in front of him. A crazy amount of contaminated mana was emanating from the guy. The monster's hand was enveloped in Les's mana when he said that he seemed to tell Les to seek shelter, and not to kill this guy. The monster extended his hand to Les when he scolded the priestess, saying that she used a hermit and a test sample. But even so, she lost. The monster's hand was almost at the guy's face. Looking at the monster that attacked, Les asked if she even released the dog that did not recognize its owner. The girl bowed her head and said that it was because he was attacking the strongest. There would be no such problem after the end. Making the monster disperse, Les said that he would take care of it himself. Standing in front of the protagonist, he said that this enemy did not even use contaminated mana. The protagonist frowned, thinking about some things. Les's eyes sparkled as he asked Jong Sung what he knew about the contaminated mana. He turned his head sharply because of the explosion. Dongju, raising his machine gun, asked why the monsters were acting like this. All the trolls suddenly ran towards the people. One of them frowned. Dongju also tried to understand what was happening as he started shooting. The bullets hit the target's head and torso. Heron, standing next to the guy, asked if this was his ability. He answered, saying that it was the ability of the squad leader's weapon. Just a while ago, Shinte handed him the machine gun. The bullets, being enchanted, exploded when they hit the enemy. Heron, clenching her fist and lowering her head, said that she was wounded, so they were temporarily withdrawn from the battle. Looking at Junhyang, she said that it would help them a lot if this guy woke up. Heron, turning her head, asked where the squad leader went. Shinte approached the protagonist. The boy, seeing the frowning man, asked him what he was doing there. The man replied by saying that he came to help while the trolls were confused. Standing next to the boy, he was puzzled. Clenching his fist, he asked the enemy opposite where Soil was. He simply raised his hand and pointed to the side. There, the man saw a girl with spears stuck around her. Shifting his gaze, Les said that if the spears had missed even a little, she would have died. Frowning, Shinte said that he had no idea what he was talking about. He looked sharply at Jong Song when Les said that he used the girl as bait. The villain said that because of the priestess's order, he had no choice but to restrain her. He turned out to be an excellent target. The priestess was waiting for his mistake, but the boy himself attacked. So the priestess swung her scythe. Shinte began to shout and scold the protagonist for using a civilian for his own purposes. Les grinned widely. He was enjoying this show. Approaching the couple, he said that he didn't know who he was, but he could think logically, so he would give him a chance. Shin didn't even listen to him, pointing the gun at him. The man, angry, said that they were all sick idiots here. Suddenly, the man's hand began to dissolve. After that, his entire body was enveloped in infected mana. The axe fell to the floor. The protagonist frowned at Shin's body. He turned his gaze to the enemy, asking why he did this. Les chuckled, saying that this was a strange question, and after all, his head was almost blown off. Jong Sung, shaking his head, asked how he did it. Stepping forward, the protagonist said that he wanted to know how far his powers could go. Looking at the corpse, the protagonist said that it was not his comrade. He was probably a good person, but he acted too rashly. He was like Junhyun trapped in ice. He was not strong enough to be called a hero, but he was talented. Looking at the dissolving body, the guy said that it was his own choice. Stepping forward, Les said that he liked him more. The protagonist shuddered. Les, narrowing his eyes, told the guy that he should understand that in his situation, he should not ask questions. Approaching, he said that now it was his turn to ask. Suddenly, an explosion occurred to the side. The villain sharply turned his head. He flexed his fingers, saying that he must have made a mistake. Waving his hand, he said that he first needed to deal with the annoying children. The protagonist turned around, being scared. With a wave of his hand, Les sent a wave of mana. Danja froze when he saw it. The crowd of monsters in front of them was cut into two. Chia barely managed to save Danju by knocking him over. The monsters' bodies were torn apart. The shield bearer frowned as he looked at the mana wave. The man's shield exploded. Heron stood up and said that it came from Jongsang's side. The man's shield fell to the floor. Blood gushed out from half of the man's body. Danju frowned as he saw this. Looking at the monsters' half-bodies, he asked what was going on here. Les raised his hand and said that he had built this gate because he needed it, but he could no longer control it, so it was pointless. The protagonist put his hand in his pocket. He couldn't even think about fighting. He picked up a bottle of potion and decided to replenish his mana. The empty bottle fell to the floor. This was the third bottle. Now the potions would be less effective and symptoms of addiction would begin to appear. Rubbing his chin, the protagonist realized that the guy in front of him was controlling the priestess. But he couldn't be defeated by simply calling Taeyun. Jong Sung turned his head, deciding to outlive him first. Shia and Heron stood up. The protagonist clenched his jaw. He didn't know how to save everyone. The enemy was interested in him. But as soon as he got tired of him, he would die right away. Blood flowed from his nose. Les turned his gaze to the guy. Chia, who was standing below, asked her partners if they could see it. Infected mana flew out of the portals. Chia, looking at her partner, said that they needed to go to Jong Sung. Danja stood up when he was called. Approaching, the archer asked for his weapon. Having received consent, he took the machine gun. After that, the girl turned around and ran. Heron looked at the system panel that appeared. The letters on the system panel were blurry. The huntress turned her head sharply, feeling threatened. The gate began to crumble. Cracks appeared across the space. Lowering his hand, Les said that it was now safe to talk. Turning to Jong Sung, he told him to answer his question, who responded by saying that he didn't know anything about it either, since he had only recently received it. Les frowned at the protagonist and asked if he had any memories. The boy's eyes widened in shock. Turning fully to the boy, Les said that contaminated mana couldn't be obtained for nothing. Raising his hands, he told the protagonist not to worry, since he was simply trying to do his best to prevent the end of the world. Reaching out to Jong Sung, he asked him to help him, that they could become comrades pursuing a common goal. Jong Sung silently stared at the enemy's hand. Looking at Shinte, he asked him why he killed him. Extending both hands, Les said that his goal was greater than a single death, and that he didn't have much time. The protagonist again stared at him silently. The priestess turned around and shouted sharply, telling them to be careful. Both boys turned their heads sharply. Chia, standing behind Les, ordered them to raise their hands. Jong Sung created a dagger, mentally cursing at the girl's appearance. A whip of mana rushed towards the girl. The protagonist ran forward. He had to make it before the contaminated mana caught up with the archer. The boy distracted Les with his attack. The machine gun in Chia's hand began to dissolve. The villain himself struck back at the protagonist. The boy fell to the floor. Standing in front of him, Les said that he used skills, but was completely undeveloped physically. The priestess stood behind Les while he said that to increase strength, not only skills were required, but also physical training. Until now, he had no problem coping with only skills, but he lacked physical ability. The protagonist created weapons by simply stretching out his hand. He could create swords in the air and attack the enemy. Jong Sung, sitting on the floor, froze. Les, standing in front of him, said to develop physically. Now that the system is activated, there are many ways, The protagonist asked him why he was telling this. He answered, saying that it was all because he has memories, and he does not yet know whether he is an enemy or an ally. Chia raised her head. Looking back, Les froze. His infected mana rushed away from him. An unstable portal formed right above them. Les summoned the portal mentally, saying that he did not think that it would come through an unstable portal. The guy touched the hood. Taking off the hood, he introduced himself. The priestess passed by the huntress. While Chia, approaching the protagonist, asked him, the girl went to the portal. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of the archer. The protagonist, standing up, said that the boss remained. Jong Sung frowned. During the last attack he barely created a dagger. His mana ran out. Looking at the portal in the sky, he said that he no longer had the strength to defend himself. A bird burst out of the portal. The couple froze in shock upon seeing the small bird. The bird landed in front of the couple. The protagonist, looking at the monster, realized that he had never seen one like it before. Seeing the monster shaking its head, Chia said that it was not fit for a boss. Stepping forward, she said that she would try to deal with it. Suddenly, the protagonist coughed up blood. He covered his mouth with his hand, which was a side effect of the potions. Remembering how Les's mana rushed into the portal, Jong Sung decided that there was a high probability that this monster was using contaminated mana. Chia, holding onto the machine gun, walked forward. She swung her weapon to strike. The bird abruptly turned its head, saying that it had found a target. The girl froze. The monster, looking at the protagonist, demanded that he give up his thing. Jong Sung, who was covering his mouth with his hand, was puzzled. The monster, bowing his head, told the guy that he took his thing, said that he would return it, but did not return it. Chia turned her head and looked at her friend. Jong Sung raised his hand. Now he understood. The bird silently approached him. It bowed its head and asked the guy if he was listening to it. The protagonist wiped his chin, realizing that he could not fall yet. His eyes widened from understanding one thing. The bird approached and said that he didn't listen when he asked for it back, and now he was telling him to reimburse him. The monster circled around the guy and said that he had a lot, almost everything, but he had almost none. So where did it go? The protagonist responded by saying that he seemed to be the wrong person. The guy narrowed his eyes when the monster said that there was no mistake. The monster's beak opened when he said that his mana was definitely used here. So the protagonist had to push the angry bird away from him, saying that it wasn't his mana. Heron hit the monster on the head. The bird's body fell down due to the impact. As the monster fell, Heron asked if she didn't have to defeat it. Suddenly, a system panel appeared in front of everyone, informing them that the quest was completed. The protagonist's whole body trembled, realizing that they were about to be given rewards. He turned his head, asking what they should do with the corpses and those two. All the people were transported to another place. Everyone fell to the floor screaming. The people standing in the square were surprised, while the protagonist, getting up, realized that instead of a reward, they were simply released. Jong Song noticed the crowd of people asking each other about the system and what they should do with it. Chia, getting up, asked what was going on here. The protagonist honestly admitted that he did not know the answer. While the archer approached the crowd, asking what was going on here, the protagonist looked around. Looking at the people lying to the side, the guy realized that even those who were unconscious were also transported. One of the association members ran up to the protagonist. The protagonist turned his head when the man called him. Thanks to those who returned from the isolated gate alive, the feeling of confusion in the hall was replaced by a sense of duty and responsibility. All the wounded began to be taken out on stretchers. During the investigation, Jong Song found out that the rift in the sky reacted weakly a few seconds before their return. The association member stood in front of the guy and said something to him, while he was thinking that the activation system was probably late because the gate was closed. Looking at the awakened ones, he realized that, unlike in his previous life, all the awakened ones had become players. Looking at the ring, he decided to change the plan drastically, otherwise no one would be able to meet Les. The guy couldn't help but remember how that guy had told him to increase his physical abilities. He put his hands in his pockets. Looking at the potion in his hand, Jong Song said that he still had a lot to settle. He couldn't continue like this any longer. Although the appearance of the window had caused confusion, many were able to react even in a state of alarm, even those who were now being carried away on beds. On TV, the host said that only the awakened ones had seen the visions, and presumably it was all connected to the rift. Some, having gathered in a crowd, said that the rift would one day lead to the end of the world, but they were a minority. The Skeleton Guild was disbanded due to the death of their leader, A-rank sorcerer Shinte, and an investigation uncovered illegal activities such as illegal dungeon raids, unregistered goods, and theft. Les stood silently looking at the corpse while the Skeleton Guild members testified that most of the profits went to Shinte's wife and daughter in America. Chia was looking at her phone when she was notified that Cyan was alive and that the association had taken him from the island guard's house. Cyan and the others were talking about an awakened woman using dark energy, and the association was investigating her whereabouts, and the priestess was currently working on the corpses. Donju looked sadly out the window. When they learned that the guardian Jiun had no blood relatives, the association began to discuss who should receive compensation, since her husband and family had died several years ago as part of the rescue party. Donju silently looked at the photo of the dead woman. Now he handed the folder to Soil, saying that this was all that was known, but why would she share such information? The girl smiled, saying that he himself said that even if she did not remember everything, she should remember at least something. The guy frowned and asked if he would really continue working. Soil looked at her friend in shock. The guy sitting next to her said that the association was dangerous and there was no guarantee that something like this would not happen again. Soil smiled and said that she had to continue, because who would do it if not her? Dongju, no longer frowning, said that there was nothing incredible about it. Soil closed her eyes and beamed, saying that they still had so much to do, and what was being overlooked was that the enemies had originally posed as the association in order to cleanse the islands. Dongju turned his head and looked at her. Pointing at herself, the girl said that there was definitely someone behind the villains, perhaps gangsters, large corporations, or national intelligence. The guy hit Seo Yeol on the head, saying that if she wanted to play detective, she would do so only after she had fully recovered. Soon Dongju came out of the room. He silently tore up the piece of paper. Throwing the paper into the trash, he said that this girl would definitely drive him crazy. A portal appeared right in the middle of the alley. The goblin came out of the portal. The monster frowned and began to look around. He saw the boy walking somewhere. The goblin bared his teeth. At the same time, a red portal appeared in the alley. Yesung came out of the portal. The boy stopped when a system window appeared in front of him. Yesung stared at the panel silently. His face was twisted with anger. He was called too early. Yesung turned his head sharply, hearing a scream. The boy crawled back, scared of the goblin. The monster jumped on the boy. The dagger struck the monster's skull. A moment later, the goblin crashed into the building. Yesung smiled and asked the boy if he was alone. Elizabeth licked her paw. Lying on the floor, she asked the protagonist if it was because he had drunk 3 vials of mana that he had brought himself to this state. Jumping onto the bed, the vampire said that it was amazing that he had returned alive at all. The protagonist, remembering less, was horrified and said that if that guy had wanted to kill them, then no one would have returned. Licking her paw, the vampire asked if it was because his abilities were now revealed. Jong Sung responded by saying that it was part of the plan. The guy looked at the cat when she said that his plan had worked since he was able to see the enemy's face. The protagonist, irritated, asked if she was mocking him too openly. Licking her paw, Elizabeth said that even if he had seen less, then what about the others, those who had seen his abilities? Jong Sung, with his hands behind his head, said that there was no need to worry about it. When the protagonist approached the portal, he asked for a promise. Shinte and the others couldn't help but frown, asking what kind of promise it was. The guy, with his finger extended, said that he would save Soil, but in exchange, they would not tell anyone about his abilities that they saw here. A shadow covered his eyes when the guy said that the fee is a basic skill that provides payment through weapon rental. With the increase in skill level, a contract becomes possible. When activating the system, all players receive benefits depending on their class and the skills used. In normal cases, long-range classes receive an improvement in aiming and close combat, mages can summon familiars, and supports receive various benefits. Jong Sung's advantage as a support is communication. When using the fee directly, you can make a certain request when renting a weapon by shaking hands. At rank A, the request was easily ignored or resisted, which angered the protagonist. However, as the skill level increased, a contract could be made that could not be resisted while the system was in effect. For hunters of rank A and above, the chances of success were low, but now there was a reliable deal without cheating, guaranteed by the system, as if the association member advertised. Remembering how he sat under interrogation, the boy decided that his skill worked as expected. Elizabeth closed one eye when the boy said that it helped him that the system was activated early. Now other players will begin to adapt to these changes. The vampire called the system panel, asking if this is what he was talking about. The boy almost jumped up, asking the vampire if she also had a system window. The cat lowered her paw and confused the boy, saying that back in the dungeon she was a player, although now, thanks to someone, she acts as a servant. The protagonist looked at the ceiling and said that now all the awakened ones were players, which was very different from his memories. Jong Sung looked at Elizabeth as she asked him what the hell that was. Tilting her head slightly, the cat said that she didn't know what the previous cycle was, but the memories were what he had experienced. But they were all mixed up and diverged. All he had were the techniques he called skills. The protagonist sat down in front of the cat, asking what she wanted to say. The boy's eyes widened as the vampire suggested that maybe those weren't his memories at all. Smiling, she said that if she thought about it, it seemed like her world had been destroyed too, since there was no one who remembered it. Jong Sung, remembering how he fell into the lake, said that when he and the guild members first entered the dungeon, he fell into a strange lake. Elizabeth interrupted him, saying that she was telling him about the previous loop. If the memories were transmitted through the loop, there must be some way. The guy froze with his mouth open. Elizabeth, looking at the guy's face, said that it could all just be an illusion. The protagonist, opening his eyes, said that these were definitely memories, and he could prove it. Jong Sung froze when the vampire asked him how he would prove it. The guy himself remembered Les asking him if he had those memories too. Putting on his jacket, the protagonist said that Les clearly said the same, so there must be other people with memories. The vampire, looking at him, asked if he would go look for them. The protagonist, taking out one of the books, said that he could not do it yet. Picking up a book, he said that he wanted to take care of some things now. Urim was definitely his ally in the previous cycle, but now he was acting together with Les, and as he walked down the street, he tried to figure out what had happened. Picking up a phone, Jong Sung decided that if Les's words were true, then Urim should also know about it, in which case the probability that he had memories was high. Dial a number on the phone. Jong Sung said that this was not a problem that they could solve at the moment. He needed to focus on issues that they could handle right now. Taeyong picked up the phone, answering the call. The protagonist, walking down the street, said that their plans had changed. Now they needed to meet up and talk. At this time, Yesung was sitting on a bench with the man he saved. Squinting, he asked the boy if he was really playing Valorant right now. Soon, the boy said goodbye with a smile on his face and thanked him for saving him. Yesung smiled back, telling him to be careful on the street. The young man was crossing the road and did not notice the car on the way. He turned his head in confusion, hearing a strange sound. A moment later, the car stopped right at the crossing. A second later, the car drove away, but the young man was gone. Yesung, looking at the phone, said that money was needed for games. He would take some pocket money. Jong Sung was sitting on the couch. Soon, Taeyong in a mask approached him. Sitting down opposite, the guy said that he heard about it from a friend, but nothing was said about him there. Putting the ring on the table, the protagonist said that he was fine, but his previous plans had lost their meaning. Taeyong, taking off his mask, froze and asked if he had really met the one standing behind the priestess. The guy parted his lips, saying that he saw him and was convinced that the gap between them was unbridgeable. Jumping up, Taeyong asked why he hadn't called him then. Jong Sung responded by saying that if he did that, they would no longer be alive. The guy calmly looked at the man and said that their enemy was not an opponent that they could defeat now. Sitting down, Taeyong asked if he had seen his face. The protagonist replied by saying that he had seen it, but he was unlikely to be registered as a hunter. Perhaps he was not even one of the awakened. The man frowned, asking what he meant. Jong Sung, imagining Les, mentally said that he had a strange name, but his abilities were also unusual. He did not use mana at all. In addition, there was always Urim and the priestess behind him. Everything was clear with Urim, but the priestess was not in the protagonist's memories. Remembering how the girl's wings unfolded, Jong Sung noted that her abilities were very familiar to him. This girl seemed to have always been next to him. Jong Sung raised his head when Taeyong called out to him. The man asked him what was wrong, if he was okay, with his eyes narrowed. Hain had once told Taeyong on the phone that Jong Sung was clearly hiding something. He had then frowned, asking what she was talking about. Hain, looking at the unconscious boy, said that he might not have noticed, but his powers were not like magic. The protagonist's sword was slowly disappearing. Now, looking at the system panel, Hain said that after activating this system, not only she, but most people were able to see this energy with their own eyes. Taeyong froze in shock when the girl said that this energy was exactly like the one emitted by the skill that the performer's ally used. Narrowing her eyes, the girl said that Jong Sung was unlikely to be with them. After all, he did oppose them until she intervened. Taeyong frowned, listening to Hain's words. Now, narrowing his eyes, he told the boy that he thought there was something to think about. The protagonist went into the subconscious, saying that their original plan had failed, and now that the system was activated, there was no point in hiding his abilities. He looked at the man in front of him, and wondered if he should tell him about the memories. Jung Sung's eyes widened when Taeyong said that Hain didn't trust him as much as he did. He awkwardly looked up at the ceiling when the man said that his rank and skills were suspiciously inconsistent. He always contacted first, reported his business and disappeared. And now he was harassing him, the head of one of the leading guilds in the country. The man slammed the table and said that if he could fully unlock his potential, he didn't care, no matter what others said, he was on his side. Young Sung froze when he heard his words. Sighing, he mentally said that he was too cautious. Taeyong smiled and clenched his fist when the protagonist asked him if he could really trust him. The guild master responded by saying that he could tell him everything. The smile disappeared from Taeyong's face when the protagonist said that soon a god would descend on earth, and the end of the world would come. That's how the events in the restaurant ended. The end of the world came suddenly, then the protagonist's group was walking down the street. Suddenly, a system window appeared. The guild master froze, seeing this. His subordinates asked if something happened. The protagonist raised his head. He pointed to the side, telling everyone to look there. The mage frowned at what he saw. A six-winged angel appeared through a crack in the sky. A terrifying aura spread from the angel in the sky. System windows appeared in front of the protagonist, giving him a quest he needed to find a way to kill a god. Feathers rained down from the sky. As soon as the feathers touched a person, they exploded. So the protagonist's entire party was splattered with blood. Jong Sung frowned. He had a week to complete the mission. The guy looked at the feathers, and so the mission began, where everyone tried to find a way to kill the god. Someone dragged the protagonist to the side. The guild leader dragged the guy by the hand, escaping from the explosions. Taeyong clenched his fist after hearing this. The man grabbed the guy. Standing up, he said that they needed to visit the hospital together first. Apparently the shock from the islands still remained. A week after the descent, the protagonist was lying in his own blood. Jong Sung, sitting in cover, said that the way to kill the final boss was just a trick. Bowing his head, he said that if he had realized this earlier, they could have saved everyone. Suddenly, the ceiling began to crack. God passed through the wall. Looking at the smiling God, the protagonist said that if he had a chance, he would have stopped him. God extended his hand. He clenched his fist. Taeyong, sitting opposite the guy, asked if it all ended with his death. Jong Sung, sitting down in his place, said that this is why he believes that there is also a god behind the performer pursuing the awakened one. The man asked in confusion, what kind of trick is this that can kill a god? The guy looked at the table, saying that he does not remember this. Taeyong smiled nervously, hearing the answer. Raising his hand, he asked if he remembers the number of heroes and their names. The protagonist shook his head again. Frowning, the guy said that there were several hundred heroes, but he only remembers those with whom he crossed paths, as if someone deliberately erased his memory. The man nodded, expressing his understanding. The protagonist, looking at the interlocutor, realized that he most likely still has doubts. Putting the ring on the table, the guild leader said that it would be better for him to keep the ring to himself, because they will have to work closely together in the future. Jong Sung opened his mouth in surprise, asking if he really believed him. Smiling, the man said that he was not looking at it from a position of faith, but from a position of whether he could help him. Holding out the ring, he said that from what he had said, he did not need a person who would believe him, but a person he could trust. The protagonist froze with wide eyes. He took the ring. The man chuckled. He did not know if the man was telling the truth or not, but if he could attract him to the guild, he could become a strong ally for him. Suddenly, the protagonist placed a book on the table. Holding the book, the guy said that this was what he had received on the islands, and his system had also activated, right? Looking at the man, the protagonist said that he should understand the significance of acquiring the first skill book. Removing his hand, the guy said that it was S rank, and its price on the market would definitely be astronomical. Taeyong narrowed his eyes and asked why he trusted him with this. The protagonist looked at the man and said that it was all so that he could become stronger. Taeyong frowned when he heard his words. The guild leader sighed when the boy said that it would be even better if he could get something useful at the same time. Smiling, Taeyong said that he could support him, so he needed, the protagonist answered, saying that he needed a magic stone solvent. He needed to get about 6,000 liters in 2 days. Taeyong froze with a smile on his face. He slammed the table, asking what he was going to do. After all, this wasn't tap water. The man's face twisted when the boy started listing the items he needed. The man jumped up, saying that these were all high-class items and couldn't be obtained in a couple of days. Standing up, Taeyong asked the boy what he was planning, since he had never heard of some of the items. The protagonist looked away and asked what the most valuable man-related materials were in the guild's storage. Taeyong frowned upon hearing the question. Soon, a purified spirit core was brought to their table. Pointing at the core, Taeyong said that it was loot from an S-rank dungeon. When the protagonist wanted to take the core, Hissa took it first. She hugged the core, mentally saying that it was a priceless asset to the guild. Taeyong, smiling, gave the girl a book, saying that since the core required special treatment, they would deliver it themselves to where he needed it. The man closed his eyes and said that he still needed to use it with the solvent. When everyone stood up, the protagonist asked the guild leader to talk to him alone. The guy, parting his lips, said that he would tell him everything that happened on the islands. Soon, the guy went on a bus. He walked to a house in the wilderness. His mother, who was watering the plants, turned her head. The woman happily ran up to her son. One day, a crack appeared on the ground for everyone and mana gushed out, but it did not become a blessing for all the people. Jong Sung's mother ended up unable to walk. Those who resonated with the mana became awakened and gained abilities, but for those who were especially low in sensitivity to mana, it turned into poison that made them cough up blood. Jong Sung's father, as well as himself, ran to the woman when she fell to her knees. In severe cases, the disease led to death, and those who survived suffered from various complications. Following his mother, the guy asked how she was feeling lately. She answered by saying that she felt much better after being treated in such a place with clean air. Pointing to the storeroom, the woman said that she put everything there. Remembering Hisa who came, she said that people from the guild came to her, or rather, it was some awakened one. The protagonist, standing in front of the vessel, realized who was there and immediately assumed that the girl had been grumbling a lot. Grabbing the handle, the guy said that thanks to Taeyong, he had an opportunity. The guy opened the door to the warehouse. Inside the warehouse were the magic stones that he had been collecting for a whole year. The events take us to another part of the city. Heron entered the office and greeted the head. Ahyok, frowning, said that he heard that she had visited the islands. The girl smiled, saying that she had already submitted a report to Secretary Sohee. Taking the tablet in his hand, the man said that he had already familiarized himself with everything. At this time, Keelman, smiling, asked if he had noticed an unidentified dark force. Dongju, standing in front of him, said that he had. Standing in front of the boss, the guy said that 3 people near him were able to notice the awakened one. Looking at the head, he said that some of them were Shinte, Chia, and Jongxian. Ahyok frowned even more after hearing the names. He crossed his legs and said that he couldn't believe it, then he asked what happened. The girl was nervous and sweating, saying that she didn't see anything. The guild leader's face twisted in anger. Dongju, who was standing in front of the boss, said that he couldn't get a good look because of the monsters around him. Kalman closed his eyes, expressing understanding, then he asked if they had questioned the 2 eyewitness hunters. The guy, being calm, said that they had questioned them, but they both said that they had seen the man for the first time. Dongju, immersed in his inner world, realized that if he didn't mention the contents of the contract, everything would be fine. The protagonist had been sitting opposite him a while ago. Dongju, poking at the screen, said that when he was restricted like this, he wanted to break the rules with all his might. When the documents were handed to him, Jong Sung said that he had his own reasons for hiding these things. Looking at the photo, Dongju said that they had met before. Raising his hand, he said that they had met a year ago, then he suspected that he was a difficult person, but how did he know how to use the system? The guy smiled nervously, asking if the apocalypse was coming. Jong Sung, raising his hand, said that if he was so interested, they could make another agreement, but if he broke it, he would fulfill his request. Dozen narrowed his eyes at his proposal. Heron closed her eyes, mentally saying that no matter how she tried to explain the end of the world, no one would believe her. Opening her eyes, she said that it was too high a price for a fairy tale that was hard to believe. Narrowing her eyes, she asked if he was trying to force her to do something strange. The guy, being insulted, said not to take him for a maniac, he can offer her valuable equipment. The girl, smiling, asked why. The guy raised his hand and said that he knew something about her, and he knew what she needed to strengthen her special skill, but there was a condition. Heron's face twisted, and she asked what that condition was. The protagonist, calling the system panel, said that he would give her a small quest using his abilities. When the girl calmed down, the guy said that even if she failed, there would be no penalties and no deadline either. In the end, the girl agreed, but now she stood before the boss with a mission to defeat the Banshee of Despair. The girl's whole body shuddered when the boss demanded answers. Ahyok, hitting the report, asked if everything that was stated in this report was true. Heron began to sweat profusely when the boss asked her if the association's help had not arrived in time, if the equipment given out had really been spent, and she had not managed to see the criminals, and she had not even managed to get the trophies of the boss monster? The evil Ahyok shouted, asking if it was all true. The girl burst into tears and said it was. The man picked up the stack of papers and asked if she had received the reward for the quest. Heron, unable to hold back her tears, said it was, but in her mind she had already assumed that this bandit was trying to take her reward. Approaching the girl, the leader said that she should have told her about it right away. The huntress, worried, asked if he wanted her to give it to him. Frowning, Ahyok asked what she was talking about. Passing by his subordinate, he said that she had earned the reward with her own efforts. The girl looked at the leader's back, asking if it was true. He, approaching the door, said that it was indeed true. Now she should rest until her hand recovered. Everything around the girl shone as she looked at the leader with admiration. Heron immediately became sad and froze when the leader said that she should be prepared to take orders with unpleasant creatures for a while. So he, who was standing outside, asked the leader if he had ever lectured the guild members by pressuring them. Ahyok objected, saying that he was not actually a Yakuza leader. So he smiled, saying that everything was fine then. Following the leader, she asked where they were going. The guild leader was currently heading to the home of an alcoholic, a former hunter of the Skeleton Guild. Dongju headed for the exit of the office. Kalman frowned after him. He pressed a button under the table. Jonan immediately picked up the radio, saying that he heard everything. Frowning, the A-rank mage said that they needed to establish surveillance on Dongju, who was clearly not telling them something, and also interrogate 2 witnesses. Kalman, sitting in his place, gave permission. Elizabeth yawned, feeling sad. Last time, she took out her anger on a few guys and saved a boy. Suddenly, a system window appeared. The cat's pupils widened as the system gave her a secret quest. The vampire narrowed her eyes at the reward and said that it was her first time receiving a quest in this world, and the reward was strange. It gave her the right to act autonomously. Remembering the 2 beaten people, she assumed that it was related to them. Suddenly, an arrow appeared in the air. Elizabeth looked into the distance and decided to check what was there. Yesung threw the phone, saying that he tried all the games. His subordinate barely managed to grab the phone. The guy, Putting the phone away, said that they placed the captured boy in his house, and they had not called the parents with a ransom demand yet. Frowning, he said that this child was not from a rich family. Even if they demanded a ransom, they would not get much. Yesung smiled, saying that he knew about it, since he just grabbed the first kid he came across. Although it doesn't matter if he's from a rich family or not, the police have means to track him down. The guy in front of Yesung was surprised, saying that it was true, but why would he need money that could be traced? The villain frowned at his question and said that it was a personal matter. The subordinate became nervous and said that he didn't understand what he was getting at. Yesung chuckled. Releasing his aura, he said that this was a fake world created for destruction, no matter what kind of money they got. The guy's body trembled. Yesung turned his head, feeling something. He could feel mana coming from afar. The vampire poked at the system panel, not understanding why the quest didn't end even after she found shelter. Elizabeth's whole body shuddered at Yesung's voice. Soon, the guy came out of the warehouse. Frowning, he asked the cat who she was. The cat's pupils narrowed, not understanding how she was recognized. Suddenly, the system panel appeared in front of her. Looking at the system window, Elizabeth saw that she had been credited with a successful mission. The cat looked at the boy as he was surprised that cats could be players in this world. Raising his eyebrows, he asked if she was the one who had beaten up his men earlier. Hiding the blade behind his back, he said that she probably wasn't given such a quest mission after. Elizabeth was surprised and asked if he could really see the system panels of others. Yesung scratched the back of his head, saying that she didn't need to know all that before she died. Looking at the cat, he told her that she just needed to know that there was a person who supported him. The vampire chuckled, looking at the enemy. The system panel appeared again, giving out a quest. At that moment, Yesung stopped hiding the blade. He rushed forward, and the cat was reflected in his pupil. The blade rushed towards Elizabeth. The cat smiled. The vampire did not pay attention to the approaching sword. She jumped up deftly, dodging the attack. She landed in her vampire form. She picked up the system panel and said that she now understood how she was supposed to use it. The vampire chuckled when Yesung said that he thought that the system here was only activated recently. Adjusting his hair, he said that there was no way someone who could dodge his knives could appear here. Looking at the system panel, the vampire asked what a source fragment was. Rubbing her chin, Elizabeth ignored the enemy. Crossing her arms over her chest, she told Yesung that there was a good reward for him, who, upon hearing her, told her not to treat him like a monster since he was a human. Raising an eyebrow, he asked if he was really a human. Releasing her mana, the girl said that she wanted to know more about him, but she did not have time. The boy closed his eyes and scratched his head, saying that he could just die. Elizabeth gaped in shock. The boy narrowed his eyes and said that she looked pretty strong, and he didn't want to waste energy on someone he hadn't been rated for. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. She slapped her face and asked if he really wanted to die for her, considering he was the one who attacked her first. Yesung looked away and said that he was thinking about eliminating her in one go, but she dodged and he didn't want to fight. The boy looked down as he received a system notification. A panel appeared in front of him. Soon, words appeared in the system window, the boy's master calling him a cunning bastard. Yesung narrowed his eyes. A smile appeared on his face. A moment later, the smile widened when the system gave him a quest to kill a vampire. Elizabeth closed her eyes and said that she would rather torture him. The boy summoned a sword and said that it was too late now. During this time, his boss managed to provide him with work. A system window appeared in front of the vampire. The girl glanced at the enemy when the system reported the activation of the dimension isolation. A barrier began to appear around. The dome rushed upward, trapping the two fighters inside. Elizabeth began to look around. Yesung, raising his hand, said that now no one will know what is happening here. Smiling, the girl said that he was just crazy. The guy cut off the vampire's head. The girl's head separated from her body. If her fog had lingered even a little, she would have died. Yesung turned around. His blade did not feel the barrier. Elizabeth extended her hands, using the territory of the bloodbath. The guy rushed forward with a grin on his face. Huge hands made of blood formed behind him. Yesung stopped smiling when he saw the hands. The vampire smiled, realizing that the enemy was caught. The blade hit the blood. Then the sword flew to the side, surprising the vampire. The guy himself fell to the ground, saying that now it was definitely over. The guy kicked the sword, cutting the hands of blood. In the end, he landed right on the hilt of the sword. He screamed as he rushed forward. A wave of blood threw his opponent back. Yesung's body flew up. 4 bloody hands rose from the ground. The guy turned his gaze and looked around. Looking at the ground, he said that it was dangerous to step on the ground because it looked strange. Smiling, he assumed that these hands could only appear in this area. Looking at the girl, he mentally said that she was probably one of the few blood mages. Yesung's hand trembled. Daggers appeared in his hand as he wondered how this girl knew about his guild. Swinging his hands, he decided that he would not kill the vampire. The daggers flew forward and cut the bloody hands. The girl lowered her hands and was surprised to see that her bloodthirsty palms were destroyed by an ordinary dagger. The daggers pierced the ground. Yesung ran along them straight to Elizabeth. He grabbed the sword tighter. Standing on his sword, he said that his opponent was a magic type, which allowed her to easily dodge physical attacks. Looking at the blood below, he said that it was indeed an ability with a limited area of effect. Yesung touched the blood with his fingertip. Elizabeth, who was standing in front, was surprised to see this. The guy stuck his finger in his mouth along with the blood. Elizabeth grabbed herself in horror, calling the guy crazy. Yesung himself grinned, saying that everyone was like that. The impostor stood on the blade of his sword and thought about how his opponent had an attack whose area of effect prevented him from walking on the ground, and also freely avoided physical attacks and dealt damage from afar with the help of minions. The guy took out his mask and wondered if she could dodge attacks that she could not see. Grabbing her shoulders, Elizabeth asked why she had to fight such a crazy person, and said that she just wanted to relax. The young man said that a fight between two monsters was not so bad. The girl frowned and asked who he called a monster. The villain put on a mask and asked if his enemy really wanted to continue acting like this. At that moment, the villain jumped into the air. A sword was sticking out of the ground. The woman noticed that her opponent had disappeared. The impostor said that they were the same. The invisible man jumped from one sword to another. The vampire looked back and felt his presence. At that moment, the blade of the sword was in front of her face. A deep cut appeared on her neck. The guy lunged forward. He landed on the hilt of the katana. Blood gushed from the wound. The young man was surprised that his enemy used the ability at the moment of the blow. The Empress put her hand to the wound and realized that she had not relaxed her vigilance, but she could not see his movements. Elizabeth said that her opponent was not really a normal person. The villain looked back and said that he considered them both monsters and offered the opponent to look at her superpowers. Frowning menacingly, the girl asked him to watch his words and explained that she did not want someone like him to call her a monster. The woman summoned a bright flash and realized that she could not defeat him with normal abilities. The thread touched a pool of blood. The vampire thought about how she would lose due to the time limit if her enemy continued to dodge, and was outraged by the man and continuing to attack her. The Empress removed her hand from the cut and concluded that the opponent would definitely try to kill her, which meant she had only one choice. Looking at her from the side, the villain realized that she was invulnerable to all physical attacks that were not accompanied by mana, and decided that he had only one option to complete this quest. The impostor frowned menacingly, and remembered that he had one more thing. The boy leaned forward and thought about how his enemy was easily provoked by his provocations, which meant that there was only one thing that could be done in this situation. The heroes furiously drew their brows together and realized that in order to catch the monster, they had to trick it. The boy asked if the enemy still had time. Elizabeth flinched and wondered if he wanted to change his strategy. The villain jumped off the sword and suggested that the monster speed up. The girl looked ahead from under her brows and asked him not to call her that. A purple aura appeared around her. From a pool of blood, giant hands appeared, holding wide swords. They cut the air in front of them. Raising his head, the villain laughed and called this skill impressive. The impostor appeared in the air and declared that this was what you would expect from a monster. The woman put her hand on the ground and ordered him to be quiet. Waves of bloody energy approached the boy. The young man narrowed his eyes and noticed that his mockery had affected the enemy. Suddenly, his eyes turned white. At the same moment, a staff appeared behind the vampire. A cloud of dust rose into the air. The system reported that less than a minute remained until the end of the summoning. The villain landed on the hilt of the sword. His accomplice lowered the staff and asked if he had really managed to kill the enemy. The Empress spread her wings and descended from the sky. Elizabeth grabbed the boy by the head. The girl pressed it into the ground with force. The woman turned around and noticed several more hunters. A bright flash flashed behind her. The villain swung his sword. A giant hand blocked his blow. Then it forcefully slammed the ground in front of the players. The vampire grabbed her cut and realized that her wound was more serious than she thought. The huge shield hit the ground. The warrior lunged forward and swung his sword. The Empress decided to hide in the fog. At the same moment, the magician approached her from behind. Elizabeth's eyes widened in fear when she saw flames in front of her. The fighter pierced her body with his sword. The boy released a wave of fire at her. A bloody hand grabbed his face. Dark energy pressed him to the ground. A terrible scream was heard. The warrior clasped the girl's throat with his hand. The invisible man jumped onto the sword closest to him. The impostor lunged forward and asked his accomplice to hold the enemy tightly, so as not to die himself. The boy opened his eyes wide. The woman grinned. 22 seconds remained until the end of the summoning. The young man swung his sword and stared tensely at the enemy. At that very second, the vampire evaporated, and the blade of the sword appeared in front of the man. The villain cut off his head. The Empress turned into a cat and thanked him. Elizabeth clenched the threads into a fist and made sure that she was dealing with a real monster. The dead fighter fell to the ground. The villain lunged forward. His contaminated mana, which rose from the ground. Thin threads fettered the imposter's body. The mask flew off his face, and the guy fell on his back. The threads spread his legs and arms to the sides. The young man asked if the enemy was hiding mana under the area of effect of the ability. The girl took a step forward and reminded him that he seemed to feel a strange energy. The woman stepped on the enemy and explained that she simply set a trap in the hopes that the victim would fall into it. The vampire frowned menacingly and asked if, in his opinion, she should have fallen for his taunts. The villain smirked and concluded that he had lost because he had let his guard down, and said that he would have won if his allies had not been so bad. The villain raised his eyebrows and said that defeating the Empress would be fun. Elizabeth asked what that meant. The girl looked at her opponent in surprise. The imposter promised to see her again. Blood splashed on his face. The woman wiped it off and opened her mouth in amazement. The vampire shuddered and wondered if he had died. A notification about the successful completion of the quest appeared. Clouds floated in the sky above the house. Someone approached him. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist said that he was very surprised when he saw his girlfriend this morning, and was outraged that the veterinary clinic considered him a sadist. Lying on the pillow, the cat said that she would not have died even if he had abandoned her, and asked why her friend was so worried. Jong-sung remembered finding her on the floor covered in blood and asked if that wasn't enough to worry about. The Empress noticed that he was talking as if she was actually his pet. The guy looked at her and asked if that was true. The young man asked what happened during his trip to his parents. Elizabeth licked her paw and replied that she fought against the empty fantasy guild. The creator opened his mouth in surprise and asked what that meant. The villains raised their weapons. The support asked if his friend was sure that it was them. The girl confirmed it and told him that they had all killed people before. The woman remembered that, according to her ally, no one knew how the empty fantasy guild appeared. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist confirmed this and explained that many players died because of them. The vampire looked away and said that in fact, these people were nothing special. In the memory, the imposter rushed forward. The Empress said that among the others, only one person stood out, who had injured her. Jong-sung frowned and asked where they were yesterday. Elizabeth replied that he would definitely not appear there again. Scratching his chin, the guy realized that the villain had probably already disappeared, and suggested that he should talk to Taeyong to sketch his portrait. The cat asked what they were talking about, since the fight ended in her victory. The young man thoughtfully drew his eyebrows together, and decided that she could not fight him in her current state. Suddenly, the creator turned his head and asked what his friend had just said. The girl jumped onto the balcony railing and explained that this quest that the villain mentioned was easier than she thought. The woman turned back into a human. The vampire smiled widely and said that she had regained the ability to take her true form. A while ago, the Empress looked at the system window and asked what it was. In front of her was a notification that the user can restore lost or stolen abilities using source fragments. The support frowned and asked if her abilities had returned. Elizabeth denied it and added that it was only 1/5 of them. The protagonist asked what happened to the person they fought. The girl frowned in displeasure and asked if he wanted to congratulate her first. Looking at her, Jong-sung asked her not to fool around and repeated his question. The woman explained that she wanted to keep him alive to interrogate him, but her opponent just suddenly died. The guy's eyes widened in surprise and asked if his body exploded. The vampire raised her eyebrows in amazement and asked how he knew about this. The heroes turned around when they heard a knock on the door. The Empress turned into a cat and asked if they were expecting guests. The creator answered negatively. The support grabbed the door handle and wondered if his ally was being followed. The hunter looked through the crack. However, there was no one in the hallway. The protagonist lowered his head and said that there was no one here. Suddenly, a bird appeared on his threshold. Its eyes lit up. The crow said that it had finally found its target. Jong-sung immediately slammed the door. The guy propped it up with his body. Elizabeth asked what happened. The young man turned his head and said that there was a monster standing there. The cat asked what that meant. The bird demanded retribution. The creator tried to hold the door with his hands. The girl said that she could not fight him now. The support tensely clenched his teeth. The woman asked him to stop the monster so that it would not attract the attention of other people. The neighbor looked out into the hallway and asked what was going on here. The man squinted, but did not notice anything strange. The hunter brought the bird to his home. The crow opened its beak and demanded payment. The protagonist frowned and wondered what kind of monster would behave like this. The bird raised its head and stared at him. Jong-sung sat silently on the floor, holding it in his hands. The crow lowered its gaze and asked for food. The guy closed his eyes in displeasure. In front of the monster was a jar of cat food. Sitting on the floor, the young man explained that he had only recently returned here, so he did not have normal food. The creator said that he bought food for his cat, but she decided to refuse the food. Sitting on the fence, the woman asked if he really thought this food was good for her. Raising his eyebrows, the support asked the intruder to answer a few questions and wondered what was going on here. Sitting at the table, the protagonist said that he could bring something else if he did not like tuna. The bird said that it would answer his questions. Jong-sung frowned suspiciously and wondered why she wasn't resisting. The boy narrowed his eyes and asked how she managed to find this place. The crow raised its wing and said that she always knew where her things were. The boy looked at his hand and told him that he couldn't use mana on the islands of the endless sky. The bird tilted its head in confusion. The creator frowned and asked who was to blame for this. The crow widened its eyes and remained silent. The monster replied that it didn't know. The support grabbed his head and wondered if it was even possible to talk to him about anything. The protagonist looked down and realized that he had hoped that this would do some good, but it was a waste of time. Jong-sung raised his index finger and decided to ask another question, and thought about how he didn't know what this creature could do. Looking at the uninvited guest, the boy asked how he managed to escape from the islands and wanted to eliminate him after this question. The bird opened its beak and answered that a friend helped her. A while ago, a crow was sitting on the ground. Someone said that it can't just switch off. The boy smiled and decided to send it after the player who broke the rules of the game. The child raised his eyebrows and explained that she needed to make this game fair. The monster's eyes widened and said that according to her friend, he was a trick in this game. The boy's eyes widened in shock. There was a purple haze under the goblin's feet. A tentacle was holding him by the throat. Les said that he thought it was an intelligent creature, but it turned out to be just another NPC. A wave of dark energy snapped the monster's neck. The monster fell on a pile of corpses. A magic circle sparkled in the air. The man concluded that he needed more players to create a weapon. The villain walked past the piles of dead bodies. The angel spread his wings. When the end of the world comes, a creature will appear who will listen to the pleas of the desperate. People ran away. Suddenly they looked back. Feathers fell from a black wing. A huge crow rose into the air, emitting light. As he climbed the steps, the villain realized that he did not know what he had prayed for or sacrificed, and thought that he had simply clung to the endless mana with all his might. Les sat on the throne and realized that he had ended up in this isolated dimension, where it was of no use. The man placed his hand on the handle of the throne and decided that now he knew what he had to do. The bodies of monsters were floating under the ceiling. The villain wanted to save all the people so that they would become his toys and destroy the system. The villain covered his mouth with his hands and realized that in order to do this, he needed to create a weapon that could kill a god. A few days later, a black car was driving down the road. Sitting in the passenger seat, Haina asked if the creator really talked about the end of the world, and asked if her colleague believed it. Sitting at his desk, Taeyong replied that he doubted the veracity of these words. The man opened the report on the tablet, and said that their current situation was also hard to believe. The berserker remembered how the sky above the city split, and reminded that only 20 years had passed since the appearance of the rift and the awakened. The hunter looked at the system window and explained that the system only appeared now and that because of it, the awakened become players. The girl's mouth opened in surprise when she learned that right after the executor and the priestess, the mastermind appeared with ridiculous capabilities. Sitting in a chair, Taeyong said that if these were not the words of the creator, he would have thought that some evil god got bored and wanted to turn the whole world into a game. The woman asked him to tell her the location of the mastermind. The man took out his sword and asked her to calm down, because the enemy really has ridiculous capabilities. Berserker put the sword on the table and said that the support had recently come to him and told him something that was very hard to believe. The protagonist handed him the phone. The warrior asked what it was. A bird was depicted on the screen. Jong-sun said that it was the monster that had come to him recently. The guild leader asked if that was how he described the boss from the islands of the endless sky. Raising his eyebrows, the guy confirmed this and added that this crow had tracked his infected mana. The young man frowned sternly and suggested that this creature was the spawn of the infected mana. The hunter opened his mouth in amazement and asked where it was now. The creator asked him not to worry, because the bird could not suddenly evaporate. In the memory, the support sat down opposite her and made a contract with her. The player looked at him puzzled and asked why his comrade was telling him all this. The protagonist replied that he wanted to use it. Taeyong raised his hand and asked how he could use a boss that had escaped from a dungeon. The man's eyes widened when he learned that the crow called itself a trick. Frowning, Jong-sung explained that there were many cases of monsters with a large amount of contaminated mana guarding dungeons with a rank error, and if the bird could track this, it could be useful. The berserker opened his mouth in shock and asked what that meant. The boy gave him a stern look and explained that other people would also be able to use this ability to raid. The youth stated that he wanted to join a subsidiary guild of mass murder. The warrior raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that they did not have subsidiary guilds. A scheme for dividing the Sanha guild appeared, which consisted of awakened lower ranks who had the ability to raid dungeons below rank B. The creator stated that the mass-killing guild should have created it by now. The hunter looked at him in confusion and realized that this happened in his past life. The support frowned sternly and reminded him of the raid on the Unconfirmed dungeon requested by the Hunter Association. The player imagined a hall full of corpses of his comrades. The protagonist explained that the entire leadership of the guild except for him should have died then, along with all the members of Shinwa. Looking at his ally, Jong-sung added that Shinwa lost its awakened S and A ranks and disbanded, and the mass-killing guild created Sanha to accept the remaining members of the other guild. The heroes looked at each other with confidence. Taeyong guessed that he never thought that the person in front of him knew what would happen in the future because he never seriously believed him. The man realized that his friend wanted Sanha to start winning and raising heroes of the future. The boy pointed at him and confirmed it. Berserker lowered the corners of his lips and asked if he could ask him one question. The warrior put his hand to his chest and asked what happened to him in his past life. The young man raised his eyebrows and replied that he died, and his corpse with a slit throat was found only 3 months later. The hunter widened his eyes in horror and asked what this meant. Hyena frowned and clarified if this was true. Looking at his sword, the player confirmed this and added that after their conversation, the creator said that he had prepared something that would repel the attack and gave him a gift. Taeyong took the sword out of its sheath. The man looked at its blade and said that now they do not need to worry about maintenance costs. Berserker stood with the weapon on the street. The creator said that he found the reason why his weapon breaks so easily. The support raised his index finger and explained that it wasn't because of a lack of durability, but because it couldn't withstand the mana flow of the owner. Leviathan was covered in fire. The protagonist said that this sword was created using contaminated mana, so without help, the warrior would not be able to use it again. Jong Sung added that he was unable to create a weapon of a higher rank, but it must withstand the maximum mana flow at least 3 times. The guild leader raised an eyebrow and asked if he always tried to win over hero candidates by creating weapons. The guy smiled and confirmed this and reminded him that this was his profession. Looking at the tablet, Taeyong stated that this was all he wanted to tell his colleague and added that the support might ask her for a favor soon. Hyena frowned and said that he should have told him about this earlier. The plane took off into the sky. The girl explained that she had to go on a business trip again. Sitting at his desk, the man asked why she needed it. The woman reminded him that S-rank healers were rare in the world. Berserker rose to his feet and concluded that there was nothing he could do about it. There was a dossier on Jeek on the tablet. The warrior said that he needed to focus on the subsidiary guild Sanha for now. A few days later, the squad led by the creator stepped forward. The boy narrowed his eyes and called their balance strange, because the trials from the guild of mass murder were supposed to be something worthwhile, and not a gathering of low ranks. Dojin looked back and explained that they were part of a new guild, and he himself had temporarily come to help from the main one. Someone pushed the ranger and asked him to get out of the way. The man pointed at him and suggested that he leave here if he did not like something. Siapo gave his comrade a stern look. The assassin looked at his friend and asked if they should go to the dungeon raid with them. The protagonist asked if it was a problem. The guys looked at each other carefully. The hunter said that they seemed to be about to fight on their first meeting. The monster was sitting on a tree. The player asked if it was right that the ranger put on tank gear, and the mage armed himself with a sword. Jong Sung grabbed the strap of the bag and explained that their equipment suited their abilities. The guy frowned sternly and added that everything was fine for now. Jeek narrowed his eyes in disdain and asked why his ally was acting so rudely. Siapil looked down at him and said that it annoyed him that he started complaining before they entered the dungeon. The man remembered how they stood at the portal and how his comrade demanded to see the registration documents, wanted to talk to the head of the guild and find out if this dungeon was really safe. The boy frowned and asked if it wasn't strange and explained that he didn't have any special abilities, but the job site had contacted him first. The mage said that he had met people who were always complaining before and suddenly turned around. The monster rushed forward. A shield appeared, blocking his attack and saving the boys. Dojin asked why the enemy was here. The boy put his hand on his shoulder. The creator stepped forward and explained that there were 3 reasons why he invited the others to this guild. The heroes gaped in surprise when the support stated that they were poor, which meant they would join the guild for the money and without explanation. There was a bat in his backpack. The protagonist added that they would make a perfect tandem. Jong Sung raised his eyebrows and said that to get there, they would have to get through a crowd of monsters. In the memory, his face was stained with blood. The teleporter pointed to the ruined city and asked if they really needed to go there. The injector called it a real suicide. The squad members silently looked at each other. They headed for the gate and decided to do it. The heroes looked at the squad leader in surprise. The guy explained that they carry out any orders without unnecessary conversations. The young man promised to make sure that no one died in this place. The monster took a step forward. The guys turned around. The creator announced that he was starting their test from this moment, and asked them to fight the enemies. Genderevo grinned evilly. The system suggested that this creature has high intelligence and speed and survives by eating people. The support threw a backpack to his comrades and asked them to use only this weapon. Siapil looked at the backpack and saw a bat and a tennis racket. Jeek asked if their leader had gone crazy. The squad members looked around in fear. The monster jumped on them. The main character announced the beginning of the test. The boy squeezed the bat in his fingers. Raising the shield, Jack asked what they should do, and the protagonist replied that they first needed to check the object's abilities. Staring ahead, the fighter asked again what he meant, but was able to read that his bat had the ability Dirty Ball, and his partner's racket could increase the force of the blow. Turning to the creator, the ranger was surprised that the weapon had abilities, and noticed that it did not have any balls, to which he replied that he could make them, because he had the ability to change shape. The monster rushed at the boy, and he did not have time to ask how the leader knew about his skills. The enemy ran straight into the boy's shield, throwing the Genderevo back, screaming that this ability completely sucked. The creature scratched the floor with its claws to stop the flight. Turning back to the creator, the ranger asked what in his opinion he should do with the sucky ability to create balls for a couple of seconds. Clenching his fists, Jong Sung retorted that his abilities weren't crap, he just didn't know how to use them. Extending his palm towards his interlocutor, the hero asked him to trust him, and he would show him why he received the ranger class today. The newcomer turned back to the enemy, and agreed to try, and the young man thought that before he came to him with Seapil in his past life, he stayed in low-level teams as a tank, which did not suit him at all. Turning his gaze to the black-haired youth, the creator remembered that, unlike Jia, Jeek needed to work on the weapon and partner to revive his specialty. The teleporter turned when he was called. The protagonist suddenly appeared right in front of his face. Confusedly looking at the instructor, the guy clarified whether the weapon was really capable of such a thing, and in response he heard that the abilities of the weapon and the Awakened were similar, and convinced him to believe him. The next moment, both newbies tensed up as the monster let out a furious roar. Hearing the strange sound, the creator turned around. Two figures rushed at them from behind, and Dojin shouted that they were Naga warriors. The snake people were rapidly approaching. With a calm face, the young man asked his partner to hold them back. Then he looked at one of the newbies and asked if he was ready. He answered in the affirmative. The ranger's shield lit up as Jong Song informed him that it was time to show his abilities. The young man used his ability to change shape, turning the shield into a ball. Throwing it into the air, the fighter asked if this was what the creator wanted. Swinging the bat, he decided to see what would happen. With a strong blow, the boy sent the ball towards the monster. At this time, the assassin rushed towards the Nagas, and Genderevo tried to catch the ball flying at him. But it returned to its original form right in midair. The shield threw the monster back. A cloud of dust rose into the air, and the boy did not immediately believe that it actually worked. He turned to look at the creator when he summoned a new shield and asked him to continue. At this time, the Naga began to press the assassin. One of the enemies turned around when the ball was flying at him, and the snake managed to dodge. The protagonist turned to Seapil and gave the command to attack. The flying ball turned in the air. Raising the racket, the teleporter realized that the ball was actually returning to him. The guy hit the ball using the weapon technique. It was approaching the enemy at full speed, and it flew right into the target, causing a flash. The second Naga was distracted by the roar. Dojin's daggers pierced his chest. With a satisfied smile, the ranger announced that they defeated 3 monsters in the blink of an eye. The newcomers looked at the creator of the weapon. While he explained that the rank of the monsters depended on the level of the group, they would not be able to defeat them one-on-one. Spreading his arms out, the young man added that with a partner who could hit the ball and do it with perfect timing, they could easily beat them at the level they were at now. As Jeek looked at his bat, the master said that it wasn't that easy to use, but with a little help they could definitely become top-tier hunters, and he noted that without this weapon, none of this would have been possible. The hero closed his eyes when the newbie explained that he had never heard of the abilities of objects like he did. Not even the A-rank weapons in the store had anything like that, and he replied that it was classified information. The ranger turned to his partner when he reminded him that since this guild was in the top 3 countries, it was clear that they had their own secrets. Jong Sung smiled, and when the newcomers noticed that all this weapon use, working with a partner, as if they were undergoing personal training, explained that it really looked like it. They got into a guild that understood the system better than anyone else in the country, but added to himself that, more precisely, only he understood it. The weapon master turned to the assassin, and he took off his mask. Pointing at the newcomers, he said that the test was over and they could be taken to the gate, and his partner clarified whether he was going to defeat the boss alone. Looking at his friend with a slight smile, the young man explained that he had business with the boss. Soon the creator stopped. He was looking straight at the final door. Glancing at his pocket, the guy said that the birds could come out. Its head immediately appeared outside. When the feathered one flew out, Jong Sung clarified whether this was the place he meant, and he answered that it was. While the creature returned to its original size, the hero noted that he brought it where he wanted. The young man frowned and reminded him of the terms of the contract. The day before, they were sitting in the kitchen, and then the creator of the weapon asked if the bird wanted to make a contract so that he could collect the contaminated mana, and he heard a confirmation in response. Opening the system window, the bird explained that the system allowed him to collect contaminated mana, it belonged to him, and now he would connect to it. Looking at his interlocutor with tension, the guy thought that since he called himself a trick, it was hard to completely trust him, especially without knowing who he really was. The master's face expressed concern when he clarified what this strange creature would do with the contaminated mana that he collected, and he replied that when he collected enough, what belonged to him, of course, would return to him. The protagonist rubbed his chin with his fingers when he heard that this was the role of the bird, and repeated after him. The bird looked straight at the young man when he asked his name, and answered that his name was Twilight. Raising his eyebrows, the weapon maker asked if the other guy could help him, if he could make something for him, and the other guy replied that it was the final reward. The master's eyes widened when he read that one of the rewards for the quest would be access to the hidden side of the dungeon. The guy stared at the window in confusion. His gaze became even more surprised when a notification came that the final reward would be the ability to create weapons to kill a god. While Twilight was turning his head, Jong-sung thought that this was the first gate they came to after signing the contract. Running his fingers over the system window, the hero remembered that this was the gate that the bird called the ideal place and dismissed other options. The bird swung its beak as the boy realized that he didn't know what was waiting for them ahead, but everything was definitely going as it should. The creature hit the barrier, causing it to crack. The weapon's creator watched it. He then walked inside, motioning for them to enter. Together, the man and the bird entered the crack in the barrier, and a notification came that they had entered the hidden side of the dungeon. The master moved through the purple fog. Stopping near the ruins, he mentally wondered if this was the hidden side. The arrangement was the same, but everything here seemed like a fake, filled with contaminated mana. The boy's eyebrows rose as he received a notification that the contaminated mana was contaminated, so he couldn't absorb it. There was some movement behind the protagonist. Clutching the vial in his hands, the boy smiled, realizing why Twilight brought him here. The figure of a huge Naga woman grew behind him. She struck right at the place where the creator of the weapon stood, causing stone fragments to fly apart. A flash of light illuminated the ceiling of the dungeon. Holding onto the magic rope, the master dodged the blow upward. The monster looked at the lost prey and hissed, and he saw from the system that in front of him was an infected Raja Naga. Suddenly, the woman turned into smoke and disappeared, demonstrating the skill of hiding in contaminated mana. The guy landed on his feet. Clutching a cleansing dart in his hands, Jong-sun looked around. Hearing the voice of the enemy, he turned sharply. She said that the prey's weapon was interesting. Directing his palm towards the voice, the hero activated the world grid. The daggers pierced the enemy directly. But the next moment, both they and the wounds disappeared under the influence of mana corrosion. Opening her eyes, the Raja said that the young man's mana was so pitiful. The creator of the weapon raised an eyebrow and admitted that he hadn't thought that the enemy would die from something like that. Extending his hand to the side, the master summoned a demonic weapon, saying that he still had something he wanted to show her. The woman's gaze reflected confusion. But when she saw the huge blade that appeared next to the boy, she immediately recognized the polluted mana. Frowning, the Naga realized that this was dangerous, and that she needed to dodge. But when she tried to move to the side, the world grid worked again. Raja glanced to the side, and she screamed when she realized that her arm was no longer there from the shoulder. Clutching the wound, the monster called the hunter a pathetic bastard. The blade cut only gray smoke when the woman declared that she would kill the main character. The young man immediately moved his hand back. The sword flew into the enemy when she began to manifest. Looking tensely to the side, the creator of the weapon figured that this was all a skill that absorbed polluted mana. If he did not stop the monster somehow, it would be difficult to land a good blow. Naga began to gather behind the master again, and barely had time to turn around, as the boss burped poison at him. The guy covered himself with a shield. There was an explosion. Covering his face with his sleeve, Jong-sung realized that this was a cloud of Naga poison. Clutching a dart in his hands, the hero was glad that he had an item capable of fighting poison. Then something caught the attention of the creator of the weapon when he received a notification that due to the corrosion of mana, the cloud of poison could thin the enemy's magical powers. Throwing his weapon, the master assumed that he should dodge. The dart stuck into the ceiling, and right before the eyes of the surprised monster, the guy left the affected area. He deftly jumped over the cloud of poison. Raja hit the protagonist with her tail right in flight. The hunter flew to the floor. Gritting his teeth, he opened his eyes. The young man extended his palm forward, but the system warned that he could not use the skill, since there was not enough mana. The monster approached, triumphant that the insignificant amount of mana of the prey had dried up. Opening her mouth, the Naga demanded that he fulfilled the duty of the victim. Grinning, the creator of the weapon asked if she still did not know. Looking up at his opponent, the master said that the predator was here. Then he squeezed the dart in his fingers, activating its ability to restore mana. Obeying the will of the owner, the blade flew straight to the head of the monster, and came out of her mouth at the moment when the Raja was closest to the master. The Naga collapsed to the floor. Looking at the body, the boy received a notification that he had defeated the owner of the infected mana, so the dungeon got rid of the infection, and he had also cleared a hidden area, for which its amount was increased, and it had accumulated enough to open a new skill, and he thought that he could use it right away. He glanced to the side, muttering under his breath what he was going to do. Focusing on the enemy's teeth, Jong-sun remembered that he first needed to collect the most important item. Soon, a poisonous fang of a Naga Raja was in his hands. Twilight flew up to the hero and said that he knew what it was. The wound from such a tooth hurt like hell. When the bird settled on the boy's shoulder, he added that with his newfound skill, he could make it into a cure. The first thing, the creator of the weapon disassembled his dart, getting back the used materials. Clutching the tooth in his hands, the master gave the order to collect the poisonous clack and the purified spirit core. And now he had a purified tooth in his hands. A shadow fell on the guy's face as he admitted that he couldn't even imagine using it in this life. Then he plunged the sharp end into his own hand. His eyes widened. The hunter fell to his knees and coughed up blood. The vessels in his hand began to swell. The protagonist clenched his teeth as cracks appeared on his skin. As the process went on, the young man could not help but cry out in pain. A bright flash flashed. Blue steam began to flow from the body of the weapon's creator. He somehow got to his feet. The master's face became calm again. Clenching his fists, the guy said that the minimal preparation was over. Johnson's figure glowed. Raising his hand, the hero realized that due to the poison he had absorbed, his mana had doubled. Heading towards the monster's body, the young man felt that his body had become lighter, and he himself was now more mobile. He took hold of the handle of the blade. Then with a sharp movement, he pulled it out of the Naga's head. Looking at the sword, the creator of the weapon felt that its strength had increased significantly. Only with this strength he could become a B-rank fighter. The master called the system Windows, and learned that in addition to the increase in characteristics, he also received an aura of purity, and could neutralize poisons and negative energy around. Having looked through the information about himself, the guy figured that before he was satisfied, there was still a long way to go, but if he collected other items, he could speed up his growth. The protagonist returned to the body of the defeated Raja. He noticed that something was sticking out of the stump of her neck. The hunter took out the item and discovered that it was the essence of a Naga, which was able to work as a neutralizer of other poisons. Looking at the crystal, the young man decided that he had received all the items from this monster that he needed. The candidate ran through the forest. He looked back in fear. But suddenly the guy stopped, not understanding anything. The blonde decided that the pursuit of him had stopped, and did not notice the precise blow. His head flew off his shoulders and into the bushes. The visitor from another world revealed himself, and received a notification that he had completed his quest to eliminate hero candidates. Frowning through the slits in his mask, the man grumbled that if he had been given such a quest in the beginning, he would not have had to resort to this stupidity of kidnapping. Taking off his mask, Yesung ordered the store to be opened. The assassin looked at the Idle Fantasy Guild store for a while. The youth's face showed irritation, and he demanded to switch it to a high-end store, and the system did so. Looking away, the visitor from another world grumbled that these items were so expensive, as he was informed about the conditions he had met to request the related quest. Frowning, the man expressed his hope that this related quest would bring him some money, and he received 1 billion won. Running his fingers across the window of the store, the assassin estimated that with this amount, he would be able to buy at least a B-rank gate breaker. While the guy was looking at the description of the product he needed, another masked youth peeked out from behind a tree. Frowning, the spy realized that it was true. There really was a crazy bastard wandering around the area who was killing players. Putting his hand in his pocket, the guy thought that he couldn't handle him alone, and needed to ask for help. But then he was grabbed by the neck. The spy glanced back. The blonde was already standing behind him, asking if he was really going to report him. The youth didn't even have time to curse before his throat was slit. With an evil grin, the killer chopped off the second head today. When the body collapsed at his feet, Yesung muttered that that was good. Heading away, the scoundrel decided that it was time for him to get some money. At that moment, a bell rang in the guild headquarters. Taeyong held the phone in his hands and informed the protagonist that they had a problem. The weapon maker lay on the bed while the guild leader talked about a guild member who had been watching some of the candidates at his request. Looking at the tablet screen, the man reported that he had just been found dead. The hunter furrowed his brows and added, as did the candidate the dead man had been watching, and the voice on the other end of the line said that there had been similar murders and disappearances in his past life around this time. Recalling the headlines, the master warned that the Hunters Association knew that there was trouble brewing between the Awakened and the townspeople, so they were trying to keep it a secret for as long as possible, and the voice on the other end of the line said that it wasn't much different from what was happening now, with the news not really talking about the victims and the crime scenes being examined too quickly. Picking up his jacket from the chair, the hunter concluded that the Hunters Association wouldn't be of any help for now, and the other end of the line agreed that they would have to handle things on their own from the guild's perspective for now, and he suggested that since they didn't know what the criminal was doing next, they should protect them, and the other end of the line wondered how. While putting on his jacket, Chosen explained that a big event had happened around this time, and if they could protect the target of this event, the criminal would come looking for them. The guild leader's face showed concern when the hero said that they should prepare for what was coming and carefully work out the protection of this person. The man rose to his feet when the hunter said that he would go in person this time, and stated that he would go too. Pressing the phone to his ear, the weapon maker objected that no, the other person had something to do for him. Evening had fallen on the city, so he was calmly riding in her stroller, accompanied by her dog. At this time, someone was watching her from the roof. The secretary had already pulled up to the entrance of the house. The pursuer smirked. The girl turned the stroller, looking back. Then she heard a rustling behind her. Turning around, the brown-haired girl demanded that he get out already. Looking at the figure of the unknown man, the secretary noticed that he was following her from work. Did he want to tell her something? The man took a step forward. Myunggun came out of the shadows and introduced himself, and asked how she knew. The girl, squeezing the control handle of the wheelchair, answered that it would be strange not to know when someone suspicious was following her. While the vice president embarrassedly scratched his cheek, the brunette clarified that she was sure that this was not a declaration of war. So what did the mass murder guild need from her? And he agreed to explain. He had an order to protect her. The secretary exchanged glances with her dog and asked from whom. But then the dog began to bark, before the man could answer. Yesung flew straight from the alley at the girl, swinging his sword. But his blow was reflected by the vice president's shield. However, he himself was wounded. The defender punched back. The brunette unleashed her dog, who took a defensive stance while the killer expressed regret, since he could have done it in one move. Pointing the blade at the hunter, the young man added that for some reason he had the feeling that they, the small fry, had been pestering him too much lately. Without looking at the secretary, the man asked if she could escape, but she replied that no, the killer could catch up with her. Pressing his palms to the pavement to activate the stone skin, the defender asked her to wait a little while he quickly did it. At that moment, the brunette noticed something else unusual. Myunggun rushed at the enemy. But he, smirking, used a basic technique on the big guy, the form of the first sword. Before the frightened girl's eyes, the killer managed to pierce the stone skin. The blonde ended up behind her back, while her defender fell on the tiles with a slit throat. Placing the blade on the shoulder of the frightened Sohee, the villain said that this was the end. But then the blade was cut in half by someone's shield. The blonde barely managed to jump to the side from the sword flying at him. Slapping his hand to his face, Yesung exclaimed, "What the hell? Where the hell did these weird bastards come from?" And the protagonist replied that it was none of his business. Raising his world grid, the young man added that the villain would die here today anyway. Then he pointed the weapon at him, and many swords flew towards the enemy. The enemy froze and was surprised to realize that the guy used to summon, then concluded that he had never seen players who summon weapons like that. Yesung, carefully looking at his opponent, assumed that he could dodge if he concentrated, but the attack did not stop being dangerous. He ran and dodged as best he could, thinking that first one blood mage, then another, they shouldn't have appeared at all now. Yesung wondered who his opponent was, clearly seeing his image in front of him. Youngsung praised his speed. Standing in front of him, Yesung was dumbfounded. He stood with his head slightly lowered and uncertainly assumed that the enemy was on the same team as the cat. The one standing in front of him answered that he should try to deal with him, since he wanted to know, and asked if he could. Smiling slightly, the protagonist continued that the opponent lost to a simple cat. Yesung was dissatisfied. He confirmed his words through clenched teeth. And rushing to attack, he continued that the opponent and the cat are familiar. Youngsung put his hand forward. A huge energy shield appeared in front of him. The hero wondered if he could see the transparency and line of the sword of masculinity that Elizabeth spoke of. Yesung said that it was too slow, attacking the protagonist from behind. Jongsung snapped his fingers, saying that everything was as expected. The enemy was shocked. Tear gas canisters appeared in front of him from energy, and only had time to think that the opponent's attack patterns were too simple. Jongsung adjusted the hood on his head. The protagonist put his hand forward again. Yesung covered his face with his hands, screaming in pain. His enemy used the gathering skill. This is when collected material is used to create an item. The wounded enemy assumed to himself that something would happen now, and slightly adjusted the mask on his face. Then he reflected the opponent's new attack, saying that even if he can't see anything, he can still recognize such a bad person as his enemy. The guy rushed to attack. Jongsung calmly responded to this by asking why his enemy thought he was alone, and at that time Sohee appeared behind him and released green energy from her palm. She activated the skill of communicating with an animal. A black creature appeared on the left side of Yesung, and he was unpleasantly surprised. A magical creature attacked him, knocking him down. Jongsung controlled it. The dog wounded the enemy, but he created a purple dagger and attacked the creature, shouting for it to leave him alone. The defeated dog only gave a sad cry. Yesung happily realized that his vision was returning, which meant that he could now easily win. But suddenly he realized that he was poisoned by Naga Raji's poison and his physical condition was deteriorating, then cursed, dropping his weapon. Jongsung rushed to attack. Yesung dodged. The attacker hit the ground with his sword. The protagonist did not lose his head and immediately released his spears, and the defender, with annoyance, realized that the enemy was attacking him even from his blind spots by summoning objects. There was a sound similar to breaking glass. Jongsung looked at the empty space in front of him and asked if the enemy could still dodge in such a state. He went to attack from above and his opponent felt it. Yesung shouted what his opponent would say to that, and used the basic technique of the second sword form. The sword was enveloped in red energy. The guy called the path of the deadly ghost, and his opponents were unpleasantly surprised. Jongsung rushed towards Sohee. Energy cut through space. Blue and red energies clashed with each other. So he tried to warn her ally that this attack could hurt, but did not finish. She noted in surprise that her partner blocked the enemy's forces by putting up multiple shields. Jong Sung knelt down to rest and thought with annoyance that he used all his mana to block just one enemy attack. Cold sweat broke out on his face. He continued to think that the poison should have spread by now and all he had to do was use the last technique correctly. Yesung could not answer himself the question of who his enemy was. The enemy moved as if he knew his every step. The opponents were standing opposite each other. The boy stood with a wound on his neck from a dog bite and continued to think that since the enemy had created a strategy against him, he couldn't lose to this bastard who had only been playing for a few months. Cold sweat was running down his face and he looked a little crazy. Finally, he rushed to attack, deciding that he would never lose. Jong Sung stopped him, even though he was unarmed. He used a communication skill that allowed him to control the enemy's weapon, and the enemy was unpleasantly surprised again. Blood was gushing out of the wound. Yesung wondered if the enemy really had a final trump card up his sleeve. He, defeated, was kneeling in front of the enemy. Jong Sung told him that he could no longer use mana because of the poison, and the skill that he had used to die and save himself on purpose was no longer working either. They called his name and thanked him for his help, so he did not understand how it all happened and asked him about it. He waved it off, saying that he would explain later. Yesung was bleeding, still kneeling. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a red butterfly appeared. The wounded man noticed it, and couldn't decide in his mind if he had understood correctly who it was. She passed on a message for him to contact a Hyuk, and she would call an ambulance to take Myunggun. The butterfly flew closer and closer. There was an explosion. Jong Sung and So-hee did not expect it, and looked in surprise in the direction from which the sound came. In the place where Yesung was kneeling, red poppies scattered everywhere, and he himself was gone. He appeared in another space. Teleportation was difficult. He suddenly came to his senses. A female voice was heard behind him, asking if he was awake and concluding that he did not look well, and the guy at that time tried to get up. He harshly told her to shut up and added with annoyance that he needed her help, to which he received the answer that there was no need to be so angry about losing, because pride would not change anything. Isabella stood in front of him in all her glory. She said that after his revival he would not be able to do anything anyway. The guy, trying to get up, asked what she was doing here. She asked again, did he not see that she had come to help him? To which the guy asked if this meant that someone had summoned her. The vampire, still without changing her pose, answered that it was one of the members of the Empty Fantasies Guild, and he had already won her summoning quest. Then she added that unlike him, who appears immediately as the game begins, she is approximately at the level of the boss. The guy stood in front of her and answered with disdain for her to enjoy, because this world is disgusting and there is no difference. The girl concluded that he was doing something incomprehensible as usual, instead of concentrating on the game, and asked if the guy needed help. He looked at her with distrust and asked again. The vampire extended her palm to him, on which lay a red crystal, and said that it was a B-rank gate crusher. She bought it the other day and offered to take it. Yesung asked incredulously what she had in mind. Isabella continued that while the interlocutor was fooling around, he was very patient, but the guy should do his minimum tasks. Yesung asked furiously, taking a step forward and hitting himself in the chest with his hand, if she wanted to make an errand boy out of him. She calmly retorted that he had no choice, because there was only one revival left. The interlocutor looked at her angrily. He took the crystal from Isabella's hands and warned her that she should be more careful, because this world is different. She only adjusted the cloak thrown over her shoulders with a smile and answered with agreement that she would take it into account. Night had fallen, the lights were on in the hospital windows. Ihek ran down the corridor as fast as he could. Then he stopped in confusion and called So-hee. She turned around, calling him the guild leader. Jong Sung asked him, surprised that he had returned, and he did not expect to see him, and asked what the guy was doing there. So he answered for him that Jong Sung and the mass murder guild had saved her. He asked from what. Jong Sung said that the one he had saved would explain everything to him and headed for the exit, adding that he could find out the details from Teeing later, but Ihek tried to stop him. And stopping him, he put his hand on his shoulder, continuing that a member of his guild had been attacked and she had been saved, which meant the guy couldn't leave without an explanation. Jong Sung turned around and said that even if he told him everything, he wouldn't believe him now. The guild master replied that it was up to him to decide. He asked him to explain how the guy knew about the attack on So-hee, but at that moment a shadow appeared behind him. A moment later, the body of So-hee's dog landed on his back. The guild master angrily pointed out to his mistress that he was talking, and she only said that she didn't want him to frown when talking to anyone, because it made him look like a hooligan. And she continued that the mass murders were most likely investigating the recent deaths and dealing with the missing persons on their own. She added that if Jong Sung was to be believed, he had already heard this from the guild master Hyamo, who remembered their conversation and agreed. Jong Sung added that he didn't know who it really was, but there was a chance that they had come for So-hee, to which the guild master turned to the speaker, clenching his hands into fists and asking again. The protagonist added with a smile that that's why the girl needed to be protected so that nothing like that would happen. And he continued, raising his index finger up, that of course so he would lend him her abilities when he asked, as thanks for today. Ihek was angry. He asked who had made this promise. The girl replied that she had accepted his help herself and wanted to thank him somehow. To her words, the guild master turned to her and only said her name in disappointment. Jong-sung stated that he had done everything that was required of him and, saying goodbye, left. They called out to him, and he turned around. Ihek was silent, holding one hand in a fist and the other in his pocket, forcing Jong-sung to ask what else he needed. The guild master said that he knew what the boy thought of him, that he was a bully who relied only on his own strength to treat others recklessly. But he would still say what he had to say. He extended his hand and thanked him for saving the life of his guild member. Jong-sung stood there confused. Then he shook his hand and said it was nothing. The hospital doors closed behind him, and the boy walked out into the street of the night city. Jong-sung performed a familiar summoning skill and Haina appeared in front of him, anxiously asking what happened and why he called her. The boy shoved the phone screen in her face, asking if she knew what was in the photo. She thoughtfully asked. Then she picked up the phone and asked where the photo was from. Jong-sung asked if she knew this technique. The photo showed red poppies. The girl replied that it was blood magic, and she only knew one mage who could use scarlet flowers. And this is Isabella, a vampire who learned blood magic from the same master as her. Jong-sung clarified, looking at the girl, that it turns out that these are players from another world. Like herself, she was not sure, but said that there is a possibility. The guy peered at the phone screen, reasoning that these players are at the same level as Elizabeth before the ceiling, which means that it will be very difficult to recognize them, given his current state. The guy, remembering the last battle, concluded that he does not have enough mana for this, and if he does not increase his status, he will not be able to withstand the attack. He was already walking alone through the city, deciding that he must quickly deal with this problem. There is little known information that there are dungeons of new forms around the country that are different from the gates. These are hidden dungeons in which you can get special relics if you pass the test. Jong-sung walked past a one-story building, and approaching the doors, he opened them wide. There he saw a spatial crack, right above the statue of the deity. Jong-sung looked closely and concluded that although there were places that only candidates could enter, he had a key that would open anything and he intended to use it. The hero turned to Twilight, telling her to wake up and announcing that they were there. A bird flew out of his pocket, and the guy asked if she could open it. She answered yes. And she did as she promised. Jong-sung entered, receiving a side quest in which he had to solve the first test to get relics by scaring off the guards, and as a reward for this, he was given the opportunity to solve the second test. The quest began. A message came that the player's intrusion was detected and the guards were waking up. Then the hero heard a voice saying that this place was not for him, and calling him an evil intruder. A huge paw of a beast appeared and the voice said that the guy had no rights, so he would pay with his life. A black tiger of the cursed forest with a danger level of B rushed at Jong-sung. The hero raised his hand up and released a huge purple sword at it, having concluded that there was no point in wasting time on some gate guard. The tiger was huge, especially compared to the player. The sword quickly cut through space, and it seemed to pass through the tiger without hindrance. But it was not struck. Where there was one, there were two. Jong-sung thought that if the black tiger receives more than a certain number of attacks, it is divided into smaller forms. The tigers rushed to attack, and the hero stood motionless, continuing to reason that there is only one main form, but copies also have a physical form and are actually real, which means it is necessary to see small differences in their images and attack. This is the main strategy for finding the original form. The tigers rushed to attack. Jong-sung responded by attacking with swords, and suddenly said out loud that he does not have to do this. The swords fell into many forms. There were countless tigers. One of them was standing right behind the boy. He noticed him. The tiger attacked with a terrible roar. But instead of serious damage, it was a tiny bite from a kitten. Jong-sung looked at the tiger cub hanging on his hand as if it were a misunderstanding, and shook it off his hand. He was about to go further, when the many tiger cubs that he had turned the huge tiger into stopped him. One of them, with tears in his eyes, pointed the way to the next stage. The system announced the test had been passed, and the hero moved on, thinking that as soon as he passed the second test, he would finish this dungeon. Jong-sung looked ahead confidently. In front of him stood a man whose face was not visible. The faceless man raised his hand forward to attack. Using the skill world on the grid, the space was immediately cut by swords. It was a double. The level of its danger was not clear. Jong-sung realized that this was the same as in his past life and repeated the attack. The double swords flew at him, just as his swords flew at the double, and the hero himself thought that this task was very easy to handle. There was an explosion. The protagonist covered his face with his hand and thought that their skills and physical abilities were the same, so it would be a battle of attrition. Infected mana ignited in his hand. The double made a dash forward. Suddenly, the clone narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Jong Sung summoned Fragara and realized that there was something his enemy couldn't replicate. The boy cut the monster's body in half. The monster fell to the ground and turned into slime. The young man summoned the dagger of Raj in his hand. Suddenly, the halves of the body began to grow together. The system reported that the rage directed at the original was activated. The clone rose to its feet. A sly smile appeared on his face. A notification suggested that all of his skills had been increased by 150% due to the influence of rage. A sword appeared in his hand. The double rushed forward and swung the blade. When its blade was above the creator's head, he raised the weapon. With one swing of Fragara, he managed to parry the blow. The monster looked up tensely. The support looked down at him and noticed that the stats of his physical abilities had increased, but that was all. The monster raised the blade with difficulty. Reflecting his attacks, the hunter realized that without skills, his opponent could only swing his sword randomly. The clone swung his arm. He had to jump back when the protagonist struck. A giant sword appeared in his hands. Suddenly, the double trembled. The blade fell to the ground next to Jong Song. The monster gritted his teeth in displeasure. The guy asked what happened to him. The young man smiled and assumed that there was some kind of problem. The monster released a dozen blades in his direction. The creator easily reflected them without even moving. The clone opened his mouth and began to breathe heavily. The support realized that the poison had completely spread throughout his body. The hunter lowered his sword and explained that he used a special blade before his opponent recovered. The protagonist raised his hand and used the skill World Grid. An unknown force lifted the double into the air. The two-handed sword pierced him through. The monster's body was cut in half. The system reported that the side quest was completed. A solar disk and a scroll of enhancement appeared in front of Jong Sun. The guy grabbed the latter and decided to use it right away. The guy unfolded the parchment. A notification appeared with a message that the level of his creation skill had been increased. The young man summoned a blade in his hand and selected the element of thunder. Lightning sparkled around the blade of the sword. The creator clenched his hand into a fist. Next to him lay the corpse of the monster. The support took a bottle of gray liquid. Twilight asked why he needed it. The hunter replied that he used the remains of the double to create items. Stars sparkled around the deity. She specialized in depriving and replenishing missing abilities. Various artifacts appeared in the air. It is not so difficult to meet her among the gods who require solving secrets and discovering new opportunities, and there is no rank limit to becoming a hero. The protagonist looked down and concluded that this was the perfect deity for him now, as he had the ability to use special items to lower the difficulty of heroic trials. The queen of the small star smiled and said that she liked his courage. The girl crossed her arms and said that she was now wondering if the person standing in front of her was an arrogant child or someone who had the true potential to become a hero. A pillar of light appeared on the floor. The woman explained that the next trial was a battle with the chaos of the four evils and his followers, who had taken over the base. The goddess raised her hand and asked the hero candidate to show her his abilities. Jong Sung smiled confidently and agreed. Light particles were shining in front of the pagoda. Two Nachis were sitting nearby, who had great strength and a massive body. The monster looked down. The beast saw an intruder in front of them and asked if he was really going to pass by them. The guy confirmed this. The young man raised his head and asked them to move away if they did not want to die. The monsters looked at each other and called him strange. One of them jumped into the air and swung its paw. The creator summoned a flash in his hand and used the creation skill. Nadi slammed his paw into the protective barrier. It was a devil mask that contained the spirit of a goblin, capable of banishing or absorbing evil. The mask smiled widely. The system told him that it reduced the magical abilities of opponents. The monsters looked up and noticed that the devil was watching them. They trembled in front of the mask and concluded that they needed to run. The fighters ran out of the pagoda when they learned that an intruder had appeared on the territory. An explosion of energy was heard in front of the gate. The soldier opened his mouth wide and ordered the others to catch the intruder. At the same time, sharp blades pierced the heads of the villains. The support ran forward and used the skill World Grid. The enemy mage froze in place, while his comrades fell to the ground. The hunter smiled slyly and said that he had found it. The protagonist grabbed the enemy by the face. Jong Sung raised him in front of him and sucked out his mana. The guy looked back and noticed that he didn't have much mana, but it would still come in handy. The warrior clenched his teeth angrily. The villains rushed into battle to kill the intruder. The young man raised his hand above his head and used the filling attribute. Bright lightning pierced the bodies of the uncomprehending fighters. A hail of thunder spears fell from the sky. The creator raised his hand and used the link skill, which allows you to control the target's weapon at will. Lightning wiped the enemies off the face of the earth. A blue aura enveloped the support's hand holding the mage's head. The bloody soldiers fell to the ground. The monster approached the hunter and said that it was funny. The monster with the paws of a tiger suggested that for the first time in a long time, he would be able to enjoy hunting. The protagonist raised his hand and said that he was also going to hunt. Chaos raised a bamboo pipe and said that for him, it would not be a hunt, but suffering. A giant human centipede burst out of the pipe. The ghost loomed over the victim. The protagonist realized that this was a trick of the trial boss, and concluded that he would have to fight two opponents at the same time. Jong Sung raised his shield in front of him and thought that with his skills, he was not afraid of anything. The devil mask defender collided with Yam and interrupted his echo skill. While they were fighting, Chaos approached the enemy and asked if he had managed to get an item that could counter the ghost. A purple flame lit up in his hand. The villain said that even such strange talents can impress. The villain, shrouded in a blue aura, said that his opponent was still in his hands. A strong blow with an axe threw the guy back. The young man stayed on his feet and dashed towards the enemy. The creator jumped up and parried the enemy's blow. The support landed on his feet and put his hand on the ground. His right hand trembled. The monster swung his axe and called his swordsmanship incredible since he managed to parry the blow in midair. The monster rushed forward, wanting to see it again. The hunter easily parried his next blow. The protagonist frowned and realized that even with the debuff, the difference in strength was great and that he was still taking damage. The boss cut the air with his axe. Jong Sung parried his blow again. Chaos raised his hand and used the skill Soul Curse. Clumps of energy burst out of the corpses of the soldiers. They all rushed towards the victim at once. However, they were immediately pierced by bright lightning. The villain looked at the spears hanging in the air and concluded that the enemy seemed to have predicted his actions. The boy lunged forward and thrust the sword forward. Its tip pierced the enemy's shoulder. The young man frowned sternly and realized that he had managed to get it. The villain grabbed the blade with his bare hand. The monster grinned and asked what would happen next. The creator grabbed his hand and declared that he had to finish him off. The ring on his finger began to glow. The system reported the activation of the master of Yam's skill. The ghost opened his mouth wide and screamed, sending a curse across the battlefield. The monster bared its teeth and was outraged by what was happening. The boss tore the sword from his chest. Chaos turned to the centipede and tried to seize control of it. The blade immediately cut off his hands. The support said that he could not allow him to do this. Veins appeared on the villain's forehead from anger. The villain merged with the tiger's body and asked if his enemy thought he could change anything just by taking control of Yam. The monster opened its mouth wide and declared that it would kill him within the specified time and crush the ghost. A devil mask appeared in the air. The hunter urged his opponent to try to do what he had planned. The protagonist jumped to the side when the beast pounced on him. Jong Sung summoned blades around himself and thought that he had about 50 seconds left, so he needed to hold out by any means possible. The monster jumped back to avoid being hit by flying swords. A magic circle appeared on the ground. The boss used the dark gravity skill. A strong gust of wind fell on the boy. The devil mask's defender was enveloped in blue energy. He flew forward. A powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield. A giant white tiger pounced on its prey. The boy summoned a shield above his head. A huge accumulation of energy appeared in the air. Chaos stuck out his tongue and ran forward. A bulky chain appeared above him. It fettered the villain's body. A powerful bolt of lightning fell on him. The villain fell on his side. The creator realized that he had 35 seconds left. The monster opened his mouth wide and tried to tear the chain with his claws. He managed to free himself from the shackles. The support looked to the side tensely. The monster summoned a magic circle in front of him and used shock wave. A blinding stream of energy burst out of his mouth. A strong blow raised dust from the ground. The hunter looked at the resulting crater and concluded that his enemy had no control over his power at all. The protagonist raised his hand in front of him and thought about the fact that he had 25 seconds left. The boss ran towards the devil mask and wished death on his opponent. Chaos bared his fangs and roared loudly. His left paw exploded. Surrounded by blades, Jong Song realized that the enemy had given up his own leg for the curse because Yam no longer obeyed him. The boy grinned and realized that there was very little time left. His body was enveloped in a blue aura. The system prompted that under the influence of the curse, which cannot be dodged, all skills that require mana will be unavailable for an hour. An explosion was heard above the villain's head. The monster jumped forward and shouted that this is the end. The young man frowned sternly and remembered that there were 10 seconds left. The monster approached him and opened its mouth wide. The creator snapped his fingers and summoned a familiar. Bloody hands grabbed the boss's jaws. Elizabeth appeared behind her comrade and asked how the enemy dared to try to kill him. Chaos shook his head and asked if that was all. Several more giant hands appeared from the darkness. They grabbed the villain's body and immobilized him. The villain bared his fangs furiously and shouted that he would take the enemy with him, even if he was destined to die. A blue flame lit up in his mouth. The support smiled and said that this was not true at all, because he was the one who was supposed to die from the beginning. Yam flew over his previous master. The ghost pressed the monster's head to the ground. The centipede leaned towards him and began the absorption process, since time had already run out. The monster opened its mouth in horror and shouted that it could not die at the hands of its own subordinate. The hunter confidently looked forward. A heartbreaking scream was heard. The bamboo pipe fell to the ground. The protagonist picked it up. The system prompted that the item's functions would be adjusted for the user. Jong Sung looked at the artifact and remembered that in his past life he was unable to get this because Yam was destroyed, so this is quite an unexpected loot. The boy looked back and praised his friend. Elizabeth replied that she had done almost nothing. The boy headed to the gate to get the benefits of the first hero. Sitting on the throne, the queen of the minor star admitted that she was wrong. The girl said that for an ordinary C rank, this was impressive. The creator knelt before her and replied that he simply applied his knowledge in this battle. Approaching him, the woman said that he could not have obtained this information anywhere and asked if the candidate was trying to deceive her. The support immediately denied this. The goddess took his chin and asked if there was something about him that she did not know. The hunter asked what it was about. The queen of the minor star brought a burning finger to his forehead. 2 red eyes appeared above her. The girl's eyes widened in fear. The woman lowered her head and realized that she had misjudged the candidate from the very beginning. The goddess imagined a man in a robe behind him and concluded that he had already been chosen by a more powerful being, and her decision was just a step in his plan. The protagonist stood up. The queen of the small star confirmed that he had proven his right to become a hero. A bright light illuminated Jong Song. The girl called him a true hero. A pillar of light fell on the pagoda. Dazzling circles of energy came from it. The guy confidently clenched his fists. The system reported that his awakening rank had been raised to B and that all his characteristics had been increased to the maximum. The woman snapped her fingers and said that now the hero should receive a reward that corresponds to his right. A golden bow appeared in front of him. The young man looked at it in surprise and decided to use it as often as possible. The creator reached out for the second reward and realized that this was exactly what he needed. In his palm was a seed of an azure flower, which contains an incredible amount of mana. The support smiled and thought that he would need to be closely monitored until the sprout appeared. The goddess pointed to the portal and said that she could send him anywhere. The protagonist thanked her and said that there was a place he needed to return to as soon as possible. The queen of the small star asked if someone was waiting for him there. Jong Sung smiled and replied that his help was needed there. The girl looked out the window in fear. The guy explained that around this time there should be real chaos outside. A rift opened in the sky in front of the plane. An angel shrouded in dark energy descended onto the city street. Passers-by did not understand who it was and where it came from. Suddenly, system windows opened in front of them. The angel standing in the middle of the road said that they had come here to deliver invitations. People did not understand what they were talking about. Suddenly, the guy opened his mouth in horror. The creature spread its wings and explained that only those who were suitable would be able to respond to the invitation. The monster grinned evilly and declared that the unsuitable would be eliminated immediately. The system reported the start of the main scenario of the Night of the Dead. The townspeople ran away when they realized that it was a monster. The woman tripped and fell to the ground. She saw waves of dark energy and asked the angel not to come near her. Suddenly, a fiery sword appeared. Ting stepped forward, and at that moment, an explosion was heard. The man looked back and urged the girl to leave here immediately. The berserker frowned and realized that his comrade's words were true. The warrior swung his sword. The guild leader dashed forward and struck. The creature raised his hand and used the skill bone spear. Sharp bones appeared under the hunter's feet. The player managed to stop in time and not stumble upon them. The bones cracked and blood gushed out. Ting jumped back and sent a wave of fire forward. The man put his hand on the ground and concluded that it would be very difficult to break through the enemy's defense with an average mana emission. The monster aimed several sharp bone fragments at him. The berserker narrowed his eyes and swung his blade. The swing of the sword generated a huge stream of flame. The warrior aimed the weapon at the enemy. However, its tip was unable to break through the invisible defense. The guild leader frowned menacingly and said that now everything would be different. The system reported the activation of the maximum emission. A wave of fire fell on the protective barrier. It enveloped the dome under which the monster was located. Suddenly, cracks appeared on it. A powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield. The villain's head fell to the ground. The hunter looked at it and realized that he could not have dealt with an A-rank enemy without the weapon that Jong Song gave him. Turning away, the player assumed that this was not the only such creature and decided that first they needed to evacuate the city's residents. Waves of dark energy enveloped the villain's corpse. The angel rose from the dead and stood up. The monster pointed its hand at the unsuspecting Taeyong. Suddenly, a cut appeared on his chest. The man looked back and asked what just happened. The berserker looked away when someone explained that the angels of death had the ability to resurrect if they were not immediately burned or a divine attack was not used. After exiting the portal, the protagonist praised his comrade for his excellent work and said that thanks to him, the quest was launched without casualties. A black key appeared in front of him. A system window appeared next to the warrior with a description of the main quest, according to which players with the hero status had to go to the world of the dead to stop them. The hunter raised his eyebrows and asked if this was a world disaster. Jong Sung explained that it was a quest that appeared at the same time as the hero. The boy clenched the key in his hand and said that if they prepared well, it would not be as difficult as it seemed. Light particles appeared above the abandoned warehouse. Yesung gritted his teeth angrily, and wondered what was going on in this world if the first hero appeared so quickly. The boy looked at his phone and found out that the hero was the same support. The screen showed the creator holding a key. Scratching his chin, the empty fantasy member wondered how he managed to do this as a normal C-rank player, and noticed that he was acting as if he knew what would happen in the future. The villain smirked and guessed that in that case, he knew what was needed to easily defeat the world disaster. The villain clicked on the system window and decided to buy a spatial crack generator. Holding a dagger in his hands, the assassin wanted to follow the support. A torch was burning in the fanatic's temple. The man opened his mouth wide and called on his comrades to give their lives for the sacred relics. The sectarians pounced on the protagonist. Zhang Song was enveloped in a blue aura. The guy pointed several swords forward. They pierced the bodies of the heretics. The corpses of the enemies fell to the ground. A golden cup was shining on the pedestal. The young man took it and thought that it would take him too long to collect all the necessary resources alone. The creator raised his hand and realized that he would need help to get the item needed for Elizabeth in time. The girl appeared behind him and asked what he needed. The support pointed to the mana stones that contained divine power and asked his friend to get them for him. The woman scowled angrily and asked if he had summoned her to do all the dirty work. The hunter explained that her skills were perfect for this and that they needed as many stones as possible to complete the Night of the Dead quest. The vampire crossed her arms over her chest. The protagonist said that the secret boss would disappear when the time ran out, so they needed to make an item for her quickly. Zhang Song summoned a pickaxe in the air and promised to explain everything else later. Bloody Hands took the pickaxe and got to work. The Empress said that she would never forget this shame. The guy put his hand to the wall and remembered that the secret door should be somewhere here. There was a button on one of the bricks. The secret doors opened. The young man realized that in his past life a crowd of monsters came out of here. Suddenly, the creator raised his eyebrows in surprise. The corridor was full of dead cultists. The support crouched next to the corpse and noticed that they had died not long ago. The hunter approached the door and wondered who had been here before him. The protagonist winced when someone asked why the hero was so late. Zhang Sung spread his arms and asked how he got here. Sitting on the corpse, Yesung said that his enemy disappeared immediately after receiving the status of a hero, as if he had faithfully followed the strategy of the trials. In his hands was the vampire extract. The killer explained that he thought that his opponent would not bypass the secret boss of the dungeon. The villain rose to his feet and warned that he would not fall for the same trick twice. The villain raised his sword and said that he too can analyze the enemy's behavior. At that moment, the player jumped up. Yesung approached the enemy and said that he did not have time to come up with new tricks. The guy saw the blade of the sword in front of him. The killer struck a powerful blow and concluded that he could easily win if he did not give the enemy time to respond. Suddenly, the villain looked away. The young man asked if he really thought he could easily defeat someone like him. A deep cut was left on the shield. The creator rushed into battle and declared that his enemy was very much mistaken. The support swung his sword. The villain realized that his stats had increased with the status of a hero. The player smiled broadly and said that it was of little use in close combat. The protagonist slammed the ground with force. Yesung appeared behind him and explained that the enemy would not be able to match him in speed. Zhang Sung looked back and said that he did not need that. The assassin dodged several spears and declared that he would not fall for such pathetic tricks anymore. The guy raised his sword above his head and offered to check if this was true. The villain blocked his powerful blow. The young man frowned and decided that this would be enough. The villain reflected his attack. He pressed his lips together and realized that something was wrong because even with the status of a hero, the enemy could not become strong enough to match him. The player looked to the side and flinched. A sharp arrow flew past him. Yesung ducked and thought about how he had missed the opportunity to attack when a summoned item appeared. A shield appeared in front of him. The assassin realized that he could not think of anything. The creator sent the devil mask shield forward. The villain fell to the ground and realized that this was a sword art that utilized speed to the maximum. The weapon slammed into the villain as he asked what his opponent was planning. The player reflected it and noticed that his enemy was not there. Suddenly, the support placed his hand on his head and used skill copy. The hunter raised his eyebrows and read. He now had access to the skill Flying Swallow Sword rank A. Yesung put the blade to his neck and demanded that he take his dirty hands off him. Suddenly, Raja's dagger left a cut on his arm. The protagonist parried the blow and asked where he got such a skill. The assassin gritted his teeth and asked what he was talking about. Zhang Sung replied that the secret book that contained this knowledge had not yet appeared. The villain appeared behind him and asked him to show at least an ounce of respect before asking about it. The villain opened a system window in front of him and bought an explosive potion. The player took it and said that he did not want to come so far to use it. The boy turned around, covered in a blue aura. Yesung stepped forward and said that he did not think that he would have to do this because of him. The system told him that his stats had been increased by 200%. The assassin grabbed his sword and used a basic technique. Waves of dark energy swirled around him. The villain promised to chop the enemy into pieces. The youth took a step forward when he saw a swirl of ominous aura. Slowly approaching the enemy, the creator asked if this was all he could do. The support gripped the hilt of the sword and said that if a person cannot use their skills correctly, then raising their stats will not help them. The hunter lowered the burning fragarak and thought about how the chaotic storm had clear rules and specific sword strikes inside. The protagonist frowned and realized that it was very easy to destroy it if you knew the trajectory of the swords and responded to their attacks accordingly. The vortex of dark energy increased in size and covered the entire room. Bright streams of aura rushed around inside it. Many cuts appeared on the villain's body. A powerful explosion was heard in the secret boss room. The player collapsed on the ground, covered in marks from the blows. Yesung tried to get up. Jong-sung called for him to give up because there was no one here to kill in his place. The assassin grabbed the dagger and shouted that it cannot end like this. The sharp blade of the sword cut off his wrist. The knife fell to the ground. The boy noticed that this weapon was capable of cutting through space, which meant that his opponent was planning to escape. The young man assumed that he had no more lives left. The villain smirked and replied that he thought he knew everything. The creator put the blade to his throat and asked him to answer all the questions if he wanted to live. The support raised an eyebrow in confusion when the villain did not have such a choice for those whose souls were taken as collateral. The player narrowed his eyes slyly and concluded that his enemy did not really know anything about him. The hunter asked what they were talking about. Sitting on the ground in front of him, Yesung explained that people like him became monsters for the sake of survival and that they betrayed other people in their worlds and brought destruction here. Smiling widely, the killer said that while the local players were preparing, they were not sitting still either, and added that his opponent would soon find out everything himself. Blood splashed the face of the stunned protagonist. Jong-song came out of the secret boss's room. The guy's mouth opened in surprise. Elizabeth crossed her arms in displeasure. The young man asked if she had managed to get all the mana stones. The creator extended his hand to her. The girl was indignant that her comrade was forcing her to do dirty work while he himself was hunting calmly, and said that he couldn't even imagine how humiliating it was. A flash appeared in the support's hand. The system reported that the user had used a vampire extract, which increased the quality of the created items. The woman looked at the bright light and immediately stopped being indignant. A red sphere lay on the hunter's palm. The vampire took it and asked what it was. The protagonist explained that it would help her improve her stats without recovery fragments, and added that he would need her help in the future. Jong-song explained that the Saint's Stone could be obtained in other temples, but this could only be found in this dungeon. The Empress smiled and thanked him for coming here for her. Elizabeth immediately swallowed the red stone. Her eyes widened. Veins appeared on her arms. Black wings appeared behind her back. The girl grabbed her shoulders and felt the effect of the stone, comparing it to the effect of a recovery fragment. The system reported that 3 out of 5 lost stats had returned to her. The woman clasped her hands and asked her friend to give her another stone. The guy explained that this was impossible because the items that improve abilities are unique. The young man raised his hand and added that even after this, she would have enough strength for further actions. The vampire asked if he was really going to make her work again. The creator closed his eyes and said that they were done with this dungeon. The Empress asked what that meant. Holding a dagger that cut through space, the support realized that he had received a very unexpected loot. The hunter smiled and concluded that it was time to go to the dungeon of the world disaster. A skeleton appeared from a crack in the sky. The monsters expanded the rift with their hands. Coming out of the portal, the protagonist said that now they need to find Taeyun, and explained that he promised to provide him with guild materials, so they will have the opportunity to find everything they need. Jong-sung looked up when he heard a loud scream. A giant skeleton appeared in front of him and an explosion occurred. The guy opened his mouth in shock and wondered if the disaster had already been activated. A system window with a description of the quest appeared in front of him. The young man realized that 6 hours had already passed and that the countdown had started as soon as he went into the dungeon for the Saint's Stone. The creator looked at the phone screen. The news had many reports about unexplained phenomena that were currently happening all over the world. A tree of life had grown in place of the Eiffel Tower. A snowfall fell on a palace in China. A spire in the United Kingdom was enveloped in a dark aura. The support widened his eyes in amazement and realized that the same thing was happening as in his past life. The hunter bit his lip and wondered why things were happening now that should happen only in 2 years. The protagonist looked back when someone called out to him. Dojin ran up to him and explained that the guild leader asked him to accompany him. Jong-sung raised his eyebrows and asked where Taeyun was now. The man replied that he left with people from the Shinwa guild 3 hours ago. The hero stood in front of a giant skeleton. The assassin said that it must be dealt with as soon as possible, because people are in danger. The player asked what happened. The guy put the phone to his ear and said that they cannot defeat the giant right now and that even if they manage to do so, it will not end there. No one answered the call. The young man looked away and realized that he must stop his comrade. The creator frowned and remembered the twins' rings. The support put his hand in his pocket and realized that he could contact his friend if he had the ring with him now. The hunter took out an artifact that allows using telepathic communication for communication. Hyuk frowned and asked if they should start. Taeyong asked him to wait. The head of Shinwa asked what was wrong. The man put his hand to his ear and asked what happened. His ring began to shine. The protagonist asked his comrade to come back now, because they cannot defeat the giant at the current level. Black smoke was coming out of the skeleton's mouth. The berserker asked if they had come all this way just to turn back. Jong Sung explained that they couldn't do anything about it because the root of the problem was elsewhere. The warrior frowned sternly. The sorcerer asked what was going on. The player looked back and said that they needed to go back. The hunter raised his hand and asked if he didn't need his guild's help. Taeyong stated that it wasn't his decision. Hyuk frowned in displeasure when he learned that this was the creator's order. The man asked what they should do now. The boy looked up at the sky and asked him to go to the nearest station, stating that he needed to look into the mass murder guild himself. The boy asked if what he needed was there. The berserker frowned sternly, confirming that he would be waiting at a nearby station. The support lowered his hand and explained that they needed to go to the guild. The heroes ran along the destroyed street. The protagonist looked at the bloody car and asked if his friend had made his way through this chaos on his own. Dojin confirmed this and explained that only he had the ability to move unnoticed. Suddenly, Jong Song froze and asked his allies to stop. There were many corpses of soldiers and civilians ahead. The man said that this was why he had to come alone. Elizabeth approached the dead man. The assassin told him that after the appearance of the quest and the giant, a group of awakened appeared. There was a bite mark on the corpse's neck. The hunter added that they drank blood from people like vampires. The cat lowered her gaze and introduced Isabella. The girl looked at her comrade, and they nodded at the same time. The guy looked ahead and said that they needed to hurry, because the enemies could be somewhere nearby. Light energy swirled around the staff. The player noticed chunks of ice in the air. A shield appeared in front of him, saving him. The young man raised his hand, and the shield dissolved into thin air. Dojin's eyes widened in fear and warned his friend of the danger. The stranger swung his axe and was surprised that the enemy was able to repel their attack. The creator summoned a shield and blocked the blow. However, the protective barrier was broken in half. The warrior smiled widely and shouted that he caught it. At that moment, a wave of bloody energy pierced him. Elizabeth threw the villain back. The villain fell to the ground. The girl asked how a low-level vampire dared to attack her master. The enemy approached her from behind. The woman turned around and used the fog skill to make the sword pass through her. Standing on the roof, the stranger ordered her allies to deal with everyone. The man opened his mouth in amazement and asked why the enemies were fighting another vampire. The support replied that it was his familiar. The assassin was very surprised when he heard this. The protagonist looked back and promised to explain everything later, because now they need to deal with the enemies. Swinging his sword, Jong Song asked his friend to deal with the mage on the roof and said that he would take care of the rest. The enemy warrior blocked his attack. The blade of the summoned sword collided with the dagger. Frowning, the guy realized that something was wrong here, because these people are bad at fighting, but their strength and agility are at least at level B. The sorceress summoned a whirlwind of energy and was outraged by the behavior of her accomplices. She swung her staff when a dagger flew past. The girl squeezed her weapon with force. The woman released a stream of icy wind forward. A bright energy approached the edge of the roof. The mage looked in that direction and noticed that there was no one there. At this time, Dojin approached her from behind. Blood gushed out of the villain's mouth. The boy looked at him and concluded that his physical strength was absurdly high compared to his skills. The Empress explained that it was due to vampire abilities that absorb part of others' abilities along with blood. The man landed behind them and suggested that the enemies attracted criminals to attack people because he saw that vampire on the internet. The assassin presented wanted posters and explained that these people escaped from prison. The creator scratched his chin and thought about how the awakened, who were doubtful to use, were turned into vampires and released. Suddenly someone called the hunter. His name appeared on the screen. The player put the phone to his ear. The girl asked him to come back quickly because they had problems. The secretary hid behind the table and told about strange awakened who appeared and attacked the guild. Two shadows loomed over her. The villain realized that there was someone else here. The vampire asked how good they were in combat, squinting, and said that she expected more from representatives of one of the three greatest guilds. Her accomplice asked her not to talk about people like that. A frightened woman was reflected in his eyes. The villain said that otherwise it would be like they were feeding on rats. A bloody haze hung over the guild building. The heroes entered. Dojin's eyes widened in shock. There were corpses of people on the floor. The man asked who was capable of such a thing. The protagonist crouched next to a dead person and noticed that everyone had bite marks, but Hisu was not among them. Assassin looked at him and explained that when the guild leader left, she had to go upstairs. Jong Sung suggested that they split up and look for her, because now it was the most important thing. Looking around, the guy asked the familiar to start from the first floor and warned that she should not engage in battles if enemies suddenly appeared. Turning to his comrade, the young man suggested that he start from the middle floor and decided to inspect the top floor, where the leader's office was located. The creator entered the dark room. The support looked around the corner and heard someone's voice. There were 2 vampires in the office. Seo-hyun asked if this was the person that the secretary called. His accomplice noticed that he did not look too strong. The hunter saw Heese's bag in her hands. A blue aura appeared around him. The protagonist asked what they did to his friend. So he clutched the bag in her hand and asked if it was really about its owner. The man suggested that the enemy find out for himself if he was so interested. The vampire rushed forward and wanted to see if he could do it. Jong-sung swung his 2-handed sword. At the same time, the villain raised his spear to strike. The villain frowned tensely. He kicked the enemy in the head. The guy just narrowed his eyes menacingly. His opponent's foot crashed into the shield. A divine arrow pierced the monster's chest. So he jumped back. The man looked at his wound and concluded that he would have died without this armor. The girl frowned furiously and warned him of the danger. A bright light illuminated the vampire's face. The villain smiled broadly and declared that this opponent was much better than those rats. The villain raised an improved shield in front of him, which absorbed 80% of damage. Dozens of arrows rushed towards him. The young man raised his hand and used the skill World Grid. The monster was trapped in an energy cage. The woman raised her staff and summoned the black shield. A magical barrier protected her accomplice. The vampire smirked and said that she had helped him just in time. The creator approached him closely. Seo-hyun saw the blade of a sword approaching him. The support hit the shield with all his might. His sword flew back and sank into the ground. The man asked if that was all he could do, at which point his arm was cut off. The hunter raised his 2-handed sword above himself. The protagonist raised it above his head and confirmed that he could not wield a sword without his skill. Jong-sung struck and shouted that it was over. The vampire stepped forward and blocked his attack. The blade collided with the staff, shrouded in a divine aura. Seo-hee narrowed her eyes slyly and asked if he really thought she was only capable of being a support. The villain kicked the enemy. The guy jumped back and fell to one knee. The enemy's shoulder was healed. The villain said that it would be a very fun hunt. Seo-hyun clenched his regrown hand into a fist and said that his current opponent was not comparable to any of the previous ones. The young man looked up and realized that those who become vampires also receive body regeneration. The monster slowly walked towards him. The creator realized that he needed a more powerful divine attribute to break through their shields and stop the regeneration. The support raised his hand and used the creation skill. The enemies swung their weapons and asked him to try harder, because hot blood tastes best. The hunter hit the ground with force. A cloud of white smoke filled the room. The man gritted his teeth and asked what it was. The villain saw a shield in front of them. The girl asked why it was so big. The protagonist waved his hand and created a weapon again. The woman looked back. Jong-sung suggested that she try to reflect it. The vampire shouted that these arrows will not do anything to them. The villain raised his shield and said that even the fact that they have nowhere to run is not a hindrance. The guy smiled and asked if they really think that this is all. The arrows hit the shield. The monster noticed that they are completely ordinary. A divine bow appeared behind him. An arrow pierced Seo-hyun's back. The bow pulled the bowstring with a great arrow of the saint. So he raised her staff and used the skill Black Shield. With one swing of the sword, the boy cut off her leg. The girl lost her balance and fell. The creator explained that this was not a divine attack, so she should have recovered quickly. The support put his sword to her neck and demanded to answer his questions. Dojin with Heese on his back entered the office. The hunter looked back when his friends called out to him. The man approached him and said that the secretary was a few floors below. Elizabeth explained that for some reason the enemies simply tied her up and did not drink her blood. The protagonist frowned and said that they needed her alive to get the guild's items and materials and give them to Isabella. The girl frowned tensely and asked what that meant. The assassin asked how he knew about it. Jong-sung looked down and said that they did not want to know. The corpses of Seo-hyun and So-hee were lying on the floor. The guy looked ahead and said that they would need to get the item as soon as Hisu woke up. Taeyoung asked if his comrade could hear him. The young man put his hand to his ear and asked what happened. The guild leader told him that vampires had appeared everywhere and asked him to go to the agreed-upon place right away. Suddenly the ring went out. The system reported that it had used up its ability and could no longer be used. The creator looked at the notification in fear. The man swung his flaming sword. The berserker killed 2 opponents with one blow. Hyuk, who was standing behind him, asked where they came from. The warrior noticed that although they were not very strong, there were quite a lot of them, and decided that they had gathered here for a reason. Suddenly, the heroes looked away in horror and wondered who it was. Isabella crossed her arms and said that she expected more from the awakened S rank. The girl raised her eyebrows and concluded that it would be difficult. The Shinwa leader frowned and asked if it was their boss. The hunter asked him to stop. The sorcerer summoned magical gloves and asked him not to worry. The player swung his fist and said that all problems end with the death of the leader. The woman smirked and asked if he had enough strength for that. Suddenly, a cut appeared on Hyuk's shoulder. Taeyoung opened his mouth wide and called out to him. Blood sprayed in the air, and a scream rang out. Lilies bloomed on the battlefield. They grew straight out of the Shinwa leader's back. The vampire placed her hand on his shoulder and explained that recklessly attacking an enemy whose abilities he knew nothing about would lead to this. The villainess smiled widely and said that she had brought a crowd of vampires here because they were S-rank awakened, but without that support, this world had no chance of progressing. Frowning, the man realized that only one person had shown an unprecedented growth spurt, and wondered if she knew about Zhongxian. Isabella raised her hand and decided to play with him for a while, and then turn him into a vampire, and use him as her subordinate. The berserker smirked and doubted that this was a good plan. The girl asked what it meant, and a magical armor appeared in front of her. The sorcerer dealt a powerful blow to the enemy. The player smiled widely and said that monsters should know their limits when it comes to showing mercy to humans, and asked if she thought he was rushing into battle without a plan. Ahyuk frowned tensely when the woman expressed surprise that he had survived her spell, and suggested that he had some kind of skill that reduced the damage he took. Suddenly, several dozen butterflies appeared on the battlefield. The heroes looked at them in amazement. A giant black dome appeared on the street. A message appeared in front of the guys describing the skill butterfly feast. Chief Shinwa asked what it was. The warrior concluded that it was pollen. The wizard swung his fist and asked what the point of using such a smoke screen was. The player struck the dome. Black smoke oozed out from the cracks. Walking up to his friend, the hunter decided that there was no point in attacking at less than full strength, and asked him to take the wounded inside the curtain and get out of here. Ahyuk said that there was no way out. Tien gripped the hilt of the fire sword and explained that he would open the way for them. A wave of fire passed through the dome and rushed further. The dark energy dissipated. The man asked his comrade to hurry, because everything would be restored soon. The head of Shinwa looked back and asked what he was going to do. The berserker replied that he had an idea, but for that he needed no one here. Isabella approached him from behind and asked who said that she would let him go. The warrior cut the air with his sword and asked his ally to act quickly. The sorcerer ran away. The girl waved her hand and said that it didn't change anything anyway. The woman cut the wall of fire and wanted to see what the enemy had prepared for her. The hunter raised his sword above his head and promised not to disappoint her. Tien smiled widely and realized that this was the first time he used an S-rank skill. The vampire asked him if he had a backup plan, narrowing her eyes slyly, and decided that it would be problematic. A giant wave of fire fell on the battlefield. Clouds gathered over the guild office. Standing in the office, Dojin asked if they should hurry to save the guild master. The protagonist explained that the ring was no longer active, and it was too late to set out now, so they could only wait. The man asked what would happen if Isabella attacked him. Jong Sung raised his eyebrows and replied that he had invested well in him, so there was no reason to worry. The boy looked at his phone when the call rang. The young man put it to his ear and asked if his comrade was okay. The berserker replied that there were no serious injuries. The healer came to help him. The warrior explained that they were suddenly attacked by a crowd of vampires, so he had no way to contact. The creator asked if he managed to find out who their leader was. Hunter confirmed this. The support frowned and realized that Isabella was there. Tien looked at the broken sword and stated that he was able to stop her without taking serious damage thanks to it. Smiling, the man concluded that the S-rank skill book was useful and said that it was the first time he used them and that the result was incredible. The support looked away and warned him that he would not be able to use those skills again for a while. Berserker looked ahead and realized that he would not be able to help him with that dungeon even though he promised. The protagonist asked him to return to the guild since they did not know when the enemies would attack again. The warrior looked down and asked if there were really that many of them. Jong Sung furrowed his brows sternly and confirmed this, explaining that they had already started to act and that he would not be able to hold them off on his own. Hissa walked up to him and handed him the item that the guild leader had promised to give him. Taking it in his hands, the guy told him that one of the guild members had accidentally found it a few years ago and that the villains were looking for it, and said that it was an item that could enhance the effect of the disaster. Inside the box was a sleeping gnome gem. A description of a hidden quest to awaken it appeared. The young man thanked his friend. Dojin asked him to look at something. The smoke outside the window became even thicker. The creator realized that now everything had become more serious. The man looked at the notification that the quest information had been updated and that now players would be able to receive contributions for killing monsters. The assassin put his hand on his belt and concluded that now people would start fighting each other to get much more rewards. The support confirmed that from now on the chaos would only intensify, so it would be even more difficult to protect this place. The hunter asked what it was. When his friend handed him the artifact, the protagonist explained that this item would help repel the giant's poison and that they needed to be placed around the perimeter of the territory. Johnson looked back and said that the guild master would be back soon, so they needed a safe base where the guild members and others could take refuge. The guy came out of the office and said that he needed to move on to the next quest. Black smoke enveloped the clock tower. The system reported that the user had entered the territory of the field boss. Elizabeth looked up and asked if this was the location of the next quest. The boy confirmed it. The man blew his horn. The creator explained that the leper messenger is a field monster that spreads its enchanting requiem every 3 hours. The support opened the doors and added that its specialty is that this boss always resurrects in a different place to collect souls again. The cat followed him. The hunter said that now is the perfect time to kill it, since not even a day has passed, meaning not many people have fallen under its spell. However, there were many people sitting on the benches. The protagonist concluded that something was wrong. Suddenly, Jongsung's eyes widened in shock. Chia was sitting on the bench among everyone else. The girl's eyes widened. The guy crept up to her and asked her to be quiet. The woman asked what he was doing here. The young man asked her exactly the same question. The archer frowned and said that they, along with other hunters, were evacuating people to a safe place when the disaster began. At that moment, a cultist attacked her. The ranger said that she lost consciousness and woke up here. The creator looked up and realized that they were gathered here on purpose. The support asked what these people were saying. The player put her hand to her head and remembered that they mentioned some kind of ceremony. Chia looked away and said that she heard some kind of faint noise from there. The girl stood up from the bench when the protagonist asked her to come with him, and explained that they should know the conditions for the appearance of the field boss. An ominous aura hovered in the long dark corridor. Waves of dark energy enveloped the bandaged man. In front of him stood a man in a black robe. The cultist smirked and said that he would be able to survive the end of the world once he completed this quest. The cultist looked back when he heard someone screaming. A two-handed sword pierced the vampire's chest and knocked him down. The villain looked at him and asked who could intrude here at such an important moment. At that moment, a divine arrow pierced his shoulder. The villain spread his arms and fell to the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth. The man looked at the arrow and noticed that it had a divine attribute. The attacker asked if he was already holding a summoning ceremony. The cultist looked ahead and asked how he knew about this. Jongsung's eyes flashed, and he explained that the quest was supposed to end with the capture of the messenger. But the enemy killed him, and now they would have to find a place where he would be reborn. The boy fired another arrow forward. Suddenly, the vampire ran forward. She deflected the arrow with her whip. Juhyo got into a fighting stance, and said that he should only start a fight when he knew the enemy's strength. The boy replied that he knew them very well. Two scoundrels pounced on him from behind. The arrows pierced their chests. They were fired by Chia, who was standing on the street. The two-handed sword flew into the air. The creator grabbed its hilt. The girl jumped forward and was outraged by his self-confidence after defeating a couple of minions. The support blocked her attack. The hunter looked at the wave of dark energy and realized that the enemy had changed the shape of the weapon, which meant she had experience in aura skills. The woman jumped into the air and appeared above his head. The vampire released lightning forward and wished death on the enemy. An explosion was heard behind the main character. The battle mage grinned and shouted that she managed to catch him. Jongsung looked back. The shield saved his life. The guy turned around and swung his sword. The young man cut the enemy's body, but it was only bait. Waves of dark energy enveloped the blade. The creator asked when she managed to do this. Juhyo squeezed the whip in her hand. The girl opened her mouth wide and called on her comrade to attack. The villain approached the enemy from behind. Chia pulled the bowstring and declared that she would not allow him to do this. 3 arrows pierced the villain's back at once. Bloody spikes killed several more assassins. The woman opened her mouth in fear. A spike pierced her chest through and through. The vampire collapsed to the ground, Elizabeth standing behind her. The archer approached her comrade and reported that she had killed everyone who was outside. The support praised her and said that now they needed to free the people and get out of here. The hunter looked at the message that the instigator of the ceremony had sacrificed himself and completed it. The protagonist turned around when a notification appeared that a hidden boss had appeared. The cultist spread his arms and declared his victory. At that moment, he fell to the ground. A huge amount of bloody energy burst out of the magic circle. Jongsung gritted his teeth and was indignant that the cultist managed to complete the summoning ceremony. The guy turned around and asked Elizabeth to take Chia with her and get out of here. The young man's eyes widened in fear when someone asked him to be quiet. The monster came out of the bloody haze. The bishop smiled widely and smelled the fresh soul. Dark energy swirled in his hand. She headed towards the exit of the room. The man clenched his fist and said that he hadn't had such a feast in a long time. The creator frowned and realized that he had to stop him somehow. Waves of bloody aura enveloped him. The support narrowed his eyes and looked at the system window. The hunter grinned and realized that he had completely forgotten about this method. The protagonist quickly ran forward. The vampire frowned and decided to absorb his soul later. The villain smiled widely and wanted to eat everything else. Jongsung jumped into the air and declared that he would not succeed. The villain frowned in confusion and asked what this meant. A bright flash flashed in front of his face. The blade of the sword created from human souls emitted a blue aura. The guy picked it up and declared that it was the monster's turn to become a victim for his quest. The bishop tensed his fingers and asked how the enemy dared to make a toy out of the souls that had been sacrificed for the great mission. The man raised his hand and promised to take his soul and play with it to his heart's content so that it could not even go to hell. The young man smiled and said that he was a little offended to hear that. Souls began to swirl around the sword. Holding it in his hand, the creator wanted to show what this toy was capable of. The villain released a wave of energy and urged him not to be so impudent. It went straight to the support. The hunter swung his sword. He managed to cut through the bloody energy. The protagonist frowned sternly when the villain called this ability quite interesting. The vampire struck the ground with his mace. A crater appeared under it. The boss noticed that his enemy had disappeared somewhere. The blade of the blade flashed behind him. Jong Sung wounded the enemy in the arm. The monster said that this toy was useless anyway. The boy swung his sword and repeated that it was not a toy at all. The young man cut off the enemy's head. The bishop's body fell to the ground. The system told him that it would soon regenerate, so the user must find another way to defeat the boss. Looking at the notification, the creator realized that he should not have hoped for victory to come so easily, and thought that he needed to find the enemy's weakness to prevent his revival. Looking at the blade of the sword, the support decided that the longer the battle went on, the weaker he would become, and realized that in order to kill the enemy in one fell swoop, he needed to corner him and expose his weak spot. The hunter looked back as the man laughed, and said that he called his sword a toy for this very reason. The scoundrel rose to his feet and explained that neither thousands nor tens of thousands of blows would kill him. His skull restored, the villain said that the enemy can improve his sword as much as he wants, because he will not be able to do anything else. Blood energy touched the dead vampires. The monster promised to make his opponent his toy. The protagonist raised his sword in front of him and said that he will have to try. An ugly creature appeared behind him. Jong Sung looked back and wondered where it came from. The guy blocked the attack with a two-handed sword. The bishop swung his mace and shouted that he would smear him on the ground. The young man let go of the sword and used the skill world grid. The blade pierced the monster through and through. The creator opened his mouth in horror. The man smiled widely and said that it was too late. A beam of bright light flashed past him. The support jumped forward and swung his sword. He managed to cut the enemy into many pieces. The hunter landed on one knee. The protagonist looked away in surprise when the villain said that it was all useless. The villain recovered again and attacked, shouting that the enemy's soul already belonged to him. Jong Sung jumped to the side to dodge the blow. The boy raised his hand and used his skill. Souls soared into the air along with the stone fragments. They hit the vampire in the back at once. Blood gushed out of his mouth. The young man lowered his weapon. The monster asked if he really filled the stones with souls and distributed them in the air. A large burn appeared on his back. The bishop said that his opponent was the first to use souls in this way, and concluded that defeating him in battle would not be so easy. The man grinned and decided to go another way. The villain dug his claws into his own chest and said that his enemy could not even imagine what was hidden there. An ominous grin appeared in the wound. A huge amount of energy burst out of the villain's chest. The system reported that the Nether Anchor skill was activated. The vampire, shrouded in a dark aura, said that the enemy's sword would not be able to pierce this barrier. The creator clenched his fist and explained that he had been thinking about how to breach the barrier from the beginning. The monster's eyes widened and asked what that meant. The support summoned a bright flash and declared that he no longer needed to conserve materials or mana. A giant magic bow with an increased holy attribute appeared behind him. Lightning flashed around it. The system told him that its piercing ability had been increased. The hunter frowned sternly and wanted to see if the enemy could block it. A powerful wave of energy rushed forward. An explosion rang out across the battlefield. An arrow pierced the black barrier. Its tip almost touched the bishop. The man smiled widely and shouted that his opponent had very little time left. Suddenly, a bright light lit up his frightened face. A stream of human souls fell upon him. The villain's body was torn to shreds. The protagonist declared that he had lost. A system window appeared in front of him with a message about defeating the field boss. Another notification appeared next to it saying that the enemy force's quest progress had decreased. Jong Sung assumed that it was about empty fantasy, and noted that he had never seen such a notification before. The guy looked around and saw Juhyo lying on the floor. The girl was unconscious. The young man decided to check on the other people. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes. The creator smiled and asked what she knew about empty fantasy. The vampire opened her mouth in surprise when she learned that someone had defeated the bishop. Standing in the middle of the street, Suyun realized that she had just absorbed the field boss's abilities, and wondered who could have defeated him. The man swung his sword and wished her death. Shark teeth grabbed his weapon. The blade evaporated from his hands. The villainess immediately cut off the enemy's head. A toothy monster was flying next to her. The girl wanted to meet the bishop's killer. The support widened his eyes in surprise and asked if empty fantasy really destroys monsters and bosses. The tied-up woman explained that she was simply supposed to be made a vampire, and she didn't know anything else except that the guild had started hunting hunters. The protagonist frowned thoughtfully and realized that there were fewer such situations before the disaster, and that all this must be somehow connected with empty fantasy. Jongxian put his hand in his pocket and asked what his hostage was going to do now. Juhyo replied that her contract would end after the boss was summoned, and stated that she had failed the mission, which meant she would have to move alone. Squinting slyly, the girl thought that this was a lie and decided to find the others and kill him as soon as she managed to get out. The guy closed his eyes and said that she would have to return to Isabella. The woman's mouth dropped open in shock and she said that she would be killed if she returned after the failed mission. The young man looked at her and called her the only survivor of the incident, and asked if the enemy wasn't planning to return with his comrades and kill him. The vampire asked how he knew about that. The creator raised his index finger and asked if she thought he would let a human trafficker who kidnapped over 600 people go unpunished. The villainess asked what he wanted from her. The support smiled and suggested an unfair contract. The hunter put his hand on the hostage's head and said that she would have to do his bidding to stay alive. Juhyo demanded that he let her go. A blue aura appeared in the air. The protagonist explained that she would not be able to find out any information about his skills and that from now on she would have to pretend that she had never seen his weapon. His eyes lit up. Jong Song added that his captive would have to always answer his calls, and ordered her to tell him where the man who killed the boss was. A seal appeared on the girl's forehead. The guy asked her to communicate formally, otherwise her life would be in danger. A system window appeared in front of her describing the contract and its conditions. The young man raised his eyebrows and ordered the hostage to tell everything she knew about the sword demon. After their conversation, the vampire ran away. The creator wondered if the goal of the quest had changed, but no other notifications appeared. The support took a step forward and decided that finding a spy who was in the empty fantasy was a surprise. The hunter approached the bishop's corpse and wanted to get a real reward. A white sphere appeared above his body. The system detected an unusual player. The protagonist approached the ball and assumed that it was about his past life. Twilight landed on his shoulder. The bird looked at his friend and offered to look at the reward. A crystal of contaminated mana appeared in Jongsung's hand, which gives the user 1,000 units of mana when used. The guy squeezed it into a fist and realized that he could replenish all the energy with it. The system reported that he had received a new skill. The young man scratched his chin and wondered what it was. The description said that sequence spends contaminated mana to fill it with ordinary weapons. The creator smiled and concluded that he could easily destroy the next boss. 2 cards appeared in front of him. The skill summoned Perverted Dead and the Staff of Soul Catching. The support raised his eyebrows and decided that a weapon that could catch the souls of enemies would be more useful. In the memory, a monster appeared behind him. The hunter thought that the dead could also be useful, but they were not quite in the form that could do this. Touching the map, the protagonist concluded that the staff could be useful, and realized that there was a better use for it than what was described in the system. A weapon appeared in his hand. Jongsun said that now he needed to go to the next monster. Red clouds floated above the church building. The old woman clasped her hands and thanked the savior for his help. Chia approached her comrade and reported that all those who were sacrificed woke up, and their souls returned thanks to him. The guy replied that he asked for help from others to save them. The young man turned away and said that it was time for him to go on another quest. The girl offered him her help. The creator replied that there was another matter for her. The woman raised her eyebrows and asked what they were talking about. Looking around, the support explained that those who were captured were still ordinary people, and asked his friend to send them to the mass murder guild. The woman smiled and promised to do it. The hunter left, thanking her at the end. Black smoke fell on the city. Walking down the street, the player said that this area looked safe. His friend told him that a sword demon was seen somewhere here, so they can't let the guards down. The boy looked around. The hunter asked him not to worry, because they would immediately receive a notification as soon as the boss appeared. At that moment, a system window appeared in front of the warrior. His friend assumed that he decided to search for information on the internet. The boy saw a message in front of him that a monster had appeared in their territory. The young man looked up in fear. Suyin struck his comrade. The ranger frowned and wondered where she came from. The girl raised her sword above her head and said that there was no point in hiding. The player narrowed his eyes and wondered how she knew the human language. The woman hit him on the back. The boy fell to the ground. The vampire was surprised that rumors about her had spread so quickly and decided that it was no wonder that she had no prey after the incident yesterday. The hunter looked up and asked if it was a monster in human form. The villainess smiled widely and said that it was not that important. Suyin swung her sword. Energy blades appeared in the air. They slammed into the girl's cloak. The woman's brows furrowed in tension when someone said that they finally found her. The protagonist slashed with a great sword. The vampire clenched her teeth and realized that this was an ordinary person. The player put his hand to the wound and was surprised that he was able to push away the sword demon with pure strength. Landing on his feet, the villainess asked if her enemy was the one who killed the Lord and called his weapon impressive. Jongsung raised his hand and decided to give her one as a gift. A grenade appeared next to Suyin. A powerful explosion was heard outside. The girl's red eyes flashed and said that the ability to summon weapons was not the best solution against her. The woman raised her sword and said that such an insignificant person could not kill the Lord. The guy asked if she knew what was not a weapon. The vampire frowned tensely and asked what she was talking about. The young man appeared behind her and swung his fist. The creator delivered a powerful blow and threw the enemy back. The support smirked and said that the correct answer was fists. On his wrist were spiked gloves with no abilities or characteristics. Blood dripped onto the ground. The villainess knelt down on one knee and wondered why this man was so strong. The sword demon raised her eyebrows in surprise when the hunter called her weak despite her skill at absorbing monster abilities. The protagonist swung his fist and said that there was nothing special about her. Enveloped in black energy, Suyun realized that she didn't know what was going on and decided that she would die if she didn't try hard enough. The toothy monster pounced on Jong Sung. The boy ducked to dodge the blow. The young man got close to the enemy. He punched the enemy in the chest. The powerful blow raised a cloud of dust into the air. The creator looked at his hand and remembered that the sword demon would have easily dodged such an attack in his past life, meaning that it had not absorbed all of his abilities. The monster opened its mouth. The support looked forward. The girl said that now she understood why the bishop died at his hands. The woman got into a fighting stance and said that she would take his weapon. The hunter frowned and concluded that the enemy made the sword demon her familiar and was feeding it, giving it weapons. Axes and swords flew into the air in front of him. The protagonist clenched his fist. The tip of the blade stopped in front of his face. The weapon turned bright and came into the possession of the world grid. The vampire opened her eyes wide and asked what he did with her weapon. The blades flew away. Jong Sung realized that these were the weapons of the Mountain King and the Magic Knight, and remembered that these people played an invaluable role in preventing the end of the world, but did not receive the hero's blessing in his past life. Taking a step forward, the boy decided that even if the disaster came earlier and they had not yet achieved the same as in his past life, these warriors were at the forefront, sacrificing themselves to save others. The young man widened his crazy eyes and asked how his enemy dared to call this weapon his. Suyun narrowed her eyes and realized that she could not even move. The creator punched her in the face. The powerful blow threw her far back. The support spread his fingers and used the creation skill. An energy chain wrapped around the enemy. It pulled the enemy back. The hunter hit the girl and pinned her to the ground. Blood gushed from her mouth. The protagonist began to beat her and thought that his comrades could have become heroes if not for her. The player's eyes widened in surprise, not understanding what was happening here. Jong Sung struck one blow after another. Elizabeth approached the wounded ally and said that she could check his bleeding. The boy thanked her for saving him. He turned around and shouted in horror that there was a vampire here. The Empress raised her eyebrows and asked what was wrong with that. The guy pointed his sword at her and asked her not to come closer. Suddenly, an unknown force pulled his sword. The player looked back and saw Jong Sung shrouded in a blue aura. The monster grabbed his hand and said that he would take into account that he had come this far without a decent weapon. The woman approached the enemy and offered to end it all right now. The sword was torn from the boy's hand. The demon opened its mouth wide to absorb all the weapons around it. The vampire clenched her fist and said that she would return the weapon that her enemy had taken from her. The young man smirked and decided to feed her until she burst. Many swords and axes appeared in the air. The villainess's eyes widened in fear. The monster continued to absorb weapons. Suyun ordered it to stop. The creator cut off her wrist. The support snapped his finger and said that it was time for her stomach to explode. Lightning pierced the girl's body. A bright stream of electric current fell from the sky. The woman fell to the ground. She looked up and asked if her enemy really thought that anything would change after this. The vampire said that her comrades would kill him. The hunter cut off her head. His two-handed sword disappeared into thin air. The protagonist frowned and explained that they would have to try hard for this. The boy got to his feet and thanked him for saving him. Holding his friend on his shoulder, the player realized that this was the hero in front of him. The hunter smiled and said that he saw him in the notification that came to him before the disaster. Jong Sung smiled and said that it was not him at all. The boy approached his ally and asked if there was no one else in the video. In the memory, the leader of the Guild of Mass Murder appeared on the phone screen. The young man called himself one of his people who were working to stop the disaster. The ranger smiled and concluded that he understood everything wrong and that Taeyong became the hero. Looking at him, the creator asked him to go to the guild building because it was safe there and promised to inform everyone else about it. The boy looked back and asked if this was really his comrade. Elizabeth crossed her arms in displeasure and asked if he had already forgotten that she stopped his bleeding. The support smiled and answered affirmatively, calling her his closest and most reliable comrade. The girl blushed with embarrassment. The tracker led his comrade away. The woman looked ahead and asked if everything would be okay. The hunter asked what they were talking about. Looking after the players leaving, the vampire realized that her comrade should not reveal the fact that he had become a hero. Smiling confidently, the protagonist replied that such people were needed in such times, and stated that Taeyong, with his abilities, character and fame, was more suitable for this role. The Empress looked down. Jong Sung decided to just be his ally, and when rumors spread, those who thought he was a hero would be confused. A message appeared in front of him about the completion of the quest. Something glowed in the breast pocket of his shirt. White smoke rose into the air. The system reported that the user had discovered a new ability. A sealed Ghost King appeared in front of the heroes. The boy smiled widely and said that he was very glad to meet them. The skeleton looked down and asked if he really freed him from the shackles of the seal. The heroes frowned tensely. The monster realized that his body had caused a lot of trouble, judging by the surroundings. Frowning, the young man remembered that in his past life he was sealed by his own subordinates, and realized that after the death of 2 field monsters, he should be the one to give heroic rewards. The giant walked the streets of the city. The creator told him that his soulless body was spreading a black fog and that the forces of disaster would grow stronger if it continued for 3 more days, and the places engulfed in smoke would turn into the underworld. The support looked up and said that he wanted the king to help him prevent this. The ghost lowered his head and said that the underworld was not so bad if you got used to it. The skeleton raised his hand and decided to help them after all. A magic circle appeared under the hunter's feet. The monster granted him the title of hero. Looking down at him, the king declared that from now on, the creatures of death would follow his orders, and asked him to destroy his body, which had lost its soul. A bright pillar of light fell on the city. The system reported that the user had become the chosen one of the ghosts. The protagonist spread his arms and thought that now almost all of his stats were at level S. A purple aura appeared around his hand. Jong-sung picked up Samebrander and realized that he now had a way to end the disaster. A system window appeared in front of him. The guy read that after completing the quest, he would receive a ban, and said that he had not seen such a reward in his past life. Putting his hand to his chin, the young man remembered that the system gives players what they need, and thought that he did not know what effect this would give him. Determined to complete the quest, the creator walked forward. A purple shield appeared on the street. Corpses lay everywhere. A 5-pointed star was depicted on the barrier. Isabella looked at the notification and realized that it was time to get out of here. Standing next to the portal, the girl decided that if no one had appeared during this time, then no one would come. The man asked if she was going to contact Taeyun. The woman, smiling, confirmed this and said that she could easily defeat him since her abilities had increased by 200%. The vampire imagined a fiery explosion and asked if the one who gives them everything would not be happy to use such a body when he appeared. The villain introduced an angry Hyuk and asked what about him. The villainess replied that they would be able to use him to the maximum. Isabella licked her lips and reminded him that the blood of an S-rank player greatly increases stats. The purple magic circle sparkled. The servant put his hand to his head and said that someone had come. The girl assumed that they were either lost people or a player on a quest. The woman slyly knitted her eyebrows and hoped that she could get useful blood. The protagonist took a step forward and stated that only low-level vampires could gain power from blood. Jong-sung smiled and added that they could also be vampires who were obsessed with power and were eager to increase their stats. The villainess turned her head and asked why he was here if Yesung was supposed to track him down and kill him. The boy pulled out the dagger and realized who he was talking about, and concluded that the enemy did not know what happened at the gate. The boy raised the weapon in front of him and said that he had killed him. Isabella's mouth dropped open in surprise. The girl turned around and ordered her henchmen to grab him. However, they froze in place because a system window appeared in front of them. The woman looked at them in confusion. Her eyes widened in shock when she learned that her allies could not attack the target due to the hero's ghost skill. The creator asked if elder vampires did not obey skills. The villainess gritted her teeth and wondered how it was possible to grow so much in a few days. Isabella rushed into battle and shouted that she would handle him herself because even the hero's advantages would not help him. Jong-sung stood there with a smile on his face. Elizabeth grabbed the enemy's hand and realized that she was well aware of the hero's advantages. The girl smirked and asked how such a worthless person dared to stop her. The woman squeezed her hand and said that she wanted to know everything that happened in their world. The vampire jumped back and said that she had nothing to say to someone who had become a pet of a human. The villainess landed on one knee and spread her arms. Dark energy enveloped them. Isabella said that she had put off this meeting for a long time and was surprised that her enemy had become so strong in such a short time. The Empress looked down and remembered that they only knew about her as she was before she lost her powers. Red butterflies appeared behind her. The girl shouted that she would kill her and take her blood magic. An explosion of blood energy was heard on the battlefield. The woman frowned tensely when her familiar suggested that she was annoyed that she was here now. Enveloped in a blue aura, Elizabeth said that thanks to her master, she now had new abilities. Giant hands burst forward. The vampire jumped to the side to avoid the blow. The villainess placed her hand on the ground and realized that the black fog enhancements and other skills were stuck. The hand approached her. Isabella decided that when it came to coincidences, she had the advantage. The butterflies rushed forward. Smiling widely, the girl stated that the support of the master did not matter at all, and explained that her opponent must understand that nothing could fill the gap between them. Suddenly, her hand was tied by bloody threads. They grabbed her legs. The woman realized that something had stopped her transformation and wondered when her enemy had obtained this skill. The vampire opened her eyes wide. A cursed sphere appeared in the Empress's hands. which increases the power of magical attack and ignores transformation and evasion. A bright wave of energy knocked the villainess off her feet. The protagonist stepped forward and said that he would leave all questions to his familiar. Jong Sung stopped in front of the portal and concluded that it was his turn. The guy took a black key out of his pocket, which leads to a place where the disaster can be stopped. The young man put it into the portal. A bright flash of light illuminated it. Having passed through the magical energy, the creator remembered that in a past life they barely cleared this place in 3 months, and realized that by that time Seoul had already turned into a city of the dead. A giant heart was beating in front of him. The support concluded that now there was no one here except them. The hunter swung his sword. His blade pierced the heart through and through. The protagonist frowned and decided that it was too easy. The system reported that the giant will no longer spread black smoke. Jong Sung saw a bright light in front of him. A notification suggested that his band would be increased. The guy found himself in an empty white space and wondered what kind of place this was. The young man looked up when someone said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The stranger smiled and was surprised that he managed to go so far. The child hugged his knees and asked if it was too fast. The creator frowned tensely and asked who he was. The boy raised his eyebrows and concluded that his memories had not yet returned. The stranger stood up. Introducing the Norse god, the child called himself Odin and said that he gave the support a second chance and some useful skills in this life. The hunter approached him and asked if it was really him. The boy confirmed it and asked if his friend really did not remember anything. The protagonist narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Jong Sung sent a sharp sword forward. The weapon stopped at the child's eyes. The guy said that he would not be able to deceive him, and added that he knew everything about this game, but he had never heard of a god with such a name. The young man raised his hand and explained that even if he was a god they had not met in their past lives, there were no advantages in the system that could reverse time. Odin straightened his shoulders. The creator repeated his question. The boy stepped forward and said that his answer would not change anyway. He raised his eyebrows and called himself the god of war and creation who supports a certain person. The support continued to control the sword in front of his eyes. The child stated that he gave him everything he has and created this system from beginning to end, and explained that he has the ability to create a save function. The hunter gritted his teeth and asked why he needed to do that. Odin replied that there was one who called himself a god who would remain in the end. Frowning, the protagonist remembered that he had come across that name before and assumed that it was the one who was trying to kill all the other gods so that he could be the only one left. Clenching his fist, the boy explained that he had created a system to raise warriors who could fight against him and said that he called them heroes. Jong Sung looked at him intently. The child apologized for sending him back and explained that his job was to create these heroes by supporting them and creating weapons for them. The boy lowered his hand and asked why the god couldn't fight the enemy on his own. Odin replied that he had already made his move before he could gather the heroes. The youth narrowed his eyes and remembered the angel. The boy explained that in the system he created, the enemy began to recruit their own heroes, which led to destruction. The man fell to the ground. The child said that he managed to survive the attack, but in order to activate the save function, he needed to make a choice. Spreading his arms, the god said that he chose the creator with his last strength and began to hide in a separate isolated dimension. Crossing his arms over his chest, the support asked why he was chosen, and reminded him that he was not very useful in the last battle. The hunter gaped in surprise when Odin confirmed this. The boy smiled and called him an ordinary D-rank support who could barely find the resources to create a disposable blade. In the past, his allies left him. He was just lucky to get into the Dawn Guild. The main character wanted to become their comrade, but this did not happen. Jong Sung stood in front of their corpses. Until the very end of the world, he was never able to become equal to them. The guy clenched his fist. The boy looked at him and said that this was the main reason. The child took a step forward and explained that heroes are not chosen by strength or usefulness. The boy's eyes widened in surprise when the god said that he had chosen him by chance. In the memory, the creator clutched the dagger in his hands, useless as he watched his comrade die, but desperately trying to help them until the very end. Odin took the support's hand and declared that this was enough to create a hero, and that the results exceeded all his expectations. The hunter's mouth dropped open in amazement when the boy suggested that his friend could now call himself a comrade of those guild members. An image of smiling comrades appeared in his mind. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips and asked what he wanted from him. The child raised his head. Smiling widely, the god asked his friend to continue in the same spirit and promised to make him a new god when his strength returned. A system window appeared in front of Jong Sung with a description of the final quest, according to which she needed to destroy the god who would remain at the end. The boy grinned and said that he did not want to become a god, but he would still fulfill his request. Odin clenched his fist and decided to give him what he couldn't give him in his past life. Gungnir appeared in the air. The young man took it in his hands. The boy explained that this spear would be the basis for creating the items he needed. The creator looked down. He squeezed the golden shaft of the spear. The system reported that his ban had been increased. The support came out of the portal. The hunter looked away in confusion. The vampires knelt before him. The protagonist looked at his friend and asked what was going on here. Elizabeth explained that she had absorbed Isabella's power, so now these people obeyed his orders. Jong Sung narrowed his eyes and asked if these were his own soldiers. The monsters bowed their heads before him. The guy asked how many people they had killed. The man raised his head and replied that they weren't personally hunting, as they were part of the reserve army. His friend added that they were just following Isabella. Looking down, the young man noticed that their stats were good because they were humans who trained hard, and guessed that the enemies wanted to take over Seoul by doubling their stats. Juhi stood up when the creator called out to her. The support appointed her as the leader. The girl's mouth dropped open in surprise and asked what that meant. The hunter raised his hand and ordered the others to go scout and fight the evil spirits in the fog to save the civilians. The woman's brows furrowed tensely. The protagonist said that if anyone asked, they should answer that Taeyong from the Mass Murder Guild defeated the head vampire and freed them from hypnosis. Jong Sung looked around and explained that disasters would soon break out in other regions. The heroes went ahead. On the floating island was a palace. Les smirked and declared that he had finally found them all. Hanging from the ceiling were tied up heroes from other worlds. The priestess placed her hand on her chest and congratulated him on achieving his goal. The man replied that it was not over yet. He looked at the elf and explained that he had been searching for heroes and destroying those who did not show potential. A monster and the dead sister of Haina appeared in the memory. The villain said that he used those who seemed useful, waiting for them to awaken, but it took too long. The girl trembled. The villain said that he had come up with the perfect alternative plan to borrow heroes from other worlds. Bloody tentacles appeared behind him. Les's glowing eyes flashed and said that it was not who he was that mattered, but what he could do. A wave of dark energy pierced the elf's body. The bloody bow fell to the floor. The weapon immediately rose into the air. The man said that thanks to the glitch, he managed to create a gate between the islands of the endless sky and another world. Various weapons were floating in the room. The villain concluded that he had collected the materials needed to create something that could kill a god. The villain confidently looked at the system window with the description of the quest. Les looked back and asked his subordinate to call the hermit. Because he needed to meet the creator, the priestess asked what to do if he did not want to. Frowning, the man replied that he did not have time to think about his desires, and stated that he would make him listen to him, even if he had to use force.